Chapter 101. But Ling Yi didn't know that Xianyuan Yushua truly cared about his opinion. From the moment he first met Ling Yi, he had developed a strong interest in this young man, roughly his own age. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat, and this applies equally to women. When a woman develops an interest in a man, she will relentlessly pursue the answers she desires until she's completely captivated and unable to extricate herself. And at this moment, Xianyuan Yushua had already fallen for him. Although she and Ling Yi had only known each other for a few days, a mysterious force always drew her closer. Little did she know this was due to the system's loyalty. Initially, Xianyuan Yushua was simply curious about Mu Xia's choices. She had actually become so obedient to Ling Yi that she tolerated him having multiple women. After all, she knew that Mu Xia was always cold towards men, though she always maintained the necessary politeness on the surface, appearing understanding and gentle. In reality, she was a deeply proud woman with a fiercely strong character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left home alone to become a policewoman in City S. This made Xianyuan Yushua even more curious about Ling Yi's true character, the man who could take a proud princess like Mu Xia into his room, only to end up walking into a dangerous trap herself, locked and bound by the system. If she had known the system's power, she might not have approached Ling Yi so rashly. Everyone underestimated the system's perversion, even Ling Yi. Anyone who interacted with him and developed a favorable impression, and provided he didn't do anything offensive, would gradually increase their loyalty over time. After struggling for a long time, Xianyuan Yushua finally felt the need to explain. Her voice, as thin as a mosquito's, rang out, "Ling Yi, what happened just now? I really didn't mean to do it." Ling Yi was brought back to reality by the sound of her voice. He looked at the uneasy Xianyuan Yushua and couldn't help but smirk. "What do you want to explain? Didn't you mean to molest me?" Hearing this, Xianyuan Yushua's face flushed crimson, and even her neck turned pink. I just want to tell you that I'm not a casual woman." Ling Yi had expected Xianyuan Yushua to offer some explanation, but she managed to utter such a sentence after a long while, leaving him speechless. "Captain, I brought everyone here. 256 in total." Mengshen's voice reached him from a distance. Ling Yi secretly praised her for arriving just in time. He was just unsure how to respond to Xianyuan Yushua's words. He struggled to his feet, and after finally adjusting to the situation, he was able to stand on his own, avoiding such embarrassment. The students looked at Ling Yi with immense excitement. Previously, they had assumed he would simply give up on them. But after recent interactions, they realized that Ling Yi was a man who distinguished between right and wrong, unlike the demonic cruelty he had shown towards Teacher Zhao. Ling Yi's clear distinction between right and wrong gave the students a sense of security and trust. Compared to Teacher Zhao's treacherous behavior, Ling Yi's approach to his students was relatively gentle and rational, which made them even more willing to follow him. Also, Ling Yi's immense strength sparked a strong interest and curiosity in the students. This was perfectly normal in the apocalypse. After all, everyone wanted to follow a strong individual. Even if they couldn't achieve their own power, they could still find a stable living. Mengshen said, "You want to follow me?" I agreed, "But do you remember the rules I explained to you when we evacuated?" Ling Yi said softly, scanning the crowd. Everyone nodded quickly, some even reciting aloud. This scene brought a satisfied smile to Ling Yi's lips. This was a good start. He was worried these people might say one thing and mean another, potentially causing trouble later. "Very good. One of the rules is, if you want something from me, you have to give something in return." Ling Yi's expression changed, and he spoke seriously. Everyone looked at Ling Yi nervously, their eyes filled with worry and fear. They didn't know what they would face, let alone what price Ling Yi would demand. Ling Yi was very strict in managing his team. After all, the future was uncertain. He didn't want to lead a motley crew into battle. In a battle between experts, even a large number of people would be useless, they would just be more cannon fodder. So, when he onboarded new members, he laid out clear rules and requirements, just as he had repeatedly emphasized when he had subdued the blood demon. This approach effectively maintains team discipline and order, allowing members to more clearly understand their responsibilities and obligations. At the same time, Ling Yi also proposed corresponding exchange conditions, which is also a good management method, allowing members to more deeply value the benefits they receive and strive to contribute to the team in order to obtain better supplies. Looking at the terrified crowd, Ling Yi slowly spoke, "You can rest assured. You are currently dispensable to me. As for my willingness to accept you, there are 3 reasons. First, we're from the same school, after all. Since you're asking me for something, I can't remain indifferent. Second, We worked together before, and your performance has made me feel that you're not completely hopeless. At least, you still have hope for survival. Third, my team is in need of some help, and if you can handle some of the tasks, it would be a great help to us. Of course, joining my team requires you to abide by certain rules and requirements, such as obeying orders, maintaining confidentiality, and refraining from unauthorized actions. If you adhere to these rules and perform well in your work, you'll be rewarded with unexpected benefits, such as becoming an enhancer or awakening your special abilities. One thing I must warn you, once you choose to join my team, there's no such thing as quitting. Leaving without permission will be considered a traitor. Finally, I hope you can think calmly and make the right decision. Ling Yi's words betrayed an undeniable attitude. He didn't resort to excessive emotion or threats, but rather spoke from facts and reason. All the students present waved their arms, cheers, screams, and shouts echoed in unison, the entire venue brimming with enthusiasm and excitement. The crowd's unbridled excitement set blood boiling and hearts pounding, causing the survivors in the distance to stand on tiptoe, wondering what was happening. The students had thought that following Ling Yi would simply provide them with food and shelter, but they hadn't expected the conditions Ling Yi offered to be so generous. With good performance, they would have the opportunity to become enhancers and even awaken their special abilities. This treatment was like meeting a saint. Someone in the crowd started shouting, their expressions incredibly excited. Xianyuan Yushua looked at the frantic students. She was certain that even if Ling Yi hit them with a stick, no one would leave. Look at what they're shouting. They're simply Ling Yi's die-hard fans. Captain, you are truly magnificent. His conditions are simply exceptional. The opportunity to become enhancers, and even awaken superpowers, is simply divine. We truly met a saint. Captain, you are truly wonderful. We will strive to become your enhancers, or even superpowers. Please give us this opportunity. Wow, Captain, you are truly generous. Haven't we met a saint, but a god? Ha ha ha. Such exceptional conditions are like pie in the sky. We just need to perform well, and we can become enhancers, and even awaken superpowers. Isn't that a bit too easy? Ha ha ha. Although the captain's conditions are excellent, we can't be satisfied with them. We must work even harder to become enhancers, and even awaken superpowers as soon as possible. Only then can we better protect ourselves and be worthy of the captain's training. Ling Yi was very pleased with the student's reaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If you want a horse to run fast, you must feed it the best feed. While safety isn't a concern for logistics, it does involve all sorts of dirty, tiring work. For example, collecting useful materials from zombies requires dissecting them, which is both disgusting and thrilling. You have to remember that the majority of the student team is made up of girls. Imagine putting these delicate girls in close contact with disgusting corpses. It's quite sinister. If Ling Yi can't offer them something that will tempt them, how many of them would willingly do the work? Ling Yi pressed his hand, and everyone fell silent, fearing they might accidentally displease the captain and be kicked out of the team. However, their glittering eyes couldn't conceal their excitement. Don't get too excited just yet. To gain my favor, you have to exchange something for something. So, I decided to implement a point system within the team. Points will be awarded based on your contributions. As for the details of what points can be exchanged for, Xianyuan Yushua, who's sitting next to me, will slowly refine them, Ling Yi said slowly. Someone among the students exclaimed, implementing a point system is a great idea. It will motivate us to work harder, earn more points, and exchange them for the supplies we need. I believe that under your leadership, we will be able to survive even better. Mengshan scratched the back of his head and whispered to Ling Yi, while a point system can motivate team members to work harder, it can also lead to internal competition and disharmony. Without effective means to control and manage it, it could lead to team division and disintegration. So, before implementing a point system, we need to carefully consider and evaluate its feasibility and effectiveness. Chapter 102. Xianyuan Yushua said from the side, I think this is a good idea. Just like in the military, everything is based on strength, and the strongest are respected. You know, without competition, there's no progress. However, we can also consider other incentives. For example, a reward system, a promotion mechanism, and so on. These methods can more comprehensively mobilize the enthusiasm of the team members, and also avoid the potential negative effects of a point-based system. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction. He had asked Xianyuan Yushua to accompany him, and take notes, because she was well-versed in the military's rules and regulations. She could quickly and effectively apply the proposed solutions to other situations, saving him many detours. What you both said makes sense, but establishing rules and regulations takes time. We can only move forward slowly, and by trial and error. Ling Yi summarized their conversation and turned to continue speaking to the students. Now, let me tell you about my plans for you. I won't be so inhumane as to treat you like cannon fodder. I plan to establish a logistics department, and you be the first in line. In peacetime, your duties will be to perform odd jobs, like helping with cooking, laundry, and carrying supplies, and other daily tasks. You also be awarded points accordingly. In wartime, unless it's a life or death situation, I won't have you lead the charge. Your sole mission will be to follow the combat troops, clean up the battlefield, and collect supplies. Ling Yi briefly outlined the duties. Seeing the students listening intently, Ling Yi smiled wickedly and continued, Now, I want to discuss the most important matter, collecting supplies. Most of what I need is inside the bodies of zombies, which means you have to dissect the corpses to get what I need. Upon hearing that the mission was to dissect zombie corpses, the students were all aghast, especially the girls, whose rosy cheeks instantly paled. One bold girl asked, Captain, isn't it a bit inappropriate for girls to handle corpses? I'm also confused as to whether dissecting zombies carries a certain risk of infection. What kind of supplies warrant such a risk? Are there other, safer, and more reasonable methods? Mingxin felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Was he questioning the captain? Did he still want to join the team? He quickly took a step forward and said, dissatisfied, What? Are you questioning the captain's decision? As for what the captain wants, and what it's for, that's confidential. Do I need to explain it to you? You're being unreasonable. A boy echoed, Senior Ming is right. Although the girls are delicate, they are also brave and strong. We must not underestimate their abilities and willpower. Don't boys feel disgusted? Don't boys need to protect themselves? We can't discriminate based on gender. Everyone should shoulder their own responsibilities and obligations. I believe that with enough support and help, they will be able to complete their mission. I am even more confident that under the captain's leadership, we will overcome these difficulties and survive this damn apocalypse. Another girl, clenching her fist, said, Although it may seem inappropriate for girls to touch corpses, let's not forget that this is the apocalypse. If we don't even have this little bit of courage, how can we even talk about survival? Another girl chimed in, If we don't even dare to do this mission, let alone face zombies head-on in the future? Are we just going to stretch our necks and wait for bites? So we just have to do it anyway. However, we can find ways, like wearing masks, gloves, and other protective equipment, to make the work safer for the girls. The crowd chattered, the atmosphere lively, but relatively speaking, the vast majority chose to undertake this mission. Ling Yi was quite pleased with this, and to further encourage the students to collect supplies, he offered another sweet treat. I know you're all curious about why we have to dissect zombies. Actually, there's nothing to hide. After all, these things are closely related to everyone here. Ling Yi paused deliberately, and seeing everyone's ears pricked up, he smiled slightly and continued, Because I can use those materials to create items that will increase your strength. Tell me, do we need to collect them? Of course, if you find it disgusting or difficult, I won't force you. Xianyuan Yushua frowned at Ling Yi. She was already aware of the system's existence. Ling Yi didn't need those disgusting things at all. He already had so many magical items. Then, she understood the key, her brows relaxed, and she thought to herself, perhaps Ling Yi truly needs these things to craft something, but the most important reason is probably to conceal his secrets. After all, his secret is too sci-fi. If too many people knew, it would surely lead to a bloodbath. After hearing Ling Yi's explanation, the students finally understood that the items collected from zombies were used to craft materials to enhance their strength. So what was there to hesitate about? They were all hoping to become people who didn't just live a life of idleness and waiting for death. Who wouldn't want to be as powerful as Ling Yi, to walk around with aplomb, free from the constant worry of whether they survive until tomorrow? So, everyone clamored for this mission. You're kidding. This is the material that determines whether one can rise to prominence, whether one can survive. Even if it's in a toilet, you have to find a way to get it out, let alone dissecting a zombie. No need to say anything, just do it, and do it quickly and well. Everything on the scene unfolded according to Ling Yi's vision. He smiled faintly, hushing the crowd's noise once again. The students seemed to be rehearsing the scene countless times. The moment Ling Yi raised his hand and pressed it down, the entire place fell into a momentary silence, a pin drop audible. Xianyuan Yushua watched the scene in disbelief. Such a scene, such an aura, such uniformity, she had only ever seen it in the military. Her eyes were fixed on Ling Yi, filled with admiration and fascination. The phrase a capable minister in a peaceful era, a powerful hero in a chaotic one, suddenly popped into her mind. Xianyuan Yushua secretly praised, Ling Yi is truly amazing. His organizational skills and aura are simply astonishing. Only a true leader can create such a scene and atmosphere. He's like a wolf king, towering over his pack, looking down upon them. Everything he does is as natural as an eagle spreading its wings and taking flight. It's truly hard to imagine how this young man could possess such an innate kingly aura, as if he was born for the apocalypse. I believe that as long as he's here, we can unite as one and overcome any obstacle. Since everyone seems so excited and full of energy, let me tell you something to cheer you up. From now on, most of your team points will come from clearing the battlefield. You should know that my team is now comprised entirely of enhancers and psychics, and their speed in slaughtering zombies will be absolutely astonishing. As long as you're willing to work hard and diligently collect supplies, these points will be like free money. It can be described as both safe and efficient. Furthermore, once you have enough points and exchange them for supplies to become an enhancer or psychic, you can apply to join the frontline combat team. After passing the assessment and successfully joining, you receive a certain amount of free resources each month. If you feel you're strong enough, you could also challenge the Blood Demon members under my command. After passing the assessment, you successfully join the Blood Demons. All resources are prioritized and free. The only task left is to fight and improve your strength. But before that, I suggest you earn points to exchange for useful resources, work hard to improve your strength, and increase your chances of victory. Joining a frontline combat team is definitely a good choice. Not only will you hone your abilities and gain experience, but you also receive a steady stream of free resources, allowing you to rapidly improve your strength. My team is extremely challenging and exciting. If you have the courage and determination, once you improve your strength, you might as well challenge the Blood Demon members and strive to join their ranks. Although the process may be difficult, as long as you persevere and continuously improve your strength, I believe that everyone here will eventually succeed. Okay, I won't ramble on anymore. The system will be gradually improved, and I look forward to the surprises you bring me. Everyone present was in a state of utter silence, stunned by Ling Yi's tempting and generous offers. From initial trepidation to a racing heartbeat, to a refreshing exhilaration, they were completely absorbed in the bright prospects Ling Yi described. Your eloquence and charm are truly remarkable. Look at these students, they've been completely fooled by you. I'm so glad I was able to be with you early on. Otherwise, if I had ended up like them, I don't know what would have happened to me. How many wrong paths will they take? Xianyuan Yushua explained with heartfelt admiration. No! I'm not trying to trick them, I have the ability to do it. As long as they don't let me down and work hard to improve, then in the near future, they thank me for making the best decision of my life. Ling Yi's words were so resolute that one couldn't help but believe them. Xianyuan Yushua smiled, and her sweet voice echoed, I love your unwavering confidence. I believe that no matter how difficult the future may be, under your leadership, our team will be able to survive this apocalypse. Perhaps one day, we can stand at the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 103. Being hopeful about the future is a good thing, but excessive sentimentality will only rob one of their original fighting spirit, Ling Yi said lightly. You're absolutely right. Being hopeful about the future is a good thing, but excessive sentimentality and dwelling on future fantasies will only rob one of their motivation and fighting spirit. We should learn to cherish the present, seize opportunities, and continuously strive to achieve our dreams and goals. At the same time, we must also learn to accept reality and face challenges, constantly adjusting our mindset to walk more steadily and resolutely on the path to the end of the world. Xianyuan Yushua wasn't discouraged by Ling Yi's words. On the contrary, she felt even more confident and motivated. Ling Yi thought for a moment and instructed, from now on, you will do your job as a secretary and quickly and thoroughly organize the key points and systems I outlined, especially regarding point redemption. From small items like daily necessities to large items, like strengthening fluids with special effects, there must be a tiered redemption schedule. As for things like collecting supplies from zombies, it's a tiring job, but it's not dangerous at all. It's practically free points. When you set it up, just give them a symbolic amount. Later, if they can independently kill zombies and collect supplies, we set up a higher redemption plan. You can discuss the plan with Musia and the others to see how to proceed. We must hurry. You need to finalize this matter and temporarily cancel the special training. Okay, I go prepare the plan right away. Xianyuan Yushua, a man of decisive action, agreed and called the sisters to the car to begin work. Watching Xianyuan Yushua's departing figure, Ling Yi felt a surge of relief. It felt good to have a team of people around to help, freeing him from having to do everything himself. Ling Yi turned to Mengshen and tentatively asked, Mengshen, are you planning to join the frontline combat team, or continue to lead these students as a logistics manager? Of course, whichever path you choose, I will support you. After all, everyone's life trajectory is different, and only by finding the path that suits you can you walk with greater resolve and confidence. Hearing this, Mengshen looked up at his classmates, who had stood by him through thick and thin. Then, he glanced at the blood demon members engaged in weight training, and suddenly felt the choice was truly difficult. Joining the frontline combat team requires courage, perseverance, and determination, as well as a certain level of physical fitness and skills. While it would grant priority access to resources, it also carries significant risks. Choosing the logistics manager role would require organizational, coordination, communication, and management skills, as well as specialized knowledge and skills. After all, I've been with my classmates for so long, and they've been obedient and devoted to me. Leaving them so hastily wouldn't be justified. Seeing Mengshen's dilemma, Ling Yi didn't rush him. He needed Mengshen to make a choice based on his interests, strengths, and goals. Ultimate success would require dedication and hard work. After a long moment of contemplation, Mengshen's gaze gradually hardened. He took a deep breath and said, Captain, I decided to continue leading the students and managing the logistics. This way, you don't have to worry about these trivial matters, and can focus on leading the team forward. He didn't elaborate on his decision. Ling Yi nodded and said, I admire your determination and courage to stick to your heart. I believe you made the best choice, and I hope you can achieve your goals and values. If you need my help, feel free to contact me anytime. I give you half an hour to pack up. Leave all your vehicles with Xianyuan Mengshen, and everyone will follow the team on foot. Yes, Captain, Mengshen shouted loudly. Watching Ling Yi's retreating figure, he thought to himself, I will definitely not let you down. Mr. Li, do you think they're crazy? They have a car, but insist on walking. At this rate, when will we reach the military base shelter Xianyuan Mengshen mentioned? A man beside Li Tao said. Cheng Ji pushed his glasses up and smiled. Perhaps they have their own reasons and considerations, and we should respect their decision. Besides, while walking is slower than driving, it has its advantages, like exercise and the ability to enjoy the scenery. I don't think this joke is funny at all. Who has the time to enjoy the scenery in this apocalypse? If we keep dawdling like this, we all starve to death sooner or later, Chu Sun said unhappily from the side. Li Tao's face darkened, as he said coldly, instead of meddlesome with other people's affairs, you should focus on what to do next. Our only hope of survival now lies with Ling Yi. Even if they crawl, we can only wait here obediently. Anyone with objections can go and negotiate with Ling Yi in person. The people around him lowered their heads silently. They didn't have the courage to provoke him. In their eyes, Ling Yi was a madman, ready to strike with a sword or threaten with a gun at the slightest disagreement. No one dared to touch the tigers, but Captain Li, the commander ordered me to inform you to stay put for now. Everyone rest here for the night, and we depart tomorrow. A soldier shouted to Li Tao. What's going on? The vanguard troops have already set off, and they're telling us to stay put. What if they run away and leave us here? Chu Sun shouted. Yes. We have no food, and staying here is a recipe for death. You must give us an explanation or we... A man shouted, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an icy voice. What else are you planning? Infighting or chaos? Xianyuan Mengshen suddenly appeared, his face icy cold. The aura of a soldier and a supernatural being emanated from him, frightening the man so much that he couldn't even breathe. Brother Mengshen, you misunderstood. My men are just being unreasonable and yelling nonsense. I definitely discipline them later. It's just that everyone is a little worried after seeing Ling Yi's team leave. It's just a few complaints, nothing serious. Li Tao hurriedly explained. They could only rely on Xianyuan Mengshen for a chance of escape, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Xianyuan Mengshen glanced at the smiling Li Tao and softened his tone. These words might be fine if I heard them, but if Ling Yi heard them, your dream would truly come true. Chapter 104. Are you saying there's some hidden agenda behind Ling Yi's departure? Cheng Ji asked. Don't all of you have any sense? If Ling Yi leaves, will he just take the RV and abandon the others? Xianyuan Mengshen's words made everyone's face twitch with embarrassment. I already spoken to Ling Yi, and he's agreed not to stand idly by in times of crisis. But you need to gather supplies on your own, don't expect to get something for nothing. I can tell you clearly that Ling Yi is leading a team to clear a small town, so you can search for supplies tomorrow with peace of mind. His team is risking their lives and fighting bravely, yet you're ungrateful. If I hear any more fabricated, gossipy rumors, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xianyuan Mingchen finished, then turned and left. Li Tao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't expected Ling Yi to actually agree to their request. While it didn't achieve the desired outcome, overall, the result exceeded their expectations. "It seems my decision was right. Xianyuan Mingchen is a key figure, the bridge between us and Ling Yi. Remember this, everyone. If you want to live well, and have enough food and clothing, act like your grandsons when you see Xianyuan Mingchen and Ling Yi from now on. If that **** provokes them, I show you how I deal with them." Li Tao finished, glaring fiercely. The man who had shouted earlier even glanced at Chu Sun, intentionally or not. Feeling Li Tao's gaze, Chu Sun raised an eyebrow. "What's that look of yours? Are you trying to scare me?" Li Tao let out a disgusted humph and strode towards his vehicle. Chang Ji shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's all go. Get a good rest for a day and keep your strength up. We're all still hungry. The less we do, the less we burn. Tomorrow, we have enough to eat and drink when we get to the town." The spirit cat dozed in the RV, its ears twitching as it scanned the surroundings. Inside, 10 women huddled together, engaged in a heated discussion. Giving 1 point for collecting supplies from zombies isn't that too stingy, considering it's such a disgusting thing to do? Xiao Maoyang objected. I thought it was a bit low, but Ling Yi was right. This is a no-cost business, no risk involved, just a little disgusting. As long as you're diligent and stay with the combat team, you won't have to worry about not getting points. If the reward is too high, then it won't be very meaningful. Xianyuan Yushu explained. I agree with you. 1 point can be exchanged for 2 kilograms of rice, which is quite a lot. For example, if someone dissects 10 cadavers a day, even if they only have 1 useful item, they still earn 10 points, equivalent to 20 kilograms of rice. Do the math, how long will that last? Shiyun chimed in. Through constant discussion and questioning, the exchange rates were slowly laid out on paper. The 10 women enjoyed the process and presented their ideas seriously. When formulating the exchange rates, they took everyone's interests and needs into consideration to achieve the best results. They also explained details like the rarity and market value of the items to be exchanged, making them instantly understandable and a truly thoughtful decision. After all, this exchange list affected everyone's interests. This was also the first time Ling Yi had proactively entrusted them with a task, so they all hoped for a perfect answer. The RV followed the team, driving slowly. Ling Yi led the team, leisurely moving forward. Leng Yan and the other members of the Blood Demon group followed closely behind, panting and exhausted. They strained their lungs, yet the distance between them was still 10 meters. Huff! Old Yin, how on earth does the captain do it? He's carrying 2 tons of weight. And yet he's still walking so effortlessly, without even a breath. Gu Hao felt tired even to speak. Leng Yan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said slowly, the captain not only possesses formidable strength, but more importantly, he possesses strong willpower and unwavering perseverance. It's this quality of mind that allows him to move forward with such ease. Therefore, we must work even harder and maintain a positive attitude. Although we can't keep up with the captain, we can't let others lag behind. Otherwise, we won't be worthy of the captain's strong training. Ling Yi's senses were now extremely sharp, and he could hear the conversation between Leng Yan and Gu Hao clearly. He was able to maintain his current state entirely through strong willpower. He constantly reminded himself that if he didn't want to be used as cannon fodder, he had to continuously improve his strength. A little hardship now, even bleeding, was fine. It was better than being completely destroyed later. Unconsciously, the outline of the town slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. With a raised right hand from Ling Yi, the entire team stopped instantly, awaiting further instructions. All members of the Blood Demon sect, remove your loads and stack them together. Then, rest for a quarter of an hour and replenish your stamina potions, Ling Yi shouted. Leng Yan and the other members of the Blood Demon sect quickly followed orders, removing their loads and stacking them. After unloading, they sat down and began to adjust their posture, drinking stamina potions to maintain peak performance for the battle. Mengshen directed the students in the logistics department to rest on the ground. Most of these logistics students were wealthy young men and women before the apocalypse. They had lived in comfortable conditions and rarely had opportunities for physical activity. In the apocalypse, they had to adapt to harsh conditions, walking long distances, enduring immense physical strain, and struggling to keep going. Finally able to rest, they felt incredibly exhausted the moment they sat down. They laid down involuntarily, not caring whether the ground was clean or not. They simply wanted to take a few deep breaths to relieve their fatigue. After taking a few sips of the stamina potion, Mengshen felt instantly relaxed. He looked at his exhausted classmates and offered encouragement. Although everyone is exhausted, you persevered to make it this far. I admire you all so deeply, especially the girls. As long as we remain resolute, bravely face difficulties and challenges, constantly surpass ourselves, and persevere forward, believe in ourselves, believe in our team, and believe in our captain, we will surely overcome all difficulties and find a pure land in this apocalypse. Chapter 105. A boy took a deep sip of water and asked in confusion, Senior Ming, I saw you were exhausted just now, so why are you suddenly so energetic and speaking so confidently? The others looked at Mengshen, having noticed something unusual. A girl timidly whispered, Senior, is it true that both enhancers and psychics can instantly restore their stamina? Mengshen smiled faintly and shook the stamina potion in his hand. Because of this, everyone stared at the bottle of water, which looked like little more than mineral water, their minds filled with confusion, waiting for Mengshen to explain. We're all on the same team now, and the captain has implemented a points system. This means you all know these secrets in the future, so I give you a brief introduction. Mengshen paused, noticing everyone's puzzled expressions. He then explained, this bottle of water may look just like ordinary mineral water, but it's actually a stamina potion specially formulated by our captain. As the name suggests, the stamina potion can instantly dispel fatigue and restore the body to peak condition, without any side effects. After hearing Mengshen's explanation, everyone was stunned. Such a miraculous potion was unbelievable. But considering that he was both an enhancer and a psychic, it seemed no surprise that he come up with more miraculous things. Senior, can such miraculous potions be redeemed with points in the future? A boy asked excitedly. Mengshen nodded, then said solemnly, this is just the tip of the iceberg the captain has revealed. He has many more miraculous items you wouldn't even dare to imagine. As long as you work hard to earn points, the things you redeem will not disappoint you. Mengshen's solemn words were as painful as a cat's scratch to the students. Knowing there was something valuable, yet unable to see or touch it, the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure flashed through the air. Ling Yi followed the shadow toward the RV, only to see the spirit cat fold its wings and continue to rest on the roof. At the same time, Ling Yi's mind flashed with the spirit cat's feedback on the town's situation. When Ling Yi decided to rest, he had already assigned the black cat to scout the town. After confirming there weren't any large zombie hordes, he immediately ordered the blood demon members to continue their march, with Leng Yan leading the charge and formulating their mission. After their stamina potions had restored them, the blood demon members were now in high spirits, at their peak condition. Led by Leng Yan, wielding sharp blades, they advanced towards the town with unstoppable momentum. After storing his pile of weighted vests in his ring, Ling Yi slowly followed the group, never removing them at all, continuing to carry them forward. He no longer needed to participate in these small-scale battles. Although the attribute points he gained would be relatively few, it was not a significant loss. All he needed to do now was to continuously improve his strength through his own efforts, with the system being considered a supporting role. Ling Yi was now extremely wary of the system, fearing it might stab him in the back. He also feared that one day, after finally reaching the pinnacle, the system would suddenly strip him of all his abilities. The town's buildings slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. What they saw was a land covered in ruins and broken buildings, and everyone felt a sense of sadness. Before the apocalypse, this was once a prosperous and beautiful place. However, a sudden catastrophe struck this small town, sweeping across the entire world. The disaster instantly destroyed everything in the town, leaving behind only ruins and shattered buildings. Now, the town has become utterly desolate, and it's unknown if there are any survivors. The streets are deserted, with only zombies roaming everywhere. At the town's entrance, Leng Yan stopped, turned around, and ordered, follow the squads, take turns providing cover, search in advance, and keep the distance within 20 meters. Move out. The blood demon members quickly divided into groups, and headed towards the town in an orderly manner. Everyone was highly focused. Although they had fought zombies several times with Ling Yi, this time, they were fighting independently. This was not only the blood demon's first battle, but also a test of their own strength. Ling Yi watched the blood demon members file in, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Professional troops are so worry-free. They know what to do without you having to teach them step by step. Captain, when will the logistics department arrive? Mengshen asked, running over to Ling Yi. First, give everyone these daggers, then follow me into town. Ling Yi piled a pile of chilling daggers on the ground. These were forged during his travels, dissecting tools, so to speak. The students' eyes lit up when they saw the daggers. Since the apocalypse, they had been without a suitable self-defense weapon. Now, finally, they could equip themselves with a dagger. Although it was short, it at least gave them peace of mind. After Ling Yi and the other students had made their selections, they entered the town first. The others behind him clutched their daggers tightly, looking around cautiously, a stark contrast to Ling Yi's relaxed demeanor. The street at the entrance was silent, not even a zombie had appeared. As they advanced further, sounds of fighting and the angry roars of zombies emanated from the center of town. Clearly, a fierce battle had already begun between the Blood Demon members and the zombies. Ling Yi surveyed the panicked students and shouted, "Why are you panicking? I'm not asking you to go fight the zombies. Stay calm, just collect the supplies." Then, after glancing around, he said, "Mengshen, drag a body over here. I explain what needs to be collected." Mengshen quickly walked towards a nearby corpse, and soon placed it in front of Ling Yi. It was a female zombie. Judging from her clothing, she must have been a beauty in life, but her features were completely destroyed, having been smashed in the head by a Blood Demon member. The stench of decay wafted into the crowd on the breeze. Some of the girls retched, and the boys turned pale. They were actually planning to dissect such a disgusting corpse. Many people were starting to back off. "Come on! Mengshen, I tell you to do it. Show everyone," Ling Yi said calmly. He had long studied the auxiliary materials needed for forging, so he also knew the resources available within zombie bodies. But asking him to dissect a zombie himself? Sorry, that was out of the question. He had established the logistics department specifically for this purpose. Chapter 106. Mengshen's face twitched violently. He hadn't expected to be the first to perform the autopsy. Looking into Ling Yi's unyielding eyes, he gritted his teeth, gripped his dagger, and approached the corpse. The stench of decay emanating from the zombie was unbearable for Mengshen. He could only hold his breath to block out the odor. The zombie's skin had decayed and turned black, looking utterly disgusting. Its entire face had become a bloody mess, its features completely invisible, a terrifying sight. Mengshen suppressed the churning in his stomach and listened intently for Ling Yi's instructions, hoping the process would end quickly. It was truly excruciating. Ling Yi circled the zombies, tooting his tongue. "Mengshen, I didn't expect you to have such good taste. You picked a pretty good one." Mengshen's cheeks puffed up as he fought the urge to vomit, but inwardly he was screaming, "Captain, please hurry up. I'm sick to death." Seeing Mengshen didn't respond, Ling Yi could only laugh and say, "This corpse's head has already been ripped open, saving the trouble of cracking it open. Now reach inside and find a crystal, the zombie's core. This is one of the items we need to collect." Mengshen waited for a long time, but after hearing Ling Yi's words, he couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited, his face pale and bloodless. Captain, ugh. Are you kidding me?" Mengshen asked as he vomited. "Do you think I make such a childish joke?" Ling Yi narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Mengshen shuddered at Ling Yi's tone, swallowing hard. He quickly reached out his trembling right hand and reached for the zombie's head. The students, already frozen in fear, watched Mengshen's hand groping inside the zombie's head. They could hear a sound like sloshing water. This bizarre scene overwhelmed everyone. The nausea that washed over them surged like a flood, and the entire place was filled with the sound of retching. Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Why are you being so exaggerated? It doesn't seem that disgusting." He was a typical example of someone who talks without thinking. Mengshen vomited as he completed Ling Yi's task, his face paler than the zombie's skin. Suddenly, he felt something, and a smile lit up his face. He jerked his hand away, grinning excitedly. "Captain, take a look, is this it?" Ling Yi frowned, examining the object in Mengshen's palm. It was covered in a dark, slimy substance, making it impossible to discern its true nature. "Can't you just wipe it clean? How can anyone see what it is?" Ling Yi grumbled. Mengshen froze, looking down at the object in his hand. His stomach churned again. He quickly wiped the object on the corpse's clothes. When he raised the object again, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at it. A red crystal, the size of a fingernail, shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Ling Yi nodded, then looked at the students and said, "See? What you need to collect is this red crystal core, and the seventh vertebra of the zombie. Don't just stand there, turn the corpse over and continue the demonstration." Mengshen wore an expression uglier than tears, as he continued his disgusting yet magnificent dissection. When he presented the seventh vertebra to Ling Yi, the latter nodded in satisfaction. "Come on, everyone applaud." "Thank you, Minister Ming, For your successful personal instruction. Ling Yi led the clapping. Everyone looked embarrassed and bewildered, but their hands moved with unwavering determination, and the applause resounded like thunder. Mingxin's face twitched wildly. What was going on? The applause stopped, and everyone's stomachs churned at Ling Yi's words. You already know what to do. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and gather supplies. If you don't gather all the blood demons before nightfall, you starve. The students' faces twitched, and some of the girls, in particular, began secretly wiping away tears. This job was truly disgusting to the extreme. Under Ling Yi's vicious whipping, everyone, like a man on an execution ground, began searching for bodies and carrying out their inhumane dissections. Ling Yi kept walking around the various work sites, blabbering away. The students were filled with resentment, yet helpless, and dared not speak out. Hurry up. Stop acting like you haven't eaten. I'm talking to you. Your hands are acting like they're twitching. If you were a doctor, wouldn't you skin someone alive? Why are you crying? Crying is pointless. We're just collecting supplies, not fighting zombies. Will crying kill them? Everyone was miserable, yet they dared not speak out. They had to endure the immense pressure and Ling Yi's nonsensical rants. Only after Ling Yi felt everyone was in tune did he stumble forward, treading ever so slowly, deeper into the town. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the demonic Ling Yi depart. Oh my god! I almost went crazy. Captain Ling's mouth is truly awful. Stop yelling, you idiot. If anyone hears and implicates me, I slam your head against a zombie's face and let you two experience some intimate contact. Shut up. Haven't you noticed that under Captain Ling's disdain, the fear and disgust we felt before have faded? Yeah. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. When Captain Ling stood next to me, I felt much more agile. I wasn't even afraid. The only thing I feared was a beating from him. I felt the same way. Can anyone tell me what this means? Captain Ling is even scarier than dissecting zombies. Everyone was speechless. This answer was absolutely correct. As Ling Yi continued along, the road was littered with zombie corpses, though not particularly densely packed. It seemed the zombie population in this small town was limited. However, according to normal population proportions, small towns typically have fewer than 100,000 people. This represents the registered population, not the permanent resident population. It's common knowledge that young people tend to move to first-tier or second-tier cities for development, so the local population is mostly elderly or reluctant to leave their homeland. Based on this estimate, a few tens of thousands of zombies in the town would be the maximum. Chapter 107. Captain, what brought you here? Leng Yan was taking a break with the team members. They had been fighting continuously for over 2 hours. Logistics arrangements are almost done, so I came to check on the guys. How are they? Are any of you injured? Ling Yi asked casually, sitting next to Leng Yan. Leng Yan chuckled. How could they be injured? They're just ordinary zombies, no pressure at all. Ling Yi glanced at the eager blood demon members, and said solemnly, each of you is my brother, so I don't want to see anyone sacrificed. If we really have to face an unavoidable situation, saving your life is the most important thing. As long as we make it back alive, we have a chance to make a comeback. Ling Yi's words were filled with care and responsibility, and the blood demon members could sense his sincerity and determination. Everyone nodded, deeply moved. They had been abandoned, and Ling Yi's actions were truly worthy of their following. Everyone silently took Ling Yi's words to heart, but at the same time, they also vowed to die for their captain's needs. Ling Yi continued, our goal is ultimate victory. Sacrifices are inevitable, but victory gained through fearless sacrifice is not what we need. I hope the blood demons are a team with flesh and blood, capable of thinking, rather than basing victory on sacrifice. As long as you return alive each time, you will truly be victorious. Ling Yi's voice was firm and inspiring. The blood demons listened to Ling Yi's words, their hearts filled with a desire for future victory and hope for life. They understood that only by returning alive could they continue to contribute their strength, continue to fight for Ling Yi against the apocalypse, and continue to live well. Ling Yi continued, I hope everyone remembers that blood evil will be the core strength of our team. Therefore, you must support and help each other. In battle, teams must work closely together, jointly formulate tactics, and support each other. We must truly never abandon or give up. As long as we unite as one, no matter how powerful the enemy, we will eventually crush them. Ling Yi's words filled everyone with warmth and motivation. They were eager to draw their knives and slaughter every last zombie in this town. Leng Yan, the tough guy, had no words to agree with Ling Yi or to express his feelings. He could only use the most primitive and solemn etiquette to express his loyalty to Ling Yi. Leng Yan knelt on one knee, his voice extremely excited. "Captain, I'm not saying nice things. On behalf of all the brothers, I salute you. Thank you for your cultivation and kindness to us, the abandoned disciples." The other blood demon members followed suit, kneeling in a large group. Ling Yi felt his eyes moisten. This wasn't the first time Leng Yan and the others had knelt. Last time, it was completely under his intimidation and the system's assistance. This time, whether it was due to the system's unwavering loyalty or the heartfelt actions of Leng Yan and the others, Ling Yi felt immensely relieved and moved. This is what a passionate man should do. Stand up, everyone. Who told you to kneel? A man's knees are made of gold. He kneels to heaven, to earth, to his parents. We are all grown men. Don't kneel so easily. We blood demons, even if our heads are cut off and our blood is shed, would rather die standing than bow to the enemy, Ling Yi said solemnly. Leng Yan and his group slowly stood up, their expressions resolute. On the western road, a large number of zombies are approaching, led by a level 3 mutant. I was wondering why the zombies were so sparse. So it's the same with the spirit cats. They don't even look down on level 3 now. Get ready for battle, Ling Yi suddenly shouted. His current sensing range was around 600 meters, allowing him to accurately detect the zombies' movements. Upon hearing this, Leng Yan and the others quickly sprang into action, without hesitation, their weapons gleaming with a cold light firmly grasped. They marched steadily and powerfully, forming a staggered battle formation. While low-level zombies posed little threat, they were a formidable force once they formed a large force. Furthermore, with a level 3 mutant leading the charge, if they were surrounded, casualties would be inevitable. Suddenly, strange noises and deep roars echoed from the western streets. The once deathly quiet town suddenly became bustling with activity. A horde of zombies, in various shapes and awkward postures, swarmed over them. Their bodies were rotting, their eyes hollow and disgusting. But none of this concerned Ling Yi. His eyes were fixed on a unique individual among the horde, the third-level mutant. He saw a massive monster with thick hair, rough skin, bulging muscles, a mouth full of huge fangs, and eyes as black as ink. It stood about 2.5 meters tall, and held a half-broken streetlight pole in its hand. Am I seeing things? Why does it look so much like an orc in a movie? Ling Yi cursed. Leng Yan's eyes twitched. Captain, I don't think it could withstand a single hit from that streetlight pole. It would surely die. Haha, what old Yan said makes a lot of sense. If I brushed past it, with my tiny frame, I'd probably be blown away. Gu Hao laughed heartlessly from the side. Ling Yi stretched his body and said calmly, I take care of this big guy. It's a good opportunity to see how much strength is limited while fighting under a load. No. No, Captain, you're going to go head-to-head with it, and with a 2-ton load on you? That's too dangerous. Leng Yan was so frightened that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Just leave the team. With that, Ling Yi strode forward towards the zombie horde, leaving the others stunned by their captain's decision. They had all taken off their loads, but Ling Yi hadn't taken them off yet. Now he was going to fight. They were really worried that Ling Yi would fall to the ground and be buried alive by the zombies. Leng Yan took a moment to recover, then shouted, Don't just stand there, help the captain draw some fire. Led by Leng Yan, the blood demons fearlessly advanced. Their resolute gazes were bright and resolute, as they gazed upon the unarmed, calm Ling Yi with admiration. Leng Yan ordered, Lure the zombies to the eastern streets, away from the captain's fight, to avoid accidental casualties. As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Yan had already rushed to the front line, surpassing Ling Yi. He wielded his broadsword, unleashing lightning-fast attacks, cleaving several zombies in half in an instant. Chapter 108. Other blood demon members also joined the battle, working in perfect harmony and charging forward courageously. Whenever a teammate was in danger, someone else would appear in time to block the fatal attack, and the battle was in full swing. Under Leng Yan and his team's efficient attack, the zombies fell in large numbers. Seeing this, the level 3 mutant zombie roared to the sky, then commanded the zombie swarm to madly attack the blood demon front. Leng Yan glanced at the battle situation and shouted, Everyone retreat eastward, leave the battlefield to the captain. Upon hearing this, the blood demon members reacted quickly, fighting and retreating towards the eastern street. The zombies also followed in a mighty charge. The level 3 mutant zombies were sandwiched in the swarm, slowly advancing. Ling Yi seized the opportunity and began to accelerate towards the swarm. Carrying 2 tons of weight, coupled with his own speed, he was like a high-speed car, aiming directly at the level 3 mutant zombies. Everywhere he passed was like a car accident scene, with the low-level zombies being smashed to pieces and scattered everywhere. Ling Yi's current defenses were no match for the zombies' ordinary attacks, which was why he dared to charge forward fearlessly. The captain's fighting style is truly magnificent and unique, Gu Hao shouted, his mouth wide open as a flash of lightning flashed from his hand. A mutant zombie, sensing Ling Yi's movements, opened its mouth and roared, charging forward. The low-level zombies in front of it retreated to the sides, clearing a path. Ling Yi and the mutant zombie were closing in on each other, the latter's lamppost already whizzing across. With a bang, Ling Yi used his right arm to withstand the impact of the lamppost, his body instantly being displaced several meters. Shaking his numb right arm, Ling Yi exclaimed, "That's impressive strength. Nearing 4th level strength. Zombies are indeed stronger than humans, and their growth rate is also rapid. At this rate, humanity won't even grow up before the world is overrun by zombies. The future is bleak." Just as Ling Yi was lost in thought, the mutant zombie launched its second attack. This time, it smashed instead of sweeping. The lamppost whistled sharply in midair before crashing down towards Ling Yi's head. Interrupting someone's thoughts is rude. Ling Yi raised his hands above his head, gripping the lamppost tightly. The mutant zombie struggled to pull the lamppost back, but couldn't budge it. Suddenly, it felt its body slowly rising. It's rude not to reciprocate. My turn. Ling Yi tugged at the lamppost, slowly lifting the mutant zombie off the ground. Then, with a powerful swing of his hands, the lamppost flew free, carrying the mutant's body with it, crashing into the nearby zombie swarm, killing dozens of low-level zombies. Before the mutant zombie could struggle to its feet, Ling Yi leaped forward and stomped hard on its back. The immense force caused black blood to ooze from the corner of its mouth. The mutant zombie's hands kept bracing against the ground, its feet pushing hard, trying to pull itself up. But as soon as it even raised itself, it was met with a heavy blow on its back, sending it crashing back into contact with the ground and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Ah! Ah! The mutant zombie roared furiously. It realized it was no match for this human and began to summon lower-level zombies for help. Ling Yi shook his head and said disdainfully, "I really don't know what the advanced civilization that created you was thinking. You're clearly just disgusting creatures, or energy producers. Yet, they implanted a fear of death in you. Don't you think this will make you easy to exploit?" What Ling Yi didn't know was that this was indeed a mindset deliberately implanted by their creators. Zombies advance rapidly in the early stages because they have ample food sources, but in the later stages, they lack the energy supply from food and can only rely on their own strength to advance slowly. Thus, those mutant zombies that have reached higher levels early on become key targets for protection. When faced with life-threatening situations, they activate the mental command to instruct lower-level zombies to protect them. Ling Yi looked at the zombies charging towards him and shouted, "Lun Yan, strike back now. The captain has that 3rd-level mutant zombie under control. Charge, and kill them!" Lun Yan shouted, but her body was already sprinting towards the zombies. The Blood Demon members, wielding a variety of weapons, charged forward, chasing the zombies from behind, slashing those that had completely abandoned their attacks to the ground one by one. The scene became a one-sided massacre. Ling Yi also drew his Blood Demon longsword and slashed off the limbs of the mutant zombies. Then, standing on their backs, he began to mow down the approaching zombies. As time passed, the number of zombies on the street rapidly dwindled, and the battle was nearing its end. When Mengshan and his group arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. The streets were already strewn with corpses, piled high and uncountable. Ling Yi's position was even more astonishing. He stood atop a mountain of corpses several meters high. Lun Yan and the Blood Demon members stood nearby, their murderous aura rising into the air and chilling them to the bone. How many zombies have they killed? Captain Ling is absolutely amazing. Just looking at these corpses makes my scalp tingle. Thinking about the zombie dissections I have to do later, I feel like crying. I want to work hard to join the Blood Demons. It's so cool. Get to work, get to work. The captain said, "If we don't finish, we won't have food." After a brief sigh of surprise, the students picked up their daggers and began the dissections. They were now basically accustomed to the operation, their initial awkwardness and fear gone. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Ling Yi stood high up, able to clearly see the students' work. They were now very skilled at extracting the contents of the zombies, no longer so timid as before, which made him very satisfied. After directing Lun Yan and the others to dig out the mutant zombie from the pile of corpses, Ling Yi cut it in half, ending its short life. Just as Ling Yi, Lun Yan, and the others found a source of water to wash themselves, they heard the students' shouts and curses from not far away. Why is this corpse missing its crystal core? And the 7th vertebra is missing. You encountered this too? I just dissected one, and it's the same thing. What the heck? It happened to me too. Damn it. I've been working on this for nothing. Are these zombies newly infected and haven't formed their crystal cores yet? Nonsense. I believe the crystal cores haven't formed yet, but do vertebrae also grow later? I can't explain this. Chapter 109. Stop arguing. Most of them are still there. Those without are just practicing. Get to work. The bodies are getting smelly. Mingxin's voice came out in a low voice, a towel tied across his face, blocking his mouth and nose. As the instigator, Ling Yi heard the entire conversation, and his mouth twitched. The reason for all this was that the resources in the zombies he killed were directly recycled into the system. But Ling Yi didn't intend to explain himself. The unbelievable things about him were about to become more and more numerous. Was he going to have to explain every single one? Sometimes, maintaining a certain level of mystery is necessary. It brings reassurance and admiration to those who trust you, and despair and fear to those who don't understand you. After the cleansing, the members of the Blood Demon group became idle. Lung Yan was about to lead the team to eliminate the remaining zombies, but Ling Yi stopped him. Ling Yi said nonchalantly, "Why are you doing such a thorough cleanup? Are you trying to show off your abilities? Save it for tomorrow." Lung Yan scratched the back of his head and, mustering courage, said, "Xianyuan Mingxin will arrive with a large force tomorrow. If we get injured by the remaining zombies while collecting supplies." Ling Yi scratched his ear and said calmly, "You forgot my rules? We're not saviors, and we're not kind enough to act like both fathers and mothers. They may not care about the lives of our blood demon brothers, but I do. We just clear out the large-scale zombie swarms, leaving a small group as a warning to the survivors. Otherwise, they really think we're here for a post-apocalyptic vacation. Oh, and since you're all free now, go collect some useful stuff. Bring it all back if you like it. Don't worry about not being able to take it all. Also, act exhausted tomorrow. If anyone wanders around like nothing happened, I deal with them." Lung Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Captain, isn't this going too far? I feel it's a bit unfair. Xianyuan Mingxin is your brother-in-law after all. Give him some face." It would have been fine if Xianyuan Mingxin hadn't been mentioned, but when he did, Ling Yi burst into curses. "Don't even mention that idiot to me. I do respect him as a man, but he's a reckless idiot. He wants to be a hero, but he needs the strength and brains. Do you think Li Tao and the others are good people? If they weren't afraid of our strength, they would have rushed over and robbed us to the bone. Only that idiot treated them like ordinary people. A few compliments, and he got so righteous, he rushed forward to get shot." Ling Yi's barrage of complaints left Lung Yan stunned. He hadn't really thought about it that far, and he couldn't fathom how this captain, not even 20, could possibly think. His approach to handling affairs and understanding the ways of the world surpassed even those old scholars. In fact, Ling Yi's ability to see things so clearly was due to his increased mental power, which had given him incredible clarity. With just a glimpse of something, he could deduce the approximate outcome. "What are you still standing there for? Get back to work." Following Ling Yi's angry roar, Lung Yan, having regained his composure, broke into a run. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly and headed towards the RV. That was all for today. There weren't any particularly dangerous places in the town anymore, and with the blood demon surrounding them, there was no need to worry about the students being put in danger. The 10 women in the car were still chattering away, discussing and revising the points redemption chart, unaware that Ling Yi was standing next to them. After a while, Ling Yi finally spoke, "Well, you all worked hard. Good job. Let's leave it like this for now. We can adjust it later if we find any problems." "Hey! When did you get here, honey? We didn't even notice." Xia Mobing ran forward in surprise, grabbing Ling Yi's arm. "I only been here a short time. Seeing you all so focused, I'm sorry to bother you." Ling Yi smiled faintly and walked towards the sofa. Just as he was about to sit down, Xia Moyang quickly stopped him. "Brother-in-law, don't sit down yet. I think you need to take off your weighted vest first. Although Xiao He can bear your weight, I don't think this sofa can handle it." At the prompt, Ling Yi slowed down his squat and froze there with his butt sticking out. His odd posture made the women laugh. Ling Yi reluctantly stood up and put his weighted vest into the ring. Then, looking around at the women, he found that their weighted vests had long been removed and were now wearing simple home clothes. He frowned, somewhat annoyed that the 10 women had taken off their weights without permission. If they continued to do this half-hearted work, How could they ever improve their strength? Ling Yi, please take a look at the points exchange plan we discussed. If it needs to be modified, please let me know. Xianyuan Yushua walked towards Ling Yi with a notebook in her hand, but she stumbled and would have fallen to the ground if Lu Zi had not helped her. Ling Yi said angrily, "You're already grown up, yet you're always so impulsive and fall down easily. And now you're not wearing a weighted vest." Hearing Ling Yi's disapproving tone, Xianyuan Yushua felt a little aggrieved. She hadn't meant to fall. Mu Xia raised an eyebrow and chided, "Ling Yi, you're going too far. Swear didn't do it on purpose. We've been standing all day to get this plan done quickly. Her legs are just numb." The other girls nodded and defended Xianyuan Yushua. Upon learning the truth, Ling Yi cursed himself for being so arbitrary. He said shamefacedly, "I'm sorry. A lot has been going on lately, and I hope everyone can improve their strength as quickly as possible. So, seeing you guys without your weighted vests made me a little angry. I was too impatient. I apologize." Xianyuan Yushua shook her head repeatedly. "You don't need to apologize. It's my fault. The other sisters are fine. It's just my clumsy legs. Honey, we don't blame you. You've been so exhausted lately, constantly running around. It's just that we're too weak to help at all." Xia Mobing helped Ling Yi sit on the sofa. "Yes, brother-in-law, we don't blame you. Don't worry. We start training tomorrow and guarantee you'll be satisfied," Xia Maoyang said from the side. "Ling Yi, I know you're under a lot of pressure, but some things can't be rushed, or they backfire." Of all the girls present, only Mu Xia dared to speak to Ling Yi in that tone. In the past, Ling Yi would have pushed her down and then brutally spanked her buttocks. But today, he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to respond and could only nod silently in apology. Chapter 110. Hubby's smile. "We sisters promise we won't hold you back. We work hard to improve and protect you well in the future." Xia Mobing coquettishly rubbed Ling Yi's arm. All right. Let me take a closer look at your work. I just took a quick look, and it looks pretty good." Ling Yi broke free from Xia Mobing's grip on his arm, or else he'd be squeezed into his cleavage. The other girls breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Ling Yi's condition had returned to normal. Although they considered themselves Ling Yi's women, they knew in their hearts that their relationship with him was due to Xia Mobing and the others, not their own charm. So, when faced with major issues, they could only watch silently, not daring to act like Xia Mobing, interrupt like Xia Maoyang, or question like Mu Xia. Only during playful moments did they dare to let loose and approach Ling Yi without shyness. 10 girls gathered around Ling Yi, nervously examining the exchange chart, fearing any problems. Ling Yi looked at the girls, feeling both relieved and guilty. This exchange chart held immense significance for them. They had racked their brains and discussed endlessly to arrive at the final draft. He took a deep breath, then carefully examined every detail on the exchange chart. The exchange rate is perfect, but I think we could add one more point. The exchange for individual hunting and obtaining supplies. Xianyuan Yushua looked at Ling Yi in confusion. Individual hunting? The people in the logistics department can't remain behind the scenes forever, and I won't really use them as errand boys. The reason I gone to all this trouble is to train them to join the Blood Demon and become a direct combat force. As they continue to receive supplies to strengthen their bodies, their strength will gradually increase. We should also appropriately provide them with opportunities to hunt zombies on their own. I see. You're trying to motivate the students to actively hunt zombies with generous points. Mu Xia exclaimed from the side. I rarely seen you be clever for once. If this continues, I might have to take back that statement soon. Ling Yi chuckled. Mu Xia's mind flickered with countless question marks. What statement? Ling Yi's gaze slid down her face, finally resting on her large white breasts and raising an eyebrow. Everyone's eyes followed Ling Yi's gaze. Xia Mobing was the first to react, chuckling, "Big breasts, no brains." Mu Xia lowered her head and glanced at her large white breasts. From where she was looking, she couldn't even see her toes. In fact, for her well-developed body, she was also deeply distressed. For her, this wasn't a source of pride, but a literal burden. In the past, training and exercise had severely hampered her movements. Looking at the laughing women, Mu Xia's teeth were gnashing with rage. She said viciously, "Ling Yi, you bastard, believe it or not, I bludgeon you to death with these two someday." Everyone was stunned by Mu Xia's outrageous words, their eyes fixed on Ling Yi. Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, "Why are you all staring at me? I suggest that Xia be banished to the Coal Palace." "You're trying to make me a widow," Xia Mobing shouted, waving her fist. "We agree. Xie is so mean, to have such a sinister idea. All the girls nodded frantically. Mu Xie's face was already red, and she cursed herself for saying what she had been thinking without restraint. This time, she was truly mortified. Xiao Maoyang tilted her head, looking at the shy Mu Xie, her eyes swirling. Brother-in-law, I'm applying to be an overseer. Overseer? What the hell? Ling Yi was confused by Xiao Maoyang's nonsensical words. Isn't Sister Xie plotting against you? For the sake of our sister's future happiness, I decided that while you're favoring her, I stand by and monitor her every move to prevent her from murdering her husband. Ling Yi felt his face twitching uncontrollably, but he couldn't find the words to say. Sister Maoyang, please don't worry about this. As a personal maid, I feel like I've been incompetent these past few days. So from today on, I will stay by the captain's side, even sleeping, to prevent anyone from plotting against him, and using my breasts to harm him, Xian Yuan Yushu avowed. You are going too far. I'm a personal maid too. I have to supervise you being favored too, huh? Mu Xie shouted displeasedly. Ling Yi rubbed his temples vigorously. He was speechless. They were already starting to hurt each other. Too many women was the beginning of trouble. He regretted once again that he shouldn't have been soft-hearted and kept these chattering women around. Ling Yi thought to himself, I always complain about Xian Yuan Mingxuan being a fool, always full of righteousness, saving people he shouldn't save and doing things he shouldn't do. So what about me? Saving these women by his side? Is it out of righteousness? Is it out of compassion? Or something else? Hubby, tell me what you think. How should we punish this woman who intends to murder her husband? Xia Mobing leaned in front of Ling Yi, her breath soft and sweet. Ling Yi was lost in his thoughts when Xia Mobing interrupted him, and his inner thoughts burst out, uncontrollably shouting, fuck. Do I really want to start a harem? The entire carriage fell silent, and all 10 girls looked at Ling Yi, their eyes gleaming with indescribable light. After a long moment, Xia Mobing's voice rang out, Hubby, your dream is so great. What dream? That's inexplicable. Ling Yi hadn't noticed anything strange yet. Xia Maoyang covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. Looks like the habit of spilling the beans is contagious. Then she deliberately glanced at Mu Xie. What did I say? I didn't say anything, okay? Ling Yi realized he had just made the same mistake as Mu Xie, and could only play dumb. Xia Mobing poked Ling Yi's chest with her finger, and said with a look of resentment, Hubby, it's good to have dreams, but you have to put them into action. You haven't even finished eating all 10 of us sisters. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? That's right, that's right. Don't rush choosing concubines. We sisters will help you gradually fill your harem, and guarantee you have 3,000 beauties, and never want to leave. But you have to consider our feelings first. Xiao Moyang echoed. Ling Yi saw the situation getting increasingly outrageous, and quickly waved his hand to stop. Stop! 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 You all have too much free time, don't you? Hurry and fix the exchange plan. We hold a celebration later, and announce the plan to motivate the students. Chapter 111. The 10 girls finally quieted down, and gathered around the table again to discuss Ling Yi's proposal. Ling Yi nodded silently, as he watched the girls' earnest discussion. Although they were young, they possessed youthful energy, and a willingness to innovate. Furthermore, their enhanced mental strength had also allowed their brain cells to evolve, giving them clearer thinking. Soon, the 10 girls had agreed on a new exchange plan, which they reviewed with Ling Yi again, resulting in the final solution. The celebration meeting took place as scheduled at nightfall. The conditions were simple. Several hundred people sat around an open space, before them a variety of collected food, drinks, and other items. Ling Yi gazed at the scene before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Despite the humble conditions, the simple atmosphere felt incredibly warm and welcoming. Such a simple life in the apocalypse was a true luxury. Ling Yi's gaze swept over the determined-looking blood demon members, then back to the exhausted yet incredibly excited students. As Ling Yi walked to the center of the clearing, everyone stared at him quietly, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. This young man, yet he was able to lead them to a life-saving mission in the apocalypse. Ling Yi raised a glass of beer and spoke slowly, I'm very pleased today. The blood demon members have taken this town unscathed. And the logistics department has taken the difficult step, and can effectively begin cleaning up the battlefield. Come! Let's raise a toast together to celebrate today's victory, and please remember this heartwarming moment. If you want to have such peaceful dinners together in the future, then strive to improve your strength so that we can sit down and enjoy a peaceful dinner anytime, anywhere in the apocalypse. As Ling Yi raised his head and downed his glass in one gulp, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Each member of the Blood Demon Society toasted Ling Yi, and the students raised their glasses and clinked them, celebrating this rare and joyful moment. The girls' faces were beaming as they shared their experiences and reflections from the day, sharing details of their mission. After their meal and wine were fully consumed, Ling Yi pressed his hand, signaling silence. Then he spoke, "I witnessed everyone's performance this morning. Today's celebration isn't just to celebrate our success, but also to honor everyone's hard work and dedication. As long as we maintain this momentum, I firmly believe we have a place in the future of the apocalypse. I especially want to commend the girls for their outstanding performance. From being completely helpless to now independently collecting supplies, they endured immense fear, yet unleashed fearless courage. Now, your hard work is paid off. Let's see how many points you earned today." The girls, praised publicly, were particularly excited and thrilled, shouting, "Long live Brother Ling Yi! Brother Ling Yi, we love you!" Listening to the girls' shouts, Xia Mobing pouted and complained, "Huh? My brother's out, and I'm still loving you." "Sister, stay calm. Don't act like a resentful woman," Xia Moyang advised. "You little girl, that just doesn't sit well with me. Are you asking for a beating?" Xia Mobing tugged at her sister's ear in frustration, causing the other girls to burst into laughter. As Xianyuan Yushua read out the exchange rates, the Blood Demon members remained silent. After all, they didn't need the points. The captain received priority for all supplies, and their only task was to fight and continuously improve their strength. But the students were incredibly excited. This was the key to their ability to become powerful. Damn, aren't the points set too low? Dissecting a corpse only gets you 2 points? You idiot, read this before you start yelling. Didn't you read the notes at the back? Dissecting corpses is just gross. It's like picking up something for free, so the price is so low. It also says that you're encouraged to hunt zombies and collect supplies. Each item you retrieve is worth 10 points. In other words, if you're capable of killing a zombie, you can exchange it for 20 points. I just want to know how many points are needed for something that can increase my strength. After Xianyuan Yushua finished reading, she distributed the exchange chart. They had copied down a lot. Ling Yi then sternly warned, "This is our top secret. If anyone leaks this information to anyone outside the team, they will be treated as traitors and executed." Everyone shook their heads, promising they would never leak the secret. "You're kidding. This is vital to their survival. The fewer people who know, the better." "Hey! Stop fighting. Let's read together." "Wait, I haven't finished the previous one yet. Why are you flipping so fast?" "Eating bread and dried meat can increase your strength. That's amazing. Look at this, the primary strengthening liquid, the potion that can make you a stronger person. It's a bit expensive, 1,000 points. It's expensive. It's just 500 zombies. If you're capable of killing zombies yourself, you only need 50 to redeem it. Healing potion, it can keep you alive as long as you're still breathing. Holy crap, it's a miracle drug." The scene was as bustling as a market. Students gathered in groups, discussing the magical items on the exchange list. Some ran off to the side to count the fruits of their labor, and see how many points they could redeem. Ling Yi beckoned Mengshin to his side and said, "You will be fully responsible for logistics. Regarding the inventory and exchange requirements, you will work directly with Xianyuan Yushua. We must ensure fairness and impartiality." "Don't worry, Captain. I will follow the rules, and will not show favoritism or engage in corruption," Mengshin said firmly. "Swear from now on, you will review Mengshin's exchange orders. Once you confirm they are correct, come to me to collect the supplies and distribute them." Ling Yi turned to Xianyuan Yushua and instructed her. After receiving a positive response from her, Ling Yi stretched and headed towards the RV, ready for a good night's sleep. The women watched Ling Yi's swaying figure as he left, exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. "Who's going to draw?" Xia Mobing casually pulled a deck of cards from her pocket. The 9 girls exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Moyang gagged and said, "Whoever draws will be lucky. I suggest rock paper scissors. It's simple and fair, and it all depends on your luck." Xia Mobing threw the cards aside and shouted, "Okay. Let's do it." The 10 girls immediately formed a circle, and the field erupted in a flurry of rock paper scissors chants. Ling Yi, who had walked a short distance, heard the commotion and turned to look in the direction of the girls. Confused, he wondered, what are these girls up to? Chapter 112. Mengshin stood aside, completely bewildered. He remembered that these women hadn't been drinking just now, so why were they suddenly acting so drunkenly? He shrank his neck and ran away. These were the elder sisters-in-law, He couldn't afford to offend them, let alone approach them to ask what was going on. After a fierce battle, wails echoed from the scene, leaving Musia standing disheveled in the wind, making a scissors gesture. Her heart was pounding, her mind a blank. Although she would occasionally tease Lingy out of spite, it was always superficial. Now that she was facing Lingy alone, breaking through the last line of defense, she felt she wasn't fully prepared. Hee hee. Sister Sia, I be there to supervise. Xiao Maoyang grinned. Well, for my future happiness, I also do a good job of supervising. Xianyuan Yushua said seriously. Musia's face flushed red from the two women's teasing. She angrily shouted, I'm ignoring you. And then sprinted towards the RV. The other 9 women burst into laughter, yet they were filled with envy, secretly lamenting, when will it be my turn? Lingy, however, was in the bathroom, humming a little tune, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. As Lingy lay in bed, ready to review his gains from the day's battle, the door suddenly opened, then closed and locked. He assumed it was Xiao Mobing sneaking in again, so he didn't pay much attention, only shaking his head helplessly. But after waiting for a long time with no sign of movement, he turned around and exclaimed, You really are planning to suffocate me. Musia's hair was still stained with water, clearly fresh from the shower. She was wrapped in a light blue nightgown, a white gauze dress draped over it, revealing her graceful neck and collarbone. Her large white dodo were poised to burst forth, and she stood there timidly. Hearing Ling Yi's exclamation, Musia bit her lip lightly, then angrily shouted, Ling Yi, don't go too far. If you bring this up again, I never forgive you. Ling Yi looked at Musia, smiled awkwardly, and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just didn't expect you to come in so suddenly, and I startled you. Musia snorted coldly and demanded, Am I a monster? I scared you so much. Why didn't you scream when Bing Bing came in? Ling Yi touched his nose and said apologetically, Sia, I really didn't mean to. Please don't be angry, okay? Musia puffed out her cheeks and said unhappily, You said you weren't angry, so what? I'm in a terrible mood right now. Ling Yi gave an awkward smile, and could only change the subject, What's the urgent matter that brought you to me so late? Musia's eyes widened, and she pointed at her nose, retorting with dissatisfaction, Why would I come into your room so late at night? Ling Yi relaxed his brows. He was no fool. How could he not know Musia's purpose? It's all a lie to say a man isn't lustful. He certainly wants to live a happy life surrounded by women. Is Ling Yi a good man? But he only saves those he wants to save. Is Ling Yi kind? But he kills without blinking. Ling Yi is a passionate man, yet he hangs out with women. It's not that he doesn't know how to enjoy life. It's just that he has a barrier in his heart. Ling Yi took a deep breath, sat up straight, patted the edge of the bed, and said, Come and sit. Musia looked at Ling Yi shirtless. Although it wasn't her first time seeing him, she felt a little shy. She pouting and reluctantly sat on the edge of the bed, still somewhat annoyed by Ling Yi's attitude. Ling Yi took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Musia was about to speak to stop him, but she saw Ling Yi's red eyes filled with melancholy, and his cherry lips slowly closed. After a long moment, Ling Yi's deep voice rang out, I know your feelings for me, but they are too heavy and precious. I'm afraid I can't bear it. Musia raised an eyebrow, and was about to retort, but was interrupted by Ling Yi's words. At this moment, Ling Yi didn't seem to be talking to Musia, but rather to himself. From the moment I acquired these miraculous powers, I was incredibly happy and proud, feeling I could live freely and unfettered in the apocalypse. And after meeting you, I even dreamed of finding a secluded paradise and living a carefree life. But when I discovered the vast conspiracy behind it, I was terrified, more terrified than ever, because I have you, I care about you. I'm afraid that if I fall, you'd be bullied and humiliated. How could I, living in such a precarious situation, dare to touch you so easily? Love requires responsibility, not selfish possession, deception, or self-indulgence. So, I can only play dumb, deliberately avoiding you, and being extremely strict with your improvement. My only hope is that you all gain the power to protect yourselves. Musia's eyes flushed after hearing this, and she choked with sobs as she said, You're just a fool. Ling Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, Haha. Yeah, I'm such a fool. Musia shifted, resting her head on Ling Yi's shoulder. She said firmly, If you live, I live. If you die, I die. This is the voice of all sisters. Let go of the burdens in your heart. Don't leave any regrets for yourself, and don't let your sisters feel any regrets. Having you in this life is without regrets. At that moment, Ling Yi's heart trembled, deeply moved yet also filled with self-blame. He gently embraced Mu Xia and murmured, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for neglecting your feelings. Promise me, no matter what happens in the future, you won't abandon us sisters. Even if it means death, we face it together." Mu Xia's gentle words echoed in Ling Yi's ear, and her playful tongue licked his earlobe. Ling Yi touched the slightly itchy earlobe, then cupped Mu Xia's face in his hands and kissed her deeply. Their lips gently touched, and Mu Xia's eyes widened. Her heartbeat quickened, her breathing became rapid, and her proud breasts began to rise and fall. As their lips gradually pressed together, Mu Xia's body began to stiffen. Inexperienced, she had no idea how to react. She could only flutter her beautiful eyes, looking at Ling Yi in panic. When she noticed his smirk fixed on her, she shyly closed them, her long eyelashes trembling in an adorable way. Mu Xia felt herself slowly approaching Ling Yi. The burning heat of his body made her hands clumsy, unsure where to place them. Chapter 113. The entire world seemed to have stopped, leaving only the passionate kiss between the two, and the gentle smacking sounds. As time passed, Mu Xia began to relax, hugging Ling Yi tightly, savoring this beautiful moment. "Are you ready?" Ling Yi asked gently. Just as Mu Xia was still wondering what it meant to be ready, the sudden contact finally made her a real woman. As the morning sun streamed into the room through the window, the two of them lay in bed, their bodies pressed tightly together, as if wanting to merge into each other. Ling Yi had long since awakened, but he was reluctant to leave his sweet embrace. His hand gently caressed her snow-white skin, the softness and warmth of the touch telling him that this was no dream. "You jerk, you're sleeping soundly." Mu Xia pouted, opening her hazy eyes and disapprovingly pressing down Ling Yi's mischievous hand. Their eyes met, and they could clearly feel the love and tenderness. The whole world seemed to become quiet and peaceful, and the moment left for them was the most real and beautiful. Ling Yi gently kissed Mu Xia's lips and praised, "Xia, you're so beautiful." Before Mu Xia could say anything, she felt Ling Yi's large mouth once again covering hers. In the living room, Xia Mobing paced back and forth, chattering non-stop. "What time is it? You two lazy bastards haven't gotten up yet. The sun's already blazing down on your butts." Xia Moyang cradled half a watermelon, digging with a spoon as she said, "Sister, be a lady, stay calm. I can taste the sourness of the watermelon even when I eat it." "You little bitch, you can't even stop eating," Xia Mobing said in mock anger. "How about we go knock on the door? My brother and the others have been here for ages," Xian Yuan Yushua suggested. "Since it's your suggestion, we all support it. Go ahead." Xia Mobing grinned. The other girls also smiled and encouraged. Although Xian Yuan Yushua thought everyone's expressions were odd, she didn't think much of it, and walked straight towards Ling Yi's room. Xia Moyang stopped eating her watermelon and, stretching her swan neck, looked at Xian Yuan Yushua's back and whispered, "What do you think brother-in-law will do to her?" "I think she'd get a good scolding," Lu Zi said first. "I don't think he'd pay any attention," Xian said. "Yeah, nothing should happen," Si Shui said. "I think she'd get a scolding too," Su Ruoling said. "I think she'd get a spanking," Xie Zhixin said. "That's right, the chances of getting spanked are higher. After all, Sister Bingbing has gotten spanked several times," Lu Yun said. Xian Yuan Yushua had no idea she'd been sold. She reached the door and called out softly a few times, but no one answered. She reached out and knocked a few more times, but still no response. She could only press her ear against the door to listen, and just in time, she heard Mu Xia's high-pitched scream. Finding the key, her pretty face flushed instantly, and she couldn't help but spit inwardly. How shameless! One night wasn't enough, and they're still working overtime so early in the morning. She was about to turn and leave when the door suddenly opened. Before she could say a word, she was dragged inside, and the sound of the door locking reached her ears. Xia Mobing and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, their heads filled with questions. This situation didn't seem right. Then, all of them, walking towards Ling Yi's room, began to eavesdrop. After being dragged into the room by Ling Yi, Xian Yuan Yushua's mind went completely blank. Seeing him naked, her face flushed instantly, and she quickly closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt Ling Yi's tight embrace, frightening her to the point of freezing, unable to move. With her mouth sealed by Ling Yi's, she became dazed and began to involuntarily respond to his movements. As Ling Yi's hands roamed over her body, Xian Yuan Yushua felt her body temperature gradually rise, and her clothes gradually shrivel. A sudden rush of reason made her realize what was about to happen. Remembering Mu Xia was still inside, she pleaded, Don't. Xia's still here." Ling Yi leaned close to her ear, his lips curled up, and he said with a wicked grin, she's tired and fell asleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianyuan Yushua couldn't help but start singing, accompanying Ling Yi in a new round of battle. Xia Mobing and the others stood at the doorway, stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Was this still the Ling Yi they knew? Sister, pinch me. Am I still half asleep? Xia Maoyang said, blinking. Ah! Why are you pinching me? It hurts. Si Shui jumped up and down from Xia Mobing's pinch. Sorry, I was a little off-key, pinched the wrong one. Xia Mobing gave an awkward smile. Si Shui, Lu Zi folded her arms and said, anyway, isn't this the outcome we've been waiting for? Yes, yes. Let's go, spring has finally arrived, and the day of our blossoming and bearing fruit isn't far off. Xia Mobing grinned, urging the woman to leave. Ling Yi felt incredibly refreshed at this moment. He had cast aside the burdens in his heart, released the shackles within, and his entire body was filled with energy. When a person is completely relaxed, everything becomes effortless. The feeling of being free from constraints is the best state. As the sun rose to noon, Xia Mobing and the others returned from training, all wearing weighted vests and dragging their exhausted bodies back to the car. They happened to see Ling Yi, hands in his pockets, whistling, looking refreshed, as he sauntered towards the car roof. Several girls saw surprise in each other's eyes. Ling Yi's unusual behavior filled them with confusion. Although Ling Yi was usually quite casual, he was clearly off today, with a sense of strangeness in every way. Have you noticed something strange about him today? I can't put my finger on it, but I feel like he's changed. Lu Zi asked. I felt it too. He seemed so casual, so relaxed, and with a certain devilish aura. Xia Maoyang asked. Devilish? Is he possessed? Shiyun asked. Don't talk nonsense. This is the real Ling Yi. Lately, he's always been depressing me. But now, it feels like he's back to the time when he saved me. Sunny, casual, relaxed, carefree, and full of hope for the future. Xia Mobing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huh? That's strange. Why don't I see Mu Xia and Xianyuan Yushua? Xia Maoyang looked around. I guess they can't get up. Xia Mobing blushed as she recalled her first time with Ling Yi. The women looked at Xia Mobing in confusion, waiting for what to say. He coughed softly, You understand later. Let's go check on them first. Chapter 114. The women were bewildered by Xia Mobing's words, and could only follow him towards Ling Yi's room, their confusion lingering. When they entered the room, they saw Mu Xia and Xianyuan Yushua lying peacefully side by side on the bed, breathing evenly, clearly sound asleep. Their clothes were scattered on the floor, revealing the intensity of the previous battle. Oh my god, it seems we were all wrong. Was Schwer eaten? Xia Maoyang exclaimed exaggeratedly, eyes wide open. Hey! Wake up! The sun's about to set? Xia Maoyang shouted, shaking Mu Xia. Stop it! I'm almost falling apart. Let me sleep a little longer. Mu Xia opened her bleary eyes, and spoke involuntarily. The words had barely left her mouth, when she suddenly came to her senses. She glanced around, eyes wide open, and realized everyone was there. Her face flushed. Ah! Why are you here? Xia Mobing grinned. Hee. Let's go see who's been sleeping in. Is it really that late? I had no idea. I'm so tired. Mu Xia turned to look out the window, and the sight was met with a startled exclamation. Ah! Why is Schwer lying here? Xia Maoyang rested his chin on his hands, leaning over the edge of the bed and teasing, You two women serving one man, and you're pretending not to know? Mu Xia's head was swollen with questions. She truly didn't know. What happened? I just remember falling asleep from exhaustion. I don't remember anything else. Mu Xia looked at the women, eager for an explanation. Xia Mobing smirked. You? You didn't serve him well, and Xianyuan Yushua became the backup. That's all. By the way, how many times did he have sex with you last night? Ah, what do you mean by how many times? I can't remember. Mu Xia, realizing what Xia Mobing meant, shyly burrowed her head under the covers. Schwer. Stop pretending. Your long eyelashes are fluttering. We're sisters. Why are you being so shy? Xia Mobing finished teasing Mu Xia, and turned her attention to Xianyuan Yushua. Xianyuan Yushua, realizing she couldn't pretend any longer, simply pulled the covers over her, imitating Mu Xia. Okay. You think hiding is enough? Sisters, start pulling back the covers. The room was suddenly filled with the hushed laughter of the women, mingled with the cries of begging for mercy from Mu Xia and Xianyuan Yushua. Ling Yi stood on the roof of the car, taking a deep breath, feeling the gentle breeze caress his cheeks. In that moment, he felt like he had been reborn, regaining his inner peace and confidence. Ever since he realized he was being used as a pawn, he'd been suppressing his emotions and acting cautiously, constantly thinking about the system's warnings to keep a low profile and avoid being targeted by higher-level civilizations. But now, Ling Yi had decided to put all these worries and troubles behind him and bravely face the challenges ahead. No matter what higher-level civilizations, no matter what conspiracies, no matter how much he worried about this and that, it would be better to cherish the present and live each day to the fullest. Surrounded by devoted women and many loyal brothers, he simply needed to lead them through each day. The future would be a matter of later matters. Even if things truly reached a point of no return, at least he had tried. Life is but a few short decades. Why limit yourself? No matter how turbulent the waves or how devastating the earth I fight on. As long as you can't kill me, I rise again. In the small town, Xianyuan Mingchen arrived early in the morning with a large force. He immediately went to look for Ling Yi, but was told he hadn't gotten up yet, so he had to go and arrange for the troops to be stationed. At this moment, Xianyuan Mingchen saw a soldier running towards him and hurriedly asked, "How's it going? Is Ling Yi up?" "Up. Up. I saw him standing on the roof of the car." The soldier replied breathlessly. "That's good. Let's go find him now." Xianyuan Mingchen exclaimed happily. "Sir, hurry! Otherwise, something terrible will happen," the soldier said with a look of fear on his face. "What's going on? Let's go! We can talk while we walk." Xianyuan Mingchen hurriedly walked out of the house. The soldier briefly explained the situation. Xianyuan Mingchen's face suddenly changed, and he cursed, "These bastards. I told them repeatedly not to act on their own, and why didn't they listen? This is trouble." Xianyuan Mingchen had already started running. He had to. Ling Yi was no pushover. He wasn't a kind person. Didn't you see Han Yutao's neck snapped just for a few more words? "Captain, those survivors are causing trouble." Mingchen hurried under the car to report. "It's expected. Let them come," Ling Yi said nonchalantly. Mingchen's mouth twitched, and he could only retreat to the side helplessly. He whispered to a nearby enhancer, "Diyuni, notify Leng Yan immediately, and have Shui Sha be on guard." Diyuni, a student and a natural enhancer who had been following Mingchen, replied with a mournful face, "The Shui Sha people disappeared early this morning, and I don't know where to find them." "What missing? This is trouble." "Then go gather the logistics team," Mingchen said with a frown. Diyuni agreed and was about to turn and leave when Mingchen added, "Everyone, bring your weapons." Ling Yi leaned over the railing, gazing at the mighty procession approaching from a distance. A smile curled his lips as he muttered, "Li Tao, Chu Sun, Cheng Ji, I hope you won't let me down. The bigger the fuss, the better. Call Ling Yi out. We want an explanation. Someone's been killed. Who's going to explain? Son, you died horribly. I watched my wife get mauled to death by zombies. I hate you so much. Ling Yi, I'm avenging my son too. Killing means death. Ling Yi, get out here and die." Led by Mingchen, the logistics team had already blocked the way for the survivors, daggers tightly grasped, preventing the team from advancing even a single inch. At the same time, they were all confused. When had the captain killed them? "Get out of the way. Get out of the way, or I get you too. Call Ling Yi out. We need an explanation. Let them all come." Hearing Ling Yi's voice, Mingchen had his men step aside and let the survivors pass. Looking at the three leading men under the car, Ling Yi snorted coldly, lit a cigarette, and said in a low voice, "What are you three up to?" Chu Sun and Cheng Ji exchanged a glance, then turned their gaze to Li Tao. Seeing this, the latter cursed inwardly, then smiled awkwardly. "We tried our best to make it a minor matter, but with something like this happening, public opinion is hard to handle." Li Tao acted as if he had done his best. Chapter 115. "Oh! What's going on? Why are you all so busy?" Ling Yi asked calmly, blowing out a smoke ring. "Several people were killed by zombies while collecting supplies," Li Tao said. "Oh! Dead. So careless. I feel so sorry for them," Ling Yi explained exaggeratedly. Li Tao's brow furrowed, surprised by Ling Yi's calm demeanor. Shouldn't he have just exploded and escalated the conflict? That didn't seem right. Chu Sun saw that Ling Yi wasn't as domineering as Li Tao had claimed. He was just a high school student. He immediately felt the urge to show off, to show the others that he was tougher than Li Tao. So, Chu Sun strode forward, pointed at Ling Yi, and shouted, "Don't be so hypocritical. Now that someone's dead, tell us what to do. The survivors, seeing Chu Sun's domineering attitude, couldn't help but echo his own, which only made Chu Sun even more complacent. How did you just say those people died? Ling Yi's tone remained calm. Humph. Since you're hard of hearing, I tell you again, they were mauled to death by zombies. Chu Sun shouted. Then why don't you go ask the zombies for an explanation? Why are you yelling at me? Ling Yi spread his hands, expressing his confusion. Why you? Don't you know? If you had wiped out all the zombies in the town, how could those people have been mauled to death? Chu Sun shouted angrily. Ling Yi couldn't help but chuckle at this. Nonsense. You can always find a pretext to accuse someone. Stop quibbling. Just tell me what you're going to do. Otherwise, these people behind me won't be okay. Chu Sun said, his voice confident of victory. These people are so despicable. How could they be so shameless? Xiao Maoyang said angrily, leaning against the window. That's right. I can't wait to go out and beat them up. They're totally unreasonable. Lu Zi clenched her fists, a murderous glint in her eyes. Ling Yi doesn't need to be so polite. He should just send these people away. I feel sick just talking to them, Xianyuan Yushue complained. Ling Yi probably wants to kill them, but he's suppressing his anger. He must have his own reasons. Xia Mobing speculated. Actually, Ling Yi is teaching us. He's teaching us, through words and deeds, to understand the ugliness of human nature, Mu Xia said from the side. Seeing everyone's bewildered faces, Mu Xia smiled faintly and continued, We all know that Ling Yi could have easily resolved this situation, but why is he going to all this trouble? Haven't you noticed? He's deliberately manipulating the situation, exposing the other party's flaws. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see more clearly. There are always those who are easily influenced by others and overlook the truth. What Ling Yi is doing now is exposing the flaws of human nature, indirectly teaching us not to be easily swayed by others, otherwise we can easily be used as cannon fodder. I deeply understand this. I used to be self-righteous and a bit unreasonable, rushing into injustice without caring about the consequences. After following Ling Yi, he has always influenced me, intentionally or unintentionally, allowing me to see the hidden side of events and people. I have to admit, his ability to control people's hearts and detect conspiracy is simply unparalleled. Don't worry, I believe the best is yet to come. Let's wait and see. Xianyuan Mingshi arrived just as Chu Sun was threatening Ling Yi. He rushed forward and shouted, What are you doing? Who sent you here to cause trouble? Get back. Commander, you have to take care of this. My son died tragically because they didn't clean up the zombies. A middle-aged woman cried bitterly. Commander, it's all their fault. My wife was mauled to death by the zombies. You must enforce the law impartially and punish the murderer. Otherwise, my wife will die with regret. Another middle-aged man wailed. The crowd began to roar, and the situation grew increasingly out of control. Xianyuan Mingchen was overwhelmed. These people were really good at making excuses. They could come up with such a lame script, and yet, so many people followed suit. Xianyuan Mingchen, you promised me you wouldn't let these people make a scene in front of me. I just worked so hard to take over this town, and now they're bothering me. It's a bit unfair. Ling Yi said quietly. There must be a misunderstanding here. Trust me, I handle it. Xianyuan Mingchen tried to smooth things over. Ling Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, Then I just wait and see. If you can't figure it out, just let me know, and I handle it myself. Xianyuan Mingchen looked at Ling Yi helplessly. Was this giving him face? He shook his head, took a deep breath, and began to negotiate with the crowd. Xianyuan Yushue saw her brother appear and, despite her injuries, struggled to leave, but Mu Xia held her down firmly. After all, you're Ling Yi's woman now, and your brother is his brother-in-law. We're all family. If you're worried he might betray you, just watch and relax. Ling Yi looked at Xianyuan Mingchen, engaged in a heated debate in the crowd, shook his head helplessly, and muttered, What a fool. His IQ is worlds apart from his sister's. Aren't they siblings? Why can't I convince you? This incident has nothing to do with them. It was you who went out to collect supplies without permission that caused the accident. And I told you not to go out without permission, but you didn't listen. How can it have nothing to do with them? If we just kill all the zombies, there's no danger. They're so powerful, can't they do such a small thing? Yes. Yes. Isn't it natural for the strong to protect the weak? Now that someone's dead, they must give an explanation. Otherwise, how can we rest in peace and let the deceased rest in peace? We want an explanation. We want compensation. Xianyuan Mingchen's attempts to negotiate had no effect, and instead only fueled the survivors' fury. Watching the crowd charging forward, losing their minds, Xianyuan Mingchen was unable to stop them. Just as the crowd was about to rush to the RV, a dark figure descended from the sky. Everyone paused, gasping, and some even trembled. The appearance of the civet cat struck fear into the survivors. They suddenly realized that this was the end of the world, not a time of law and order. Ling Yi sneered and asked Xianyuan Mingchen, "Do you want to try again?" Xianyuan Mingchen shook his head in disappointment and said weakly, "Please, don't kill anyone." Chapter 116. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Xianyuan Mingchen. Then, his voice icy cold, he said, "I give you one last favor. I spare you the killing, but I won't show mercy to those who volunteer to die." Xianyuan Mingchen, caught in Ling Yi's gaze, nodded dejectedly and uttered a hoarse thank you. Ling Yi ignored Xianyuan Mingchen, straightening up and surveying the survivors from above. The aura of a sixth-rank master and the undisguised murderous intent enveloped them. The survivors felt as if they had fallen into an icy cellar. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror. Li Tao and the others were filled with horror. They had always assumed Ling Yi was only slightly stronger than them, but they hadn't expected him to be so completely unfathomable. Ling Yi snorted coldly and shouted, "Humph! Who gave you the guts to come to me for explanations and compensation? Stand up to me if you dare, and I promise I won't beat you to death." Ling Yi opened his attack with a fierce barrage of insults, and the survivors didn't dare to refute him, just staring at him in fear. "You guys, I didn't even come to you to demand compensation or an explanation, but you're here to mess with me first. You lost people, and instead of seeking revenge against the zombies, you come here to throw a tantrum. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? I'm fighting with my brothers here, and you come and take advantage of the situation. A few deaths? What's so great about that? Why didn't I bite you all to death? And you blame me for not clearing out the zombies. Do you have any shame? Since you want an explanation, then fine. I demand one from you now, and see how you compensate me. In yesterday's battle, dozens of my brothers died. You should pay back with blood, Ling Yan. Bring the brothers out, and show these ungrateful bastards what we're fighting for, just to be blamed and allowed to do whatever they want." Xia Mobing and the 10 other women were all confused, their heads full of questions. Were there any casualties yesterday? Ling Yi didn't mention anything, and didn't everyone have dinner together last night? They were all fine. Di leaned over to Mengshen and whispered, "Senior, it looks like there aren't any casualties among the blood demons." Mengshen lowered his voice and said, quietly, "All members of the logistics department, no talking. Watch and learn." When Ling Yan appeared before everyone, leading the blood demons, the entire crowd was stunned. Ling Yi, observing the blood demon's attire, felt his eyes twitch, and cursed inwardly, "I told you to pretend, not to act like this." The 10 women in the car were petrified. They were all fine before, weren't they? How could they sleep? After a nap, everything changed. Mengshen and the other members of the logistics department were so shocked they nearly fell to the ground with their mouths hanging open. Lung Yan, his head wrapped in thick gauze and leaning on a wooden crutch, limped towards the center of the field. Behind him were a group of people with gauze wrapped around their hands or feet, wrapping themselves up like they were free. Even more outrageous was the fact that several were being carried on stretchers. The person on the stretcher behind Lung Yan was especially so, wrapped up like a mummy, with only their nose, mouth, and eyes visible, making it impossible to tell who they were. Blood splattered all over the gauze, a horrifying sight. Lung Yan didn't even glance at the survivors. He limped with his team, past the civet cat, and arrived in front of the RV. He rubbed his eyes pretentiously, then choked out a sob, "Captain Housie. Housie is dying. He insisted on seeing you. I brought him here." Only then did Ling Yi realize that the mummy was actually Gu Hao. Watching his dedicated performance, Ling Yi's lips twitched as he fought to suppress a laugh. Gu Hao shakily raised one of the mummy's hands and spoke weakly and haltingly, "Captain. Captain. I will go a step." Then, everyone watched as the arm unconsciously dropped, and the mummy on the stretcher fell completely still. "Housie, you died tragically. How could you leave so suddenly? How could I, your brother, survive?" Lung Yan wailed, sprawled over the corpse. The sight was heartbreaking, and those who heard it wept, empathizing. Ling Yi felt like he was about to burst out laughing. He looked at the survivors, many of whom were already showing signs of shame, and couldn't help but secretly admire the superb acting of Ling Yan and the others. Ling Yi took a deep breath, trying hard not to laugh. Then he let out a loud cry, nearly making everyone jump. Ah! The earth-shaking cry drew everyone's attention to Ling Yi. See? You bastards! My brothers died one by one to clear the way for you. And yet you still slander them. This is unforgivable. Ling Yi roared, then pointed his hand at the crowd. You and you? Stand up and pay for your lives. I want justice for my brothers. Those Ling Yi pointed at retreated in fear. A commotion broke out in the crowd, and voices continued to murmur. They were in such a plight. Yesterday's battle must have been brutal. Are we going too far? They were so kind as to help us clear the way and capture the town, and we're actually looking for trouble. Who brought me here? Stand out. I beat you to death. Which said they deliberately didn't kill the zombies. I killed them all. Some dead, some injured. That's not killing them. That's an insult to my intelligence. I can't stand staying any longer. Let's go now. People began to leave the crowd one after another, heads bowed, faces etched with shame. Li Tao and the others tried to win some people back, but no one would listen. The facts were clear before them. They fought tooth and nail. Staying any longer would be ungrateful and unreasonable. Ling Yi watched the departing crowd, his lips curled. Then, looking at Li Tao and the other two still blocking the way, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He muttered, I give you some more. Ling Yi, wearing a weighted suit, leaped directly from the car roof. The moment he landed, there was a loud thud, dust flying and cracks forming on the road. Ling Yi raised his head and shouted, Brothers, follow me and kill. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Li Tao and the other two heard the noise and quickly turned back, their faces horrified. They saw Ling Yi charging towards them, followed by the wounded, some even crawling on the ground. Damn! What a deep-seated hatred. Run, run! Damn it! These people are crazier than zombies. Everyone around Li Tao retreated in fear. The situation spiraled out of control, and everyone began to scramble and flee, including Li Tao and the other two. Chapter 117. Chu Sun wished he had another leg, cursing non-stop. You bunch of wimps, useless bastards, you're so scared you're pissing yourself. Since you're so stubborn, then don't run. A voice suddenly rang out beside him. Fuck. If I don't run, I'm going to die. Just as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. The voice sounded familiar. He turned his head, and saw Ling Yi smirking at him. Chu Sun was petrified, a single thought running through his mind. Isn't he miles away from me? Ling Yi was running beside him, keeping pace. He suddenly extended his leg and tripped Chu Sun. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, his inertia causing him to slide several meters along the ground. Chu Sun, a strength enhancer, wasn't injured at all. He was about to struggle to his feet when a sudden, immense force from his back brought him into direct contact with the ground. Chu Sun felt as if he'd been hit by a car, his internal organs dislocating. Unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Yi stepped on Chu Sun's back and gestured with his right hand to stop. Lung Yin and the others finally stopped chasing. Mr. Li, Chu Sun's been stopped by Ling Yi. Cheng Ji said anxiously. Li Tao glanced back at Chu Sun's miserable state and said, I shouldn't have listened to your instigation and stepped on the iron wall again. Let him fend for himself. His life is more important. Chu Sun stared at Li Tao and the others, who didn't even turn around. Bitterness filled his heart. He regretted provoking Ling Yi earlier, but it was too late now. Take him downstairs and keep an eye on him. Ling Yi retracted his foot and instructed Lung Yin. Lung Yin and the others lifted Chu Sun up and headed towards the building where he had been hiding. Xianyuan Mingchen stared at the scene in astonishment, his mind filled with a sense of utter confusion and unreality. Was this the end of the matter? Ling Yi stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. History repeatedly tells us that it's often the common people who rise up in rebellion, because they're easily deceived and will blindly follow others. After what happened today, do you still insist on taking them with you? Xianyuan Mingchen's gaze was fixed on Lung Yan's retreating figure. Then he kept glancing at the seriously injured blood demon members. The corners of his mouth began to twitch involuntarily, and his eyes twitched wildly. He screamed frantically in his heart, fake, we all been tricked. Xianyuan Mingchen raised a trembling hand, pointing at Lung Yan and the others, and tremblingly said, they, are all pretending? Ling Yi glanced at the blood demon members, put his arm around Xianyuan Mingchen's shoulders, and said, Don't worry about these details. Isn't it better to just resolve the situation perfectly? Then he looked at Xianyuan Mingchen's henchman and asked, What did you see? The young soldier shook his head like a rattle. I didn't see anything. Then he ran off. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction and led Xian Yuan Mingchen towards the RV, saying, "Brother-in-law, there's something I feel I need to tell you." "Go on, I'm listening." Xian Yuan Mingchen's mind was still in turmoil. There were still some things he couldn't figure out. Ling Yi blinked a few times, seemingly trying to decide how to speak. After a moment, he finally said, "Well, I accidentally ate your sister." "It's okay, it's no big deal. I just had dinner." Xian Yuan Mingchen suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at Ling Yi with confusion. He frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" "I said I ate?" Ling Yi's mouth twitched. "I know you ate. What did you eat?" Xian Yuan Mingchen demanded. "Your sister?" Ling Yi took a deep breath. Xian Yuan Mingchen felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. It took him a long time to recover. He grabbed Ling Yi by the collar and yelled, "It's only been a few days? And you ate my sister? You bastard. Wow. Swear, your brother and Ling Yi are about to fight." Xiao Maoyang exclaimed. Xian Yuan Yushua hurriedly opened the window and anxiously shouted, "Brother, what are you doing? Let go. You can't beat Ling Yi." Xian Yuan Mingchen's mouth twitched upon hearing his sister's voice, and he said bitterly, "Damn it. You're not strong enough. It's shameful to even seek justice for me." Ling Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly and said tentatively, "How about I don't fight back and let you beat me up so you can vent your anger?" Xian Yuan Mingchen reluctantly let go of his hands and said weakly, "That would only embarrass me more, and my sister won't forgive me afterwards. Since you two are really together, treat her well. If Schwer has been wronged. Even if I can't beat you, I fight you to the death." Ling Yi patted his shoulder and said seriously, "I can only promise that she's here when I'm around, and she's here when I'm gone." Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mingchen felt a little better. He slapped the hand off his shoulder and said unhappily, "What a nasty habit. You keep patting my shoulder, making me act like I'm your subordinate." Ling Yi grinned. "You know what? This feels pretty good." Seeing the two of them approaching, chatting and laughing, Xian Yuan Yushua breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried they actually start a fight, and she wouldn't even know who was trying to stop them. A group of people gathered in the living room, drinking tea and eating fruit. Xiao Maoyang smiled and praised, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You predicted everything. Especially when Leng Yin and the others appeared, I almost believed it. Yeah, especially that kid Gu Hao. His acting was so lifelike, I almost cried." Xiao Mobing laughed from the side. "Since you already knew this was going to happen, why didn't you tell me in advance so I could be prepared?" Xian Yuan Mingchen took a deep sip of his tea. "Brother, with your temper, what good would it do if I told you? Would you believe it?" Xian Yuan Yushua complained as she refilled her tea. "Girls grow up and can't be kept. Now you're turning your elbows outward." Xian Yuan Mingchen shook his head helplessly. "Brother." Xian Yuan Yushua called out shyly. "Actually, there's no point in me telling you. You have no control over these survivors. With Li Tao and the others involved, you're just a messenger," Ling Yi said flatly. "You're saying, if I want to safely bring the survivors back to base, I have to find a way to suppress Li Tao and the other two?" Xian Yuan Mingchen asked tentatively. "If you want to quickly gain control of the situation, I do have a plan, but I'm sure you won't agree," Ling Yi said, looking at Xian Yuan Mingchen. "Tell me about it. If it's feasible, using some unusual methods, like you did today, is also something we can consider." Xian Yuan Mingchen sat up straight, looking at Ling Yi expectantly. Chapter 118. "Kill!" Ling Yi said expressionlessly. Everyone gasped, feeling the temperature drop significantly, their backs shivering. Aren't you too murderous? While they're somewhat despicable, they don't necessarily need to be killed." Xian Yuan Mingchen began. Ling Yi spread his hands, an air of knowing what was going on, and asked, "I'm just curious why you're so determined to save these people. Is it pity, sympathy, or just an act of kindness?" Xian Yuan Mingchen smiled at Ling Yi and said softly, "Your question is quite profound. Actually, my desire to save these people wasn't simply out of pity, sympathy, or kindness. Of course, those factors are part of the equation. But more importantly, I believe everyone deserves to be saved, and everyone has the opportunity to reform. Maybe for you, it's just about saving those you want to save, those you feel should be saved. But I believe human nature is complex and changeable, and everyone makes mistakes. But with the right guidance, there's a chance to change their perceptions and mindsets. I believe that even those who have made mistakes can find a new life and atone for their past mistakes." Xian Yuan Mingchen took a sip of his tea and continued, "Furthermore, helping others is a fundamental belief for us soldiers. When we see someone in distress, and we have the ability to lend a hand, Then why not help? And most importantly, the population has shrunk significantly. I want to bring more people back to the base. Every extra person means more strength. Xian Yuanmingchen's impassioned words filled everyone with admiration. Even Xian Yuan Yushua stared at her brother in shock. She had never known he possessed such a strong belief. I agreed to help you because I was moved by your unwavering loyalty. But I must remind you that rescue isn't simply about tolerance and forgiveness. It's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him fish. If you don't even have the courage to face the zombies, how many people do you think you can bring back? Ling Yi warned. I understand that, but it's a long process that requires a gradual approach. Furthermore, rescuing them doesn't mean giving up my own interests and safety. I will do my best to help those survivors in need while ensuring the safety of my own people. Xian Yuanmingchen nodded in response. Ling Yi sighed and shook his head. You still don't understand. This is the apocalypse, not peacetime. There's no time for gradual progress. Just like you soldiers, if a war breaks out suddenly, do you have to train the new recruits until they're qualified before they go into battle? Look at the women around me. They were powerless at first, vomiting at the sight of zombies. But now, they can fight zombies alone without fear, without blinking an eye. So, actual combat is the best training method. A tiger locked up in a zoo is just a bigger cat. Well, of course, I understand that, but actual combat will result in casualties. You saw what happened today. An unexpected death caused such a big commotion. If I let them go out and fight the zombies directly, there would be a riot. Xian Yuanmingchen said helplessly. So I suggest you kill them. Be done with it all. As long as you hold power in your hands, those survivors will have no choice but to listen to your orders. If you tell them to go east, they will never dare to take a single step west. Ling Yi continued to encourage Xian Yuanmingchen to solve the problem in the simplest way. I wouldn't resort to such extreme measures unless it's absolutely necessary. Xian Yuanmingchen resolutely refused to accept Ling Yi's suggestion. Alas! I knew it would be like this. Never mind. It seems it won't be easy to change your mind all of a sudden. Anyway, a few more losses will do the trick. Ling Yi could only casually answer. I understand what you're saying. What's your plan next? Xian Yuanmingchen asked. Ling Yi gently twirled the teacup in his hand and said calmly, My men have suffered heavy casualties and need to rest. If they want to leave, then let them go on their own. I understand. It's nothing. I'd be going back now. I still need to clean up this mess. Xian Yuanmingchen stood up, straightened his wrinkled camouflage uniform, and walked towards the car door. At the door, he paused again and turned back, saying, Can I take Chusun back with me? Don't worry, I won't kill him. He returned when it's time. Ling Yi smiled faintly. I trust you. Thank you. Xian Yuanmingchen said. We're family. Let's not be so formal. Ling Yi replied, shaking his head lightly. Xian Yuanmingchen glanced at his sister, smiled faintly, and strode away. Xian Yuan Yushua's heart was filled with sweetness after hearing Ling Yi's words. In a voice only she could hear, she muttered, It's so nice to be family. Xia Mobing leaned in close to Ling Yi, her pretty face almost touching his, and asked curiously, Hubby, do you have any other plans? Everyone looked at Ling Yi in surprise at Xia Mobing's question. Ling Yi gently scratched Xia Mobing's delicate nose, and smiled faintly, You're so clever. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Yushua excitedly pressed, Do you have any other ways to help my brother? Ling Yi nodded. I knew your brother wouldn't cut the Gordian knot when it comes to handling things. There's nothing I can do. As his brother-in-law, I can only worry a little more and, without violating his beliefs, try to help him with things behind the scenes. As a brother-in-law, I'm doing my job fairly well, I think. You better think carefully about how to reward me, and don't let me down. Xian Yuan Yushua shyly lowered her head and murmured, Whatever you want, I do what you say. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with laughter from the other girls. Ling Yi, you haven't told me what your solution is yet? Mu Xia asked from the side. Some things aren't fun to talk about. You find out later. Ling Yi didn't intend to share his plan. Xia Moyang had also copied her sister's trick, rubbing her big white rabbit against Ling Yi's arm and coquettishly saying, Brother-in-law, tell me. I want to know. Ling Yi, with a dragon claw hand, grasped the big white rabbit in his hand, and said in mock anger, You're becoming more and more disrespectful. You're always calling me by my name, or brother-in-law. I told you to call me captain. Xia Moyang was startled by Ling Yi's action, her face flushing crimson. She hadn't expected Ling Yi to pull this tactic. Shouldn't he have dodged it? Why wasn't he playing by the rules this time? Chapter 119. The other girls were also stunned by this scene. How could Ling Yi have become a completely different person? He would never have done such a thing before. Glancing at the stunned women, Ling Yi gave a wicked smile. Everyone, lie down on the table. I'm going to enforce the family rules. If I don't teach you a lesson, you be lawless. All the girls gaped, their mouths hanging open in confusion. When did the family rules come? After a moment of stunned silence, they all obediently found a seat and lay quietly on the table, awaiting Ling Yi's so-called family punishment. Brother-in-law, can you please take your hands away? You're squeezing them out of shape. Xia Maoyang blushed, her white rabbit constantly changing shape in Ling Yi's hands, and cried out softly. Ling Yi laid Xia Maoyang on his lap, muttering, trying to tease me is a double offense. Then, a large hand began to slap her buttocks, causing Xia Maoyang to cry out for mercy and pain. The girls exchanged a look of shock. This was family law. Seeing Xia Maoyang clutching her buttocks with both hands, grimacing in pain, they all tensed and hunched their hips. Ling Yi rubbed his hands together and slowly walked towards the girls, chuckling, "Why are you hiding? Lift your legs higher." Suddenly, screams echoed from the car. Until Ling Yi had satisfied his pleasure, he whistled with unsatisfied satisfaction, swaggered out of the car with a cuckold's gait. The girls who remained in the car all grimaced, sticking their buttocks out and gently rubbing them. Woo-woo. Sister, look how swollen it is. Brother-in-law was so rough. Xia Maoyang choked with tears in her eyes. It's not like I've been beaten before, so blame yourself. Why are you trying to tease him like me? Xia Maoyang replied angrily. Who knew he changed his temper today? Look, it's all bruised and blue. He has no mercy on women. Xia Maoyang popped out his chest, a look of grievance on his face. Xia Mobing turned and glared at Mu Xia. Xia, tell me the truth. What kind of drug did you use last night? Why did Ling Yi become such a different person? It felt like he turned into a sex-crazed maniac overnight. I didn't do anything. I just talked to him and told him to let go of his feelings and not put too much pressure on himself. Halfway through her sentence, she muttered softly, It's so powerful even without the drug. If he had, I'd probably be dead. All the girls fell silent, unsure how to respond. Xia Mobing had already experienced this, so she didn't need to think about it. The other girls, having seen Ling Yi's ferocious moves that morning, dragging Xianyuan Yushua into the house, knew just how badly Mu Xia had suffered the previous night. Mu Xia coughed sheepishly, then recounted her heart-to-heart talk with Ling Yi the previous night. She concluded with a soft sigh, It's all our fault for not understanding him properly, for not caring about him, for forcing him to bear so much pressure alone. Having a man as responsible as him makes my life worthwhile. Xia Mobing pursed her lips, a look of shame on her face. Right now, I feel nothing but deep guilt and regret. I never expected Ling Yi to think so much about us, yet we never considered things from his perspective. We all make mistakes in life, even though we previously neglected to show care and understanding for Ling Yi. But the important thing is that we now recognize our mistakes, so we should proactively make amends, Xianyuan Yushua said firmly. I didn't expect my brother-in-law to be so great. I must share more of his burdens, support his decisions, and face the dangers of the future with him. Just like Sister Xia said, I live and die with him, without regrets. Xia Maoyang had long forgotten the beating Ling Yi had just given her, and expressed his thoughts with unwavering determination. It seems communication is a very important part of any relationship. Through honest conversation, we can better understand each other and strengthen our bond. If we had known this earlier, we could have talked to Ling Yi more often, Lu Zi said from the side. That's right, at least we know the key point now. It's not too late. Let's work together and strive for a better future. Shi nodded and concluded. Oh! My brother-in-law has suddenly become lecherous, and I'm inexplicably frightened. Xia Maoyang said worriedly, rubbing the bruise. The other girls, upon hearing this, reached out to touch their own wounds, their brows furrowed slightly. This was truly difficult to bring up. They used to think Ling Yi wasn't bold enough, too reserved, too shy. Now that he's finally changed, his behavior is worrying again. Is my brother-in-law abusive? Xia Maoyang whispered, her eyes filled with fear. That shouldn't be the case. He might just have a bit of a bad taste. Mu Xia muttered uncertainly. We can't draw conclusions based on just one instance of bad taste. Sometimes, people who experience extreme joy and sorrow often have strange interests or a tendency toward mischief, but that doesn't mean they have abusive tendencies. It could just be a personal preference or a fleeting impulse. Of course, to better understand Ling Yi's true thoughts and motivations, I suggest the women who warm his bed at night have a frank conversation with him. With an open and positive attitude, Ask him about the reasons and intentions behind this habit. This will help everyone better understand his thinking and work together to find solutions. Xiao Mobing spoke her mind in one breath, then paused and asked, anyone volunteer to warm the bed at night? First come, first served. The girls looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward. Seeing Xiao Mobing's gaze sweep over them, they all dodged. Don't look at me. The swelling hasn't gone down yet. I can't handle it anymore. One more time would kill me. Mu Xia said shyly. Me too. I need to rest and recuperate, so I'm temporarily unable to participate. Xian Yuan Yushua said with a pout. No, weren't you all so active before? Why are you all backing off now? Xiao Mobing frowned. It seems like you're always the first to start the fight. Su Ruoling, a normally quiet girl, grumbled. Huh? Really? Xiao Mobing chuckled. What do you think? So I suggest you take on the responsibility of warming the bed tonight. Lu Zi folded her arms and smiled faintly. I think we should draw lots. It's fair. We can't let the sister suffer. Xiao Mobing's eyes rolled around. Oh, you usually call me husband all the time, but now you're so cowardly. Xie Zhixin chuckled. Chapter 120. Xiao Mobing was utterly frustrated. Those people who usually seemed non-existent were now showing up, and all of them were targeting her. She gritted her teeth and said bitterly, all right. You're in trouble. I got this. Molyang, come with me tonight. Together, we sisters can achieve great things. Ah! Sister, I don't want to. I'm scared. Xiao Molyang shook her head quickly, a look of terror on her face. Xiao Mobing bit her lip. What's there to be afraid of? I'm an experienced warrior. I go first, and if that doesn't work out, you can go next. And all of you, don't even think about running away. Watch your ears. If we lose, send reinforcements. Only by completely suppressing Ling Yi, until he feels satisfied and exhausted, will he stop having wild thoughts. The women were stunned by Xiao Mobing's words. How dare she say that? How dare she do that? She wasn't afraid of causing Ling Yi any harm. Ling Yi had already arrived at the Blood Demon's encampment. Little did he know the women were planning a spectacle of sexual strife. Captain, what brings you here? Gu Hao looked at Ling Yi curiously. Come to see the captive, Haozi. You acted well just now. Ling Yi laughed. Hey, thanks for the compliment, Captain. Old Yan's watching the guy inside. I take you there. Gu Hao led the way, guiding Ling Yi inside the building. As soon as they reached the third-floor hallway, they heard Ling Yan's loud voice from inside a room. You bastard, you were so capable just now. You were barking at our captain like a mad dog. Come on, keep barking. Then, there was a dull thud, followed by a series of muffled groans. Gu Hao glanced back at Ling Yi, seeing his expression unchanged, and whispered, everyone is disgusted by this guy's previous arrogance, so old Yan is here to teach him a lesson. Ling Yi nodded slightly and said, let's go and take a look. Just don't kill anyone. He can still be useful to me. When Gu Hao pushed open the door, they saw Ling Yan waving his fist, punching Chu Sun in the stomach. Chu Sun, too, was resolute, suppressing a scream, only letting out an unconscious groan. Sensing someone behind him, Ling Yan quickly turned around. Seeing Ling Yi, he quickly lowered his raised fist and said with an awkward smile, Captain, you're here. He then gave Gu Hao a reproachful look, asking why he hadn't informed him earlier. Gu Hao simply shrugged helplessly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Chu Sun raised his head with difficulty, staring intently at Ling Yi. I never expected you to be so scheming. We all been fooled. This was all your plan. Ling Yi sat on the stool Gu Hao had brought over, casually passing cigarettes to Ling Yan and Gu Hao, then lit one for himself. His voice was calm. I was just taking precautions, setting a trap. Who could have imagined you actually fall for it? Who can I blame? Ahem. I never imagined that a mere brat like you could manipulate us, 3 people over 100 years old combined. Ridiculous. Chu Sun coughed a few times, self-deprecatingly saying, 3 cobblers aren't necessarily as good as Zhuge Liang. We were all living in peace, each pursuing our own paths, but you chose to target me. Should I call you ignorant or clever? Ling Yi took a deep drag on his cigarette and spoke slowly. It was clearly you who went too far, so why are you blaming us? Chu Sun shouted. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. I'm not one of those survivors who believes everything they hear. Don't even think you can fool me. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Chu Sun curled his lips, but didn't refute. Ling Yi said to himself, you're using public opinion and the number of survivors to coerce me into clearing the way for you. That's a good plan. Since you want us to be cannon fodder, I have to retaliate. Chu Sun narrowed his eyes, sizing up the young man before him, his heart filled with fear. Is this kid even human? What's wrong with his brain? He can actually predict the future. He's such a monster. TSK. Actually, I feel sorry for you. You've been sold, and you're still counting money for others. Isn't that pathetic? Ling Yi suddenly changed the subject, leaving Chu Sun confused. What do you mean? You're being used as a pawn, and you're unaware of it. You're a prisoner, and no one comes to rescue you. Doesn't that speak volumes? Ling Yi asked calmly. Humph. Don't try to sow discord. Beat me up, kill me. Chu Sun shouted, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. He remembered Li Tao fleeing without a backward glance. Ling Yi's senses were so sharp now that he caught this tiny detail perfectly, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up involuntarily. Lung Yin, you two should go about your business and supervise the brothers' training. Don't show up for the next 2 days. Lung Yin and Gu Hao agreed, then left the room and closed the door. What? Are you planning to silence me? Come on. When I was licking blood on the edge of a knife, you were still in your mother's womb. Chu Sun began to shout. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent instantly surged towards Chu Sun. He slowly stood up, a dagger already appearing in his hand. His voice was icy. I was going to talk nicely, but your foul mouth makes me feel so disgusted. With a puff sound, accompanied by Chu Sun's scream, the dagger had already pierced his left rib. I hate it most when anyone mentions my family. Do you know why? Because I'm an orphan. Ling Yi's face flashed with ferocity as he thrust another dagger into his right rib. Ah! Chu Sun screamed heartbreakingly. He didn't even see where Ling Yi had taken the dagger from. He only saw a flash of cold light before it pierced his body. Since you're a gangster, you must have seen the dagger thrust before, but you definitely never practiced it. How does it feel now? Ling Yi circled Chu Sun, another dagger appearing in his hand. He scanned him, seemingly considering where to strike next. Blood trickled from the corner of Chu Sun's mouth as he roared frantically, "Give me a quick death, you bastard!" Ling Yi shook his head slightly. A flash of cold light flashed in his hand, and Chu Sun felt a piercing pain in his thigh. But he was tied up with ropes, so he could only look down. He saw a bloody hole in his thigh, oozing blood, staining his trouser leg red. "You bastard, just kill me!" Chu Sun roared. Ling Yi, as if he hadn't heard, squatted on the ground, staring at the bloody hole, and said, "I remember there's a 3-knife, 6-hole punishment on the road. Could this dagger be too short to penetrate? How about trying a longer knife?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bloody evil long knife appeared in his hand. Ling Yi gestured at his thigh with the knife, seemingly considering which direction to stab. Chapter 121. When Chu Sun saw the long sword suddenly appear, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his lips began to tremble. You. I feel like this sword isn't working well. If my hand shakes and I cut my entire thigh, that wouldn't be fun. Watching the bloody long sword disappear from Ling Yi's hand, Chu Sun finally let out a deep breath. Before he could recover, a nearly 2-meter-long metal spear pressed directly against his other thigh. Ling Yi gently loosened his grip, and the sharp spearhead tore through his pants, piercing his thigh and emerging from behind. As the spear was withdrawn, blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Ah! It hurts. You're so cruel. Chu Sun was in excruciating pain and fainted. You fainted. Ling Yi patted Chu Sun's face. Seeing that he wasn't faking, he immediately took out a bottle of healing potion and fed it to him. After the wounds had completely healed, Ling Yi launched a supernatural water ball at Chu Sun's face. The shock jolted him awake, and he muttered, "Am I already dead?" However, a voice he hated the most echoed in his ear. "I haven't had enough fun yet. How could I bear to see you die? By the way, let me tell you a secret. I'm here. As long as you're still breathing, I can bring you back to life." Chu Sun felt the pain from his wounds disappear completely, and he looked down in confusion. The sight stunned him. There were no wounds, and the bloody holes had vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. But the holes in his pants and the dried bloodstains betrayed the reality of what had happened. Imaginary, isn't it? Come on, let's continue. I got plenty of time. Ling Yi's voice was filled with excitement. I never let you torture me again, even if I die. Chu Sun roared, but before he could make the next move, Ling Yi interrupted him. Bite your tongue to commit suicide. Even if your tongue is gone, I can still grow it back. Just try it if you don't believe me, Ling Yi said with a smile. Chu Sun retracted his tongue and swallowed hard. He was completely terrified by Ling Yi. He was a madman, a devil. He had always thought that after decades in the underworld, he was already ruthless and cruel, and had taken several lives on his shoulders. But compared to Ling Yi's actions, they were nothing. If someone told him now that Ling Yi was a psychopath, he would definitely agree with them wholeheartedly. Come on, continue. Ling Yi shook the spear in his hand, creating a spark of gunfire. Chu Sun's pupil shrank, and he cursed inwardly, this is worse than death. Seeing Ling Yi's spear about to strike again, Chu Sun screamed hysterically, stop! 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 Let's talk it out. Ling Yi ignored him, and the spear pierced Chu Sun's thigh again. Well, this is a good way to practice my aim. Look, it's in the same spot as before, exactly right. Chu Sun was now filled with fear and pain, tears, and snot streaming, and he begged for mercy. Brother, sir, oh my God, please stop toying with me. Do whatever you want, I listen to you. I was wrong, please forgive me. I want to keep stabbing. Ling Yi gave a wicked smile, making Chu Sun tremble with fear. No, 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 as long as you don't continue, I'd do anything for you, even work like a slave. I even ask you to be my dog. Ling Yi asked, his eyes narrowed. Chu Sun's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Ling Yi to ask such a question. He actually wanted him to be a dog? Ah. Just as Chu Sun was stunned, Ling Yi's spear pierced his other thigh again. I hate people who say one thing and mean another. I shoot your fifth leg next time. I don't know if it will grow back, Ling Yi said coldly. Chu Sun's face was twisted, his pale complexion matching that of the zombies. This was caused by the pain and the excessive blood loss. Just as he was about to faint, he heard Ling Yi mention the fifth leg. He was instantly startled and forced himself to wake up. He shouted, I'm a dog. I'm willing to be your dog. Please let me go. Chu Sun's psychological defenses were completely broken, and he began to regret provoking Ling Yi in the first place. He had thought that at worst, he would die and be a brave man again in 18 years. But what he never expected was that, in Ling Yi's hands, even death was a luxury. Now, his only thought was to survive. He didn't want to continue living this life worse than death. Even being a dog was better than being tortured and abused. Ling Yi twitched his lips, and with a flick of his spear, he instantly severed the ropes binding Chu Sun. Chu Sun, with his injured legs, couldn't stand and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain and screaming. Since you've chosen to be a dog, then kneel down and swear allegiance to me. Just a reminder, I have a special ability that allows me to see through a person's true thoughts. If you try to trick me, expect even more brutal punishment. I don't mind disemboweling you, skinning you, and pulling out your tendons, just to see if I can save you. Chu Sun's face was filled with fear. Suppressing the pain, he struggled to his feet and lay before Ling Yi, kowtowed repeatedly. I am my master's most loyal dog. I will do whatever my master tells me to do. I will never abandon him, and will never disobey his command, even if it means taking my life. The system has detected someone volunteering to become the host's slave, and has activated the slave mark function. Slave mark function? What the hell is that? System, please explain. Ling Yi contacted the block system. Humph. You call me when you need something, and block me when you don't. What an ungrateful human. The system was displeased with Ling Yi for constantly blocking it, leaving it completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Speak if you want to. If not, get out. Ling Yi was no longer indulging the system, letting it do whatever it pleased. You? Okay, I say, but you have to let me out more often. The system began to bargain with Ling Yi. Okay. Ling Yi casually replied, but inwardly he was saying, whether I let you out or not is up to me. Look, I'm going to block you. The system then contentedly began to explain. Slave mark. As the name suggests, it allows the host to plant a mark on a slave who has sworn allegiance. Once a master, always a master. Once a slave mark is planted, it cannot be erased. Life and death depend on the host's whim. Ling Yi's eyes lit up. So powerful. How do I use it? The host simply sets the mark pattern on the slave function interface and casts it on the target. This mark also allows the host and slave to communicate in their minds. Within the same plane, they can contact each other regardless of distance. Chapter 122. Ling Yi was overjoyed after hearing this. This was practically global mobile communication. In this apocalyptic world without communication, this thing was a true artifact. Ling Yi pondered for a moment on the slave mark interface, then simply wrote the character Ling. Now the host can cast it on a target. The mark can be used unlimited times, without any restrictions. However, it will only be effective against those whose mental state is nearing collapse, the system continued. Okay, I understand. You can return. Ling Yi immediately blocked the system, not even giving it a chance to express its displeasure. Ling Yi casually cast the slave mark on Chu Sun. A flash of red light flashed from his fingertips, then transformed into a blood-red Ling character, imprinted on Chu Sun's forehead. After a few flashes, it faded into his skin and disappeared. And yet, within Ling Yi's mind, a trace of Chu Sun's innate aura appeared. With a single thought, he could extinguish this trace of innate aura, and Chu Sun would die instantly. Ling Yi cursed inwardly. Advanced civilizations are truly amazing. I wonder how they came up with these things. It's unbelievable. He looked at Chu Sun, who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. How could one describe it? It was like the gaze of a cultist. Ling Yi casually tossed over a bottle of healing potion and said, "Drink it. It heal your wound." Chu Sun hurriedly took it, tilted his head back, and drank the potion directly. He watched the wound heal visibly, his mouth gaping in amazement. "Master, this potion is amazing. Follow me, and you find plenty of good things. You've seen the strength of those around me. I personally cultivated them all. Do you think anyone else in this world can do that?" Ling Yi finished speaking, handing over 3 bottles of primary strengthening fluid. This is a strengthening potion that can significantly improve basic attributes. Take it in small doses. Don't drink it all at once, or you explode and die. Chu Sun excitedly accepted it, and quickly thanked him. "Thank you for your gift, Master. I will dedicate myself to this mission until my death. Stop talking nonsense and do your job well. As long as you complete my instructions, you be rewarded," Ling Yi said calmly. Chu Sun nodded like a chick pecking at rice, his heart filled with excitement. "Remember, everything about me must be kept secret. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Go back and act as usual, pretending you never met me. Report anything directly through the mark," Ling Yi warned briefly. Chu Sun prostrated himself on the ground, his voice firm. "Master, rest assured. I will keep this in mind, and will never forget it." Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction, then took out a set of clothes and a dagger and handed them to Chu Sun. "Change your clothes, so you don't arouse suspicion. This dagger is made of incredibly sharp material, and is for self-defense. If anyone asks you how you're leaving me, just say Xianyuan Mingchen interceded for you. He's one of us, so try to stay close to him. I arrange everything else through the seals. Now return. Master, I take my leave." Chu Sun slowly left the room and changed his clothes in the hallway. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the 3 bottles of strengthening fluid in his hands. He thought to himself, as long as I stay by my master's side and do my job well, becoming stronger will become a reality. He carefully pocketed the potions and hid the dagger inside his clothes before heading downstairs. Ling Yi had just reached the stairs when he saw Ling Yin, and Gu Hao hurried up. "Captain, let that go," Ling Yin asked. "Well, we're one of our own from now on," Ling Yi said with a faint smile. "One of our own? I was wondering if that was acting strange just now. Seeing old Yin and me, he groveled and fawned, acting like a slave who deserved a beating," Gu Hao said excitedly. Ling Yi was taken aback when he heard this, thinking, this slave mark is quite interesting. Blood Demon members are considered team members, so Ling Yi usually calls them brothers. And the slave mark is 1 level lower, which is why Chu Sun instinctively lowers his stance when he sees a Blood Demon member, like bloodline suppression. Ling Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Bloodline suppression, class division. So which class am I in? Although the system is assisting me, I always feel like it's above me. After all my resources and abilities come from it. And above the system, there's a plane controller from a higher civilization. Thinking of this, Ling Yi's composure frayed. So, he was also someone else's slave, and he had no idea how they were controlling him. A sense of powerlessness welled up within Ling Yi, and he began to question his existence and the meaning of his freedom. He had long realized that he was merely a pawn, manipulated by the system, and the plane controllers of a higher civilization. This thought had always filled him with fear and despair. However, Ling Yi refused to accept being someone else's slave. His heart-to-heart talk with Mu Xia had completely shattered his repressed feelings. Ling Yi had resolved to find a way out of his predicament, to discover the true identity and purpose of the system within him. Furthermore, he began to consider that perhaps through personal learning and growth, he could shed his dependence on the system and the plane controllers and find his own power. Ling Yi resolved to no longer passively accept everything, but to actively seek liberation and independence. He understood that only through hard work and struggle, constantly improving his strength, could he truly break free from his constraints and find his own path. Despite facing the unknown and difficulties, Ling Yi no longer wallowed in fear and despair. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered in his pursuit of power and truth, he would eventually find his own answers, escape his slavery, protect those around him, and survive safely in the apocalypse. Even if he truly failed, he would simply be reduced to ashes and return to nature. But what if he succeeded? Captain, what are you thinking about? Why are you so lost? Gu Hao asked, noticing Ling Yi's daze. Ling Yi shook his head, pushing aside his distracting thoughts. Nothing. When I see Chusun next time, I do what I have to do. Don't let it get away. Has Chusun been instigated by the captain? Lung Yen stared with wide eyes, a look of disbelief. Old Yen, this is the captain's brilliance. A plan within a plan, a mission within an impossibility. Captain, teach us how to make that stubborn guy surrender. Let's learn from him, so we can have a strategy for dealing with prisoners in the future. Gu Hao looked forward to Ling Yi's tactics. I guess you don't want to know. Ling Yi's smile was tinged with a hint of evil. Lung Yen pressed on, actually, I'm quite curious too. Captain, just tell me. At their urging, Ling Yi slowly recounted what had happened, then strode away, leaving Lung Yen and Gu Hao standing there, pale and confused, terrified. Chapter 123. Old Yen, I really want to slap myself right now. Why am I so curious and so rude? Gu Hao said with a sad face. I help you, so you don't have to. Before Gu Hao could react, Lung Yen slapped him twice in the face and ran away. Don't run, you old man. I burn your hair with electricity. Gu Hao, regaining his composure, chased after Lung Yen with lightning in his hands. Li Tao and Cheng Ji, after desperately running back to the base, were still in shock. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they were sure Ling Yi hadn't caught up. That Ling Yi kid is crazy. I wonder if Chusun would survive if he caught up with him. Cheng Ji asked, gulping down water. After a long moment without a response, he looked at Li Tao in confusion. He saw him stroking his chin and pacing back and forth, seemingly lost in thought. Something's wrong. I just can't help but feel like something's off. Li Tao muttered as he walked. Mr. Li, what did you notice? What's wrong? Cheng Ji looked confused. Suddenly, Li Tao clapped his hands together and shouted, I know what's wrong. The wounded? Yes, those wounded. The wounded? What's wrong with the wounded? I didn't expect them to be so badly injured. Cheng Ji still didn't react. You're totally wrong. Think about who they're fighting. Zombies. If there were really so many casualties, these wounded would have been infected and mutated into zombies. Li Tao said excitedly. Cheng Ji stood up abruptly. After Li Tao's reminder, he finally realized. So they're all pretending and we've been tricked? Li Tao scratched his hair in frustration and sighed deeply. Alas! I lived my entire life in vain, only to be manipulated by a young brat. What a shame! Cheng Ji was also shocked, muttering, Did this kid know we were going to cause trouble and set a trap for us all along? This is ridiculous. Is there someone behind him? Otherwise, I never believed Ling Yi could be so cunning. Li Tao shook his head and smiled bitterly. They're just those people. How could they have any experts? It's ridiculous. They're just helping others gain fame and influence public opinion. I expose them right now, and then bring people to demand an explanation. Cheng Ji said indignantly. Heh? Do you think anyone would still believe us now? Even if there were, they'd be intimidated by Ling Yi's fierce aura. No one would think they die. Li Tao slumped on the sofa, his energy drained. Cheng Ji threw his arms violently and said dejectedly, Alas! Not only did we not accomplish our mission, but we also got Chusun involved. Another soldier lost. Boss Li, there's talk outside that Chusun is back. A subordinate knocked on the door and reported to Li Tao. Li Tao and Cheng Ji's eyes met, their faces filled with disbelief. Let's go and take a look. Li Tao quickly stood up and headed for the door. When Li Tao and Cheng Ji arrived at Chusun's resting place, they were shocked by the scene before them. Chusun was directing the survivors as they began to pack up their belongings, seemingly ready to leave at any moment. Li Tao and Cheng Ji exchanged glances, both filled with doubt, and hurried forward. Brother Chu, you're back. Why didn't you come say hello? Li Tao walked forward with a smile. Cheng Ji also greeted him with a smile. I'm glad you're back. We were worried something might happen to you. Chusun glanced at the two men coldly and said sarcastically, I'm unworthy of you too. Thank you for not saving my life. Now I can see your ugly faces. Li Tao and Cheng Ji both looked embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. After a while, Cheng Ji tentatively asked, Did Ling Yi do anything to you? And are all his men really injured? Chu Sun's eyes narrowed, and his voice icy. Ling Yi wanted to kill me. The knife was at my neck. If it weren't for Commander Xuanyuan's plea, I would be a headless corpse now. Cheng Ji smacked his lips, but ultimately didn't ask again. After all, he had been a bit unkind before, focusing on his own escape. Chu Sun turned around and continued with his own business, looking like he didn't want to bother with you. Li Tao gritted his teeth, still wanting to know if his guess was correct. After a moment's hesitation, he finally couldn't help but ask, are those soldiers uninjured and just faking it? Chu Sun chuckled inwardly. Just as my master suspected, these guys noticed something unusual. It's a shame you were just one step behind. I should also thank those injured soldiers. If a group hadn't suddenly mutated into zombies, causing such chaos, I wouldn't have returned so quickly. Chu Sun shouted, his voice carrying far away. Li Tao sensed something was amiss with Chu Sun's words and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The surrounding survivors had heard and started to discuss the matter. The more they discussed, the more ashamed they felt, blaming themselves for believing the rumors and following the trend to cause trouble with their savior. Li Tao and Cheng Ji were both bewildered. Could their guess have been wrong? Even if Ling Yi was truly in trouble, it had nothing to do with them. But now, after Chu Sun's outburst, everyone knew about it, which was a serious blow to their prestige. Li Tao knew that if he couldn't contain the situation quickly, it would cause significant trouble for his future plans. He decided to have a good talk with Chu Sun and try to gain his forgiveness. Only by uniting the team could he have a greater say and better plan for the future. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Before Li Tao could even open his mouth, Chu Sun's words plunged him into the abyss. If you two are fine, leave now. We still need to pack our supplies and move. Chu Sun immediately ordered them to leave. Move? Li Tao and Chu Sun looked puzzled. Cheng Ji couldn't help but ask, move what? Humph. Stay away from those with ulterior motives, or you be harmed and left with nothing, Chu Sun said bitterly. Li Tao and Cheng Ji were both helpless upon hearing this. Seeing the angry and hostile gazes of the survivors around them, a chill ran down their spines, realizing the gravity of the situation. Li Tao cursed inwardly, Chu Sun, damn you. You were the one who was so loud and eager to get Ling Yi. Now that you've been beaten up, you become a complete coward, yet you're still trying to act noble and put all the blame on me. But Li Tao didn't dare say it out loud. After all, he had been the one to start the trouble, and now that it had happened, he'd been set up by Ling Yi and buried in the mud. Even if he came forward to explain now, no one except his closest associates would believe him. Chapter 124. Even worse, if Chu Sun separated his team, he would lose a third of the survivors, which was not in his best interests or plans. Therefore, persuading Chu Sun to stay was imperative, even if he had to pretend to be a grandson. Looking at Li Tao, who kept giving him looks, Cheng Ji reluctantly stepped forward and said to Chu Sun with a forced smile, Brother Chu, I don't think there's any need to move. After all, there's strength in numbers. If we all move together, we can look after each other. Besides, the team could leave at any time, and moving would be too much trouble. No matter how much trouble it is, we have to move. I have to consider my brothers, and can't let them be sold out without knowing why. Chu Sun still had an expression that said, I won't trust you anymore. The survivors around him also shouted, refusing to be complicit with Li Tao and his men. Li Tao's brows were furrowed. The situation was completely out of his control. Chu Sun's attitude also made him feel a little powerless. This guy hated him so much for not saving him. If he hadn't been afraid he couldn't defeat him and Cheng Ji, he would have rushed over and fought to the death. In the end, no matter how Li Tao and Cheng Ji tried to persuade him, he watched helplessly and resentfully as Chu Sun, leading over 1,000 men, slowly disappeared from sight. Spicy guy, I'm going to kill this thug sooner or later. Li Tao cursed furiously in his heart. Oh! Mr. Li, what do we do next? With 1/3 of the survivors gone, our supply collection efficiency will be slowed down. Cheng Ji unconsciously pushed up his glasses. Li Tao was filled with rage. You ask me what to do. I don't even know what to do. But he could only think about it in his mind, not dare to shout it out loud. Chu Sun had already left, and if Cheng Ji also withdrew, it would be disastrous. He calmed himself down and spoke slowly. Now we can only gather as many supplies as possible. If we want to reach safety quickly, we lost the initiative and can only follow them. With just the two of us, carrying thousands of the elderly, weak, and disabled, it's impossible to guarantee adequate safety. Judging from the current situation, controlling Ling Yi's forces through moral and public opinion is essentially impossible. This kid is incredibly intelligent and formidable, but his team is the strongest. If we want to survive, we can only rely on them to charge ahead. Chungji also sighed deeply. Alas. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. But I haven't noticed much improvement in strength lately. This process is truly too slow. Li Tao paced back and forth and said, there are two urgent matters that need to be addressed immediately. First, rally the troops. Second, select a group of strong and capable young men to form our own combat team. We must face the challenges. Since we can't control Ling Yi and the others, we can't pin all our hopes on others. Li Tao paused, his gaze fixed firmly on the survivors around him. He knew now was the time to act. He clearly realized that only through unity and self-reliance could he survive in this difficult environment. Dispersed forces could not withstand external threats. Only through unity and cooperation could he better protect himself and build a team that truly belonged to him. Although the apocalypse had only lasted a short time, it had taught Li Tao the importance of strength and power. To live the life of a local tyrant, he must possess both personal strength and a sufficiently powerful armed force. By the time Ling Yi returned to the car, it was nearly dusk, and the 10 girls were busy cooking. The spacious kitchen was filled with laughter and joy as the girls gathered, preparing a delicious feast. The kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of various foods, making everyone's mouth water. Su Ruoling and Lu Yun were busy washing fresh vegetables, preparing them for stir-fries or salads. Lu Zi's skillful cutting skills flowed like a dance. Xia Mobing and Xianyuan Yushue were preparing the main course. They enthusiastically stir-fried the ingredients, and the food in the wok emitted an enticing aroma. From time to time, they would taste it, frowning slightly or nodding in approval, constantly adjusting the heat and flavor. Xia Maoyang and the other girls were busy preparing dessert and fruit. They personally mixed the batter, then poured it into a baking pan and placed it in the preheated oven. They would frequently glance nervously into the oven, anticipating the perfect dessert. The kitchen was filled with laughter and the aroma of delicious food. The girls exchanged cooking tips and techniques, sharing their joy and anticipation. They worked together in perfect harmony, making the entire cooking process effortless and enjoyable. Ling Yi watched the busy girls, a faint smile playing on his lips. In that moment, he felt a warmth and joy, as if he wasn't in the apocalypse at all, but rather on a picnic with these girls. During this time, Ling Yi tried to help, but the girls repeatedly pushed him away, telling him to wait until dinner was served. Helplessly, Ling Yi climbed onto the roof of the car and took in the scenery of the dilapidated town. Finally, a sumptuous feast filled the table. The girls gathered around Ling Yi, enjoying the fruits of their collective labor. They eagerly let him sample each dish, and upon seeing him nod, all the girls' expressions were filled with satisfaction and happiness. This was more than just a feast, it was also a testament to their apocalyptic love with Ling Yi, creating countless memories for their extended family. Just as everyone was savoring the food, Xianyuan Mingchen hurried over and took in the sumptuous meal. He couldn't help but sigh bitterly. Ling Yi. Every time I get in your RV, I always feel like I'm still living in the pre-apocalyptic world. Others are constantly struggling to survive, while you're surrounded by luxury cars, beauties, fine wine and delicious food. You don't even seem to be feeling the tension of the apocalypse. Alright. Stop being so sour. Today's the only good meal we had in the past 2 weeks, and you even caught up. Sure, get your brother some bowls and chopsticks. Ling Yi smiled faintly and invited Xianyuan Mingchen to the table. Xianyuan Mingchen didn't hold back. He picked up his chopsticks, took a few bites of food, took a swig of red wine, and then exclaimed, "Awesome. I can't even remember the last time I had a hot meal. I miss this satisfying feeling so much. Just eat your meal. Don't be so startled. Look how scared you made everyone. Next time we have a dinner like this, I have swear call you. Don't act like a country bumpkin. It's embarrassing." Hearing Ling Yi's complaint, the girls burst into laughter, and Xianyuan Mingchen scratched his head in embarrassment. Chapter 125. After the meal, the girls began to clear the dishes, while Ling Yi took Xianyuan Mingchen to the rooftop observation deck. "Want a cigarette?" Ling Yi handed him a cigarette. "Smoking is bad for your health. I don't smoke." Xianyuan Mingchen shook his head. Ling Yi lit up a cigarette for himself and said disdainfully, "You're already a powerhouse, and you're still afraid of cigarettes? They'd be a luxury in the future, impossible to get. Come on. It's good to have food now, but who wants this? You can't eat it." Today, I saw the survivors collecting supplies, and they didn't even glance at them. Xianyuan Mingchen looked disgusted. "Oh, and here's something else. Let me make a deal. I give you a bottle of power potion, and you help me collect all the cigarettes in town." Ling Yi said. shaking a bottle of power potion in his hand. 2 bottles? Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes lit up when he saw the power potion. He had already taken a bottle and knew the potency's power. It significantly boosted his basic attributes, without any side effects. Every time Xianyuan Mingchen saw Ling Yi, he wanted to ask for a bottle, but knowing how precious the potion was, he hesitated. Don't worry, I have Ling Yan arrange for someone to do it. I'm sure he'd be happy to do it. Ling Yi made a move to put the potion away. Xianyuan Mingchen was startled when he heard this. He stepped forward and snatched the potion, muttering, I do it, I can do it. His hands moved quickly, stuffing the potion into his trouser pocket and holding it tightly, afraid that Ling Yi would take it away. Look at you, how shameful. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. Xianyuan Mingchen, however, wasn't angry at all. Oh Ling Yi, you really don't know how to appreciate the good things you have. I'm so excited. This strengthening potion is so important to me, I really can't resist it. Ling Yi, Mingchen, while strengthening potions are precious, remember, while they can help you improve your strength, you must be careful about when and how you use them. Don't over-rely on them. Believe in your potential and constantly strive to maximize it. Power gained solely from external sources is never real. Xianyuan Mingchen, don't worry Ling Yi. This potion is an opportunity for improvement for me. I will cherish it and use it to push my limits. I also keep up with my training. He patted his weighted vest. Okay, I take the strengthening potion when I get home, and then train hard. This will not only speed up the absorption of the potion's effects, but also help me quickly become familiar with the surge in strength. Xianyuan Mingchen turned and prepared to leave. Ling Yi asked, bewildered, you rushed over here, weren't you just looking for a free meal? Could you have awakened some supernatural power, like a dog's nose? Xianyuan Mingchen's mouth twitched, speechless at Ling Yi's sarcasm, but he slapped his head and remembered the purpose of his visit. Look at my poor memory. Since I've forgotten the purpose of my visit, I want to tell you something strange, about Chu Sun. Oh! What happened to Chu Sun? Didn't I let him go? Ling Yi said, his expression curious. Xianyuan Mingchen sat down again, and said slowly, I'm curious about what you did to Chu Sun. He actually broke up with Li Tao, and the others after he returned. Ling Yi rubbed his nose and said nonchalantly, I didn't do anything to him. I just appealed to his emotions, reasoned with him, and then politely sent him off. His breakup with Li Tao is a blessing in disguise. A blessing? Having one team was already such a headache, and now it's split into two. Who knows what kind of mess it's going to be? Xianyuan Mingchen replied angrily. Ling Yi looked at the man's troubled and angry expression, feeling a little strange. He hadn't asked Chu Sun to cause trouble, so why did things seem so unexpected? Did they get into a fight? Ling Yi asked, frowning. No, Chu Sun went back and directly separated with his own team. Then, he joined me, claiming to follow my lead and obey my orders and commands. Isn't that strange? Xianyuan Mingchen truly couldn't understand Chu Sun's motive. Do you think they're doing this on purpose, thinking of some other trick to drag me into this? Xianyuan Mingchen speculated. Ling Yi smiled faintly, thinking, Chu Sun is quite capable. Could it be that being under my control has also boosted his intelligence? He's done a brilliant job. It seems he led his team away out of frustration, but in reality, he's following his own instructions and moving closer to Xianyuan Mingchen. He's doing it stealthily, oblivious to any suspicion of foul play. Hey! Seeing you smiling like that, I feel like you're gloating over my misfortune. Are you waiting to see me laugh? Xianyuan Mingchen was annoyed when he saw Ling Yi smiling without replying. This is actually a good thing. Why does it become a disaster for you? Think about it. The larger the group of survivors, the more desires and schemes Li Tao and the others have. Just look at how they dared to mess with me, and you understand. Numbers are their greatest strength. Now that Chu Sun has joined you, their numbers have been reduced by 1/3, while your team's strength has been invisibly strengthened. This is a cause for celebration. Ling Yi explained. That makes sense, but I still feel uneasy. Chu Sun's actions are so unusual. Xianyuan Mingchen was still a little skeptical. You're overthinking it. Can you try to think positively? Chu Sun's actions were forced upon him. If I were abandoned so ruthlessly, I also feel resentful and unwilling. However, I can't defeat them. To avoid being used as a pawn again, I have no choice but to find another way out. He definitely wouldn't dare to come to me, so you're the only one left. Ling Yi continued to explain patiently. Is it really as you say? Xianyuan Mingchen stared at Ling Yi with a piercing gaze. You just accept them, then select a group of strong and capable soldiers, and begin training them. It's a joke that someone who doesn't even have the courage to fight zombies expects to make it to the military base alive. Even if they all arrive safely, they'd just be a bunch of parasites, which I don't think you want to see. As for the others, they should be sent out to search for supplies. Find something for them to do when they have nothing to do. Don't let them sit idle all day, messing around like crazy. Ling Yi offered his opinion, which was also the most important reason for pushing Chu Sun to Xianyuan Mingchen's side. After listening to your brief analysis, I feel suddenly enlightened. They say listening to one word from you is worth 10 years of reading. Today I really seen something new. Xianyuan Mingchen couldn't help but praise Ling Yi. Chapter 126. Stop it. Stop flattering me. It's not that I'm so awesome, it's that you're just too stupid. Ling Yi smacked his lips. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mingchen wanted to kick him, but then, thinking about the disparity in strength between them, he shook his head, stood up, and silently prepared to leave. Arrange a few instructors for me later to help train those students. Ling Yi said to Xianyuan Mingchen's back. Your subordinates are all enhancers, and they're regular soldiers. Can't you just find someone to train? Xianyuan Mingchen was unhappy. He was so busy, he didn't have time to send anyone to train the students. Officially, my subordinates are all injured and can't show up in public. Behind the scenes, they're all working hard to improve their strength. They don't have time to be instructors, Ling Yi said confidently. You should be kind and honest. You can't be so shameless. You have no sense of integrity. Your men need to train themselves, but don't my men need to train, do they? Xianyuan Mingchen began to roar. Ling Yi scratched his ear with his pinky finger, and a faint voice rang out. Your work won't be in vain. I guarantee that the people I send here will all be enhancers when they return. Xianyuan Mingchen was about to continue complaining, but after hearing Ling Yi's words, he swallowed the rest of his words and said with a smile, Actually, I don't have much going on over there right now. We're all family, and we need help where we can. How about I send everyone over here and give them one-on-one, hands-on training? The results will definitely be amazing. You should be kind and honest. You can't be so shameless. You have no sense of integrity. Just send a few people over here. Do you really think enhancement potions are just water? Ling Yi repeated his previous words to Xianyuan Mingchen, who could only respond with an embarrassed smirk. It must be said that Xianyuan Mingchen was very concerned about this matter, or rather, whether his men could become enhancers. Less than 10 minutes later, Mingchen arrived to report that Xianyuan Mingchen had dispatched 9 soldiers to serve as instructors. Ling Yi surveyed the 9 soldiers before him. They were all well-built men, each appearing capable and shrewd. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. My brother-in-law isn't stupid. I said a few, and he said 9, no more than 10. He's quite shrewd. Did Xianyuan Mingchen explain everything clearly to you? Ling Yi asked, looking at the 9 soldiers. An older soldier saluted and replied, Sir, the original instructions from the higher-ups were, do more, talk less, and play dumb. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I look forward to your performance. If the results exceed my expectations, I give you an additional reward. The 9 soldiers were all excited upon hearing this. They were all Xianyuan Mingchen's trusted confidants. They already knew what they were here for, and what rewards they would receive upon completing the mission. Now Ling Yi had added an extra reward, which filled them with immense joy. They had all been saved by Ling Yi before, and knew his vast magical powers and immense strength, so the rewards he offered would surely be extraordinary. Mingchen, take them to the logistics department and announce the training orders. Daily healing and stamina potions will be freely available. Anyone who slacks off will be fed to the zombies. Once everything is arranged, report back to me. Understood, Captain. I trained them to death. Mingchen agreed, leading the 9 soldiers towards the logistics headquarters. Back in the car, 10 girls were chatting and laughing. Seeing Ling Yi return, they instantly stood up and dispersed, heading for their rooms. This left Ling Yi completely confused, wondering if he had offended these girls in some way. Shuer, come here. I need you for something. Ling Yi called out to Xianyuan Yushua, who was running like a rabbit. Ah! Oh! Xianyuan Yushua stopped, and could only turn around and walk over to Ling Yi. Ling Yi looked at the absent-minded Xianyuan Yushua, and pulled her into his arms, laying her across his lap. Why are you all running? Am I that scary? You're all running like rabbits, are you afraid I eat you? Ling Yi asked. Xianyuan Yushua muttered, You're right. They're just afraid of being eaten by you, the kind who will eat you without leaving any bones behind. What are you mumbling about? Ling Yi was not paying attention. He only heard what the other person was saying, but he didn't listen carefully. Nothing. I was just asking if you wanted to keep me here for anything? Xianyuan Yushua stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. Ling Yi gently patted her round buttocks. Why can't I come to you now if I have nothing to do? You're getting bolder and bolder. Do you want to be punished? I was wrong. I've been scared of you, and it still hasn't healed. Xianyuan Yushua looked at Ling Yi with watery eyes, a seductive look on her face. She didn't know why it happened, but her buttocks seemed to have become extra sensitive. Even the slightest touch from Ling Yi brought immense stimulation and excitement. Ling Yi gently pinched her round buttocks. You know you're wrong too? Tell me what's wrong. Xianyuan Yushua bit her lip nervously as she felt Ling Yi's touch, her eyes revealing a hint of fear and anticipation. She didn't know why she was like this, why she had such a strong reaction to Ling Yi. But she knew that for the rest of her life, she could no longer leave this man's arms, nor escape his clutches. Seeing Xianyuan Yushua didn't respond, Ling Yi looked down and was startled. She bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes hazy, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, revealing a charming smile, her face a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Ling Yi quickly withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, oh my goodness, could this be her sensitive spot? I didn't do anything, yet she's reacting so strongly. She's truly a captivating enchantress. Looking at Xianyuan Yushua's face, full of lust, Ling Yi felt a shift in him. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, savoring her soft touch, his hands restlessly wandering over her body. Xianyuan Yushua narrowed her eyes slightly, savoring the favors of her beloved. It wasn't until Ling Yi's passion grew excessive, and she felt a firm sensation beneath her, that she suddenly woke up, quickly escaping his grasp and timidly standing aside, gasping for air. What's wrong? Ling Yi asked. Hate it. My wounds haven't healed yet, and I can't stand you torturing me anymore. Xianyuan Yushua explained timidly. Ling Yi glanced at her lower body, gently pulled her to sit beside him, and said gently to Xianyuan Yushua, Girl, I'm truly sorry for not considering your health and feelings. His eyes revealed a hint of apology and concern. Chapter 127. Xianyuan Yushua pouted and gently kissed Ling Yi on the cheek, saying coquettishly, It's good that you understand. Don't do this again next time. I can't stand your harassment anymore, and this goes for all my sisters. Her voice was filled with a hint of helplessness and resentment, but her eyes revealed a deep dependence on and love for Ling Yi. Ling Yi gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, tenderly stroking her shoulder-length black hair. He softly said, Don't worry. I hold you sisters in my heart, and I will cherish and love you even more from now on. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. After all, everything I'm doing now is for our future, a warm and peaceful paradise. A fleeting smile of happiness crossed Xianyuan Yushua's face. She hugged Ling Yi tightly and whispered, I know you truly care about us. We sisters will cherish our relationship even more, and won't let you face danger and hardship alone. I believe every day we spend together in the apocalypse will be the most precious memory. Hubby Schwer is right. We sisters will always be by your side, and I hope you can treat us as true family. Xiao Mobing had emerged from the room without him noticing. Ling Yi looked up and saw that the women who had escaped earlier had all returned, leaving him baffled. He had no idea why the girls were hiding. If Xianyuan Yushua hadn't already started talking, who knows how long they would have stayed hidden. Sister, you're right. We're willing to do anything for your brother-in-law, but we hope you be more gentle with us. Xiao Molyang said, hiding behind his sister, with only his little head peeking out. I don't know how to be gentle with women. Ling Yi's mouth twitched. Xiao Mobing stepped forward, nestled in Ling Yi's arms, and gave him a coquettish look. You're just a rough and tumble man. You don't know how to control your strength. You don't know that women are meant to be loved. Ling Yi was completely bewildered. Still playing dumb, aren't you? Molyang, come here. Xiao Mobing beckoned her sister forward. Xiao Molyang had just stepped in front of Ling Yi when her sister ripped her pink pajamas off her body, catching her off guard. After dinner, they had already showered and changed into pajamas, leaving them completely naked. Sister, what are you doing? Xiao Molyang's face flushed red with embarrassment at this unexpected move. Xiao Mobing ignored her sister's shyness, and even more so, ignored Ling Yi, whose eyes were wide open. Pointing at the bruises on a large white rabbit, he said angrily, See? You're such a heartless person's handiwork. And this? Look how swollen it is. You were so rough. Following Xiao Mobing's finger, Ling Yi saw the bruises and swelling on Xiao Molyang's body, feeling overwhelmed with self-blame and guilt. He had never imagined that his careless indulgence would lead to such a cruel attack on Xiao Molyang. The extent of the injuries he witnessed far exceeded his intentions. Ling Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner excitement, silently cursing himself for being an asshole. He had completely forgotten the changes in his body's strength. It might have felt light, like he hadn't exerted much force, but the impact on Xiao Maoyang was completely different. Ling Yi was consumed by self-blame, and finally realized what had happened when he first boarded the car. The reason the girls had fled upon seeing him was because they were afraid he might not have been too strong. He kept saying he wanted to protect these girls, but he never imagined he would be the first to hurt them. Ling Yi slowly stood up, his right hand trembling as he reached out to Xiao Maoyang. Seeing this, Xiao Maoyang's eyes were filled with shyness and a hint of fear. Ling Yi caught that very fear, and his right hand froze in midair, not daring to move an inch. All the girls looked at Ling Yi's face, filled with guilt and pain, and couldn't help but feel a flicker of regret. Had they been too hasty? Xiao Maoyang saw the tenderness and loss in Ling Yi's eyes, and her heart trembled. She realized that he hadn't meant to do it, it was simply careless. Xiao Maoyang bit her lip lightly. At this moment, her shyness and fear had faded, leaving only love and courage. She grasped Ling Yi's right hand and pressed it against her bruise, then smiled a cute, playful smile. "Brother-in-law, there are times when you're afraid. Just touch me if you want." Ling Yi gently stroked the bruise, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pity, his voice trembling slightly. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm a superpowered person now, and my body is in great shape." Xiao Maoyang exaggeratedly showed off the non-existent muscles on her arm. Ling Yi's senses were so acute that he couldn't miss the slight tremor in Xiao Maoyang's eyes when his fingers touched the wound. Gently hugging Xiao Maoyang, Ling Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. He was deeply aware of the indelible damage he had done to Xiao Maoyang, both physically and emotionally. "Maoyang, I'm sorry. I was so focused on myself that I ignored your feelings," Ling Yi said bitterly. "Brother-in-law, I don't blame you. I'm glad you didn't mean it. We sisters are just worried you might develop this bad habit," Xiao Maoyang whispered softly, leaning against Ling Yi's chest. Glancing at the women, Ling Yi said, "You're all fools. You knew I made such a serious mistake, yet you're just trying to avoid it. And no one's willing to stand up and criticize me. Aren't you afraid you'd be hurt even more in the future? Hubby, we're also worried you might develop this kind of abusive tendencies," Xiao Mobing muttered softly beside him. "Oh, damn me. After my sudden surge in strength, I actually overlooked the gap between us and you, and my hands became reckless. Remember this today, those standing here are my women, and in this apocalypse, the only loved ones worth protecting. From now on, no matter what happens, if you think I'm wrong, stand up and criticize me loudly. If even those closest to me can't bravely remind me to correct my mistakes in a timely manner, then what's the difference between me and a lonely person?" All the girls shuddered, deeply moved by Ling Yi's words. Ling Yi was right. In this chaotic apocalypse, if even those closest to us can't be honest and understand each other, then what's the point of survival? Xiao Maoyang rubbed her face against Ling Yi's chest, feeling only the cool touch of the weighted vest, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She opened her mouth slightly and said softly, "Brother-in-law, you don't have to feel guilty or remorseful. Like you said, we sisters are your family, your most precious treasures, and the ones you need to protect the most. All we need is to work together and survive in the apocalypse together." Chapter 128. Mu Xie continued, "Ling Yi is right. As those closest to him, we should bravely remind him to correct his mistakes." Xiao Mobing said, "We all make mistakes, but the key is to learn from them and work hard to correct them. Don't blame yourself for past mistakes, but use them as motivation for growth." Xianyuan Yushua also added, "We all share a common goal, to survive in the apocalypse. I believe that as long as we work together, support each other, and grow together, this dream will come true." Ling Yi felt the girl's heartfelt advice, and was deeply moved. Having a group of close female friends, who truly care about you is such a rare and precious treasure. We should all remember that life is a journey of continuous learning and growth. No matter what happens, never give up on yourself and firmly believe in your abilities and potential. We must have the courage to own our own mistakes, and to point out the faults of those around us. As long as we work together to build trust and love for each other, even in the perilous world of the apocalypse, we will have the motivation and courage to persevere. Ling Yi summarized the conversation, following the words of several girls. At this moment, everyone seemed to open their hearts. Lovers and family members, they are the closest relationships. By working together, a beautiful future is within their grasp. "Honey, do you have anything else tonight?" Xiao Mobing asked abruptly. "I have to talk to Mengshen later." "What else is going on?" Why are you asking this out of the blue? Ling Yi asked, puzzled. Just to make sure you don't wander off at night, so we can arrange someone to sleep with you. So do you have any ideas? Do you want to draw lots or handpick? Xiao Mobing asked with a smile. Ling Yi blinked, speechless. He wasn't a fool. How could he possibly fall for such an obvious trap? Choosing anyone would make the other girls feel inferior to the chosen one, which would be like setting himself up for fire. Even if he really wanted a girl, he'd do it secretly. How could he openly point fingers at her? It wasn't like he was ordering a barmaid. Ling Yi pretended to look from one girl to another. The girls who caught his eye, especially those who hadn't had any intimate contact with him, all lowered their heads shyly, feeling a mixture of anticipation and the fear of their first time. After a long pause, Ling Yi sighed softly, "Oh, it's so hard to choose. You're all my favorites, no one can tell you apart. How about we sleep under the same quilt? I can still squeeze into my bed." "Bah! You're dreaming, sharing the same quilt?" Musia was the first to complain. "Hubby, can you handle it? 10? Aren't you afraid of hurting your back?" Xiao Mobing couldn't help but tease Ling Yi when she heard him say that. The women all laughed heartily, leaving Ling Yi scratching his nose, thinking to himself, sooner or later, I put you all in the same bed. Let's see if you can still laugh then. Master, Mengshen is outside. Do you need to let him in? Just as the women were happily teasing Ling Yi, the round, black ball floated over. The women all got up and left. After all, they were all dressed coolly, and the collective nudity in front of their beloveds was an invisible tease. But if there are outsiders, you have to hide away modestly. Ling Yi watched the women leave, and called out, Shuer, change your clothes and come out. You also need to hear about the points redemption. Xianyuan Yushua gestured okay, and hurried back to her room. After all, the point system was a priority for Ling Yi, and since she was fully responsible, she couldn't afford to be careless. Xiao He, with Ling Yi's authorization, opened the car door and retreated to the center console. Ling Yi had instructed it not to expose itself to others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mengshen was in a car for the first time, and like a curious baby, he looked around, completely stunned by the luxurious interior. Even when he had been in an armored vehicle before, he hadn't been as impressed as he was now. But when he arrived in the living room, he saw Ling Yi sitting on the sofa, sipping tea. He hurried forward and respectfully called out, Captain. Ling Yi nodded, pointed at the sofa, and said, Don't be so formal. Sit down and talk. Mengshen was about to sit down, when he saw Xianyuan Yushua approaching with a small notebook. He quickly stood up and called out, Hello, sister-in-law. Xianyuan Yushua blushed at the sudden address and mumbled, No need to be so formal. Just sit down and talk. Then she confidently sat down next to Ling Yi. Mengshen then slowly sat down across from him. First, give me a brief report on the impact of the points system in the logistics department and the statistics on the supplies the students have harvested, Ling Yi asked. Okay, first of all, after the captain announced the points system, the students were very enthusiastic, but there were mixed reactions regarding the points ratio on the exchange chart. Although the exchangeable items were noted for their effects, most people remained skeptical, believing the prices were too high. As for the results of the previous battle supply collection, they were quite successful. The current count is 2,640 zombie vertebrae and 2,640 crystal cores each. I carefully checked everyone's contributions, and no one left empty-handed. At least someone could earn over a dozen points. As for whether anyone helped or supported each other, I can't guarantee that. Mengshen spoke eloquently, clearly putting in a lot of effort. Ling Yi was quite satisfied with the results and expressed his approval of Mengshen's work. You done a good job. After all, it's just the beginning, so it's normal to have doubts. Once they get the actual items and use them, they understand their value. So let's not rush this, and there's no need to advertise it. Let it flow. As for whether they're engaging in favoritism or corruption in collecting supplies, we don't need to worry about it or interfere. Whoever submits the supplies will receive the points. If they're willing to help, why should we stop them? The supplies have to be handed over anyway. Besides, as time goes by, once people realize how valuable points are, I'd like to see who will still be willing to selflessly share their points with others. Ling Yi directly summarized and suggested Mengshen's report. Next, you will oversee the training of the logistics department. I don't really use them as logistics personnel, but as a reserve force for the blood demons. Our team will only grow larger. New recruits will be assigned to the logistics department, screened, and then gradually added to the blood demons. So your task remains quite heavy. Ling Yi revealed some of his thoughts to Mengshen. Chapter 129. Captain, rest assured. I will diligently complete your assignments. Mengshen vowed. Well, don't do everything yourself. Try to recruit some talented individuals. We definitely need a large number of managers in the future. We need to gradually develop them from now on to avoid a situation where the team expands and there's no one available. Understood. I keep an eye out for talented individuals and bring them to the captain for review after they've been screened and assessed. Mengshen nodded in response. In the next few days, there will definitely be people trying to redeem some items. If you need anything, just go directly to Xianyuan Yushua to claim it. It will be the same from now on. There's nothing else to do for now. Don't neglect your own strength. Without a strong backing, it'd be very tiring to try to suppress those below you. Ling Yi said, as he handed over 3 bottles of strengthening fluid. Mengshen excitedly took the strengthening fluid with both hands, thanked him profusely, and left. Xianyuan Yushua was completely bewildered throughout the entire process, as if she had nothing to do with it. She was just handing over the supply exchange with Mengshen, and simply explaining it to him. Why did she have to sit there and listen? Excuse me, but you asked me out just for this? Xianyuan Yushua asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Looking at the bewildered Xianyuan Yushua, Ling Yi smiled faintly and pulled her into his arms. He cupped her hips with both hands, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, I said I wanted to caress you for a while, to experience the feel. Do you believe me? As Ling Yi finished speaking, Xianyuan Yushua felt a pair of hands rubbing against her hips. Terrified, she quickly clamped down on the hands and timidly pleaded, No, wait until I'm back to health, and you can do whatever you want. Ling Yi smiled faintly, withdrew his hand, and hugged her, saying, All right. I won't tease you anymore. Actually, I asked you to come here for 2 reasons. First, I'd be stocking up a batch of daily exchange items in the garage, and you'd be fully responsible for distributing them to Mengshen. Second, I stumbled upon some awakening power beads. As you know, the members of the Blood Demon are already enhancers, and I want to train them all to become enhancers. Xianyuan Yushua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ling Yi no longer playing tricks. Upon hearing his idea, she exclaimed in admiration, That's a great idea. If it were to work, the Blood Demon's strength would at least multiply several times. Ling Yi admitted. Kun nodded. Yes, the temptation is too great, but I have a problem right now. Xianyuan Yushua blinked. You kept me here to discuss this with me? Ling Yi gently stroked her delicate face and smiled. After all, my Shuer is a heroic female general. As an outsider in the military, I can only ask you for advice. Xianyuan Yushua chuckled. Female general? You're really good at talking. I'm just a small guard. In my opinion, you're a female general, and an incredibly bold and heroic woman. I experienced that this morning. Ling Yi said softly with a sly smile. Xianyuan Yushua's face flushed crimson. She hadn't expected Ling Yi to tease her about the absurd incident that happened that morning. And it was you who made me on top. Xianyuan Yushua said shyly. Okay, my general's wife, now help me figure out how to prevent the Blood Demon members from getting discouraged and using the supernatural beats. Seeing Ling Yi stop playing around, Xianyuan Yushua also calmed down her somewhat agitated mood. Frowning, she asked, Supernatural beads are extremely precious, rare to come by. If we follow the army's reward and punishment system, you need tremendous merit to even receive a reward. However, you've been distributing supplies to all members of the Blood Demon army fairly and impartially. If you suddenly gave it to a certain member, it would be inappropriate, and could cause conflict among the members. Ling Yi scratched his head. Yes. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Do you have any good ideas? 2 things we can try. First, implement a military merit system, awarding credit based on the number of enemies killed. Second, a martial arts competition system, set a fixed date, and implement an elimination system, Xianyuan Yushua suggested. Ling Yi's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. The army was a world where the strong were respected. The strong received their due rewards, and everyone else was convinced. Ling Yi gently kissed Xianyuan Yushua's cheek. Shuer is so clever. She solved my problem in no time. Xianyuan Yushua smiled faintly. While these 2 methods can be used together, the specific details need to be refined. For example, those who have already received a reward cannot participate again, otherwise others won't have a chance. Oh, I forgot, don't the power beads need to have a corresponding constitution to awaken? If the winner doesn't have the corresponding power beads, that would be really embarrassing. Xianyuan Yushua's reminder startled Ling Yi. He had indeed overlooked this point. He couldn't always wait until all 10 power beads were collected before giving out rewards. His ultimate goal wasn't to liven up the team's atmosphere, It was to swiftly improve their combat effectiveness. If he kept dithering, it would take forever for all the team members to awaken. Xianyuan Yushua pouted, tilting her head, looking thoughtful. Suddenly she exclaimed, I got an idea. Can't you sense each person's elemental attributes? Ling Yi nodded. That's easy. Form competing teams with people of the same elemental attributes. As long as they possess the corresponding power beads, a special competition will be held for those teams. This way, no one else can say anything. Whether or not you awaken first will depend entirely on luck. If that's the case, I think we can just use a martial arts competition system. There's no need for a set time frame. As long as you have the power beads, you can participate anytime, anywhere. As for the military merit system, I suggest starting it as well. If you have any goodies, you can give them out as rewards. TSK. Looks like you're going to get another title of female Zhuge Liang. I never thought my Shuer was so capable of both civil and military skill. I was so blind to chase you away back then. Now that I think about it, I feel like I should slap myself. Ling Yi praised Xianyuan Yushua generously. Xianyuan Yushua's lips curled slightly, as she said proudly, now you see how powerful I am. There's only one word to describe how I feel right now. I never let you go, even if I kill you. Ling Yi said, smiling as he approached her. Chapter 130. Even if you want to kick me out, you can't. I'm stuck with you for life. Xianyuan Yushua offered a kiss. Ling Yi was stunned by the sudden kiss, thinking, does doing something embarrassing make a woman bolder? Feeling the clumsy yet passionate kiss, Ling Yi's hands began exploring again, scaring Xianyuan Yushua from her lap so much that she jumped up and ran away, leaving Ling Yi stunned. What's going on? Provoking her and then running away. Even if you can't have close contact, you should at least find a way to resolve it. You're keeping me on the edge of my seat. Ling Yi felt extremely annoyed. Okay, better go back and get some sleep. These are just some greedy, irresponsible bastards. Sooner or later, they get suffocated. Ling Yi muttered helplessly, getting up and heading to his room. Just as his door closed, two heads popped out from the crack of the nearby door. Sister, are we really going together? I'm a little shy. Why don't you go alone? Xiao Maoyang whispered. If you still want to see me tomorrow morning, then come with me. Otherwise, I'm really afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow morning. Xiao Mobing said calmly. Wow. Sister, please don't scare me. You're making me even more afraid to go. How about someone else accompany you? Xiao Maoyang suggested with a sad face. Change someone. I'm still shy. Stop the nonsense. I hold the line first, and you can come up after I'm defeated. Don't worry, I've been through this before. I try to hold on a little longer, so you don't have to suffer. Xiao Mobing encouraged. Why do I feel my legs trembling? Shouldn't doing something embarrassing be joyful and fun? Why do you describe it as so horrifying? Xiao Maoyang felt like she was about to cry. Xiao Mobing felt a little embarrassed by her sister's question. Well, how does it say pain and pleasure? I can only say that the men we sisters have found are so strong. It's something every woman would envy. Even knowing it means death, we still bravely move forward. Xiao Maoyang, Finally, with her sister dragging her, Xiao Maoyang, with a trepidation in her heart, quietly entered Ling Yi's room. Huh? Why isn't he here? Xiao Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw no one was inside. Xiao Mobing nodded towards the bathroom and whispered, they're showering. Just get under the covers. I go first. Watching her sister tiptoe towards the bathroom, Xiao Maoyang took a deep breath, removed her clothes, and slid into bed. Xiao Mobing stole a glance in her sister's direction and breathed a sigh of relief. She was also quite shy. After all, they were sisters. Sharing the same husband was fine. After all, in the apocalypse, life was precarious, and morality and etiquette had been thrown to the winds. But serving a man together as sisters was still somewhat awkward, so the current situation was the best, avoiding the awkwardness of facing each other. Ling Yi was unaware that Xiao Mobing was standing outside the door, cheering him on. Although his perception range was wide, he couldn't constantly monitor him, as that would consume mental energy. It wasn't until the bathroom door opened that Ling Yi noticed Xiao Mobing, naked, walking in. He paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, just in time. Give me a back rub. Xiao Mobing didn't hesitate, pressing her body against Ling Yi's. This was quite a move. Xiao Maoyang hid under the covers, her heart pounding, her face flushed. She muttered, it's been almost 2 hours. Why hasn't she come out yet? My sister's screams are truly unbearable. When Ling Yi came out of the bathroom, carrying Xiao Mobing horizontally, Xiao Maoyang's eyes met his, both of them stunned. Ling Yi thought, what the hell is this? Two sisters attacking together, are they trying to drain me dry? Xiao Maoyang wondered, is my sister asleep or unconscious? Why is she so limp and silent? Seeing Xiao Maoyang about to speak, Ling Yi quickly made a hushed gesture and whispered, be quiet. Don't wake your sister. Xiao Maoyang swallowed and nodded timidly, indicating that she understood. Ling Yi gently placed Xiao Mobing on the bed, and gently covered her with the quilt. Then, with a fiery gaze, he turned to Xiao Maoyang beside him and whispered, come, let's go to the sofa. Don't wake your sister. Xiao Maoyang's long eyelashes fluttered at this, and she gently rose and came to Ling Yi's side. Surveying the budding, bashful beauty, Ling Yi's lips curled up as he gently embraced her perfect body and kissed her soft, moist lips. As Xiao Maoyang began to sing, both joyfully and painfully, it announced the addition of another beauty to Ling Yi's harem. Xiao Mobing, lying in bed, had rested for who knows how long before waking up drowsily. She squinted her eyes at the battle scene and muttered, that bastard. He was so rude to me, yet so gentle to my sister. It pissed me off. As she finished her words, she drifted back into sleep. Ling Yi opened his eyes before dawn. Since reaching the 6th level, he noticed his sleep becoming increasingly shallow. If it weren't for his instincts, he could practically skip sleep without feeling any fatigue. Looking at the two sisters snuggling beside him, one on each side, a smile crossed Ling Yi's face. He quietly rose and made his way to the roof. After donning his weighted vest, Ling Yi added weighted leggings to his calves, each weighing 100 kilograms. Now, he grit his teeth and tried anything that could unlock his potential. He also forged a batch of simple protective gear, like the weighted calf leggings, which were comfortable, heavy-duty, and offered a degree of defense. To help the Blood Demon members rapidly improve their strength, he painstakingly crafted a variety of leggings, hand guards, and other gear in varying weights, allowing them to easily add weight at any time. In Ling Yi's words, I finally get to take advantage of the system for free, why not use it? In fact, the system had complained numerous times, thousands of attribute points were wasted, and Ling Yi kept forging items that didn't require them. If the system knew that Ling Yi was deliberately not using attribute points, it would probably go crazy and regret revealing so much information. Ling Yi also wanted to use attribute points, but he didn't dare. Ever since the system upgraded, its increased intelligence, and the subtle reminders he made to use attribute points, had made him more vigilant. Chapter 131. Ling Yi had long suspected that the key to system upgrades lay in relying on attribute points. In other words, as long as he used attribute points to improve his strength, the system would continue to evolve and upgrade accordingly. They were now completely on the same page. So Ling Yi now avoided using attribute points whenever possible, striving to improve his strength through his own efforts. It could be said that his theory was completely correct. The weight training over the past few days had resulted in noticeable improvements in strength, defense, and speed. Even his mental strength, despite constantly overdrawing his perception, showed signs of growth. Host, Ling Yi. Occupation, Esper Enhancer, Level 6 sealed. Attribute points, 2089. Strength plus, 6000, plus 90, Defense plus, 6000, plus 70, Speed plus, 6000, plus 112, Spirit plus, 6000, plus 80, Gold, 500. Wood, 500. Water, 500. Fire, 500. Earth, 1500. Wind, 500. Ice, 500. Thunder, 500. Light, 500. Dark, 500. While it can't compare to the speed increase directly from using attribute points, it's definitely increased. And strangely, it's an addition, not an increase on top of the original. What made Ling even more excited was that the system hadn't mentioned this additional increase, as if it were selectively ignoring it. Ling wanted to ask the reason several times, but he held back, fearing it was a bug. If the system fixed it, he'd be in big trouble. Ling Yi's current thinking was simple. I just keep using the attribute points. The system had sealed his strength at level 6, and the only condition for unlocking it was raising all 10 superpowers to level 6. He couldn't help but suspect that the moment he unlocked the seal, the system would undergo another upgrade. This was Ling Yi's greatest concern, which was why he was trying to circumvent the system's constraints and strive to improve his true strength. He was certain that after another upgrade, the system's intelligence would significantly improve, which would greatly hinder his covert actions. At least, in Ling Yi's opinion, the system's current IQ was still foolable. To give himself enough time to find a way to break free from the system's constraints, Ling Yi painstakingly tried every possible method, hoping that one day he would be able to completely break free of or suppress the system, so that he would no longer be a pawn of others. Shaking his head, Ling Yi stretched his arms and legs, muttering to himself, "Apocalypse. Strength is everything. Only those who endure the most difficult hardships can rise to prominence. Training, training. For a better tomorrow, for the group of beautiful wives around me, I feel incredibly motivated." Ling Yi was about to jump out of the car when he saw the weights he had just added to his calves and remembered his previous embarrassing situation. He opted to return to the car. The 10 women in the car were still asleep, so he had to tiptoe out the main entrance to avoid waking them. The town streets were deserted. Everyone was still asleep. The zombie corpses on the streets had been spontaneously cleared and burned by the survivors. After all, the stench was so nauseating. Furthermore, the corpses carried a virus, and it was unknown whether they were contagious, so no one complained about the cleanup. Ling Yi slowly walked away from the base. The devastated streets and the black, dried blood of zombies, these sights, so familiar to him, no longer stirred a ripple in his heart. In an open space, Ling Yi settled in and began another day of training. Running, jumping, push-ups, squats, stretching, and other daily exercises. He pushed himself to the limit, collapsing before drinking a stamina potion to recover. As his body slowly recovered, Ling Yi immediately settled into a horse stance and began training in his supernatural powers. When he first awakened all his supernatural powers, he was incredibly excited. But after several actual combat experiences, he found that low-level powers simply didn't hold his interest. Their practicality was too limited, and it was no quicker to chop zombies with a knife. But now was different. Ling Yi's future was uncertain, his enemies were formidable, and he had to find every possible way to become stronger. Today was arguably his first time truly understanding and experiencing all kinds of supernatural powers. Ling Yi's hands constantly shifted colors, his 10 superpowers switching back and forth under his control. He began carefully sensing this elemental energy. Then, drawing on the knowledge gained from awakening his powers, he repeatedly pondered the uses of each power. Ling Yi muttered to himself. Metal element, primarily, it can control metal objects, bending, deforming, or moving them. This ability is quite impressive. Try combining it with mental power, perhaps achieving the effect of wielding a sword to kill enemies. Wood element, only a supporting role, controlling the growth and movement of plants, utilizing their medicinal properties to accelerate wound healing, and using plants to sense the surrounding environment. Water, allows manipulation of water for attack, localized rain control, and healing using water. This ability is decent. Later on, it can be used to purify water and heal the wounded, providing plenty of offensive options. Fire, allows manipulation of fire for attack, a purely offensive ability. Earth, allows manipulation of earth to alter terrain, carve paths, and shape the terrain, a good option. Wind, allows concentration of wind power, manipulating its flow and utilizing it to increase speed and agility. It can also summon powerful storms, unleashing strong winds, lightning, and torrential rain to attack enemies or create chaos. This is quite impressive. If combined with metal, could it be used to achieve the ability to fly with a sword? The thought is exciting. I'd definitely be researching this. Ice, allows condensation of moisture from the air, forming sharp cones of ice. It can also manipulate the energy of this water to form a solid ice wall that can freeze surrounding objects or areas. It's both offensive and defensive, making it quite impressive. Thunder, unleashes powerful lightning energy to attack enemies or destroy objects. It can manipulate electromagnetic fields, controlling and disrupting electronic and mechanical devices, triggering powerful thunderstorms with loud lightning and thunder. Its attacks are quite powerful, and can also cause widespread damage. Combining it with other abilities can create unexpected effects. Light, it's most effective against dark creatures, purifying viruses and healing wounds. This is quite impressive. Not only does it have powerful offensive capabilities, but it can also purify viruses, making it a true zombie killer. Dark, it can utilize its surroundings to transform itself into a ghostly presence. It's quite useful as a scout or assassin, but it lacks a particularly powerful offensive capability. Chapter 132. Beads of sweat formed on Ling Yi's forehead, and his legs began to tremble, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After learning about the 10 superpowers, he had a direction and a goal to focus on. He prioritized the gold and wind powers, wanting to test the theory of flying with a sword. What young man hasn't dreamed of martial arts and immortality? Now that he finally had the chance to realize them, How could Ling Yi give up? Ling Yi casually threw a dagger and stuck it into the ground in front of him. His left hand activated his gold power, controlling the dagger. Then, with his right hand, he condensed a wind blade, spinning it continuously within his palm. He simultaneously released his mental energy to assist the gold power in controlling the dagger. If anyone had seen Ling Yi's performance, they would have been astonished. Ordinary people would feel exhausted, both physically and mentally, if they focused solely on cultivating a single superpower. However, Ling Yi, while training his physical strength, simultaneously controlled two superpowers and utilized his mental energy, effectively multitasking. It wasn't that Ling Yi was willing to do this, but time was too short and the pressure too immense. If he didn't rise up, he would just be waiting for the enemy to crush him. The morning sun had already risen, bringing a sense of warmth and hope to the survivors in the dim, cold apocalypse. The sunlight gently filtered through the windows, spilling into the room, bringing a sense of peace and comfort to the survivors, while also feeling grateful to have survived another day. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow on the ground, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere. The survivors emerged one after another, welcoming the start of a new day and its opportunities. No matter what happened yesterday, the sunlight awakened the strength and courage to begin anew. Everyone had different actions and goals. Some brave and daring survivors continued to explore every house in the town, searching for food and resources. They cautiously moved through each building, searching for any usable items while remaining vigilant for zombie attacks. The more organized survivors gathered trusted companions and began to discuss their next action plan. By brainstorming, they devised a more effective search strategy and assigned tasks to each individual, attempting to jointly formulate a clear action plan. Some survivors, feeling the terror of the zombie attack, began crafting simple armor and weapons from discarded materials. As each new day dawned, these survivors each took action, pursuing their own goals. They gradually realized that to survive, they couldn't rely solely on the handouts of others. Only what they earned with their own hands was truly real. No matter how noble their status, or how powerful they had been before the apocalypse, they were now nothing but homeless dogs. To survive in this harsh environment, they had to set aside all their concerns. If they didn't want to beg like a dog, they had to rely on themselves to obtain resources. In the RV, the 8 girls woke up early, not to prepare a hearty breakfast, but to see what had become of the sisters. After all, they remembered Ling Yi's advice. They should try to eat strength-boosting bread and dried meat, and occasionally improve their diet for a change of pace. If they continued to indulge in delicacies and indulge in spicy drinks every day without focusing on improving their strength, they feared Ling Yi would get angry and impose some kind of punishment. The 8 girls excitedly arrived at Ling Yi's room, only to find the sisters fast asleep. Ling Yi was nowhere to be found. They searched every room in the car, but couldn't find him. Mu Xia was on the roof, crouching beside the civet cat. Carefully, she stroked its head and asked, "Civet cat, do you know where Ling Yi is?" Ling Yi had long ago told the civet cat that the girls on the car were all hostesses, and that they must not be frightened or hurt. Although it resented Mu Xia's caress, it managed to hold back its anger. It raised its head, looked in one direction, yawned lazily, then squinted its eyes, and continued to sleep. Mu Xia stood up and followed the civet cat's lead. From a distance, she spotted Ling Yi approaching slowly. A dagger circled his body, and on his right palm, a wind blade grew and shrank, constantly shifting its form. Ling Yi's figure gradually approached, his face a pensive expression, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of confusion and excitement. The dagger danced in his hand, each twist carrying a sharp aura, as if it could slice through the air. Slowly, the dagger began to flicker with a faint electric light, crackling incessantly. Suddenly, the wind blade on Ling Yi's right palm became incomparably hot, emitting a dazzling light. With a fierce wave of his hand, the wind blade transformed into a blazing flaming blade, slicing through the air and piercing a distant tree. The flaming blade instantly struck the tree, so large that it required 2 people to embrace it. With a resounding explosion, the tree was split in 2 and began to burn. The surrounding space trembled violently, and the air twisted and distorted by the scorching flames. A flicker of satisfaction flashed across Ling Yi's eyes, and he thought to himself, as I expected, superpowers can't be understood with limited thinking. Various superpowers can actually be combined and stacked, multiplying their power several times over. Furthermore, superpowers can be attached to weapons, granting them superpowered attack effects. While not comparable to attributed weapons, they can still modestly increase combat effectiveness. The world is full of wonders, and the apocalypse will invigorate people's desire for exploration. This superpower alone is enough to keep one occupied for a lifetime. Ling Yi gazed at the swirling dagger and gently waved his left hand. A streak of silver light instantly shot up into the sky, disappearing into the vast expanse. Mu Xia watched the entire process, utterly silent. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, astounded by the strength Ling Yi displayed. The skill and power Ling Yi displayed were beyond imagination, defying the laws of nature and simply unimaginable. While others were still struggling to acquire superpowers, Ling Yi had already begun researching unique attack methods. He always inadvertently creates miracles one after another. Mu Xia's heart was filled with envy. She also longed to possess Ling Yi's talent and strength. But at the same time, she also understood that Ling Yi's current achievements were inseparable from his own hard work. Mu Xia knew that Ling Yi's success was not achieved overnight, but was the result of countless training sessions that pushed him to the limit. Chapter 133. Ling Yi pursued perfection in every detail, constantly pushing his limits and attempting things others wouldn't dare. He watered his future with sweat and blood, and forged his strength with persistence and perseverance. Thus, Mu Xia felt more than just envy for Ling Yi, she felt a deep admiration and heartache. While she was still drifting in dreamland, this beloved man was already sweating and pushing his potential. At this moment, Mu Xia's heart was utterly resolute. She resolved to continue striving on the path of cultivation, constantly surpassing herself, and closely following in Ling Yi's footsteps. She believed that, like Ling Yi, with unwavering faith and unwavering effort, she too could break free from the shackles of strength and become a capable assistant to her beloved. Mu Xia gave Ling Yi another loving look, then resolutely returned to the car. The other women, perplexed and concerned by Mu Xia's solemn expression, approached, asking the reason with concern. Mu Xia put on her weighted vest while briefly recounting everything she had just witnessed. Finally, she mused, while we were still enjoying our own comforts, Ling Yi had been quietly improving his strength for us. Just thinking about it makes me feel utterly ashamed. We're truly too dependent on Ling Yi. With his unlimited resources, we haven't even reached the second level yet. It's truly unbelievable. Xianyuan Yushuan nodded. Although the captain doesn't say it, and doesn't force us to improve, he's shouldering all the pressure. Lu Zi frowned. From now on, put away your playful side. Although we are all women, we are not just vases. Ling Yi is constantly striving for survival, and we must not let him fight alone. Sisters, only when we become stronger can we better accompany and help Ling Yi. Let us fight together with all our might to ensure he does not face danger alone. Mu Xia offered hopeful advice. The girls, upon hearing this, stopped short of expressing their opinions, instead responding to Mu Xia's support with their actions. They silently put on their weighted vests, then, with determined steps, exited the vehicle and began their workouts. When Ling Yi reached the RV, he saw the 8 girls training enthusiastically and nodded in satisfaction. But after observing them for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. Stop, I need to tell you something. Ling Yi interrupted the girls' training. The girls immediately stopped and looked at Ling Yi, awaiting his instructions. First of all, we're not in physical education class. Your level of training won't be effective at all. The purpose of training isn't just to expend energy, it's more importantly to improve your skills and strength, constantly pushing your potential, and ultimately, pushing your limits. So, you need to train specifically, focusing on details and developing your potential. Don't be afraid of fatigue, injury, or torturing yourself. Only in this way can you achieve the desired results quickly. Ling Yi's words hit the nail on the head, leaving the girls feeling ashamed. It turned out that all they had been doing was futile. They seemed to be sweating profusely, but the results were far from satisfactory. At that moment, they deeply felt Ling Yi's expectations and demands of him. Ling Yi paused and continued, secondly, teamwork is crucial. You need to cooperate with each other, support each other, and progress together. Without teamwork and collaboration, even the best individual abilities cannot reach their full potential. I taught you this before, and I hope you remember it. His voice betrayed his emphasis on teamwork, and the girls, recalling their past experiences working together, nodded in agreement. Finally, I hope you enjoy the training process. Although it may be arduous, only by immersing yourself in it can you truly unleash your potential. Remember this, in the apocalypse, being cruel to your enemies isn't cruelty, only by being cruel to yourself can you survive better. Ling Yi's voice was filled with a strong, unquestionable tone. After hearing Ling Yi's words, the girls felt a surge of determination and motivation, and they gained a deeper understanding of the harsh reality of surviving in the apocalypse. Ling Yi's words taught them that only by being cruel to themselves could they better cope with the enemy's cruelty. At the same time, Ling Yi's insightful words rekindled their passion and direction for training. They believed that only through continuous effort and improvement could they survive the apocalypse. The girls all expressed their determination to remember Ling Yi's words and strive to do their best. At the same time, they firmly believed that under Ling Yi's guidance and leadership, they would continue to grow and improve, becoming truly powerful psychic enhancers, capable of fighting alongside Ling Yi. Mu Xia's inner fighting spirit and courage were fully aroused. She declared aloud, "No matter what difficulties or challenges I face, I will persevere, never give up, never retreat, and fight for you. Yes, we're all willing to fight for you." The other girls echoed excitedly. Ling Yi reached out and touched Mu Xia's face, smiling, "You're not fighting for me, but for yourselves. Only with strong strength can you survive in this apocalypse." Despite Ling Yi's words, the girls' expressions remained unwavering, their expressions unwavering. Mu Xia felt the warmth of Ling Yi's palm and smiled faintly, saying, "Is it possible that you can only protect us, but not us as well? Since you're free now, why don't you guide our training?" Ling Yi paused for a moment, then revealed a pleased smile. He gently patted Mu Xia's shoulder and said, "All right. Since you have such ambitions, let's work together. I'm happy to coach and train with you." Ling Yi led Mu Xia and the other girls into an intense and challenging training session. He led by example, demonstrating exceptional technique and unparalleled strength. He patiently guided each student, helping them overcome difficulties, correcting any incorrect movements, and explaining how to effectively exert force. During training, Ling Yi not only focused on developing technique and strength, but also taught everyone how to remain calm and respond flexibly to various situations. As time passed, under Ling Yi's unwavering guidance, the girls gradually realized that their previous training had been like playing house, and was completely useless. Chapter 134. Ling Yi's eyes flashed red as he glanced at the 8 girls lying on the ground, gasping for breath. A smile crossed his face. "Very good. Drink the stamina potion, rest for a while, then take the strengthening potion and continue training until the potion's effect is completely depleted. Most of you will have broken through to the 2nd level today. Congratulations." The girls were all thrilled upon hearing Ling Yi's words. They hadn't expected to advance with just a little guidance. It was too much. In reality, they were all unaware of their own situation. They were all on the brink of a breakthrough, just one final push away. Ling Yi only saw the clues through his detection function, and so he urged them to push harder. Ling Yi stopped coaching the girls. He had taught them everything he needed to. Cultivation depended on personal understanding. Although he was wearing the Rat King suit, warm in winter and cool in summer, the sheer volume of training had already left him sticky. If he hadn't been guiding Mu Xia and the others, they would have already showered by now. Ever since his conversation with the girls, Ling Yi has been constantly mindful of his behavior, and has begun to learn to be gentle with them. To avoid disturbing the sisters' rest, he skipped his shower in his room and found a shared bathroom. When he returned to his room, he found the 2 women tucked away in bed, whispering to each other. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Xia Moyang pulled the covers over her head to mask her shyness. Xia Mobing, however, smiled and said, "Honey, I haven't seen you this early in the morning. What have you been up to?" Ling Yi sat down beside the bed, tapped her forehead with a finger, and said, "You 2 lazy pigs are waking up this morning. It's already sunbathing. You were the first to follow me, and the others are on the verge of a breakthrough. They'll only be advancing in the next couple of days. You 2 sisters must work hard and don't let your skills fall too far behind." Upon hearing this, Xia Mobing's eyes widened. She sat up, revealing her perfect figure, a figure that would make any man's heart flutter. She anxiously asked, "Honey, are they really about to break through? You're not lying to me, are you?" Xia Mobing couldn't help but be anxious. She had always been proud of being Ling Yi's first woman, always acting like the head of his harem. If the other sisters surpassed her in strength, it would be embarrassing. Especially Mu Xia, who, in Xia Mobing's mind, posed the greatest threat to her position. "Why would I lie to you? You 2 are also on the verge of a breakthrough, but your training isn't intense enough. If you just push your potential a little harder, a breakthrough is just around the corner," Ling Yi said truthfully. Xia Mobing quickly stood up, hurriedly put on her clothes, and ran out. Ling Yi was stunned by this sudden action, and he demanded, "Bing Bing, what's wrong with you? Training, breaking through." Xia Mobing ran out without a backward glance. Ling Yi pouted and muttered, "You're so flustered. What were you doing earlier?" "Sister. Brother-in-law, I have to go to training too." "Ah." Seeing her sister run off, Xia Moyang started to get up, but she had forgotten that Ling Yi had just yelled at her the previous night, and her current physical condition wouldn't allow her to do any extensive exercise. Hearing Xiao Maoyang's exclamation, Ling Yi instantly understood what had happened. He quickly and gently pushed her down onto the bed, saying gently, "Silly girl, wait until you recovered. Now, just lie down and rest." Hom. Xiao Maoyang smiled, her heart filled with sweetness. Ling Yi chatted with Xiao Maoyang for a while, then served her breakfast, moving her to tears. He waited until Xiao Maoyang closed her eyes and fell asleep again before leaving the room. On the way to the logistics department, Ling Yi grumbled to himself, "Why do I feel so much busier? I used to hate having so much to do. I longed to be alone and free. Now, with so many people around me and so many things to take care of, it's hard to even think of a quiet time." Before Ling Yi even reached the logistics department, he could already hear loud shouting and resounding slogans. Once he had a clear view of the training scene, he smiled with relief. The training ground was filled with a tense and vibrant atmosphere. 9 instructors conducted the training with stern yet fair guidance, constantly monitoring each student's performance. They not only required students to possess excellent physical fitness and tactical skills, but also focused on cultivating their teamwork and rapport. The training ground was set up with a variety of simple obstacles and training props. Some students scaled high walls, some crawled quickly across obstacles, some engaged in combat training, and still others engaged in extreme endurance training. The students' movements were clumsy but powerful. While they lacked professionalism, they were not without determination. Enduring pain and fatigue, they persevered in training according to the instructor's instructions. Constantly encouraging and competing with each other, they unleashed their potential, constantly pushing their own limits, striving for even greater strength. Mengshen spotted Ling Yi approaching from afar, and hurriedly stopped training to run over. Wearing a weighted vest, his movements were slow, and his breathing was rapid. "Hoo. Captain, is there anything I can tell you?" Mengshen asked breathlessly. "Just came to check it out. Nothing serious. It's done well, worth exaggerating," Ling Yi said with a smile. Mengshen scratched his head and said, "It's all thanks to the captain's excellent conditions that the students are so passionate and motivated. Also, those 9 instructors are so dedicated. I'm really surprised to see such results on the first day. Go get some stamina potions later. Each of you will get one as a reward. All 9 instructors will be treated equally." Ling Yi patted Mengshen on the shoulder and said, "Captain, isn't that too expensive?" Mengshen was a little surprised. Over 200 bottles of stamina potions. Having rewards and punishments keeps people motivated. And this is also a good opportunity to promote the points system. Just imagine, how will those exhausted people who don't even want to move react after drinking the stamina potion? Ling Yi asked Mengshen in return. "Performance? They think it's amazing," Mengshen blurted out. This was exactly how he felt when he first encountered these things. That's right, if the stamina potion is so magical, then why would they still have any doubts about the other items on the redemption list? They'd probably rush to redeem and try them. Ling Yi's lips curled up. Mengshen's eyes lit up after hearing Ling Yi's explanation. That's right. Once the students know the items on the redemption list aren't just exaggerated, they try their best to earn points. So what's the fastest way to earn points? The answer is fighting, hunting zombies on their own initiative, and all of this is basically strength. Then, the students will be even more dedicated to their training, without any need for pressure. Asking them to stop training at that point would probably only draw the crowd's condemnation. Chapter 135. Captain, your plan is truly brilliant. I believe that once these stamina potions are distributed, everyone will be driven to train frantically. It's truly a strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Mengshen praised heartily. As long as they have a goal, there's no need to worry about them lacking motivation. Come on, to your room. I have something for you. Ling Yi greeted Mengshen and headed back inside. Mengshen hurriedly followed Ling Yi with arduous steps, gritting bitterly to himself. Compared to the captain, I could just dig a hole and bury myself in it. I'm wearing a 50-kilogram weight vest, and even walking is difficult. Look at him, carrying several tons of weight, and he's acting like nothing's wrong. After Ling Yi arrived at Mengshen's room, he waved his hand without further ado, and a pile of guns and ammunition appeared on the ground. Mengshen, watching from behind, was stunned. Captain, when did you rob the armory? You got all these guns and ammunition. Mengshen lay on the ground, groping around like a child with a favorite toy. Some are discarded from the blood demons, and some were looted from the armed police station. This is just a portion. I still have plenty. Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Captain, What do you mean by taking all this out now? Are you planning to distribute it to the logistics department? Mengshen asked excitedly. Yes, these things will be scrap metal in the future. If they're distributed now, they can still be used to fight some low-level zombies. It's great that I have someone to teach me now, so I can get them out early and exchange them for some points. Lingyi explained. You mean, let the students exchange them for points? That's a good idea. With the stamina potion craze, many people will definitely be thinking about hunting zombies. As soon as these guns appear, they'd be the first to exchange them to increase their zombie hunting abilities. Mengshen couldn't help but admire Lingyi's methods. One thing led to another, and they were endlessly innovative. Give them out for free first. That'd be enough for these 9 soldiers to learn how to use them. After training, I expect the zombie hunting frenzy will begin. Then we collect them all. We exchange them for points for the guns and ammunition. I doubt they won't exchange them. Lingyi said confidently. How's the exchange rate? Mengshen asked. You and Xianyuan Yushua should discuss this. To me, these are just firewood sticks. They can offset some points, so it's considered a good use of waste. Lingyi glanced at the ammunition on the ground with disdain, then strode away. Mengshen was stunned by Lingyi's nonchalant words, speechless. After a moment, he regained his composure and called over a few trusted associates to count and sort the ammunition. He then assigned people to distribute the guns according to the number of people, and had the 9 instructors begin a new course on firearms use. He himself hurriedly went to Xianyuan Yushua to discuss the firearms points. Okay, let's do it this way. Remember, don't get into trouble with him. Xianyuan Mengshen had just finished making his arrangements when he saw Lingyi staggering into his room. The sun's rising from the west. How could you even come to my place? Guard, don't you know how to announce your arrival? Xianyuan Mengshen complained about Lingyi's uninvited visitor while yelling at the guard at the door. The guard at the door poked his head out, gave Xianyuan Mengshen a helpless expression, waved his hand, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck before continuing his duty. Xianyuan Mengshen smacked his lips, speechless. He understood the guard's meaning perfectly. He wants to go in on his own, and won't let me announce it, so there's nothing I can do. Besides, I don't dare stop him for fear he'd break my neck. TSK. Hey, brother-in-law, you're putting on airs in front of me. Lingyi swaggered forward, casually pulled over a chair, and was about to sit down when he was halfway down when he suddenly stood up and lightly kicked the chair aside. Xianyuan Mengshen had been staring at Lingyi. Seeing his impressive performance, his eyes twitched slightly, and he said with some displeasure, What's going on? You want me to move the chair myself, so you can just sit down? How could I possibly ask you to do that, brother-in-law? Lingyi said sheepishly. Humph. Are you teasing me with this attitude? Xianyuan Mengshen said angrily. I'm just worried this chair isn't strong enough to bear my weight. Look at you, you act like I owe you money. Lingyi crossed his arms, looking at Xianyuan Mengshen with annoyance. It's just a weight-bearing outfit. Is there any need to be so exaggerated? Look at me, I'm just sitting there, nothing wrong. Xianyuan Mengshen clearly disdained Lingyi's explanation. Lingyi shook his head, holding a water ball in his left hand, and a fire ball in his right. The 2 elemental balls were held in his palms, sometimes larger, sometimes smaller, and changing shapes at will. He said provocatively, You don't understand the world of masters? Young man, you need to work harder. Xianyuan Mengshen stood up abruptly, ignoring Lingyi's words. He stared at the 2 elemental balls and muttered, Aren't you an enhancer? What's going on? And you have dual attribute abilities? I told you, you don't understand the world of masters? Lingyi continued to play with the 2 elemental balls, ignoring Xianyuan Mengshen's question. You're showing off on purpose, aren't you? Xianyuan Mengshen's mouth twitched. He thought Lingyi was doing it on purpose. I just came here to chat with you, and you actually think I'm showing off? Lingyi was truly at a loss for words. You're deliberately showing off your dual attribute abilities, constantly juggling 2 elemental balls in front of me, and you're saying you're not showing off? Xianyuan Mengshen felt like punching Lingyi. Lingyi glanced at the elemental balls in his hand, then at Xianyuan Mengshen, who looked displeased. He shook his head helplessly and said, I just found chatting with you too boring, so I'm practicing my elemental manipulation skills. Since you like me showing off so much, then go close the door and I show you off. Let's see what you can show off. Guards, close the door, and then stand guard 20 meters away. No one is allowed to approach. Although Xianyuan Mengshen was very unhappy with Lingyi's behavior, he still made a secretive gesture to avoid exposing his secret. Alright. Start your show. I want to see what you can come up with. Xianyuan Mengshen put his hands on his hips, urging Lingyi on. If we weren't close, I wouldn't bother explaining all this. Watch carefully, and don't make a fuss later. I don't want everyone to know, Ling Yi warned. Chapter 136. Can you please stop talking nonsense and see what happens? Stop dithering. I have a lot of things to attend to, and don't have time for this nonsense. Xianyuan Mingchen urged impatiently. Ling Yi was completely speechless. He simply stopped replying and spread his hands. Xianyuan Mingchen watched, confused, as the two elemental balls suddenly vanished. Then, two more suddenly appeared. He was about to complain when he noticed something was wrong. The new ones were the wrong color. Just as he was about to ask, the two elemental balls disappeared again. In their place appeared a wind blade and a vine. Xianyuan Mingchen's mouth opened wider and wider at Ling Yi's performance. Only after Ling Yi withdrew his hands and continued to play with the two elemental balls did he slowly come to his senses. You are? Xianyuan Mingchen stammered, unsure how to describe what he had witnessed. There are 10 types of superpowers, and I happen to possess all of them. Ling Yi explained calmly. Xianyuan Mingchen had already suspected something, but he just couldn't believe it was true. After receiving Ling Yi's affirmative answer, he was completely shocked. He unconsciously took 2 steps back and fell directly onto the chair. Unexpectedly, the chair couldn't bear the weight. With a crack, the chair legs broke, sending Xianyuan Mingchen sprawling. See? I told you your chair wasn't sturdy, and you didn't believe me. Ling Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter at this scene. Xianyuan Mingchen's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth in pain. He struggled to his feet, and said bitterly, "It's all because of your bad mouth." Ling Yi muttered, "I'm already showing off, so I might as well show it off." He bent down, untied the leg bandage from his calf, and threw it towards Xianyuan Mingchen's desk. With a loud bang, the bandage pierced through the tabletop, shocking Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes. After recovering, he cursed, "Are you crazy? Why are you smashing my desk? This bandage weighs 100 kilograms. Ling Yi said flatly. What? 100 kilograms? Xianyuan Mingchen stared blankly at the bandage embedded in the tabletop, a look of astonishment on his face. Remember, the weighted vest he was wearing only weighed 80 kilograms. Xianyuan Mingchen couldn't help but glance at the bandage on Ling Yi's other leg, then focused his gaze on the weighted vest. He swallowed and asked, "How much weight are you carrying in total?" Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Not much, just a few tons." A few tons? Xianyuan Mingchen thought he was hallucinating. Ling Yi's mouth twitched as he casually took the bandage from the table, retied it, opened the door, and walked out without looking back. Xianyuan Mingchen shook his dizzy head and hurriedly called out, "You came to chat with me, didn't you? Why are you leaving before we even started?" Ling Yi waved his hand behind him and said, "Alas. Some say I'm showing off, but now I feel I've done enough. Time to go." Xianyuan Mingchen hurried out, grabbing Ling Yi and saying, "Wait. I think we can talk about something else." Ling Yi paused, turned around, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said jokingly, "Oh? Now that you're not busy, you have time to chat with me?" Xianyuan Mingchen waved his hands hurriedly, his face anxious. "Not busy, not at all. I'm truly honored that you came to chat with me. Come on, let's go inside. We only just begun our conversation, and there's still so much to discuss." Not far away, a guard's jaw dropped at the sight of Xianyuan Mingchen's servile demeanor. "I never imagined my superior would behave like this. I never seen him act this way in front of the commander before." Ling Yi's lips curled up into a smile, and he sighed softly, "You're truly one for crying out loud. Well, since you're so eager to continue chatting, I oblige and give you a little more time." Xianyuan Mingchen fought back his outbursts, locking the door again. He forced a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, tell me, how can I awaken other powers?" Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Great. Even my brother-in-law calls me out when I'm needed." Ling Yi decided to tease Xianyuan Mingchen. A mysterious glint flickered in his eyes. Light flashed, whispering, "This is my biggest secret. How can I reveal it to an outsider?" Xianyuan Mingchen's face was initially filled with anticipation, but after Ling Yi's words, he was stunned. After a long pause, Xianyuan Mingchen frantically scratched his hair. "Outsider? How am I an outsider? My sister is yours now. We're family now, okay? Talk about it. I want to improve my strength as quickly as possible. There are dangers everywhere." Ling Yi stepped back with a look of disgust. He raised his hand and unleashed a wind power, forming a wall of wind in front of him. He grumbled, "Can you please pay attention to your personal hygiene? I haven't washed my hair in days, and it's covered in dandruff." Xianyuan Mingchen looked up at the white snowflakes dancing in the air and said awkwardly, "You think everyone's like you, living a life of luxury, showering whenever they want. You don't know that the water source is now polluted, and no one dares to use it." A survivor drank tap water directly and became infected the next day, turning into a zombie. Now everyone relies on collected mineral water for daily life, and you're the only one who's so extravagant as to shower every day. After a long while, Xianyuan Mingchen finally realized what was going on and continued, "Don't try to change the subject, kid. Tell me how to awaken multiple superpowers." Ling Yi withdrew. He waved his hand helplessly, saying, "Actually, I don't know how I gained all these superpowers. I definitely tell you when I figure it out." Xianyuan Mingchen sighed dejectedly, "Alas. I knew this would be the result. I hope you can figure it out soon so more people can awaken multiple superpowers." Ling Yi stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Although I don't understand how to awaken multiple superpowers, I can help you with a water source." Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes lit up at this, and he asked excitedly, "Do you really have a solution?" Ever since the water source was discovered to be contaminated, everyone has treasured bottled water. After all, a person can survive without water for several days to a week. However, this is only a rough estimate, and the specific situation varies depending on the individual and the environment. In extreme circumstances, such as in extremely hot environments or during strenuous exercise, the body loses water more quickly, and survival time may be even shorter. Chapter 137. In addition, personal health can also affect survival time. Some people may be more susceptible to dehydration due to poor physical condition or certain medical conditions. Xianyuan Mingchen was naturally excited to learn that Ling Yi had a solution to water pollution, as this was the biggest problem facing survivors. "The water in my car is all artificially sourced," Ling Yi said. "Artificially sourced? How is that possible? Even if your car has a filtration and purification system, it can't completely eliminate the presence of viruses." Xianyuan Mingchen questioned. "When I say artificially sourced, I don't mean relying on equipment. I mean having a water-based psychic replenish the water supply. Xie is a water-based psychic. I have her replenishing the water tank every day to create the purest water, so we have enough water to go around," Ling Yi explained. Xianyuan Mingchen was stunned upon hearing this. "That's possible. You really have a plan." Then his brow furrowed. "But we don't have any water-based psychics, and you can't ask Mu Xie to help. After all, she can't do anything on her own. Look at what these are," Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Xianyuan Mingchen's gaze shifted upon hearing Ling Yi's words, only to see 3 aqua-blue beads in his palm. Confused, he looked up at Ling Yi in confusion. Ling Yi smiled faintly. "These are treasures that can awaken water-based psychic powers." Xianyuan Mingchen's expression was incredulous, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at the 3 beads. Awaken. Water-based powers? He couldn't help but feel shocked and bewildered. Ling Yi not only possessed a potion that could strengthen people, but also beads that could awaken them. He was like an omnipotent god, as if he existed solely for the end of the world. "How did you get these things?" Xianyuan Mingchen blurted out. He slapped himself in the face and said sheepishly, "Look at my foul mouth, asking questions I shouldn't. What price do I have to pay to get these 3 beads?" Xianyuan Mingchen's expression was determined, as if he was determined to get them. Ling Yi saw this, and simply shook his head. He casually tossed the 3 beads over and said calmly, "You said, we're family, so just take them." Xianyuan Mingchen was startled by Ling Yi's actions. He frantically caught the 3 beads and carefully examined them, fearing any mishaps. When he regained consciousness and looked up, just as he was about to reprimand Ling Yi, he found the door had been opened. Ling Yi, cigarette in hand, had disappeared down the hallway. Xianyuan Mingchen smiled. "Sister, you have good taste. You found a good brother-in-law." He then called to the guards, "Shaoli, pack up the cigarettes I asked you to collect and send them to my brother-in-law." Gardley agreed and muttered, "When did you start calling him so affectionately, calling him brother-in-law? Weren't you just calling him this guy and that guy before?" Time slips away imperceptibly, like a spring river flowing eastward. Time in the apocalypse is especially precious, for it symbolizes life. The survivors in this small town struggled daily for survival. In a week, they had dug deep into every corner of the town. During the day, the survivors rushed between buildings, searching for food and resources. Every search was a race against time, a desperate hope for life, because more supplies meant more security. As night fell, they gathered around a bonfire, living a frugal life of bartering. After all, everyone collected different supplies, and it was worthwhile to exchange them for what they needed. However, in this apocalyptic town, While there were no zombie attacks and no danger, time became their greatest enemy. In a week, thousands of people had plundered the town's resources, packing up everything they could and couldn't use, anything they could take away. Thousands of people, relying solely on consumption for daily food and drink, lacked a sustainable source, and were once again facing a food shortage. Some began to suggest continuing on, seeking a new base for supplies, or else starvation would await them. On Ling Yi's side, on the other hand, no one was bothered by supplies. Instead, they focused on training, constantly improving their strength. All 10 women successfully broke through to the second level, and even most of the Blood Demon members advanced. Although Ling Yi didn't use attribute points to increase his strength, through his unremitting efforts, the data in the additional attribute column had basically surpassed the first level. If combined, the overall strength of the enhancer had exceeded the 7th level. Even those supernatural attributes, after Ling Yi's meticulous research and refinement, had surpassed the first level standard. This result satisfied Ling Yi greatly. It at least proved that his natural talent was not lacking. Even without the support of the system, he had the ability to survive in the apocalypse. Ling Yi leaned back on the bed, cigarette in his right hand, his left gently caressing Shi Yun's smooth, delicate skin. For the past week, during the day, Ling Yi had been constantly improving his strength, training, while also continuously researching the uses of his supernatural powers. By night, however, Ling Yi lived the life of a local tycoon. The 10 girls around him, after his hustle and bustle, had officially become women who belonged only to him. Suddenly, Ling Yi frowned, muttering, "Hasn't this girl already broken through? Why is she still so desperate?" Ling Yi withdrew his external perception, casually stubbed out his cigarette, then quietly got out of bed, dressed, and carefully tucked Shi Yun in. Ling Yi silently leaped onto a large tree, his hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching the woman training alone not far away. Xia Mobing. Xia Mobing stood on the spacious lawn, wearing a tracksuit and a weighted vest. Sweat drenched her forehead. But her eyes were firm and focused, as if she and her surroundings were the only beings in the world. Xia Mobing wielded a metal sword, swinging it repeatedly, each movement precise and full of effort. Her body dodged nimbly, imagining the enemy's attacks in her mind. Each evasion showcased her sharp reflexes and exceptional skill. Sweat dripped steadily from Xia Mobing's forehead, blurring her vision, but she never stopped, wielding the trembling metal sword relentlessly. Her only thought now was, "I must become stronger. Through continuous training and hard work, I will improve my abilities, protect myself and those around me, and become Ling Yi's most important helper." Chapter 138. The air on the training ground was thick with the scent of Xia Mobing's training. Ling Yi sniffed deeply, finding her unique body fragrance. Xia Mobing's breathing gradually became rapid, but she didn't stop to rest. She kept in mind Ling Yi's words. Only by pushing herself to the limit could she unleash her potential. Time slowly slipped by, the moon climbed higher and higher, and Xia Mobing's body gradually grew tired, but her will grew stronger. Although her sword-wielding hands trembled and her steps began to falter, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Ling Yi's heart trembled, and he prepared to rush out to stop her several times, but when he saw those firm and resolute eyes, he stopped abruptly. Finally, Xia Mobing's body was exhausted to the point of exhaustion, and she felt her strength was on the verge of exhaustion. The sword in her hand slipped to the ground, her steps became unsteady, and she fell directly to the grass. Ling Yi saw her stubbornly raise her head, beads of sweat already oozing from her forehead. Her clothes were soaked through, and she looked disheveled. Xia Mobing's breathing was rapid and heavy, but she refused to give up. She gritted her teeth and, with her last bit of strength, tried to get up and continue training. Ling Yi watched all this silently, his heart filled with admiration and heartache. He knew that Xia Mobing appeared carefree and fearless on the outside, but in reality, she was extremely fragile and timid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just hidden in a corner, crying silently on their first meeting. However, what he saw tonight completely shattered Ling Yi's impression of Xia Mobing. Her strength, courage, and fearlessness, her willpower and perseverance were astonishing. Xia Mobing repeatedly tried to get up, but each time her body collapsed in a state of disarray. Just as she felt herself about to faint, a pair of feet suddenly appeared before her. Xia Mobing struggled to open her eyes, and slowly looked up. Once she saw who was coming, a smile crossed her face, and she weakly called out, "Hubby." Ling Yi sat down on the ground, gently embracing Xia Mobing in his arms. Then, he carefully removed the weighted vest from her. Looking at the dazed Xia Mobing, Ling Yi's heart trembled. He casually poured a bottle of stamina potion into her mouth. Then, he took out a towel, moistened it with his water power, and gently wiped the sweat from her face. Silly girl, why are you working so hard? Didn't you just achieve a breakthrough? Ling Yi whispered. Nourished by the stamina potion, Xiao Mobing was slowly recovering. She looked at Ling Yi's nervous and distressed gaze, feeling the gentle and careful movements of his hands. Her heart was filled with sweetness, and she felt that everything she had done was worth it. Seeing Xiao Mobing not replying, but simply grinning at him, Ling Yi couldn't help but grumble, all you do is laugh. I'm asking you a question. Xiao Mobing wrapped her arms around Ling Yi's neck, her dry lips pressed tightly against his, appearing somewhat overbearing. Ling Yi's arms also wrapped around her waist, hugging her tightly, as if to hold her in his arms forever. Their kiss was passionate and fervent, as if to fuse their souls together. Xiao Mobing's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes gradually blurred as the kiss grew deeper and more passionate. Ling Yi was already a seasoned lover. His tongue effortlessly slid into Xiao Mobing's mouth, locking onto hers with unerring precision, their embrace entwined as if they were dancing a passionate symphony. At that moment, the two seemed lost in a world of ecstasy, oblivious to everything around them. They were absorbed in their love, savoring its sweetness and passion. Their bodies pressed tightly together, as if merging into one. The kiss was filled with love and tenderness, revealing the power and beauty of love. After a long moment, their lips parted. Ling Yi stroked the beautiful woman's hair and gently asked, Tell me, why are you fighting so hard? Don't you know I'm heartbroken? Xiao Mobing quietly nestled in Ling Yi's arms, murmuring, Humph. You're a double-faced man. You're the one who's training us to death, and you're the one who says you're heartbroken. Don't you think what you're saying is contradictory? Ling Yi twitched his lips, unsure how to respond. Indeed, it was all his words. However, Xiao Mobing didn't dwell on this, her tone slightly mumbling to herself, I'm your first woman. Seeing the sister's strength gradually surpassing mine, I'm really anxious. Xiao Mobing's words sounded a mixture of pride and anxiety. She seemed to be always proud of being Ling Yi's first woman, but also worried that the other sister's strength would gradually surpass hers. Laying in Ling Yi's arms, Xiao Mobing's inner anxiety and tension unconsciously revealed themselves, letting Ling Yi sense her importance and uneasiness about her position. Ling Yi was about to offer comfort and counsel when Xiao Mobing interrupted, But I won't be surpassed so easily. I will work hard to improve my strength and become the most powerful woman in your heart. Whether emotionally or in other areas, I will strive to be the most important woman by your side. Xiao Mobing seemed determined to maintain her position in Ling Yi's heart through hard work. She refused to be surpassed by her sisters. She wanted to be the principal concubine in Ling Yi's harem. Her words revealed a positive attitude and a determination to never give up. Ling Yi sensed Xiao Mobing's resolve and looked at her eyes, filled with anticipation for the future. He was deeply moved. He realized how high his position in her heart truly was. Ling Yi suppressed the words of persuasion that were about to burst from his lips. He felt no need to suppress Xiao Mobing's positive spirit. After all, her motivation was all for herself, and this was a form of healthy competition. Despite the struggle, Xiao Mobing showed no resentment towards her sisters. Hubby, will you support me? Xiao Mobing raised her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ling Yi touched her face and said gently, Little fool, you're my first woman. If I don't support you, who else can I support? After hearing Ling Yi's words, Xiao Mobing hugged him tightly, smiled slyly, and said coquettishly, Hubby, I know you love me the most. Wouldn't you consider giving me some special treatment? Special treatment? What do you mean by special treatment? Ling Yi was baffled by the words. Xiao Mobing pouted and said, Look, now the strengths of us sisters are pretty much the same. I don't think I'm more talented than them. Even if I'm always the first to catch up, the gap isn't that big. I was just wondering if my husband could help me improve my strength a little. Chapter 139. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. Do you think improving your strength is like playing a game, where you can just raise it whenever you want? It's a gradual process, achieved only through constant persistence and hard work. My husband is the best. I believe you can find a way. Xiao Mobing shifted her posture, fidgeting. It won't help even if you praise me to the heavens. I'm not a god. This is absolutely impossible. I can help you reforge your weapon to increase its power. Ling Yi stroked his chin, thinking. Look, isn't that the solution? Husband, think about it. There must be other ways. Think about it slowly. I have a special reward. Xiao Mobing chuckled. Special reward? Before Ling Yi could react, he felt a chill in his lower body, causing his comfortable body to shudder. Gently stroking Xiao Mobing's hair, Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Silly girl, considering your dedication, I'm so sorry I can't come up with a solution. Ling Yi's thoughts flashed, and he directly communicated with the system. Is there any way to quickly improve the strength of those around me? Wow, host! You finally remembered me. I thought you'd forgotten me. Oh, that's not right. You haven't even used any attribute points, so how come your psychic attributes have increased so much? The system seemed excited to be summoned by Ling Yi. A glint flashed in Ling Yi's eyes, and he said, half-consciously, I've been training those around me lately, and I'm training too. Could that also increase my stats? Of course. Other enhancers and psychics don't have shortcuts. They all improve their strength through personal training. So, you can also increase your stats through training, but the process will be slower. Therefore, I suggest that you increase your stats faster by adding attribute points. The system explained. Ling Yi sneered inwardly. They're telling me to use attribute points, but there's something fishy going on. I guess I need to take it easy. I need to hold onto the seal and maximize my power. Ling Yi feigned a sigh and tentatively said, alas. It's a shame, the 4 fundamental attributes are sealed tightly, unchanged. Look, the supernatural attributes have increased, so why can't the fundamental attributes be broken through? Host, don't be discouraged. Simply earn more attribute points and raise your supernatural attributes to level 6 as soon as possible. Then the seal on the fundamental attributes will automatically break, the system replied truthfully. Ling Yi was delighted. The system couldn't detect the additional attributes. This was a great news. His eyes shifted, and he casually asked, does it mean that all 10 superpowers must reach level 6 before the seal can be lifted? Even if one is missing? Yes, that's how the system is set up. Only when all of them reach level 6 can they be raised to higher levels. If even one ability fails to reach the required level, the remaining superpowers will be automatically sealed at level 6. The system's explanation directly confirmed Ling Yi's suspicions. Ling Yi's lips twitched as he continued to probe. You know, dangers abound right now, and there's also the evil, advanced civilization you mentioned. Removing the seal would take far too long. Think about it, if I could cultivate just one ability to its full potential, I could unleash immense power. Then I could hunt more zombies, and gain a ton of attribute points. Wouldn't that be even better? Find a way to remove the seal. I understand your urgency. I, too, wish to remove the seal, but it was set by the controller. It will only be automatically lifted when the requirements are met. Forgive my inability to help. The system answered Ling Yi's question calmly. Then contact the controller. Tell them of our current predicament. I believe they will understand the severity of the situation and lift the seal. Ling Yi pressed on, his heart trembling with anxiety, as he inched closer to the answer he was seeking. I'm sorry, due to insufficient authority, I can't use some of my abilities. Coupled with the pressure from this plane controller, I'm unable to contact the main planet controller at all. The system's voice was tinged with frustration. Is it that once I break through the 6th level seal, you'll be able to level up again? If I don't break through the seal, even if I use a lot of attribute points, I won't be able to level up again? Ling Yi felt his heart pounding. This was the most crucial question. Yes, so the host must strive to earn attribute points and lift the seal as soon as possible. That way, we can better support each other and survive. The system began to urge Ling Yi to use attribute points again. Ling Yi felt so emotionally drained that he almost flipped over. His excitement instinctively straightened his body. Caught off guard, Xiao Mobing choked and coughed repeatedly. She looked up and gave Ling Yi a glare of reproach. The other person, eyes closed, a smile playing on his lips, could only helplessly lower his head and continue working. Ha ha ha. Damn, this happiness has come so suddenly. I can't even communicate with the controller. What the hell am I afraid of? The seal is a catastrophic failure. If I had used it wisely, I wouldn't have been able to turn things around. Now this system is so stupid, and you still want me to release the seal quickly? Dream on. Unless absolutely necessary, I remain stuck and refuse to release the seal until I figure out how to escape this controlled fate. Ling Yi was already beaming with joy. Host, I hope to fight with you and break the seal as soon as possible. The system suggested. Yes, but only if you assist me. Look how hard it is for me to earn attribute points. Quickly, think of a way to quickly improve the strength of your teammates. I still need them to earn more attribute points. Ling Yi began to bluff again. But there really isn't a good solution. The system said helplessly. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 3,589. TSK. Look, I added all my attribute points to my gold type abilities. These were all provided by my teammates. After adding the attribute points, Ling Yi could clearly feel the system's delight. A faint smile played on Ling Yi's lips, And he thought to himself, I can't defeat you, little brat. Let me think about it. I see if there's any assistive ability within my authority. The system, seeing the attribute points coming in, was tempted. Think hard, think hard. As your team member's strength grows, attribute points will flow in continuously, and then breaking the seal will be just around the corner. Ling Yi continued to exaggerate, bewitching the system, which had a questionable IQ. This won't work, and this won't work either. Ling Yi could only hear the system's constant muttering, apparently trying really hard to find a solution. Chapter 140. Suddenly, the system said with surprise, I can help you activate the dungeon feature. However, you need attribute points each time to activate it, which is a bit uneconomical. Dungeon feature? How many attribute points are needed each time? Ling Yi asked doubtfully. 100 attribute points per person. The system replied. Ling Yi couldn't help but grumble, it's so expensive. 10 visits are enough to level up. Can you make it cheaper? Unlocking this feature for free is already my highest authority. The price is set by the controller, and I can't do anything about it. The system was also helpless. Ling Yi frowned and continued, so what exactly is the use of this dungeon feature? Why is it so expensive to activate it? The system quickly explained, a dungeon is actually a virtual training space. Those who enter it can gain a wealth of practical experience, skill books, and equipment suitable for their needs by challenging various dungeons. Of course, these are all random, and rewards are distributed based on the dungeon's difficulty and completion rate. These things can effectively improve one's strength in real life. How difficult is the dungeon? Ling Yi asked. The difficulty of a dungeon varies depending on the rank and attributes of the entrant. Generally speaking, the dungeon's level is higher than the entrant's strength, and the enemy's strength and combat effectiveness are correspondingly higher than the challenger's. After all, without pressure, there's no room for improvement, the system replied. Ling Yi nodded, then asked the most important question. Does injury or death in a dungeon really exist? Injury in a dungeon is real, and the pain is the same as in real life. Similarly, the feeling of death is real. However, upon returning to reality, the challenger's body will remain intact. They may feel a little dazed, as if they had experienced it firsthand. The feeling of death is certainly unpleasant. The system replied again. As long as you're not actually dead or injured, it's fine. If you don't even have the courage to face death, what's the point of having even the strongest strength? Ling Yi muttered. By the way, I found a bottle of intermediate level strengthening fluid in your system backpack. It's also a way to quickly increase your strength. Primary strengthening fluid is primarily used to strengthen ordinary people, so it's of little use to strengtheners. Intermediate strengthening fluid, however, is designed specifically for strengtheners. Within level 5, the maximum limit is 500 attribute points per bottle. Above level 5, it's ineffective. The system revealed another method for increasing strength. Ling Yi hadn't checked the system for a long time, fearing surveillance. But after this encounter with the system, he was completely relieved. Finally, he didn't have to worry so much. Intermediate strengthening fluid? It can directly increase your strength by half a level. It's good stuff, but the drop rate seems very low, countless times lower than that of the primary strengthening fluid. And there's only one bottle in your backpack. Ling Yi shook his head, very dissatisfied. The more precious something is, the lower its chance of appearing. If it were as widespread as the primary strengthening fluid, wouldn't we be able to produce a large number of level 5 enhancers? The system said with disdain. Alas, good wishes never come true. Tell me, how do I activate the dungeon function? Ling Yi sighed and asked the system. Similar to the attribute interface, through communication with consciousness and injecting the corresponding attribute points, you can send the designated person into the dungeon space, the system said. Ling Yi experimented with it and nodded. The operation was relatively simple. It was a shame that he had used up all his attribute points trying to trick the system. There's no way to try the dungeon now. I can only try it out later to see how effective it is, and whether it's worth letting the people around me train there. I hope we can support each other in the future and strive to lift the seal soon. So when you have something good, don't keep it hidden, bring it out promptly, so I can collect more attribute points, right? Ling Yi had already obtained the information and items he wanted, and was about to withdraw his consciousness and let the system go back to sleep. A typical case of burning bridges after crossing the river. Yes, I will. I hope you use your attribute points. Before the system could finish its words, it looked at him with a confused expression. Ling Yi's consciousness had returned to its original form, severing all ties with it. Returning to reality, Ling Yi felt a profound sense of relief, as the heavy stone weighing on his heart was lifted a little. He had once again been able to glean some secrets about the system, giving him many more options for future plans. Xia Mobing continued to struggle, and Ling Yi, who had regained consciousness, felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, a refreshing sensation. He began to tremble involuntarily, heralding the end of a small battle. Xia Mobing's face flushed crimson, and after a few chuckles, she coquettishly asked, "Husband, are you satisfied?" Ling Yi's lips curled up in a smile. "You little devil, you made me incredibly satisfied. To show your gratitude, I decided to repay you handsomely." Before Xia Mobing could react, she felt a chill in her lower body. Then, Ling Yi grasped her slender waist and placed her directly in front of him. The tingling sensation throughout her body made her moan. While Ling Yi was rewarding Xia Mobing, he was also channeling his senses to avoid being inadvertently observed. After all, this was an open-air scene, being watched wouldn't be a good idea. However, the thrill of using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed made both of them drift off into ecstasy, unable to stop. The moon in the sky, seemingly ashamed to see them, quietly retreated into the clouds. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Mobing lay in Ling Yi's arms, a look of contentment on her face, the blush still lingering, making her look incredibly charming. Ling Yi gently stroked her jade-white back and whispered, "You want a quick boost in strength, don't you? I just looked, and I happen to have a bottle of intermediate-level strengthening fluid." Xia Mobing's eyes lit up, and she asked in surprise, "Hubby, you're amazing. How much strength can this boost?" Taking the primary-level strengthening fluid now has no effect at all. It's worse than chewing on a piece of dried meat. The maximum strength boost is 500 kilograms, equivalent to half-level strength. But considering the immense pain of taking a whole bottle, I suggest you use it in portions. It's estimated you can still increase by around 400 kilograms. Ling Yi took out the intermediate-level strengthening fluid, explained, and handed it to Xia Mobing. Half-level strength? Xia Mobing unscrewed the cap, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Ling Yi couldn't stop her, and before he could, he anxiously complained, "Silly girl, what are you doing? The potency is too strong. It's going to be painful. You won't be able to handle it." Chapter 141. Xia Mobing smiled nonchalantly. "With my husband by my side, I'm not afraid." She rested her head gently on Ling Yi's shoulder, her delicate eyebrows trembling unconsciously. Her voice trembled softly, "Husband, love me. This way, I can only feel happiness, and I can absorb the medicine better." "You?" Ling Yi bristled. At this hour, she still had such absurd thoughts. But before he could utter a word, her mouth was sealed by soft lips. Xia Mobing seemed to be trying hard to remain calm and gentle. Ling Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He could clearly feel Xia Mobing's body trembling unconsciously, and a muffled groan escaped from her throat, clearly indicating that the drug had taken effect. Suddenly, Xia Mobing's eyes snapped open, bloodshot. She wanted to scream, but her mind told her not to. She absolutely couldn't let anyone see this. "If you can't resist, bite my shoulder. Don't worry, it won't hurt." Ling Yi noticed Xia Mobing's intention, and quickly advised her. As Ling Yi finished his words, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Xia Mobing lowered her head, and bit Ling Yi's shoulder. She sensed something was wrong, her pupils shrinking. She tasted blood. Just as she was about to look up, Ling Yi's hand held her head down. "Don't be distracted. Keep biting. You must hold on." Xia Mobing's eyes welled with tears as she heard these words. She hadn't expected Ling Yi to remove all his defenses, allowing her to bite him completely in his flesh and blood. The intermediate strengthening fluid was potent. Before Xia Mobing could even begin to feel sorry for Ling Yi, she felt the excruciating pain. The pain was so intense that Xia Mobing felt as if her heart had been ripped apart. The pain was like countless sharp blades slicing at her heart, and every breath she took felt like being pricked by needles. This pain wasn't just physical, it was also a mental torture. It left her feeling utterly hopeless, as if she had lost all hope and meaning in life. Xia Mobing felt helpless, unable to concentrate. Her only thought was, why not just die? The pain is too much. Hold on. It's almost over. Just as Xia Mobing felt she was about to pass out, she vaguely heard Ling Yi's voice. The taste of blood in her mouth gave her a start, and she realized the pain was gradually subsiding. Just as she was about to raise her head to check on Ling Yi's shoulder injury, a sudden surge of electricity surged through her body, leaving her numb and tingling, her body incredibly sensitive. It felt as if millions of ants were crawling inside her, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. Ling Yi's brow furrowed. He could clearly sense a surge of lightning within Xia Mobing's body, constantly coursing through her meridians. Though faint, Ling Yi could clearly detect its movement. This sensation piqued Ling Yi's curiosity. The faint aura of lighting hadn't caused any harm to Xia Mobing's body. It was like ordinary electrotherapy, with only a faint static sensation. Suddenly, Ling Yi's eyes gleamed, as if he understood something. He began to ponder. Everyone possesses 10 superpowers, varying in strength. The first awakening simply prioritizes the most active elemental power within the body. So, could we speculate that under the influence of certain external factors, or when the body reaches its limits, other elemental properties within the body would briefly become active? Ling Yi was excited and curious. He wanted to further explore the source and potential of this power, to see if his speculation was correct. If successful, it would confirm that others could also awaken multiple superpowers through special methods. He was already certain that the lightning aura coursing through Xia Mobing's meridians was the second active element within her body. However, Ling Yi was also wary of unexpected events. After all this was just speculation, and it could potentially bring some unforeseen risks. Bing Bing, I might have a way to awaken your second superpower, but I can't guarantee the risks. Do you want to give it a try? Ling Yi asked, rubbing Xia Mobing's slender waist. Husband, as long as it improves your strength you want to. Anything is fine. Xia Mobing replied with a sweet, orchid-like breath. Although Xia Mobing's response was firm, Ling Yi understood that he had to proceed with caution to avoid unforeseen consequences. Ling Yi took a deep breath and began to mobilize the lightning element within his body, slowly adjusting it to align with Xia Mobing's. But as he prepared for the next move, he was stumped. How could he transfer the lightning element into Xia Mobing's body? It wasn't like in martial arts dramas, where you could just place your hand on someone and transfer your internal energy into them. As the lightning element within Xia Mobing's body continued to rage, electricity began to flow wildly, and a tingling sensation made Ling Yi's body tremble involuntarily, a feeling of immense exhilaration. This feels so good. I think I could try this method. Ling Yi, struck by the electric current, had an idea. He began to control the lightning element, slowly entering Xia Mobing's body. As Ling Yi's lightning energy entered, Xia Mobing's entire body trembled uncontrollably, letting out a low moan. Suddenly, she seemed to lose all strength, and could only lean her head against Ling Yi's body to maintain her balance. Shaking his head, which felt a little dizzy, Ling Yi hugged Xia Mobing's limp body tightly, making the two of them fit more closely. Then he continued to control the lightning element, flowing through Xia Mobing's body, tracking the lightning element belonging to her in her meridians. When the two lightning elements met, Ling Yi was surprised to notice that Xia Mobing's elemental power paused briefly, as if wondering why Ling Yi's lightning element had appeared. The scene became somewhat strange. With every step Ling Yi took forward, Xia Mobing's lightning element retreated, as if in fear. This unexpected event caught Ling Yi off guard, as he hadn't anticipated Xia Mobing's lightning elemental fear of his own. This situation shouldn't have occurred. After all, their elemental properties were identical. There wasn't any kind of conflict or repulsion that would cause them to repel each other. Ling Yi controlled the lightning elemental's activity and began to calmly reflect and search for a solution, trying to find a balanced approach to the relationship between the two lightning elements. Chapter 142. Ling Yi suddenly slapped his head, cursing himself inwardly. I'm so stupid. I was so focused on maintaining the balance between the elements that I ignored the fact that my own lightning energy was an intruder. Xia Mobing's personality was naturally somewhat weak, and even her lightning element was affected. She showed a slight fear of elements of the same strength as hers. After all, the essence of cultivating elemental power is to absorb and devour similar elements within the space. Now, Xia Mobing's lightning element was afraid of being devoured by Ling Yi, so she was afraid to move forward and even retreated step by step. After figuring this out, Ling Yi knew what to do. He gradually weakened the lightning element's strength, slowly withdrawing it into his body, and then began to observe the opponent's movements. As Ling Yi expected, when the lightning element's strength was lower than the opponent's, it became noticeably more active and began to tentatively approach Ling Yi's lightning element. Hee. Is it ready to attack? Ling Yi chuckled to himself. Ling Yi understood the key issue, and the next step became easier. To more efficiently stimulate and strengthen the lightning element within Xia Mobing's body, he controlled the lightning element to turn around and flee, preparing to wait for the opportunity at the location closest to his energy output. This would allow him to more quickly and accurately mobilize the lightning energy into Xia Mobing's body. The lightning element within Xia Mobing's body pursued at breakneck speed. Previously, due to their equal energy, it had hesitated to attack rashly. Now that the opponent's power was clearly weakening, it would be a great loss if it didn't rush forward to devour him. Ling Yi controlled the lightning element, retreating all the way to the intersection. Seeing this, Xia Mobing's lightning element, as if fearing the opponent's retreat at any moment, rushed forward and instantly devoured a portion of Ling Yi's lightning energy. The fish has finally taken the bait. Now let me show you how I'm going to feed you. Ling Yi's lips curled up as he continuously controlled his own lightning element, charging relentlessly toward the battlefield as if walking into a trap. He always kept his energy intensity just a hair below his opponent's, lest he scare it away and ruin all his efforts. As time passed, the lightning element within Xia Mobing's body grew stronger, causing the current flowing through them to intensify. Their bodies trembled with increasing intensity, as if they were being electrocuted by high voltage. Xia Mobing's face flushed crimson, and the intense tingling sensation radiating from her body made her feel like she was on the verge of collapse. Her voice began to sob, "Woo-woo, hubby, I feel like I'm going to burn if I keep getting electrocuted like this." Ling Yi was also so relieved that he could barely contain himself. He gritted his teeth and persevered. It should be almost there. I feel like its consumption rate has slowed down. Just hold on a little longer. A quarter of an hour later, beads of sweat began to form on Ling Yi's forehead, and he even downed a bottle of energy potion midway through. He hadn't anticipated the potent devouring power of lightning within Xia Mobing. Even his first-level lightning ability seemed insufficient to satiate her. Xia Mobing had completely transformed into a puddle of mud. In just a quarter of an hour, she couldn't recall how many times she had drifted in and out of consciousness. If it weren't for her enhanced physique, she would have long since bid farewell to the apocalypse. Her current state, however, was that the faint sound of her breathing at least proved she was still alive. Suddenly, Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and with a low growl, he began the final finishing touches. He panted. Did it finally work? As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning element within Xia Mobing's body began to retreat, as if it had already eaten its fill, and could no longer absorb any more energy. Ling Yi also noticed this and cursed inwardly, damn it. I didn't expect activating a superpower to be so troublesome. He quickly fed Xia Mobing a stamina potion and an energy potion. But the lightning element, with its surge of energy, seemed unusually excited, as if it were trying to escape Xia Mobing's body. This discovery shocked Ling Yi. He saw the lightning element suddenly burst out of Xia Mobing's body, and slowly began to sever its connection with the energy within her. I'm giving you a face, aren't I? You want to fly right after awakening? I worked so hard to activate you, not so you can show off. Ling Yi's anger instantly soared, and he frantically released all the lightning energy in his body, charging towards the lightning element that was trying to escape. After this period of unremitting effort, Ling Yi had become quite familiar with his own abilities, controlling and integrating them with ease. The escaping lightning elemental sensed a familiar scent, the very energy it had just devoured. It froze in its tracks, considering whether to consume even more to grow even stronger. However, before its thought could fully materialize, it was overwhelmed by a surge of violent energy, which began to continuously devour its energy. Humph. You're just a little over 1 level, and you dare to take advantage of your master's weakness and escape. You're truly courageous. Return here, or I devour you until not even a trace of you remains. Ling Yi threatened it, as he slowly devoured the lightning elemental's energy. Sensing its own energy had plummeted to zero, the lightning elemental freaked out and turned around, rushing back into Xia Mobing's body and beginning to merge. Ling Yi watched the arcs of electricity flashing around Xia Mobing, who seemed to be in extreme distress. He reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, releasing a burst of lightning energy that swirled around her body. A strange thing happened. The arcs of electricity on Xia Mobing's body instantly vanished. She slowly regained consciousness, opened her eyes, and looked at Ling Yi with a puzzled expression. Ling Yi curled his lips inwardly. You're too young to fight me, little brat. After clashing with the lightning elemental within Xia Mobing, he gained a deeper understanding of the secrets of supernatural powers. Through this incident, Ling Yi had verified the fact that, under certain circumstances, it is indeed possible to channel multiple awakenings through the use of similar supernatural elements. However, this process is complex and carries a certain degree of risk. Without strong backing, one could easily be drained of energy by the opposing supernatural elemental during the channeling process. This method of guidance was particularly unusual. Ling Yi needed to experiment to see if there were other, more reliable methods. Guiding a beautiful woman might be a way to keep him occupied, but if it were a man, it would be too sinister. Honey, did it work? I just felt like I couldn't control the power within me, and then I passed out. Xia Mobing asked, bewildered. Ling Yi sat down beside her, gently hugging her. Feel the surge of lightning within you, don't you? Chapter 143. Xia Mobing closed her eyes and felt it for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Really? I felt it, honey. Thank you so much." Ling Yi looked at Xia Mobing, who was as happy as a little girl, and teased, "You're still being polite to me. Didn't you also treat me to ecstasy? Ah, you're so annoying. Don't mention tonight again. It was so embarrassing. I almost died." Xia Mobing recalled the series of defeats just now, feeling so shy that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Okay, close your eyes and rest for a while. I take you home. It was a rough night." Ling Yi gently helped Xia Mobing straighten her messy clothes, then lifted her up. Although she had taken stamina and energy potions, the mental strain was still enough for her. Xia Mobing squirmed a bit upon hearing this. Although the clinginess was uncomfortable, she truly didn't want to move at all. She obediently lay in Ling Yi's arms and dozed off, soon snoring. Ling Yi carried Xia Mobing back to the car without anyone noticing. After returning her to her room, he went back to his own room for a shower. As Ling Yi slipped back into bed, Shiyun drowsily opened her eyes, glanced at the naked Ling Yi, and then turned over to continue snoring. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, then leaned against the headboard, pondering what had just happened. Although he had a clue as to how to awaken his various superpowers, the process and the outcome left him feeling helpless. Clearly, everything in the apocalypse defied common sense. Anything could happen. Just like the lightning element, it seemed to have developed its own consciousness, even knowing how to leave Xia Mobing's body. Ling Yi speculated that there were two reasons for this situation. The first was that this wasn't a superpower awakened by Xia Mobing's own strength, so he couldn't fully control its energy. The second was that the superpower element itself possessed self-awareness. If the main power was strong, it would weaken it, and if the main power was weak, it would rebel. This was similar to what's often called devilish obsession, where it would directly backfire on the main power, causing it to lose its mind and go mad. But judging from the situation just now, the chances of backlash didn't seem very high. The lightning element seemed completely detached from the main power. This left Ling Yi confused again, and he couldn't determine the exact cause. But one thing made him wary: his own strength must be strong. If his physical strength was insufficient, the superpower would likely rebel. If my guess is correct, the correct way to cultivate is to become a superpower enhancer. Simply cultivating basic attributes can only increase physical strength, but it's impossible to comprehend the elemental mysteries of heaven and earth. Thus, one will never reach the level of a controller. After all, a controller is the creator of an entire plane. Without comprehensive development, how can one possibly create a world? Ling Yi muttered thoughtfully. Ling Yi's guess made sense. Superpower enhancers master the power of the elements by comprehending their mysteries. They also continuously train to strengthen their physical strength, achieving a balance between their physical strength and their superpowers, thereby developing their abilities more comprehensively. In contrast, simply cultivating basic attributes can only increase physical strength, but it's impossible to truly understand and utilize the power of the elements. As the creator of a plane, a controller must possess comprehensive abilities and insight to create a complete world. However, Ling Yi's speculation has its limitations. While those with enhanced abilities can master the power of elements by understanding their mysteries, this cultivation method isn't suitable for everyone. Some may focus more on improving basic attributes to strengthen their physical strength. Others prefer other cultivation methods. Everyone has their own path and choices. Only by finding a cultivation method that suits them can they better develop their abilities. Furthermore, the controller, as the creator of the plane, doesn't necessarily control everything. Within the plane exist various beings and forces, some even beyond their imagination, such as the existence of systems and evil advanced civilizations. In short, while Ling Yi's speculation has some merit, it also needs to consider individual differences and other factors. Only through continuous learning and practice can one find a cultivation method that suits them and achieve greater success on the path of cultivation. In fact, it's too early to say anything about this. Ling Yi hasn't even scratched the surface of the complexity of this apocalypse. The complexity of the apocalypse is vast and profound. Ling Yi had no idea that within the apocalypse, there exist all sorts of mutant creatures, uncanny abilities, and powerful forces, each of which could potentially impact the entire world. What Ling Yi needs now is continuous learning and exploration to gradually understand and cope with this complex environment. The various creatures and abilities in the apocalypse each have their own unique characteristics and rules. Only through personal practice and accumulated experience can Ling Yi gradually understand them. Without a deep understanding of these creatures and abilities, he will be unable to cope with the various challenges and dangers. Furthermore, the forces of power in the apocalypse play a crucial role in shaping the overall world order. The relationships between these factions are complex, entwined with hidden struggles for interests and power. Just like this small town, with only a few thousand people, it's divided into several independent groups, each operating independently. So Ling Yi needs to remain vigilant, constantly observing and analyzing to find his place in this complex environment. With the system's assistance, Ling Yi seems to have far surpassed others, but the extent of the known evil advanced civilizations remains unknown. In this small town, Ling Yi is an incredibly powerful presence. But in the apocalypse, he's a mere figure. Given the complexity and volatility of the apocalypse, no one dares to claim to be the strongest. No matter what the future holds, life must go on. Everyone enjoys a simple, ordinary life, and Ling Yi is no exception. One day, Ling Yi leisurely reclined on a recliner, smoking a cigarette and sipping tea, watching the 10 women sweating profusely in training not far away, occasionally commenting. However, the good times didn't last long. Ling Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he muttered, "Alas! Looks like the good times are over. Time to keep on going." It turned out that Chu Sun had relayed a message to Ling Yi through the slave mark. After 2 weeks of rest and recuperation, the survivors had completely plundered the town. The daily high consumption had put their food supply at risk again, so Li Tao and the others urged Xianyuan Mingchen to continue on their journey, striving to find the next supply point as quickly as possible. Chapter 144. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Xianyuan Mingchen came over. He and Ling Yi were now completely at peace. He sat down by himself, casually picking up a bunch of grapes and shoving them into his mouth, mumbling, "You really know how to enjoy life. Fruit's so hard to come by these days. I wonder how you manage to keep it so fresh." Ling Yi wouldn't tell him that he had a ring that could stop time. His loyalty wasn't among the team members, so he had to keep it secret, even from his brother-in-law. Puffing out a casual puff of smoke, Ling Yi said calmly, "Get a few refrigerators and keep them open 24/7. I guarantee you have fresh fruit too. Come on, I'm just happy to have a hot meal. I can't expect too much. I thought everyone was like you. It doesn't look like we're in the apocalypse at all. It's more like we're on a picnic with our beauties." Xianyuan Mingchen sighed, a look of envy on his face. "Can I interpret your expression as jealousy? It's not that serious. I remember there were so many beautiful women in the survivor team. I believe that with your looks and current prestige, all you have to do is shout, 'I need women.' I'm sure you can form a female reinforcement company." Ling Yi teased with a chuckle. Xianyuan Mingchen glanced at Ling Yi helplessly and mumbled, "Who's a stud like you? Still thinking of forming a reinforcement company? Schwer must be blind to fall for a scoundrel like you." Ling Yi's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said softly, "Brother-in-law, I see you're bored right now. How about Schwer and I work overtime tonight, so you can have your nephew soon and save me from all the worry?" Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes widened. He leaped to his feet and lunged at Ling Yi, roaring, "You're asking for a beating, aren't you? How dare you say such things in front of me? What do you think of my sister?" Ling Yi hadn't expected his agitation. He was caught off guard and pinned down by Xianyuan Mingchen. The recliner beneath him collapsed under the weight. "Schwer, it seems your brother and Ling Yi are fighting again." Mu Xia looked up and saw the scene. Xianyuan Yushua quickly glanced towards the roof of the RV, only to see her brother, fists raised, pinning Ling Yi down. "Brother! Stop it!" she shouted, sprinting towards the RV. Hearing his sister's cries, Xianyuan Mingchen took a few deep breaths before slowly rising and snorting at Ling Yi, who lay on the ground. Xianyuan Yushua leaped onto the roof. The moment she saw Ling Yi, she wanted to laugh but couldn't. She watched her beloved man, like a tortoise, struggling to rise, his legs in the air. The weight on his back prevented him from rising. She rushed forward to help, but her strength was insufficient. She shouted to Xianyuan Mingchen, who was watching from the sidelines, "Brother, how long are you going to laugh? Come over and help me. Look at what you done." "Humph. That brat deserves it. I won't bother with him." Xianyuan Mingchen folded his arms across his chest, motionless. Ling Yi jerked sideways, finally landing face down. Then, exerting force with both hands and feet, he forced himself to his feet. Twisting his aching neck, he slowly walked towards Xianyuan Mingchen. Xianyuan Yushua was startled by Ling Yi's expressionless face. She quickly grabbed his arm, pleading softly, "Can you be gentler?" Xianyuan Mingchen's face twitched when he heard his sister's words. His head raced like 1,000 horses. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it! What do you mean by go easy? Can't you just tell him not to? Your brother was a little impulsive, but now he regrets it. He just realized he's no match for him. Ling Yi smiled faintly. I just said I'd give you a nephew. Why are you so excited? You even want to beat me up? Revenge is the rule. Since you're my brother-in-law, I be gentle. Xianyuan Yushua lowered her head and blushed at Ling Yi's words. She blushed shyly. Does he want a baby so badly? A sudden scream from Xianyuan Mingchen jolted her awake from her daze. She looked up and saw her brother's body in free fall, plummeting 10 meters away, sending up a cloud of dust. Give him the drink, and then bring him to me. It's better to talk nicely, but you're asking for a beating. I give up. Ling Yi casually handed Xianyuan Yushua a bottle of healing potion. Xianyuan Yushua blinked a few times, but didn't know how to respond, so she could only run towards her brother. Xianyuan Mingchen, held by his sister's hand, returned to the car roof with a distracted look on his face. Seeing Ling Yi lying back on a new recliner, his face twitched. Brother, you two have a good chat. No more touching. I'm going to continue training. Xianyuan Yushua warned, then turned and left. Xianyuan Mingchen looked at Ling Yi, who was resting his eyes, coughed lightly, and said, that brother-in-law, that potion just now. Before he could finish his words, Ling Yi interrupted him. No way, don't even think about it. Xianyuan Mingchen was utterly depressed, his face constipated, and he almost wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he keep his composure? It was just a matter of time before he got to hold his nephew. Why was he so excited? Besides, Ling Yi talking about all this in front of him showed that he didn't treat him as an outsider, and it was also a disguised way of expressing his affection for his sister. He was now deeply regretful, and after witnessing the effects of the healing potion, he felt even more regretful, wanting to cry. He knew Ling Yi possessed many magical abilities, and with his sister's connections, he could at least use them. But he had still provoked him, completely wasting such a great opportunity. Xianyuan Mingchen touched the weighted vest, the clear fist mark. When he was knocked flying by the punch, his internal organs were injured, and he coughed up blood when he landed. But after drinking the potion his sister had given him, his injuries were healed in an instant. It was easy to imagine how powerful the potion's healing effects were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a miracle drug. Right now, Xianyuan Mingchen desperately wanted to get his hands on some of this potion. It was a life-saving miracle drug that could save lives in a pinch. How could he not be tempted? Brother-in-law, it's my fault. I'm just a fool. Please be magnanimous and don't argue with me. It's just that you want children. You and Schwer can have as many as you want, even if there's no one to take care of them. I take care of them. I raise my nephew, and needs to be plump and healthy. Xianyuan Mingchen said shamelessly. He thought to himself, respect is nothing. I want the potion now. Everything else is irrelevant. Chapter 145. Ling Yi was stunned by Xianyuan Mingchen's words. What the hell? 10 or 8. If everyone had that many, I could open a kindergarten. Seeing Ling Yi didn't say anything, Xianyuan Mingchen shamelessly continued, brother-in-law, why don't you say something? Squeak. Ling Yi uttered a coherent tone. Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes twitched. He cursed inwardly, if I couldn't beat you, why would I have to be so humble? I have to beat you until you beg me to take your things away. Though he thought about it, he shook his head, discarding this unrealistic thought. He forced a smile and said, brother-in-law. We're all family. Stop bullying me, okay? You still think we're family? When you pinned me to the ground just now, why didn't you remember I was your brother-in-law? Ling Yi retorted angrily. I'm just too busy and confused. Give me some of the potion. Xianyuan Mingchen, seeing Ling Yi relent, immediately revealed his true colors. I have a lot of goodies on me, but they're all too shocking. If they fall into the hands of others, have you considered the consequences? Not only will I be in trouble, but your sister and everyone else will be targeted. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against a hidden one. If you need it, feel free to come to me anytime, but for others, I can't do that just yet. After hearing Ling Yi's explanation, Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes were filled with disappointment. I understand your concerns. Indeed, if these things fall into the wrong hands, it could cause a series of troubles and dangers. Your concerns are legitimate, and I take your safety, and the safety of others very seriously. I also want to thank you for your concern and attention for my sister. However, we can take some measures to ensure the security of this information. Only those we trust can know these things, or we can choose loyal, reliable, and trustworthy people to share in this secret. This way, we can reduce the risk of being targeted. Xianyuan Mingchen must have exhausted a lot of brain cells to come up with this idea, hoping Ling Yi would be generous. Ling Yi tilted his head, looking at Xianyuan Mingchen in surprise. It was hard to believe that he had such an awareness. What you're talking about is what I'm doing. To be honest, my subordinates are enjoying these benefits now, Ling Yi said calmly. What? Besides those soldiers, those students also know you have magical things and are already using them? Xianyuan Mingchen's face paled. This was not good news, and he was a little confused. Didn't he say he didn't want too many people to know? Don't worry. These people are under my control. Sooner or later, they will become my most loyal subordinates. Why else do you think I put so much effort into training them? Ling Yi explained calmly. Ah! After hearing your description, I'm tempted to join your team. The treatment behind the scenes is truly enviable. Xianyuan Mingchen sighed, as he sat listlessly in his chair. If you ever want to help me, you're always welcome. With you around, I'd be more assured of Shuer and the others' safety. After all, I can't protect them all the time. Ling Yi said somewhat helplessly, looking at the 10 women training. Xianyuan Mingchen followed Ling Yi's gaze, and saw his sister doing squats while manipulating an ice spike, repeatedly attacking a nearby wooden stake. Watching his sister intently control the icicles, Xianyuan Mingchen felt a surge of warmth and pride. He knew that no matter what happened, he would do his utmost to protect her safety, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Xianyuan Mingchen suddenly said, Ling Yi, do you see that? That's my sister. Not only is she my family member, but she's also my partner and comrade. We've been together since childhood, relying on each other for survival and facing every hardship together. I never seen her take anything so seriously. Look at how her icicle manipulation skills are becoming more and more refined, each strike imbued with power and precision. Her growth and progress by your side makes me incredibly proud. I believe that in the apocalyptic future, under your leadership, we will be able to stand tall and look down upon the world. Ling Yi, momentarily confused, turned to look at Xianyuan Mingchen, his face filled with confusion. Xianyuan Mingchen and Ling Yi exchanged a glance, smiled faintly, and said, We're family, so we should support and protect each other. Whether facing external threats or internal troubles, as long as we unite as one, we can overcome them together. Ling Yi, Shuer has excellent judgment. While you're certainly a bit of a jerk, it's undeniable that you're someone worthy of entrusting your life to. Let's keep working hard. No matter what difficulties we face, we shoulder them together and fight them together. Let's join hands and create a beautiful apocalypse for Shuer. Ling Yi felt a little confused. Xianyuan Mingchen's sudden, eloquent speech left him somewhat bewildered. Confused, he asked, Are you trying to play the emotional card with me and get something from me? No, I decided to follow you, Xianyuan Mingchen said firmly. What? What did you say? Is there something wrong with my ears, or did you say it wrong? Ling Yi stared at Xianyuan Mingchen in astonishment. I said I follow you, protect Shuer, and let her live a carefree life in the apocalypse. Xianyuan Mingchen looked at Ling Yi with piercing eyes. Even after Ling Yi received the accurate report from the system, he was still somewhat incredulous. After repeatedly checking the system, he found that Xianyuan Mingchen had indeed become a member of the team, and his loyalty level had exceeded 100. Ling Yi stood up and walked over to Xianyuan Mingchen with a look of curiosity. He reached out and touched his forehead, muttering, That's not right. No fever. Could it be that punch just now was too strong, knocking him unconscious? You're the one who's unconscious. Stop guessing. This is all for my sister. I don't want her to be wronged or hurt. It's the end of the world, peril lurking everywhere, and you hold so many secrets. Your future is destined to be extraordinary, and will surely be filled with disasters. I can't trust my sister's safety without you by my side. Xianyuan Mingchen slapped Ling Yi's hand away and explained the reason. Alas! Until now, you're the only one who can see that my future is filled with disasters. How sad. Ling Yi sighed, plopped down on the recliner. Forgetting the weight on his back, he lost control of his strength and crushed the chair, sending it crashing to pieces. The 10 women heard Ling Yi's exclamation and turned to look, just in time to see Xianyuan Mingchen reaching out to him. Mu Xia slapped her head and sighed. Shuer, you said that tomorrow morning, you might be knocked several meters away. Chapter 146. Xianyuan Yushua pouted and said helplessly, My brother just has a stubborn temper. I hope Ling Yi won't really get angry. However, something unexpected happened. All the women saw Ling Yi reach out and grab Xianyuan Mingchen. The women were confused. Shouldn't they be fighting? This situation seemed wrong. Ling Yi struggled to his feet with Xianyuan Mingchen's help. I'm really afraid that one day in battle, you lie like a turtle before the enemy, helpless to fight back. Xianyuan Mingchen patted Ling Yi's heavy vest and said earnestly, "It wasn't a mistake. It was mainly because your decision caught me off guard, and I lost my mind. So why did you suddenly do this? Where's your faith? Where's your persistence? And you're a regular employee? Unlike Leng Yin and the others." Ling Yi asked a series of questions. "Have a cigarette?" Xianyuan Mingchen pinched it between his fingers. "You don't smoke, don't you?" Ling Yi complained, but his hands moved quickly as he tossed a pack of cigarettes over. Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes flickered as he saw Ling Yi's telekinesis. He took the cigarettes and, as he unpacked them, said, "You always have countless secrets." He handed Ling Yi a cigarette and demonstrated how to light it. Ling Yi's eye twitched. Looking at Xianyuan Mingchen's bossy demeanor, he felt like throwing a fireball at him. Suppressing his frustration, Ling Yi stepped forward and snapped his fingers. A small flame instantly ignited between his fingers. "Wow! You can use your superpowers like this? I learned something. I try it out later." Ahem. Xianyuan Mingchen took a deep drag on the cigarette, choking on it until tears came to his eyes. "Damn! I thought you could do it, but you're not, so why are you so high and mighty? Also, don't try to imitate me until you mastered your powers. I'm afraid you burn yourself." Xianyuan Mingchen finally stopped coughing and made a familiar gesture towards Ling Yi. "I can't help but feel like you're acting strangely, as if you let go of your true nature. Answer my question quickly, and then go somewhere cooler. I'm afraid you catch my infection if you keep doing this for too long." Ling Yi looked at Xianyuan Mingchen with disdain. "It's nothing really. I just suddenly let go of a burden, and I felt a lot lighter." Schwer's words just now completely woke me up. She said, "Brother, persistence and faith are good things, but you have to do it within your capabilities. Without sufficient strength to protect, you only drag everyone into the abyss." Schwer's words make sense. I was just a little overconfident, thinking I could get all the survivors back to base safely. But judging by the current situation, I only lead them into the zombies' clutches. I'm so exhausted. No matter what I do, I can't get those survivors to be honest with me. They only complain, and they can make a big fuss over the smallest things. Now you know the trouble is here. With someone constantly stirring up trouble behind the scenes, it's hard to believe you can be safe," Ling Yi said calmly. "Alas, when it comes to managing people's hearts, I have to admire you. Thousands have been manipulated by you. Now I'm finally free. Although I've chosen to follow you, I haven't abandoned my perseverance and faith. On the contrary, under your leadership, I believe everything will get better from now on," Xianyuan Mingchen said with a smile. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "Your plan is quite good. You want me to take over and take care of these survivors for you?" Xianyuan Mingchen took a light puff of his cigarette, then said quietly, "I know you must have some plan, and it's definitely related to these survivors. Otherwise, given your personality, you wouldn't have stepped forward to clear the way and clean up this town just because I pleaded with you." Ling Yi's lip curled, and he said with some surprise, "I'm not blinded by your personal heroism. I do have some thoughts. After all, this is the end of the world. Even the strongest fighting alone will be worn down by repeated attacks. The future is unpredictable, so we must have a strong foundation to protect those we need to protect. Are you truly planning to turn all these people into your own personal power?" Xianyuan Mingchen looked at Ling Yi in disbelief. "You're half right, but I don't want everyone. I want those who are brave enough to fight and kill, like the Blood Demon team I command, completely loyal to me." Ling Yi's tone was filled with a hint of dominance. Xianyuan Mingchen was visibly stunned, taking a deep breath. He looked at Ling Yi in disbelief. "Are you planning to slowly eliminate all unnecessary personnel along the way?" Ling Yi knew Xianyuan Mingchen's character. If he answered yes, he would undoubtedly turn hostile. Even the bonds of loyalty would be useless. This would cross his line. Gently patting Xianyuan Mingchen's shoulder, Ling Yi smiled faintly. "Do you think I'm such a cruel person? Don't worry, I'm only trying to recruit those who are willing to join our team. As for the rest, I escort them to the base and leave them to your military." Xianyuan Mingchen breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that Ling Yi would recklessly deal with the survivors. But he didn't realize that Ling Yi had another thought in mind. Those unstable individuals will be eliminated. "By the way, you're the commander's guard. If you secretly defected to me, isn't that desertion? You'd be shot when you return." Ling Yi suddenly chuckled. "You don't expect anything from me, do you? I considered this. It's not a problem at all. Don't forget Musia's status, she's the old man's favorite. Then let her act coquettishly, and send me and my men to you as her guard," Xianyuan Mingchen said with a cunning smile. "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Ling Yi's eyes lit up. Hey kid, you better think about how to get past the old man. He's a man who doesn't tolerate any injustice. Mu Xie is a treasure to him, more precious than a national treasure. But now you're sharing a husband with another woman. I can't wait to see what happens when you run into the old man. Do you think he'd just pull out his gun and shoot you? Xianyuan Mingchen said with a sly look on his face. Ling Yi's mouth twitched involuntarily. He slowly rolled up his sleeves and said in a cold voice, whether I be shot or not is not a matter for now. But right now, I have the urge to beat you to a pulp. Do you want to give it a try? Seeing Ling Yi's expression, Xianyuan Mingchen touched the dented weighted vest. A pale look spread across his face, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Chapter 147. Xianyuan Mingchen's scream suddenly rang out from above the RV, lingering for a long time. Shuer, why don't you go over and take a look? Your brother's screaming so miserably. It looks like Ling Yi really hit him hard. Xia Maoyang blinked her adorable eyes, looking at the unconcerned Xianyuan Yushua with a puzzled expression. You don't know my brother. He was shot in the chest during that mission, and he didn't even make a sound. He's screaming so loudly now, he must be faking it. I don't even bother to pay attention to him. Xianyuan Yushua pouted helplessly. Ah! Faking it? Why would he be faking it? Xia Maoyang's curiosity deepened. I guess he wants to get some benefits from Ling Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to put on such a show. Oh, I'm so impressed by my brother. Xianyuan Yushua waved her hand and, without even turning back, continued with her training. Of course, Ling Yi wouldn't actually beat Xianyuan Mingchen to pieces. His punches were just thunder, but little impact. Ever since he lost control of his strength and accidentally injured Xia Maoyang, he'd been focusing on training his strength control, and now he was proficient at it. After satisfying his craving for a blow, Ling Yi stood aside and drank some water. Beating someone up was physically demanding, after all. But upon seeing Xianyuan Mingchen, his face bruised and swollen, a smile played on his lips. I told you not to gloat over my misfortune, to show off. Xianyuan Mingchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, scrambled to his feet, and extended a hand to Ling Yi. What? You want more beatings? Ling Yi was confused, thinking he'd become addicted to the beatings. Give me some potion, some healing potion. Xianyuan Mingchen said, eyes wide open, a look of delight on his face. Ling Yi looked at the man's excited expression, and couldn't help but think of Xianyuan Yushua. A sudden thought struck him. Her sister's buttocks seemed very sensitive. Could this guy's entire body be sensitive? Oh my god, this is terrifying. Hurry up, give me the potion. Xianyuan Mingchen urged. Are you okay? Ling Yi stared at him suspiciously, trembling as he handed it over. Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes gleamed as he snatched the healing potion, caressing it like a beloved woman. His expression was so intense that it sent a chill down Ling Yi's spine. After a while, Xianyuan Mingchen stuffed the potion in his pocket and continued to beg for more. Not enough. Ling Yi blinked, his lips twitching slightly. You're definitely sick. One bottle is enough to save a life. Find someone else to beat you up. Judging by your current condition, they should be able to keep beating you up for a few hours. What kind of fetish is this? A masochist? Don't try to change the subject. I counted clearly just now. A total of 128 punches were thrown at me, one for each bottle. Not too much, right? Xianyuan Mingchen said, his attitude determined not to give up until he gave it to him. Ling Yi finally understood that the man wasn't a masochist, but was trying to extort money from him. Don't spit blood. I didn't hit you that many times. Get out of my sight. I'm afraid I beat you up again. Ling Yi waved his fist, as if he was about to attack. Come on, hit me hard. Here. Xianyuan Mingchen stretched his neck and patted his head. Ling Yi rubbed his temples, completely speechless about this clown. He couldn't help but speculate, could it be that the loyalty function also has the side effect of turning people into idiots? This is too frustrating. Just give me the short answer, what are you stalling for? Xianyuan Mingchen pressed relentlessly. 10 bottles each of stamina, healing, and energy potions. No more. I can give them to you now, but if not, I consider sending you back. Ling Yi said with a frown. I know the effects of the healing potion, but what about the stamina potion? The energy potion? What magical effects do they have? Xianyuan Mingchen asked curiously, having not expected there to be other goodies. After Ling Yi briefly explained their uses, Xianyuan Mingchen rubbed his hands together happily, and said with a grin, deal. Ling Yi sighed deeply, finally having dealt with this scoundrel. With a wave of his hand, dozens of neatly arranged bottles of potion appeared on the table. Xianyuan Mingchen crouched beside the table, as if he had found a treasure, carefully picking up each bottle and examining them. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Huh?" and turned to look at Ling Yi, bewildered. "Why are there 9 more bottles of strengthening fluid? Are they gifts?" Ling Yi grumbled, "Gifts, not gifts. These are the wages for the 9 soldiers assigned to train the students." "Oh! If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgotten. I thought you'd give them to them personally." Xianyuan Mingchen finally realized what was happening after hearing the explanation. "Could you possibly embezzle the money from your trusted aides?" "Oh, I promised them that if their training results satisfied me, I give them extra rewards. Take these 9 machetes too." Ling Yi took out another weapon and placed it on the table. "TSK. I thought everyone would get another bottle of strengthening fluid. I didn't expect it would just be a few broken machetes. How dare you?" Xianyuan Mingchen's face was filled with disdain and disdain. Ling Yi didn't bother explaining. With a flick of his left hand, the bayonet strapped to Xianyuan Mingchen's thigh flew into his hand, startling him. Before Xianyuan Mingchen could recover, Ling Yi picked up a machete from the table and gently swung it down at the bayonet. With a clang, the bayonet snapped in two, the falling tip piercing the table. So sharp. Xianyuan Mingchen snatched the machete and gently brushed the blade, muttering to himself, "Incredible. It's completely unscathed. This is a truly exceptional blade." He raised his gleaming eyes, staring intently at Ling Yi, and pointed at the other machetes on the table. "Are they all made of the same material?" Seeing Ling Yi nod, he became even more excited. After a while, he finally put down his machete and said flatteringly, "Brother-in-law, give me one too. Look at this bayonet, you already split it in half. Don't you want some compensation?" Ling Yi's eyes twitched, and he cursed inwardly, "He's acting again. Why didn't I realize before that his acting is even better than Leng Yan's?" To prevent Xianyuan Mingchen from getting into trouble again, Ling Yi asked directly, "What weapons are you good at?" Hearing Ling Yi's words, Xianyuan Mingchen's expression lit up, and he quickly said, "My favorite weapon used to be the sniper rifle, but it's a shame it's not very useful in the apocalypse. Hot weapons aren't as fun to use as cold weapons. Give me a sword. Luckily, I learned Tai Chi sword from the old man for a few years." After hearing Xianyuan Mingchen's words, Ling Yi had a thought. He remembered that he had acquired something similar to a sniper rifle. However, he had no use for it, and no one around him liked it, so he had just left it in his ring and ignored it. Chapter 148. Sword, you're truly despicable, even learning Tai Chi sword. Here's your sword. Ling Yi casually tossed over a dark golden longsword that gleamed with a cold gleam. "Why do I feel like you're scolding me?" Xianyuan Mingchen muttered. After receiving the sword, he continued to exclaim, "Good sword. Good sword. Good sword." Ling Yi rolled his eyes at him, then shook his head and agreed, "You're truly despicable." Xianyuan Mingchen was completely captivated by the long sword in his hand, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Ling Yi's words. The sword was a dark gold, its blade covered in fine blood grooves, and its craftsmanship was exquisite. Inlaid on the hilt was a dazzling golden gem, gleaming with lightning energy, as if imbued with boundless destructive power. Ling Yi explained calmly, "This is a lightning-attributed sword, perfectly complementing your inner lightning abilities. Infusing it with lightning energy will double its power. Don't try now. You can't afford to pay for damaging my car." Ling Yi was startled when he saw Xianyuan Mingchen begin to inject lightning energy into the sword. He quickly snatched the sword and tossed it onto the table. Seeing Xianyuan Mingchen trying to reach for the sword, he kicked him. With a loud bang, he fell off the roof of the car, sending up a cloud of dust. Schwer, I think you should go over and take a look. The way your brother and Ling Yi chat is truly terrifying." Mu Xia suggested again. Xianyuan Yushua sighed deeply and, helplessly, ran towards her brother under the RV. Bah. Can you please have some sense of propriety? I will be killed by you sooner or later." Xianyuan Mingchen spat out the dust in his mouth and complained dissatisfiedly. "How dare you talk like that? You're driving me crazy, you idiot. You're being shameless, one thing, but you're actually messing around after getting the upper hand. Use your brains, please. If you destroy this car, my whole family will be homeless." Ling Yi shouted, leaning against the fence. "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you destroying the RV?" Xianyuan Yushua overheard Ling Yi and immediately began to question him. "I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to test the power of my sword, and I got kicked down. Tell me, don't you think I'm wronged?" Xianyuan Mingchen stood up with his sister's help, looking aggrieved. Seeing her brother's face covered in wounds, Xianyuan Yushua pretended not to feel sorry for him. She quickly pulled out a bottle of healing potion and said, "Brother, let's treat your wound first. These minor injuries aren't serious, they're just superficial. Using this magical potion is a complete waste." Xian Yuan Mingchen said, but his hands moved quickly, snatching the healing potion and stuffing it directly into his pocket. This move left Xian Yuan Yushua stunned, while Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. What a stingy and mean guy. When they returned to the roof, Xian Yuan Mingchen had learned his lesson and stood a few meters away from Ling Yi, never daring to get too close again. Xian Yuan Yushua glanced at her brother in surprise, then walked over to Ling Yi, hugged his arm, and whispered, "He's my brother after all. Could you please, for my sake, not bother with him?" Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "I'm not bothering with him. Look at what's on the table. He's the one who's shamelessly blackmailing me." Xian Yuan Yushua glanced at the items on the table, then at her brother, unsure what to say. Ling Yi patted Xian Yuan Yushua's head and said with a smile, "All right. Enough teasing. We were just joking. Look how nervous you are. Brother-in-law, I have something else for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." With that, a sniper rifle appeared in Ling Yi's hand. It was something he had acquired a long time ago, but had never used. Xian Yuan Mingchen stared at the sniper rifle in Ling Yi's hand, his eyes widening, his hands trembling with excitement. He eagerly took the sniper rifle, carefully examining its details and design. He had never seen this sniper rifle before, and it exuded a sense of technology that was simply impossible to manufacture with current technology. Xian Yuan Mingchen carefully stroked the rifle and exclaimed, "Wow! This sniper rifle is so cool. Look at this exquisite frame, this precise scope, and it even has a built-in tracking function. It's absolutely perfect. Ling Yi, you're amazing. I can't imagine ever owning a weapon like this." Xian Yuan Mingchen gripped the sniper rifle tightly, as if he could feel the power contained within. A surge of confidence surged within him, as if no creature could withstand a single shot from him. Xian Yuan Mingchen passionately addressed Ling Yi again, "Ling Yi, I completely accept you as my brother-in-law. I will make good use of this sniper rifle, and be a strong support for you and my sister. Whether it's protecting you or defeating the enemy, I will do my utmost. I will never let this gun you gave me down." A determined glint shone in his eyes, and he secretly resolved to use this sniper rifle to change his fate and become his sister's pride. Ling Yi was stunned by these sentimental words. After a long pause, he waved his hand and said, "All right. Stop with this nonsense. You already taken a lot out of me. Aren't you ready to get down to business?" Xian Yuan Mingchen then slapped his head and reluctantly placed the sniper rifle on the table. He then said seriously, "Look at my memory. I almost forgot something important. Li Tao came to me and asked me to keep the team moving forward. What do you think?" Ling Yi spread his hands and said indifferently, "Why bother with him? Just do what I want. If he wants to leave, let him leave. They have their feet on their bodies, and are not bound by any constraints. Let them do whatever they want. You understand what I mean, and you know what Li Tao and the others are planning. There's no need to play tricks on me." Xian Yuan Mingchen said helplessly. "First, Li Tao and his men, several thousand strong, are not your responsibility, and you have no power over them. Second, Li Tao and his men want to use us as cannon fodder, but I don't care. Third, I have enough to eat and wear, I just like staying here. Their lives are none of my business. These survivors like to listen to the words of a few toxic people, and I can't do anything about it. But if you want my brothers to fight for them for no reason, forget it," Ling Yi said coldly. "No, you just said you wanted to recruit some people to join the team, so why are you changing your mind now?" Xian Yuan Mingchen felt a little puzzled and bewildered by Ling Yi's incoherent answer. "It's not the right time yet, no rush. Go back and do what you want. Stay or leave as you please. If they bring me up, just say I'm all wounded and can't leave," Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Chapter 149. This, brother-in-law. You know my strengths and weaknesses. Even if I lead the team, with only 100 or so men, what good can I do? Xian Yuan Mingchen's face was filled with melancholy. Just go ahead and go. I already had the spirit cat scout the area within a 30-mile radius. It's basically safe, with only a small group of zombies. They pose no threat to you. Ling Yi patted Xian Yuan Mingchen on the shoulder and revealed a piece of information. I was wondering why I hadn't seen the spirit cat these past 2 days. Turns out you sent it out to gather intelligence. Xian Yuan Yushua, standing by, suddenly realized. You're amazing. I knew you were tough on the outside, but I didn't expect you already arranged everything. Now I'm relieved. Xian Yuan Mingchen laughed. Ling Yi's lips inadvertently flickered to a hint of wickedness, and he thought to himself, some things can be said openly, while others must be done in secret. I taken great pains to accommodate your feelings. Hard-mouthed, soft-hearted? Haha, that only applies to those close to me. As for the enemies, brother, now you understand Ling Yi's strengths. Xianyuan Yushua said with a smile. Good, good, good. Shuer's vision is much better than yours. Xianyuan Mingchen gushed, unstinting in his praise. Since we're planning to continue our journey, reorganize Chusun's troops upon your return. Pick out those who can fight. Train them when necessary, and arrange for battles when necessary. Don't treat them like royalty. Ling Yi suddenly said. Xianyuan Mingchen frowned at Ling Yi's words and said, that's not a good idea. Although Chusun seems to be leaning towards me, if I forcefully reorganize his troops, it will surely spark public outrage. No, Chusun is one of us. Don't worry, just reorganize him. He cooperate with you unconditionally, and you can trust him absolutely. Ling Yi said with a faint smile. One of us, you're not kidding. How could that be possible? Didn't he publicly provoke you before? Could it be that time? Xianyuan Mingchen and Xianyuan Yushua were both surprised. You're right. That time I caught him, and he's completely committed to me. So when you go back, go ahead and do what you want without any worries. Ling Yi explained. The Xianyuan siblings were shocked and astonished by Ling Yi's words. They stared at him in disbelief, their hearts filled with questions and confusion. The siblings exchanged glances and tacitly decided to continue their inquiry. After all, this was a serious matter, and no mistakes were allowed. Xianyuan Mingchen hesitated for a moment before asking, Ling Yi, I find it hard to believe that Chusun would completely surrender to you. After all, he challenged you publicly before, and we all witnessed it. Could it be that just because you caught him, that he changed his stance? This all seems too unbelievable. A person's mind can't change so easily. I wonder if there's some trickery going on here. Xianyuan Yushua frowned, asking with some concern, Ling Yi, can you give a more detailed explanation, or describe the situation at that time? Why would Chusun suddenly change his stance, and cooperate with you unconditionally, even at the cost of breaking with Li Tao and the others? We need more evidence to prove his loyalty. After all, no one wants to see a repeat offender. I even wonder if this is a self-torture tactic by Li Tao and the others. Ling Yi smiled faintly, observing the two men's puzzled expressions. He fully understood their concerns and doubts, and at the same time, he felt a surge of relief. Although those around him were bound by the system's loyalty, they would consider matters from Ling Yi's perspective and offer their own perspectives, prioritizing his own interests. Unlike Chusun's slave Mark, he followed his orders completely, never questioning a single thing. Ling Yi took a deep breath and spoke firmly, I understand your doubts, but Chusun's transformation was no accident. After I captured him, I had a deep conversation with him. He sincerely confessed his mistakes and expressed his willingness to take responsibility for his past actions. Ling Yi continued, Chusun told me that his previous actions weren't motivated by genuine hostility, but rather by a misunderstanding and a desire for self-interest. Under my persuasive counsel, Chusun deeply realized his mistakes and felt immense remorse. During our in-depth conversation, I could clearly sense the change within him. He showed a change and sincere remorse. Finally, he decided to fully surrender to me and do his utmost to help us lead the survivors safely to the military base, thereby atonement for his mistakes. Ling Yi's tone was impassioned yet resolute. He glanced at the two men, their mouths hanging open, and continued, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I believe Chusun has truly changed. Everything he has done so far has proven his loyalty and cooperation. We can use him with confidence. Of course, if you have any further questions or need more evidence, I will do my best to provide it. After listening to Ling Yi's lengthy speech, Xianyuan Mingchen, though still somewhat skeptical, decided to trust Ling Yi's judgment and decision-making. After all, they were now not only partners in battle, but also a family, so he trusted his intuition and his trust in Ling Yi. Xianyuan Mingchen nodded slightly, expressing his stance. Ling Yi, I trust your judgment. Since you believe Chusun has changed, I'm willing to give him a chance and see how he performs. I give him more freedom to assign tasks, but I also remain vigilant to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xianyuan Yushua clenched her fists tightly, still filled with doubt, saying, Ling Yi, what you're saying makes me feel like everything is going too smoothly. We all seen what kind of person Chusun is. He wouldn't have chosen to join you for no reason. There must be something hidden. Don't be fooled. Ling Yi touched his nose, glanced at Xianyuan Yushua helplessly, and then said quietly, I said I beat him into submission. Do you believe me? Xianyuan Mingchen touched the wound on his face, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Xianyuan Yushua glanced at her brother's actions in confusion, then smiled faintly at Ling Yi. This time I believe it. Ling Yi curled his lips and muttered, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on this. It was all for nothing. Ling Yi, I actually think it would be best if you were to directly organize the team. I'm sure the survivors would agree. After all, everyone wants to follow a strong person. Xianyuan Yushua suggested. Chapter 150. Come on. Your brother likes being a babysitter, a hero, and a savior. That's not my path, so this difficult yet great mission must be completed by him. Ling Yi flatly refused. Xianyuan Yushua pouted, a look of frustration on her face. This statement sounded unpleasant. Xianyuan Mingchen scratched his head, eager to try. Sure, discuss the point system with Mingchen. While it's unlikely we get our supplies, you can learn from it and apply it to daily needs or weapons. Don't let the survivors have too much time. If they do, they easily cause trouble. After saying this, Ling Yi left the scene on his own. Since he was leaving, there were some things he needed to arrange. When Xianyuan Mingchen returned to the base, Li Tao and Cheng Ji were already waiting. You two must have been waiting for me for a long time. Xianyuan Mingchen lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair. Li Tao and Cheng Ji exchanged glances, each filled with doubt. They sensed Xianyuan Mingchen had changed considerably, looking a bit like Ling Yi. After a moment's pause, Li Tao shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. A faint smile crossed his face as he said, Brother Mingchen, I wonder how your conversation with Ling Yi went. Is he willing to lead the charge? Xianyuan Mingchen's lips twitched, and he cursed inwardly, fuck. Ling Yi guessed it right, always thinking of using him as cannon fodder. Despite this thought, he wore a look of resignation, saying, alas. As you know, Ling Yi's men suffered heavy casualties earlier, leaving them severely weakened. They haven't fully recovered yet. They're simply unable to spearhead the attack again, so this time we have to rely on ourselves. What? We're on our own. Are you kidding me? Cheng Ji exclaimed. Li Tao was also in a state of uncertainty, unable to fathom the key to this. He had previously sent several people to gather intelligence, but Leng Yan and the others were nowhere to be seen, only the students undergoing arduous training. Brother Mingchen, even if we don't have Ling Yi's men, we can still ask him and the women around him to lead the charge. After all, they're all powerful beings, and more reliable than ordinary people like us. Li Tao suggested, his eyes rolling. Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes widened in anger. He had even set his sights on his sister. He slammed the table and roared, How dare you say that? You're letting a group of women lead the way. As a man, aren't you ashamed? I'm terribly ashamed. You're an enhancer after all. Why don't you just charge forward on your own? You're coming up with such awful ideas. If you have the guts, go talk to Ling Yi yourself. I'm sure he'd chop you down with a single blow. As an enhancer, as a man, we should charge forward on our own, not rely on others, let alone, even more ridiculously, rely on women. A man should be responsible and courageous, fearless of danger, and forge ahead. We have our own strength and wisdom. We shouldn't rely solely on others for protection. We should believe in our own abilities, and believe that the survivors can face any challenge. Without going through hardships, how can they survive in the apocalypse? Li Tao was so embarrassed he didn't know what to say, and just stood there in a daze. Cheng Ji looked at the strange atmosphere and laughed, saying, Don't be angry, Commander Xianyuan. Calm down. We're all afraid of zombies. Afraid? I'm not. Are my men afraid, or are Ling Yi and the others? Stop trying to fool me with unrealistic rhetoric, and think more about how to solve the problem yourself, Xianyuan Mingchen retorted. A glint flashed in Li Tao's eyes, then vanished. He thought to himself, one day, I make you regret this. But he smiled apologetically, Brother Mingchen, I was wrong. I can't talk. We follow your orders. We do whatever you say. No compromises. You said it, you follow my orders? What about you, Cheng Ji? Xianyuan Mingchen turned to look at Cheng Ji. Well, of course you're the boss. I absolutely obey your orders. Cheng Ji and Li Tao exchanged glances. Seeing the other nod, he quickly complimented him. Very well, now that you both expressed your opinions, let me discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's departure. Tomorrow, you and I will lead the way, and the other troops will follow slowly behind us. Together, we strive to reach the next supply point as soon as possible. Li Tao and Cheng Ji agreed repeatedly, not daring to linger, fearing Xianyuan Mingchen would make further demands. However, just as they stepped out of the door, a voice rang out from behind. By the way, remember to send all your organized combat teams. This is a matter of life and death, don't hide it. Xianyuan Mingchen's icy voice made them both stumble, and then they hurried away without a glance back. Back at their residence, Li Tao, with a ferocious expression, punched the table. Damn it! How did he know we had organized a combat team? We were so secretive. Cheng Ji slumped down on the sofa, helplessly saying, alas! They're all military veterans after all. Our little tricks can't be hidden from them. What should we do now? Are we really going to just obey Xianyuan Mingchen's orders? For now, we can only take it one step at a time. If the journey is safe, then everyone's happy. But if something irreversible happens, then our own safety will be our top priority. Li Tao narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with coldness. Cheng Ji shuddered. You mean, if necessary, we should just flee? Isn't that a bit disloyal, with so many people following us? Humph. It's the end of the world now. Only by being strong can we survive. As long as we take those young and strong people with us, are we worried about finding a place to live? As for the elderly, weak, and disabled, we leave them to Xianyuan Mingchen, that righteous man. Li Tao said expressionlessly. But most of those young and strong people have families with them, so they may not follow us. Cheng Ji expressed his concern. Quality is more important than quantity. Let's follow Ling Yi's example, and go the elite route. As long as we have a group of loyal followers to follow us, and find a safe place to settle down, we can have a promising future. Li Tao explained. Cheng Ji shook his head, heartfelt disapproval of Li Tao's approach. He could only say helplessly, I hope everything goes smoothly, and we all reach the military base safely. Cheng Ji was actually not very satisfied with Li Tao's approach. On the surface, he acted like a gentleman, but behind the scenes, he was a complete hypocrite. He didn't believe that relying on a few people would guarantee a carefree survival in the apocalypse. Only by banding together could they better face the unknown dangers. But now, they were in dire straits, and could only continue on in the dark. Chapter 151. As night fell, endless darkness enveloped the entire town. With the power out, the streets were devoid of bright lights, leaving only silence and desolation. A dreary atmosphere permeated the pitch-black streets. Only a faint moonlight shone through the thick clouds, barely outlining the vague outlines of buildings. The abandoned buildings appeared even more eerie in the darkness. The glass on the windows flickered with the faint glow of flashlights, as if telling of a former prosperity and glory. The trees lining the street became twisted and terrifying in the darkness, their tangled, untrimmed branches reaching toward the sky like ghostly claws. The breeze rustled, sending a chill down your spine. Occasionally, distant roars filled your heart with fear. The survivors of the town, illuminated by the faint light of candles or collected flashlights, quietly gathered their belongings, preparing to continue their journey tomorrow, heading towards the pure land they longed for. In stark contrast to the gloom of the small town, Ling Yi's RV, nestled in an open space, was brightly lit. Laughter and chatter emanated from within, a stark contrast to the quiet surroundings. After dinner with the girls, Ling Yi had washed up and was lying in bed, contemplating his future plans. Although he had become a hands-off manager, he still had to make the overall plans. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and then locked again. A tall, beautiful girl appeared before Ling Yi. She was wearing a school uniform and over-the-knee white socks, exuding a fresh and charming aura. The neat uniform accentuated her slender figure and elegant demeanor. The tie neatly tied at the collar of her uniform showcased her meticulous attention to detail. The white shirt clung to her curves, revealing a hint of youthful energy. But most captivating of all were her over-the-knee white socks. Pure white as snow, they clung to her long, straight legs, showcasing her slender and well-proportioned beauty. The pleats and detailed design on the socks added a touch of playfulness and endearment, making one want to approach her and delve into her innermost secrets. A gleam flashed in Ling Yi's eyes, and he spoke softly, Z, are you planning to give me a uniform seduction? This isn't your style. It must be Bing Bing's idea again. Lu Zi blushed, whispering, it seems I can't hide anything from you. Don't you like it? Ling Yi smiled faintly, and beckoned Lu Zi to the bed. Ling Yi gently embraced Lu Zi, one hand unconsciously stroking the white socks. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, I love them so much. Want to know if they smell good or not? Lu Zi asked playfully, tilting her head. What do you mean? Ling Yi was puzzled by the question. Lu Zi gently tapped Ling Yi's forehead and said with a smile, I remember someone who has a special liking for my socks. I can't understand why. When I first saw what Teacher Zhao did, I was disgusted. But now, I'm willing to snuggle in your arms and serve you with the other sisters. After listening to Lu Zi's words, Ling Yi recalled the moment they first met. He hadn't expected his unintentional mumbling to be overheard by this girl. That only means I'm more attractive than that old man. Otherwise, why would my Z be attracted to me? Ling Yi smiled faintly. You're just vain and shameless. Lu Zi scolded. Ha. And I'm sure the socks in that old man's mouth must have been stinky, but what's being presented to me now is the fragrant scent of womanhood. Come, let me smell it. Ling Yi teased as he began to move his hands. A shy blush crept across Lu Zi's face at Ling Yi's teasing. She bit her lip lightly and lowered her head, somewhat bewildered. She wasn't used to such direct expressions, but inside she felt an inexplicable sweetness. Lu Zi gently pushed Ling Yi's hand away, a shy smile on her face as she whispered, Ling Yi, you're just like Mu Xia said, a shameless bastard. Can you just smell a woman's scent whenever you want? Her voice was playful and teasing, sparking curiosity. Ling Yi laughed heartily at Lu Zi's reaction. Seeing her shy expression, he felt a surge of delight and impatience. He smiled wickedly and said, Oh Z, you're challenging my curiosity. Now that you say that, I'm even more eager to smell it. Following Lu Zi's exclamation, the room erupted in cheerful laughter, gradually transforming into a melodious, alluring melody, truly evoking the feeling that this song should only exist in heaven. How often can it be heard on earth? The lights in the other rooms of the RV had long since gone out, only Ling Yi's window remained brightly lit. Ling Yi leaned against the headboard, leisurely smoking a cigarette, while Lu Zi already slumped limply against his chest. I don't know how I'm going to get through the rest of my life. I can't possibly satisfy you, a jerk. Lu Zi said weakly. It's okay. My bed is big. I don't mind if you team up and fight, even if it's a round-robin battle. Ling Yi chuckled. You wish. Lu Zi said grumpily, only to find Ling Yi staring intently at her. Startled, she pleaded, please stop. I really can't take this. Ling Yi stubbed out his cigarette and suddenly said, actually, I have a mission I'd like to give you. After much thought, you're the best fit. But I'm not sure how to start. After all, it might seem a bit cruel and inhumane to you. Lu Zi frowned slightly. She could sense Ling Yi's seriousness and hesitation. She could only wait quietly for Ling Yi to continue, her heart filled with nervousness and curiosity. Ling Yi took a deep breath and spoke slowly, actually, I originally thought it would be best to handle this myself, but troubles are bound to pile up in the future, and I can't do everything myself. So, I'm looking for someone to take charge of this matter. Among all the sisters, you've given me a glimmer of hope. This is a long-term task, involving sensitive matters that may make you uncomfortable, and some things may even be kept secret. However, I believe only you have the courage and wisdom to complete it. I just feel a little guilty, and I wonder if it will have a negative impact on you. Lu Zi felt a strange surge of nervousness and excitement when she heard Ling Yi's words. She knew Ling Yi wouldn't ask for help easily. Since he chose her, there must be a special reason and trust in him. Chapter 152. Lu Zi nodded firmly and said, Ling Yi, you know I always supported you, no matter what hardship you face. If you believe I can help you, I will do my utmost. No matter what mission you assign me, even if it means sacrificing my life, I will do my utmost to complete it. A flicker of gratitude and heartache flashed across Ling Yi's eyes at Lu Zi's response. He knew he had chosen the right person, but it was precisely this very fact that kept him hesitant. After all, it was unfair to Lu Zi. Looking at Lu Zi's expectant expression, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, I need to create a team hidden in the shadows. It doesn't need to be large, but they must be the best of the best. They must be 100% loyal to me, and they wouldn't even frown even if I told them to commit suicide. And you will be the supreme commander of this team, answering only to me. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Lu Zi's expression grew even more hopeful. She sensed the importance and expectations Ling Yi expressed for this team. At the same time, she understood this was a huge responsibility and challenge, and she knew it was an opportunity to demonstrate her abilities, for she, too, was not content to be a mere figurehead. Lu Zi smiled faintly, her gaze firm as she addressed Ling Yi. Thank you for your trust. It at least proves I'm not a worthless woman. I am willing to serve as the supreme commander of this team and become the sharpest sword in your hand. I understand that this is not just an honor, but also a responsibility. I will do my utmost to lead this team, ensuring their 100% loyalty to you and the completion of all your assigned tasks. Ling Yi caressed Lu Zi's flawless face, his tone tinged with both relief and guilt. Actually, when I first met you at school, I felt you were a very independent and decisive person. I remember when I asked you to let go, you didn't even blink. I knew then that you weren't content with mediocrity. Lu Zi smiled faintly. You're talking about Natsum, right? If I said I was scared by you and so hurriedly let go, would you believe me? I don't see a trace of fear in your eyes, only indifference. Ling Yi smiled faintly, then continued, that's why I thought of asking you to organize this team this time. But I'm afraid of putting you in a difficult position and hurting you. Isn't it just about building a team? I don't think it's that difficult. Why do you keep saying I'd be hurt? Lu Zi was confused. Ming Dynasty Jinui, you should understand. Ling Yi said, his eyes narrowed. Lu Zi sat up straight, her eyes wide with shock. The Jinui, Emperor's Guard, was a special agency during the Ming Dynasty, responsible for maintaining imperial power and social order. Their mission included monitoring officials, combating opposition, and enforcing the emperor's orders. The Jinui were often criticized for their secrecy and brutality, sparking controversy. Some called them symbols of tyranny, while others saw them as a valuable tool for maintaining national stability. Regardless, the Ming Dynasty Jinui left a profound mark on history, inflicting a chill on the people of that era. Lu Zi finally understood the underlying meaning behind Ling Yi's words. He was pushing her towards the Imperial Guard. Ling Yi looked at the moody Lu Zi and sighed, I know this is unfair to you. Everything you do in the future might be misunderstood and criticized. If you're unwilling, I put it aside for now and organize this team when I find the right person. Lu Zi's heart wavered after hearing Ling Yi's words. She knew that leading this team would mean facing more pressure and danger, but also greater power and opportunities. She pondered for a moment, and finally made up her mind to create a similar team based on the Imperial Guard. If not for her own advancement, then for the man before her, she had to shoulder this responsibility. Lu Zi looked at Ling Yi, a hint of a smile on her face. She said firmly, Ling Yi, I understand your concerns, and I know you're doing this for my own good. But I'm willing to accept this challenge and become your worthy wife. I believe I'm capable of tackling any difficulties and shouldering any unknown responsibilities. If there are misunderstandings and criticisms, let my deeds slowly ferment and simmer in the long river of history until they are proven wrong. A flicker of relief crossed Ling Yi's eyes upon hearing Lu Zi's decision. He knew Lu Zi was a smart and courageous person with exceptional talent and a strong will, and he believed she was up to the task. Very good, Zi. I'm very pleased with your decision. It doesn't disappoint me at all. Ling Yi said encouragingly, as the leader of this team, you will face various challenges and tests, but you will also have opportunities to demonstrate your worth. I will fully support you in building the team as quickly as possible. I will fully provide resources, and as for the personnel, you can select them yourself. Aside from the Blood Demon, the other members will be based on your ideas. Lu Zi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, I'm going to ask you for 2 assistants. I wonder if you're willing to let them go. Oh! Which 2? Ling Yi was curious. Didn't I just say that, aside from the Blood Demon members, you can pick any of them? Lu Zi smiled. I want the 2 people by your side, Lu Yun and Su Ruoling. I wonder if you're willing to let them go. Ling Yi was stunned, then smiled. They've been by your side since school. It's a great idea for them to stay and help you. Why wouldn't I agree? You have to think carefully. To fulfill your request, the 3 of us can't be by your side anytime, anywhere. We're definitely too busy to spare. Lu Zi whispered softly into Ling Yi's ear. Ling Yi put his arm around her waist and said softly, Why, are you afraid I neglect you? Being too busy isn't a big deal. I visit you when I have time. Not only will I see the results of your hard work, but I also take the opportunity to show my love for you. That doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean by on the side? We're not as important to you as forming a team, are we? Lu Zi said with a look of displeasure. Oh, you're still not happy. Fine, next time Bing Bing and the others ask, I say I'm here to pamper you and take a look at your work. Ling Yi smirked. You're the one with the bad mouth. I can't argue with you. Do as you please. Okay. Lu Zi sighed softly. You said it? Before Lu Zi could react, Ling Yi rolled over and, amidst her exclamations, began a new round of his journey. Chapter 153. Honey, Xianyuan Mingchen and his team have been gone for 3 days. When do we set off? Xiao Mobing asked, watching Ling Yi leisurely sipping tea. Are you in such a hurry? Okay, you guys lead the team ahead. Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Okay. Xiao Mobing had just said okay when she suddenly felt something was wrong and asked again, Honey, why are you letting us lead the team? Are you going to stay in town? Well, I need to collect some scrap metal. It won't take long. Ling Mao will be with the team. If there's any emergency, just have Ling Mao notify me, Ling Yi said slowly. Xiao Mobing blinked, a look of curiosity on her face. Why are you collecting scrap metal? Ling Yi smiled at Xiao Mobing's question and explained, collecting scrap metal is to replenish resources. The heavy-duty gear we're wearing is forged from special metals, not just blown out of thin air. In the apocalyptic future, resources will undoubtedly become extremely scarce. We need a vast array of weapons to combat countless enemies, and cold weapons are our only hope for survival. Superpowers consume too much energy to sustain prolonged combat, so the future trend in combat will still be close combat. Mainly. These scrap metals may seem worthless now, but in my hands, they can be forged and utilized, becoming sharp weapons for our survival in battle. Taking a sip of tea, he continued, before, with so many people watching, it was difficult for me to gather these resources. After all, my methods were somewhat unbelievable. So, I chose to set out last, letting Xianyuan Mingchen lead the team, also to strengthen and hone their strength. Only by battling zombies can we continuously improve our skills and experience, better adapting to future living environments. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. After listening to Ling Yi's explanation, Xiao Mobing's eyes flickered with admiration. She understood Ling Yi's intentions and realized the gap between them. The other party always planned before acting, taking every possible factor into consideration and formulating corresponding solutions to prevent problems before they occur. Hubby, I understand, Xiao Mobing said firmly. I go assemble the team now, and then lead the team out with the sisters. Ling Yi watched the team leave the town in an orderly manner, stretched himself, and muttered to himself, ordinary days are always extremely short. The calm before the storm can never mask the oppressive atmosphere. I hope everything goes smoothly from now on. Not to mention Ling Yi was alone in the town, scavenging abandoned vehicles and useful forging resources. In the group of survivors who had been away for 3 days, the guard impatiently reported to Xianyuan Mingchen again, Sir, we still haven't seen Ling Yi's convoy. What the hell is this guy doing? Hasn't he set off yet? Xianyuan Mingchen muttered with a frown. Without Ling Yi in sight, he felt uneasy. By the way, how many kilometers have we traveled now? What's the road condition like ahead? Is it safe? Xianyuan Mingchen regained his composure and continued to ask the guard. We traveled about 20 kilometers so far, and there's no obvious sign of danger ahead, only a few wandering zombies, the guard replied. It seems Ling Yi wasn't kidding me. These past few days, there have been only small-scale battles, and no major problems. Orders are in place to camp after 10 kilometers. The road ahead will depend on the scouts carefully exploring. Xianyuan Mingchen nodded and instructed the guard. Li Tao, sitting in the car, stared at the slowly moving convoy ahead, frowning and saying, This is moving too slowly. How many days has it been? 3 days, stopping and starting, and we only covered about 20 miles. Cheng Ji sighed helplessly. It's a shame that Ling Yi refused to lead the way. Think about how long it took us to escape a city. Xianyuan Mingchen is too conservative these days. He's been scouting constantly, and yet I haven't encountered many zombies. Li Tao gritted his teeth, complaining both about Ling Yi and Xianyuan Mingchen. Mr. Li, why don't we break away from the group and continue straight ahead? The supplies collected in this small town alone wouldn't be enough to sustain 1,000 people. As Li Tao's deputy, Cheng Ji is in charge of the supplies. That's absolutely not possible, Cheng Ji. You're being too impatient. Although I'm very dissatisfied with Xianyuan Mingchen's caution, he's also moving slowly for everyone's safety. After all, we're in a dangerous world now, and a single careless move could lead to a zombie attack. Xianyuan Mingchen's reconnaissance work, while time-consuming, is also designed to protect everyone's lives and reduce unnecessary casualties. Even if we were to go it alone, we still have to take this route. We can't just charge forward blindly. If we run into a swarm of zombies, crying out for help would be useless. I understand that supplies are somewhat limited right now, but we can't afford to neglect safety and stability in our rush to move forward. After all, our goal is to find a safer and more habitable place, not to take reckless risks. And reaching the military base is impossible without Xianyuan Mingchen as our guide. Alas, we all suffered from our lack of strength. If we had half the strength of Ling Yi, how could we have fallen to this point? Cheng Ji said, feeling frustrated and jealous. Stop complaining. While I can't guess what Ling Yi is up to, don't forget that Xianyuan Mingchen's sister is by his side. If anything were to happen to us, Ling Yi wouldn't stand idly by. So, you should talk to Xianyuan Mingchen later, and hear his thoughts and plans. You can also tentatively discuss whether we can speed up our progress while ensuring everyone's safety. As for the food shortage, we can't treat these elderly, weak, and sick like ancestors for nothing. Starting today, Their rations will be halved. If you want to fill your stomachs, go gather wild fruits during your rest periods. Li Tao's eyes gleamed coldly, his voice icy. Cheng Ji's gaze met Li Tao's, and he shuddered. He swallowed hard and said, "This isn't good. If we do this, it definitely spark public outrage. If someone leads a riot, the consequences will be disastrous. Humph. We only need to ensure food for our young and strong men, and with their support, why should we worry about the threats posed by the elderly, weak, and sick? I rather they cause trouble and flee, ideally joining Xianyuan Mingqian and consuming all his troops' food," Li Tao said grimly. Chapter 154. Oh, Mr. Li, you're getting a little too excited. While we do need to ensure food for our young and strong men, we can't ignore the needs and rights of other team members. In these difficult times, unity and mutual assistance are paramount. While they can't fight on the battlefield like the young and strong men, they can still do laundry, cooking, and other odd jobs. If we take such action and spark public outrage, it could lead to division and instability within the team. Furthermore, the elderly, weak, and disabled members are also part of our team and need our care and attention. Don't forget, many of the young and strong men have family members with us. If things get serious, not all of them will be on our side. I suggest holding a meeting with the other young and strong representatives to discuss how to balance food distribution. We can consider adopting fair and reasonable methods, such as distributing food based on individual needs, or, as you suggested, increasing food supplies through increased foraging. At the same time, we could also strengthen publicity and education for team members, encouraging those who are more capable to work more and receive corresponding benefits, so that everyone can understand the importance of unity and mutual assistance and avoid internal strife and disharmony. I hope you can calm down, think about the situation as a leader, and make decisions that are in the best interests of the team. Cheng Ji had followed Li Tao all the way, and had a good understanding of his mindset. He was ambitious and ruthless. Unlike Chu Sun, who always showed his true colors, Li Tao was a complete hypocrite, saying one thing to his face and another behind his back. He considered leaving the team and joining Xianyuan Mingqian or Ling Yi, but thinking about what he had done before, he figured even if they were accepted, they wouldn't truly trust him or entrust him with important tasks. Besides, the other side had no shortage of enhancers, so going there wouldn't even be enough to add to their ranks. Better to stay with Li Tao like he was now, at least he could be second in command. You have a point. Let's try to implement your idea. We can only take it one step at a time. Those young and strong men also need to be trained more. They're the foundation of our survival. Li Tao sighed deeply. He had no better ideas. By the way, has that Chu Sun completely joined Xianyuan Mingqian? Li Tao suddenly asked. Based on what I learned over the past 2 days, they most likely completely defected. Chu Sun's men have all been incorporated into Xianyuan Mingqian's team, and they also selected the young and strong men and are training them with soldiers. Cheng Ji said helplessly. These men originally belonged to them, but unfortunately, Li Tao's inaction back then led to this outcome. Li Tao's face tinged with guilt after hearing Cheng Ji's response. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "It was my hesitation and my inaction that fueled Chu Sun's resentment. I truly regret it. If I had been more decisive, perhaps I could have prevented his betrayal. That damn Ling Yi, all talk and no action, even released Chu Sun. It would have been much better if he had just killed him. That way, Chu Sun's men would be ours, and we could have capitalized on this incident." Cheng Ji sighed softly, thinking, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. What's the point of regretting it now? Of course, he could only keep these words to himself and never speak them out loud. He offered soothing words. "Boss Li, don't blame yourself too much. Everyone makes mistakes in judgment, the important thing is to learn from them. What we need to do now is face reality, work hard to maintain team cohesion, and improve our own strength, so that we can defend ourselves on the journey ahead." Li Tao nodded, his eyes determined. "You're right, Cheng Ji. We can't dwell on past mistakes anymore, but must proactively face the current predicament. Chu Sun's betrayal is only a temporary setback. We still have many opportunities to realize our ideals." Cheng Ji smiled and said, "That's right. We must remain steadfast in our beliefs, united as one, and work together. Only in this way can we overcome any difficulties and enemies." Xia Mobing and the others' team had been marching with heavy loads, feeling no sense of tension or crisis at all. They all remembered Ling Yi's advice. There was no need to engage with the team ahead, they just needed to maintain their distance and focus on their own training. Why hasn't Ling Yi caught up yet? Xia Mobing glanced back from time to time. What? You miss him after just a while? Mu Xia teased, wiping beads of sweat from her forehead. Xia Mobing pouted, shook her head, and said, no, that's not the case. I just feel that Ling Yi has always been the core of our team. His presence brings us immense confidence and support. I always feel a little uneasy when I can't see him. Mu Xia frowned slightly at Xia Mobing's words. In truth, the same thought crossed her mind, but she also knew now was not the time to be distracted. She gently patted Xia Mobing's shoulder and reassured her, don't worry, Ling Yi will definitely catch up. We're all doing our best. As long as we maintain unity and cooperation, we can overcome any difficulties. Xianyuan Yushua smiled and said, that's right. Haven't we always wanted to strive for self-improvement? Now is a great opportunity to practice. We can't always rely on Ling Yi for everything. Just like carrying a heavy load, only by constantly breaking through ourselves can we become Ling Yi's right-hand man and be worthy of fighting alongside him. Xia Mobing's eyes lit up at Xianyuan Yushua's words, and she nodded in agreement, you're right. We can't always rely on Ling Yi. Sisters all have their own potential and abilities. Only by constantly challenging ourselves can we grow and improve. Ling Yi is a successful role model. He's always striving to improve. We must emulate him to have a chance to become his right-hand man. Mu Xia also laughed, adding, yes, we must believe in our own abilities and constantly improve ourselves. Only then can we provide Ling Yi with the greatest support and assistance in critical moments. After all, we're a team, and everyone is important. We can't always rely on Ling Yi to be at the forefront. We need to work together and grow together. Xianyuan Yushua nodded and said encouragingly, yes, everyone's saying makes sense. I believe we can overcome these difficulties and create a future for ourselves. Ling Yi will be proud of us. The team atmosphere became more positive, and everyone was filled with confidence and motivation. Everyone understood that only through unity, cooperation, and continuous hard work could they achieve their goals. The women resolved not to rely on Ling Yi anymore, but to become his strong support, working together to overcome all difficulties and create their own future. Chapter 155. The three teams, each with their own thoughts, silently advanced forward. A few days later, Xianyuan Mingchen and his team had already left the 30 kilometers Ling Yi had mentioned, and their speed was increasingly slow. Xianyuan Mingchen, cautious as he was even more cautious along the way, which greatly worried Li Tao and the others. What's going on? We're moving at a snail's pace now. What the hell is Xianyuan Mingchen up to? Li Tao watched the convoy for a long time before it began to move slowly, as if it were stuck in a traffic jam. Cheng Ji's brows were furrowed, and he was under immense pressure. He had finally managed to get the food distribution right, but at this rate, their team would be out of food before reaching the next supply point. Cheng Ji, didn't you go to Xianyuan Mingchen? What did he say? Li Tao asked. Alas. Xianyuan Mingchen told me that the first 30 kilometers of the route had been surveyed by Ling Yi in advance, making it relatively safe. But now we've gone beyond that, and we can only rely on our own gradual exploration. We must be cautious and prudent to ensure safety. Cheng Ji repeated Xianyuan Mingchen's words. Ling Yi again? He's so capable. Why didn't he come out and clear the way? Why is he hiding in the back? Didn't Xianyuan Mingchen even look for him? Li Tao began to roar. Xianyuan Mingchen sent people to look for Ling Yi several times, but he wasn't with the convoy. He seemed to have vanished. Even the women with him are nowhere to be found. Cheng Ji spread his hands, speechless. No. Gone. How is that possible? Did this guy just run away on his own? Li Tao's face was filled with disbelief. That's impossible. Even if he wanted to leave the group, he couldn't possibly run off alone. His women are still here. Cheng Ji felt a little unrealistic. What's impossible? Is there still a shortage of women in the apocalypse? As long as you're strong, it's easy to replace them. Didn't you just hire a model? Li Tao said with disdain. Ahem. Cheng Ji couldn't help but cough to ease the awkwardness after hearing Li Tao's words. After a while, he finally spoke, trying to change the subject. We can only move forward now. Only by finding the next supply point can we calm people down. Otherwise, these people will start causing trouble again. They're gathering wild fruits and other food along the way. And several people have already died from food poisoning. Li Tao's heart tightened after hearing Cheng Ji's words. The situation was indeed serious. Food shortages and poisoning had already caused casualties. We had to find the next supply point as soon as possible to ensure everyone's survival and safety. Otherwise, he might be left alone. He walked over to Cheng Ji and said seriously, Cheng Ji, you're absolutely right. We can't delay any longer. We must find more food as soon as possible and reach the next supply point as soon as possible. I suggest that the survivors focus their efforts on expanding the search area to see if there are any wild fruits or other sustenance nearby. At the same time, arrange for someone to carefully handle the food poisoning issue to ensure everyone's health and safety. Chung Ji nodded in agreement. Yes, we can't let any more people get hurt, otherwise the situation will become truly uncontrollable. But wouldn't expanding the search area be dangerous? After all, Xianyuan Mingchen's reconnaissance team only explored a 1-kilometer area around the convoy. I can't worry about that anymore. If you want to survive, you have to take risks. Go notify the troops and start the operation. The convoy is moving slowly now, so even if someone runs a little further, they won't get left behind. Li Tao made the final decision immediately. Commander, we spotted a small group of zombies wandering ahead. Should we wait for them to leave or destroy them immediately? The guard reported to Xianyuan Mingchen. Notify the combat troops to destroy them immediately. Simply avoiding combat isn't a solution. Only fighting can help us improve our strength more quickly. Xianyuan Mingchen said calmly. Not long after the guard left, another guard rushed in to report. Commander, Li Tao's team has sent someone to request assistance. I hope you can bring them over as soon as possible. Requesting assistance? What's going on? Tell them to come. Xianyuan Mingchen frowned. Soon, a young man crawled to Xianyuan Mingchen, anxiously calling out, Captain Xianyuan. Help! Help! Xianyuan Mingchen walked over to the young man, gently patted his shoulder, and said soothingly, Don't worry, calm down. Tell me what's going on. I do my best to help you resolve the situation. The young man's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear as he replied, It's hornets. So many. So huge hornets. We were gathering food when they suddenly attacked. There were so many hornets, each as large as a sparrow, and their attack power was so strong that we couldn't resist them at all. Several people have already been stung to death. Xianyuan Mingchen felt a touch of surprise and confusion upon hearing this. He had clearly dispatched personnel to conduct a 1-kilometer survey, and there was no way there was any dangerous area. Where did these hornets come from, and why did they suddenly attack them? Xianyuan Mingchen continued to inquire, Why did the hornets suddenly attack you? Was there any triggering factor? Tell me the whole story. The young man replied somewhat flusteredly, While we were gathering food, one of us discovered a giant hive. Thinking we could get some honey, we accidentally disturbed the nest. A swarm of hornets suddenly flew out of the nest and launched a fierce attack. We had no time to react and could only flee. After hearing this explanation, Xianyuan Mingchen nodded, understanding the whole story. The hornets attacked because they had accidentally disturbed the nest, causing them to feel threatened and launch an attack. Hornets are social animals with a strong sense of territory. Once they discover their nest has been damaged, they will attack in droves. Killing one hornet releases a unique scent that attracts more hornets to their aid. Once a swarm of hornets begins, hundreds or even thousands of them will attack together. Xianyuan Mingchen said soothingly, I think I understand the situation. The most important thing now is to disperse the hornet swarm and protect the survivors to prevent further harm. You go back and report. I take some countermeasures to ensure everyone's safety. I also immediately organize personnel to provide support. Together, we clear out the nearby hornet nests and ensure everyone's safety. Chapter 156. Come here, inform the combat team to eliminate the zombies ahead as quickly as possible, then gather to assist Li Tao and the others. Xianyuan Mingchen, knowing the situation was urgent, dared not delay. After giving his orders, he led a group of men and hurriedly headed back. When Xianyuan Mingchen arrived at the scene, he was stunned by the scene before him. Li Tao's convoy was in complete disarray, and the entire scene was utterly chaotic and terrifying. Thousands of hornets filled the sky, forming a black storm, like the face of a demon. Their piercing buzzing sound seemed to announce the coming of death. Even more terrifying, these hornets seemed to have mutated, the size of sparrows, and incredibly fast. The survivors were overwhelmed by the terror above them, and screams and shouts filled the air. Like headless flies, they desperately fled, trying to find shelter, but the hornets pursued them relentlessly. When the hornet's stinger mercilessly pierced the survivor's skin, a pencil-sized hole appeared, and blood spurted out instantly. Intense pain instantly spread throughout the survivor's body, leaving them with a heart-wrenching agony. Some were attacked by multiple hornets simultaneously, leaving their entire bodies covered in blood, suffering excessive blood loss, and even life-threatening consequences. Some suffered redness, swelling, and blisters, their breathing became rapid and labored, and their eyes were swollen to the point of being nearly closed. Fear and despair flickered in their eyes, as if death would strike at any moment. The crowd desperately sought shelter in anything they could, in cars, in the bushes, behind trees, hoping to escape the hornets' pursuit. But the mutated hornets seemed even more ferocious, pursuing them frantically, launching wave after wave of attacks, plunging the people into despair and terror. Everyone felt as if they were trapped in hell, with nowhere to escape. Everyone, quickly engage in battle. Don't hold back. Destroy these hornets. Xian Yuanmingchen's eyes welled up at the sight. Amidst this despair and terror, Xian Yuanmingchen's voice resounded throughout the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with determination. His words galvanized everyone, and the warriors around him leaped into battle. The survivors also fought fiercely against the mutated hornets. With their weapons in hand, they fought back relentlessly, striving to annihilate these ferocious hornets. Each attack was filled with power and courage, as if battling the demons of hell, a fight to the death. The soldiers' weapons blazed with fiery flames, as they fired relentlessly at the hornets dancing in the sky. The hornets fell to the ground one by one. Those struck in vital areas perished instantly, while the others struggled desperately to continue their flight. Led by Xian Yuanmingchen, everyone fought back with all their might, and the situation gradually reached a stalemate. Xian Yuanmingchen's attacks, in particular, inflicted the greatest damage on the hornets. Each swing of his lightning-attributed sword was like a thunderbolt, slaying the hornets midair. The bursts of lightning could easily take the lives of dozens of hornets. Xian Yuanmingchen's limbs were swift, his swordsmanship sharp, and his attacks were like streaks of lightning streaking across the sky. The hornet swarm, restrained by the lightning-attributed sword energy, met their end, unable to match Xian Yuanmingchen. He led his team, constantly adjusting their tactics and seeking the enemy's weaknesses. Working in perfect harmony, they slew the hornets one by one. However, the mutant hornets, unwilling to be outdone, began to gather together, forming tight formations and launching increasingly fierce attacks against Xian Yuanmingchen and his teammates. The battlefield was filled with the scent of gunpowder and blood, and every encounter was a life-or-death struggle. Xian Yuanmingchen, clutching his lightning-attributed sword tightly, his gaze determined, led his team forward. His attacks were not merely for himself, but also to protect the survivors behind him. They trusted and supported each other, working together to protect the convoy. The seconds ticked by, and the battle reached a fever pitch. Everyone gave their all, fighting recklessly. Though exhausted, their wills were as strong as steel, determined not to give up. In this protracted battle, Xian Yuanmingchen demonstrated unparalleled courage and wisdom. Everyone witnessed his performance. He was not only an exceptional warrior, but also an outstanding leader. His presence gave everyone endless strength and confidence, making them believe victory lay just ahead. No matter how difficult the battle, only by persevering could they achieve ultimate victory. However, while wishes were beautiful, reality was cruel. The number of mutant hornets seemed endless, constantly swarming, as if they could never be eradicated. Everyone began to feel powerless, and despair once again overwhelmed them. Just then, an elderly soldier approached Xian Yuanmingchen. He took in the scene before him, and sighed deeply. He addressed Xian Yuanmingchen, "Sir, we can't continue like this. These mutant wasps are too powerful. We need to find another solution." Xian Yuanmingchen frowned slightly, realizing that the old soldier's words had a point. He turned to face the crowd and spoke in a firm voice, "Everyone listen. We can't continue this blind battle. We need to change our strategy, and find their weaknesses to truly defeat them." Just then, a young man approached Xian Yuanmingchen and hurriedly said, "I used to be an entomologist and have studied wasps. The attack power of these mutated wasps is truly incredible. I don't know if the pre-apocalyptic methods will be effective against them. We can use fumigation, burn hay, sawdust, or other materials to create thick smoke, and introduce it into the wasp nest and its activity area. Wasps are sensitive to smoke, and will be forced to leave the nest." Xian Yuanmingchen's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately organized his men to implement the plan. As the thick smoke billowed upward, the wasps enveloped within paused, then seemed to be frightened and began to fly back. Xian Yuanmingchen noticed this and shouted in delight, "It's working. Quickly increase the smoke coverage. Let's attack the hornet's nest in one fell swoop and drive them all away." Everyone was excited. A positive response meant their lives were saved, so they all followed Xian Yuanmingchen, carrying the burning materials in the direction of the hornet's retreat. Chapter 157. Just as Xian Yuanmingchen and his men were desperately pursuing the hornet swarm, Li Tao and Cheng Ji, along with some trusted subordinates, were hunkered down in a patch of dense grass, gazing at a tall tree not far away. Li Tao whispered, "Cheng Ji, look, that's the hornet queen's nest." It looks quite massive. I wonder if we can take it. Chang-ji was also shocked. This hornet nest looks quite formidable. I wonder if there are still hornets inside. And normally, there should be a hornet queen. Just those ordinary hornets give me a shiver. I have no idea how terrifying a hornet queen can be. We must proceed with caution and not let them discover us. There are certainly risks, but for the sake of royal jelly, we face any obstacle, no matter how great. You tasted hornet honey before, and it actually boosted your strength a bit. But that was just the honey from ordinary mutant hornets. Can you imagine the effect if it were royal jelly? Li Tao said, his eyes shining. Chang-ji's eyes lit up at Li Tao's reminder, his face filled with anticipation. They previously stumbled upon a piece of wild honey, and discovered that consuming it surprisingly boosted their strength. They even had their men try it, and the effect was even better, with each of them experiencing a significant increase in strength. The hornet swarm has mostly been lured away. Even if there are still some in the hive, they shouldn't pose much of a threat to us. Let's send a few people to poke the hive. If there are still any, we can lure them away again, Li Tao said confidently. Great idea. This way, even if there's a wasp queen in the hive, if we concentrate all our forces, we can still wipe it out. Xiao Wu, take 2 people with you, take bamboo poles, and poke the hive. Li Tao instructed a young man behind him. Ah! Mr. Li, I'm scared. These wasps are too powerful. Going in would be a death sentence. Xiao Wu's face paled with fear when he heard he was being told to poke the wasp nest. Pre-apocalyptic news often reported people dying from wasp stings, especially now that these were mutated wasps. Poke a hive is like courting death, like thinking your life isn't long enough. What are you afraid of? We don't need you to fight the wasps. Just go up and poke them, then turn around and find someplace to hide. Don't worry, this is over. I give you a first batch of honey. It's a great thing that can boost your strength. Li Tao consoled him while promising him the rewards of success. Xiao Wu gritted his teeth, a hint of madness in his eyes. Who doesn't want to be powerful? Who doesn't want to be the boss? He growled, bossly, I done it. With that, he took the lead, grabbed a nearby bamboo pole, and sprinted towards the hive. Seeing this, the 2 people beside him also quickly grabbed their bamboo poles and followed closely. Just kidding. If Xiao Wu completed the task alone, wouldn't their reward be gone? Li Tao looked at the 3 men from behind, a faint smile on his face. People die for money, birds die for food, he said softly, everyone hide and be prepared. Accidents can happen at any time. Be careful of the hornets' counterattack. If they discover our intentions, they will launch a fierce attack. Chang-ji echoed, Bosley is right. We must remain calm and patient, and not be intimidated by their appearance. As long as we persevere, victory will surely be ours. Xiao Wu and the other 2 rushed all the way to the tree without encountering any danger. But when they looked up at the beehive on the trunk, they were stunned. When they had been hiding from a distance, they hadn't noticed how large the hive was. But now, observing it up close, they saw that it was about 10 meters in diameter, an immense mass. Xiao Wu and the other 2 were terrified, their hands trembling as they held the bamboo poles. Ultimately, the allure of strength drove them completely, and they roared, ah! Then, raising their poles, they frantically began to poke at the hive. Seeing this, the other 2 exchanged glances, and began to poke frantically as well. However, the hive was surprisingly strong, and despite their continued efforts, they only managed to scratch the surface. As the hive vibrated slightly, Xiao Wu heard a dull humming sound from within. His expression changed, and he dropped his bamboo pole and ran off. The other 2 were stunned. Before they could react, hundreds of wasps flew out of the hive, swooping down on them. Help! Oh my god, so many wasps! The 2 men dropped their bamboo poles and scrambled after Xiao Wu, wishing they had more legs. Li Tao and the others had been keeping an eye on Xiao Wu and the other 2. Seeing them fleeing, Chang-ji whispered, Look! A swarm of wasps has flown out of the hive. They're heading toward Xiao Wu. Chang-ji clenched his machete and whispered, Everyone, get ready. Grab your weapons and prepare to fight. His trusted subordinates tightly gripped their weapons, their eyes slightly panicked as they watched the swarm of hornets fly away. Seeing this, Li Tao said, Everyone, calm down. We must remain calm. Wait until the swarm of hornets is dispersed, then rush in and take the hive. Chang-ji also instructed, Everyone, coordinate your efforts. If there are still hornets inside the hive, concentrate your attack immediately. Once we've taken the hive, we retreat immediately. Ah! Help! My eyes, help me! Xiao Wu and the other 2 desperately tried to escape, but there was no way they could outrun the flying hornets. A shrill scream echoed in the distance, sending shudders through everyone's heart. Li Tao's eyes flashed, and he growled, "Now follow me." His trusted subordinates obeyed the order, closely following Li Tao and Cheng Ji's steps, charging towards the hive. Armed with bamboo poles, they began to tamper with the hive, making it look precarious. Seeing this, Li Tao exclaimed with delight, "We achieved some success. Keep going." We soon knocked down the hive. The crowd, upon hearing this, swung their bamboo poles even more vigorously, continuously attacking the hive. Their movements became increasingly coordinated, their movements seamless. Some held their poles high, as if waving a banner of victory. Others stood on tiptoe, hoping to reach a higher point. Still others pounded the surface of the hive with force, creating a deafening sound. Sweat drenched their clothes, but they remained steadfast, unflinching. Their eyes shone with determination and courage. All this was for the royal jelly, the thing that would make them stronger. Chapter 158. The hornet's nest, diligently tampering with the crowd, finally succumbed to the intense external impact and began to crumble. A violent trembling sound echoed throughout the hive. A swarm of smaller hornets, buzzing with anger, flew out of the hive and attacked the crowd, attempting to protect their home. The sudden attack threw the crowd into panic. Li Tao shouted, "Don't panic. They're just larvae, not very powerful. Send some people to hold them off with me, while the rest of you continue attacking the hive." Suddenly, with a crack, visible cracks appeared in the hive supports, and pieces began to break away. Like rocks losing their grip, they plummeted to the ground. A sharp whistling sound filled the air, as if announcing the hornet's nest's imminent collapse. Fragments of the hive flew everywhere, sending the crowd scurrying in panic. The young hornets began to panic, fleeing the hive and flying everywhere, trying to escape the impending collapse. The hive's fall accelerated, slamming into the ground with an unstoppable momentum. Finally, the nest roared with a mighty roar. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The hornets were also shaken and scattered, spitting helplessly in the air. They had lost their home and their destination. Success? Success? Li Tao was overjoyed at this scene, and everyone, watching the hornets flying around in the air, breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! What the hell is this? A wasp king? Oh my god! Cheng Ji squinted as he watched a gigantic hornet emerge from the dusty hive, its body shimmering in golden yellow, a full 3 meters in length. This was a truly giant wasp. Cheng Ji screamed frantically, his voice reaching everyone's ears. What the hell? This hornet queen is so huge! Li Tao shouted, his voice filled with fear and helplessness. He had hoped everything would go smoothly, but he had never imagined the hornet queen would be so enormous. He stared intently at the giant hornet, its head shaking. It was a ferocious beast, ready to pounce on him at any moment. Run! This thing is formidable. If we don't run now, it'd be too late. Someone screamed, their voice filled with panic and despair. The crowd began to run, trying to escape this terrifying place. But no matter how they ran, the giant hornet queen seemed to be chasing them closely, and at an astonishing speed. Someone saw a flash of yellow light, then felt a sharp pain in their chest. Looking down, they saw a huge hole in their chest, spurting blood. Oh my god! What's going on? The crowd screamed in terror, their eyes filled with fear and despair as they witnessed this horrific scene. The idea that this giant wasp queen could attack humans with such ferocity was truly terrifying. Help him! Someone, stop the bleeding! Someone cried out, hoping for help. However, everyone was so desperate to escape that they had no time to worry about the lives of others. Help! Please help me! I'm going to die! The injured man cried desperately, hoping to attract the attention of those around him and receive help. His voice was filled with pleading and despair. He knew he couldn't escape the ascension on his own. At that moment, he happened to grab a foot and shouted in delight, "Bossly, please take me away. I don't want to die." Li Tao looked at the middle-aged man holding his foot, the bloody hole, and felt a chill down his spine. He kicked the middle-aged man aside with a fierce kick, cursing and running towards a hidden place without looking back. Save you! I still want to live. Watching Li Tao disappear into the distance, the middle-aged man angrily cursed, "Li Tao, you bastard, you will die a horrible death. I curse you to become a ghost of the Hornet Queen." Many people witnessed this scene, but no one stood up to condemn Li Tao or offer a helping hand to the middle-aged man. Although human life was at stake, it was nothing compared to their own life. Li Tao and his group fled in terror across the desolate plain. Their faces were filled with fear and despair, and sweat dripped from their foreheads. Behind them, the buzzing of the Hornet Queen approached, the fluttering of its wings sending shivers down the fleeing crowd's spines. The crowd, many already ragged and covered in wounds, supported each other, yet they dared not stop. They all knew that only by running forward could they save their lives. The Hornet Queen, whose home had been destroyed, felt no sympathy for these people. Its only concern now was to exterminate these despicable humans. The Hornet Queen displayed its formidable attack power, brandishing its sharp stinger and emitting a threatening buzzing sound. Terrified by its attack, the crowd fled in all directions, but they did not give up their resistance. They desperately used their weapons to fend off the Hornet Queen's attacks while continuing to flee. The scene was extremely intense. This Hornet Queen is so perverted. I used all my strength to strike it, but it only left a mark, and the blade itself cracked. Li Tao exclaimed in horror. Hoo-hoo. Run. One sting from it is fatal. A hole that big will kill you instantly, or you bleed to death, Cheng Ji gasped. Suddenly, a relentless buzzing sound filled the sky. The fleeing crowd looked up, only to collapse to the ground, their will to escape gone. Countless hornets surged towards them. With the hornet swarm in front and the Hornet Queen behind, everyone was in a desperate situation. Just as they waited for death, screams echoed from all around them. It was the Hornet Queen's frantic attack. However, something unexpected happened. The hornet swarm in front of them did not attack the crowd, but instead soared directly over their heads, heading towards the hive. Seeing this bizarre scene, the crowd erupted in excitement, seizing the opportunity to speed up and continue running. Although their strength was gradually draining, they had to persevere for their lives. This was their only chance. Not long after they ran, thick smoke suddenly billowed out ahead, choking Li Tao and his group, causing them to cough and burst into tears. Ahem, is there a fire? There's so much smoke, I can't see anything. Li Tao wiped his tears, running with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. When the crowd emerged from the smoke, everyone was overjoyed. They saw Xianyuan Mingchen leading his team, holding some flammable materials that emitted thick smoke. Chapter 159. Xianyuan Mingchen scowled at the beleaguered Li Tao and his group, his brow furrowed. He demanded in a cold tone, Li Tao, why are you here? The convoy was attacked by a swarm of hornets, and as the team leader, you weren't there to direct the battle, allowing the hornets to run rampant. Xianyuan Mingchen was furious with Li Tao and Cheng Ji. As a team leader, Li Tao should have stepped forward at the critical moment to direct the team's response. However, his absence undoubtedly left Xianyuan Mingchen disappointed and angry. Li Tao's face paled, his displeasure at Xianyuan Mingchen's questioning irritated him, but he dared not object directly. After all, the strength of both sides was evident. Cheng Ji, breathing heavily, spoke haltingly, Captain Xianyuan, now is not the time to assign blame. There's a powerful Wasp Queen back there. Let's figure out how to deal with it. Wasp Queen. Xianyuan Mingchen was stunned. Before he could ask for details, a sudden change caught everyone off guard. The thick smoke suddenly shifted, enveloping the entire crowd. Cough cough. Cough cough. What's going on? Why did the wind change? Damn, I'm choking. The smoke vanished just as quickly. When the crowd finally could see clearly, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. They finally understood why the wind had shifted back. A massive golden wasp queen had appeared in the sky, rapidly flapping its massive wings. The surrounding air currents formed 2 visible miniature tornadoes, sweeping towards the crowd with furious force. Xianyuan Mingchen's pupil shrank, and he thought to himself, this is a mutant wasp queen. It's so huge. This wasp queen looked incredibly majestic, its shape and coloration impressive. As the leader of the entire hornet swarm, it possessed immense strength and commanding power. The 2 small tornadoes before them posed no threat to the crowd, but the golden swarm behind the Hornet Queen was terrifying. Suddenly, the Hornet Queen stopped flapping its wings and let out a sharp chirp, as if issuing a command. The golden swarm behind it suddenly surged into action, forming a massive attacking force. As if inspired by the Hornet Queen's command, they swooped down upon the crowd and launched their attack. Faced with this sudden crisis, Xianyuan Mingchen and the others were instantly terrified. But they couldn't sit idly by, they had to act quickly, or face annihilation by the swarm. Xianyuan Mingchen quickly shouted, everyone, spread out. Protect each other and defend. Don't let them concentrate their attacks. The panicked crowd quickly dispersed, then sought out their companions and took defensive positions, back to back, to reduce the chance of being attacked by the swarm. At the same time, Xianyuan Mingchen realized that only by defeating the Hornet Queen could the swarm's attack cease. So he immediately channeled the lightning energy within his body, and imbued it with the lightning sword in his hand. Xianyuan Mingchen desperately channeled the lightning energy within him, and the lightning sword in his hand began to flash with dazzling lightning. Undaunted, he charged at the Hornet Queen, his agility like a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. The Hornet Queen, sensing the threat from Xianyuan Mingchen, angrily flapped her massive wings, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. It swooped down on Xianyuan Mingchen without hesitation, its tail needles flashing with a cold gleam, attempting a single, fatal strike. Xianyuan Mingchen nimbly dodged the Wasp Queen's attacks, while wielding his thunder sword, unleashing blazing bolts of lightning. The lightning exploded in the air with a deafening roar, instantly scattering the surrounding ordinary wasps, some even incinerating them to ash. The Wasp Queen, unwilling to be outdone, launched a fierce attack at Xianyuan Mingchen with all her might. Its sharp needles rained down on Xianyuan Mingchen, but he nimbly dodged them, avoiding fatal damage, leaving shallow wounds on his body. The battle intensified, and Xianyuan Mingchen felt the immense drain on his strength, but he steadfastly refused to retreat. He casually drank a bottle of energy potion, then concentrated his utmost strength, slashing a massive lightning sword strike directly at the Wasp Queen's body. Lightning exploded, enveloping the Hornet Queen in a dazzling flash of lightning. There were crackling sounds, and the Queen let out a shrill scream. Xianyuan Mingchen gasped for breath. When the lightning faded, his pupils constricted, and he cursed inwardly, "This defense is insane. Only a few signs of burns remain. What level of mutant is it?" Xianyuan Mingchen seized the opportunity before the Hornet Queen could fully recover and shouted, "Everyone, escape! Retreat quickly towards the convoy." Fighting and retreating, he led the others quickly out of the Hornet Queen and her swarm's range, fleeing towards the convoy, far from danger. The Hornet Queen, having recovered, angrily flapped her massive wings, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. Her red eyes flashed with a fierce gleam as she stared intently at Xianyuan Mingchen. A swarm of bees followed closely behind, densely packed like a black cloud, covering the sky with a humming sound. The crowd fled in terror, the Hornet Queen and her swarm hot on their heels. The hornet swarm, like a demonic shadow, obscured the sun's rays and rapidly advanced upon the crowd. People screamed and ran desperately, but the Hornet Queen's speed only grew faster. The Hornet Queen sprayed venom from its mouth, spraying some with it, and causing them to scream in agony. Others desperately dodged the Hornet Queen's attacks, not daring to stop. Xianyuan Mingchen secretly congratulated himself. "It's a good thing they didn't spray me with venom just now. I was completely defenseless." He led the others in a fierce resistance, brandishing his thunder sword, unleashing blinding bolts of lightning, attempting to halt the Hornet Queen's pursuit. But the Hornet Queen and her swarm were so numerous, their attacks raining down like raindrops, making them nearly impossible to resist. The crowd continued to flee in the direction of the convoy, but they remained within the swarm's range. The Hornet Queen and her swarm circled the sky, launching relentless attacks, plunging the people into despair. Xianyuan Mingchen scanned the retreating ranks, watching as countless people were repeatedly attacked and fell to the ground, his eyes etched with blood. He refused to sit back and wait for death, watching helplessly as countless lives struggled and perished in agony. Xianyuan Mingchen roared, concentrating his lightning energy once more, unleashing a massive ball of lightning that exploded between the Hornet Queen and the swarm. The powerful energy released by the lightning ball instantly repelled part of the swarm, giving the crowd a moment to breathe. The people seized the opportunity to flee faster, rushing towards the convoy. The Hornet Queen buzzed furiously, undeterred. The vengeance of her family's destruction demanded blood, and she summoned her swarms to pursue once more. Chapter 160. The Wasp Queen was unwilling to let these humans, who had destroyed her home, go unpunished. It buzzed furiously, its voice filled with rage, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Without hesitation, it led the charge, launching another frantic pursuit. The Wasp Queen flapped its massive wings, leading a dense swarm of bees, closely following the retreating troops. They covered the sky like a dark cloud, an endless army of darkness. They relentlessly pounced on the crowd, the Wasp Queen spraying deadly venom from her mouth. Some, stung by the venom, cried out in agony and fell to the ground. The swarm was undeterred. They recklessly pounced on the crowd, piercing the humans with their sharp stingers. The stinging sensation and the constant flow of blood spurred the crowd to flee even more desperately. In this desperate escape, people continued to fall, brutally attacked by the Wasp Queen and the swarm. Their bodies were covered with sting wounds, and blood flowed continuously. The Hornet Queen led the swarm, launching relentless attacks in an attempt to completely exterminate humanity, determined not to give up until their goal was achieved. The Hornet Queen's attacks were truly despairing. Xianyuan Mingchen didn't know how many times he had attacked, But facing the Hornet Queen's ferocious assault, he felt a sense of powerlessness and despair. Even if he could lead the remaining people back to the convoy, what would be the point if the Hornet Queen refused to retreat? The result would be nothing but silent slaughter. However, in his despair, Xianyuan Mingchen suddenly had a crazy idea. He quickly pulled out a lighter and set his clothes on fire. Flames burned fiercely around him, emitting a blazing glow. Xianyuan Mingchen felt a burning and stinging sensation from the blaze, and he roared furiously as he charged towards the swarm. The Wasp Queen and the swarm, frightened by the sudden onslaught of flames, fled in all directions, daring not to approach Xianyuan Mingchen again. "Brother!" A heartbreaking cry rang out. It was Xianyuan Yushua's voice. Accompanying this cry, everyone heard a whoosh. In the sky, something seemed to slice through space, barely discernible as a flash of blood-red light. Then, the shrill, piercing buzzing of the Wasp Queen echoed in everyone's ears. In the moment Xianyuan Mingchen froze, a massive ball of water slammed into him, extinguishing the flames and knocking him to the ground. A cold voice slowly rang out, "You fool! For such a trivial matter, it's not worth sacrificing your life." Xianyuan Mingchen looked up and saw Ling Yi staring at him coldly. Ling Yi's fury was visibly burning, as if he was deeply angry and dissatisfied with Xianyuan Mingchen's actions. Ling Yi thought Xianyuan Mingchen's actions were too impulsive and irrational. He felt that such a trivial matter was not worth risking his life for. Burning himself to disperse the hornets was simply foolish. Xianyuan Mingchen wiped the water from his face. He knew the source of Ling Yi's anger, his worry and dissatisfaction with him. He hoped that Ling Yi would cherish his life and safety more. Xianyuan Mingchen smiled calmly. Everyone has different views on courage and value. I have my own beliefs and persistence. This is the pride that is in my bones. If it can help more people survive, why not sacrifice a little? Of course, I understand your worry and concern. Thank you for this. I leave the Wasp Queen in your care. I believe only you can destroy it. Ling Yi glanced helplessly at Xianyuan Mingchen and said, "Remember, Shuer still needs your protection. Don't act so pitiful all the time. If you die, no one will remember you. There's one more thing I need to tell you. This hornet swarm attack wasn't a fluke, much less an accident." Watching Ling Yi walk away, Xianyuan Mingchen's mind was filled with questions. It took him a moment to react, and he quickly shouted, "Hey! Where are you going? We haven't dealt with the Wasp Queen yet." Just then, Xianyuan Yushua ran up to him. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. She choked out a sob. "Brother, you're so foolish. You actually thought of resorting to self-harm like this? If we'd been a little later, the consequences would have been disastrous." "Silly girl, I'm fine. Besides, I'm not a fool. If you really want to burn yourself to death, have you forgotten I still have a healing potion?" Xianyuan Mingchen replied, wiping his sister's tears. "Oh right, tell Ling Yi to take care of the Wasp Queen first. That thing's too powerful. I'm completely helpless against it, I can't break its defense," Xianyuan Mingchen suddenly urged. Xianyuan Yushua unscrewed a bottle of healing potion and handed it to her brother, saying speechlessly, "The Wasp Queen is dead. Didn't you see Xia Mobing and the others have already started clearing out the hornet swarm?" Xianyuan Mingchen followed his sister's lead. The entire space was filled with the light of supernatural attacks, a dazzling sight. Xia Mobing and the others were agile, each unleashing dazzling supernatural powers to attack the swarm. The blazing flames instantly reduced the hornet swarm to ash. The powerful electrical energy stunned the hornets. The wind power whipped up a fierce gale, sucking the hornets into a vortex. Their various supernatural attacks intertwined into a dazzling display. The hornet swarm was completely unable to withstand this overwhelming supernatural force. They were struck by lightning, engulfed in flames, and torn apart by storms. The entire space was filled with supernatural fluctuations. Xia Mobing and the others worked in perfect harmony, working closely together to eliminate the hornets one by one. Their petite figures darted across the battlefield like celestial maidens descending to earth, conveying an aura of both beauty and immense power. "Are they already so powerful?" Xianyuan Mingchen stared at the battlefield in amazement. Just these women around Ling Yi could unleash such formidable power. He suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Hornet Queen, his eyes trembling. The Hornet Queen that had previously invincible to him was now gone, soaring majestically through the air. A blood-red long knife pierced its body, pinned to the ground, lifeless and motionless. At that moment, the blood-red longsword began to tremble slightly, then suddenly rose from the ground, flashing red light as it flew in the direction Ling Yi had left. The blood-red longsword circled above Ling Yi's head, then accurately and automatically plunged into the scabbard behind him. Xianyuan Mingchen muttered in disbelief. Is this a flying sword kill? Why does it feel so unreal? How powerful is this kid? The Wasp Queen, whom I fought tooth and nail to defeat, was annihilated by his light sword. Chapter 161. Ling Yi constantly surpasses our expectations. Brother, don't be discouraged. I believe one day, you too will reach his level. Xianyuan Yushua encouraged him. I hear you praising Ling Yi. Indeed, catching up to his strength is simply a pipe dream. As long as we can keep up with him, we won't be disgraced. Xianyuan Mingchen shook his head helplessly. Xianyuan Yushua nodded. That's right. We are all pursuing our dreams, striving to better survive the apocalypse, and Ling Yi is our role model and guide. As long as we keep working hard and learning, one day, we too will be able to fight alongside him. Therefore, we must never give up. We must improve our own strength and continue on the path to becoming stronger. Xianyuan Mingchen gazed at Ling Yi's back and nodded silently yet firmly, agreeing with his sister's words. The remaining hornets had been completely eliminated by Xia Mobing and the others. Seeing Ling Yi approach, they all came forward. Honey, you're so handsome. Can you teach me that move? It's so cool. Xia Mobing skipped over to Ling Yi and said, Bibing, you're so shameless. You're still trying to learn sword-wielding techniques? We should learn first. We didn't know when you acquired your lightning powers. Tell me, did you secretly pester Ling Yi and give you some magical treasure? Mu Xia said disgruntledly, her hands on her hips. That's right, sister, you're wrong. How could you hide this from us, and secretly let your brother-in-law help you awaken your lightning powers? Xia Maoyan also started to jeer. Facing the two women's questioning, Xia Mobing raised her proud chin, revealing her flawless white neck. She chuckled without a trace of decency. Humph. Jealousy. That's pure jealousy. If you had the guts, you pester me. My dear husband, let's see if I can achieve a second or third awakening. All the women raised their eyebrows. Xia Mobing's awakening was indeed inseparable from Ling Yi. Ling Yi felt those glowing eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. He was about to run, but it was too late. The women gathered in an instant, forming a circle around Ling Yi, their eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Ling Yi stood between them, his lips twitching slightly, as he glared unpleasantly. Xia Mobing, standing outside the circle, seemed to be saying, Look at what you've done. She could only playfully stick out her tongue and make a face. Xia Maoyang gently took Ling Yi's arm and said tenderly, Dear brother-in-law, you know what? I always dreamed of reaching a higher realm and possessing even greater strength. Now I need your help. Can you teach me how to achieve a second awakening? The other women joined in, coquettishly saying, Ling Yi, you're our hero. We all hope to grow and become stronger with you. Can you help us achieve a second awakening? Dear, I also want to awaken again like Bing Bing. As long as it's possible, I do it. You wanted me to wear stockings, didn't you? I put them on tonight. Remember you mentioned a position last time? I agree now. Whatever you want is fine. Ling Yi, I want to be stronger than Bing Bing. I must surpass her. As long as it helps me improve, I do whatever I want until you're satisfied. Ling Yi's scalp was tingling with the women's flirting. All sorts of flirtatious and revealing words came out of their mouths simultaneously. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he didn't know who to respond to first. He was about to raise his hand to wipe the sweat off his face when Xia Maoyang pulled out a tissue and began to gently wipe it. Ling Yi could only force a smile, rubbing his nose awkwardly, before saying, I'm deeply honored by your enthusiasm and desire. I'm more than willing to help you achieve your second awakening. However, second awakening isn't something that happens overnight. It requires painstaking effort and continuous practice. I guide you to the best of my ability, but ultimate achievement depends on your own efforts. Furthermore, the conditions for second awakening seem somewhat restrictive, and I'm still exploring the key. Bing Bing's success wasn't entirely due to my guidance, but rather to her own dedication and courage. Her awakening was a stroke of luck, and Bing Bing endured unimaginable pain. Of course, I also believe that you can all withstand the pressure of pain for the sake of self-improvement. However, the current conditions aren't quite right. I've been pondering second awakening for the past few days. What's certain is that a second awakening requires a rapid and instantaneous increase in your own strength. Only then can I capture the vibrant energy within you and achieve a breakthrough to second awakening. The women's eyes flickered with disappointment after hearing Ling Yi's words. They thought the second awakening would be simple, but they hadn't expected it to be so troublesome and complicated. Even Ling Yi was still figuring it out. A hint of disappointment hung in the air. Seeing the women's lack of enthusiasm, Ling Yi offered words of persuasion. All right. Everyone, don't be so sullen. I'll be the first to contact you as soon as I get the potion that can rapidly boost your strength. As long as I fully master the method, I believe you all be able to awaken multiple times in the future. Mu Xia raised her head, a glint of determination in her eyes. She slowly said, although the path to a second awakening isn't easy, we can't back down because of difficulties. Since Ling Yi is also groping, we sisters shouldn't rush. We should continue to train our bodies and refine our energy. Even if we only have one superpower, if we cultivate it to its full potential, it will be incredibly powerful. Xiao Maoyang nodded in agreement. Yes, we always been united. As long as we work together, we fear no enemy. Although it's a little regrettable that we can't awaken again now, we must not forget the growth and battles we experienced. As long as we persevere, I believe my brother-in-law will be able to overcome this difficult situation and help you sisters awaken once again. The women's eyes lit up with hope once again. They decided not to dwell on their disappointment, but to face reality head-on, striving to improve their existing abilities and await the results of Ling Yi's research on the second awakening. Ling Yi looked at the women's determined expressions, feeling deeply moved and inspired. He firmly believed that as long as everyone worked together, they would overcome difficulties and achieve their goal of the second awakening. What Ling Yi lacked now was the intermediate enhancement fluid. Once he obtained it, he could return to exploring and practicing the second awakening for the women. Chapter 162. Brother-in-law, then please teach us the art of sword control. I think it's so cool. Xiao Maoyang saw that a second awakening was impossible, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Learning something was better than nothing. This isn't something you can just do. It requires certain basic skills. First, you need strong mental support, and second, you need the support of supernatural powers. Among you, only Lu Yun's gold-based supernatural power can barely do it for now, Ling Yi said after a moment's thought. All the women immediately focused their attention on Lu Yun, their eyes filled with envy. I'm just barely saying it. To reach my level, success is impossible without the support of multiple superpowers. Metal powers are just the foundation, they allow you to manipulate metal. With practice, someone like Lu Yun could gradually adapt to using lightweight metals. To master sword control, you need the assistance of other superpowers. Wind powers provide wind support, maintaining balance and stability in the air. Water powers break down moisture in the air, providing additional thrust and protection. Fire powers heat the air, creating thermals that provide lift, and so on. In short, the power of superpowers in this space has grown increasingly intense since the catastrophe. If you comprehend their profound meaning, many things you thought impossible can become reality. Ling Yi explained his understanding to the women. After hearing Ling Yi's explanation, the women's eyes shone with a hint of surprise and curiosity. They exchanged glances, as if tacitly confirming each other's feelings, displaying different expressions and reactions. Xiao Maoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had always only a vague understanding of superpowers. But Ling Yi's explanation gave her a clearer understanding of her future path. That was the path of superpowers, without any limitations. As long as you dared to dream, everything was possible. A strong determination surged within her, determined to continuously explore and research her superpowers, to become a truly powerful superpower user. The women's reactions varied, but they all expressed a strong desire to explore superpowers, deeply captivated by Ling Yi's words. Don't worry, if there's a method suitable for improving your strength, I guide you immediately and won't hold back, Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Just then, Mengshan ran up and asked, Captain, should we dispose of these wasp carcasses? Ling Yi glanced at the wasp carcasses scattered across the ground, then nodded and said, have the logistics department collect the stingers. Forget the rest, they're of little use. Just as Mengshan took his orders and left, Xianyuan Mengshan approached. He heard their conversation clearly and asked, puzzled, what's the point of collecting wasp stingers? Ling Yi smiled and explained, a wasp stinger might not be of much use to you. But in my hands, it can be crafted into a special weapon. Ling Yi paused, then glanced around at the crowd, as if to urge a lecture. As I said, anything is possible in today's world. So don't underestimate these mutants, they're actually valuable treasures. Humanity may not realize this yet, but as time goes on, more and more people will surely research and develop these novel creatures. Humanity has never lacked scientists, because they dare to make the impossible possible. I believe that in the near future, these mutant beasts, and even zombies, will become valuable subjects of scientific research. This includes cell research, anatomical research, pharmacology, biology, and so on. As long as it benefits human survival or empowerment, there will be people who will devote themselves to it and persevere in realizing their ideas. As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, Xia Mobing's eyes lit up, and she praised him generously. It can be applied to so many scientific fields. It's amazing. Husband, you have such a vast knowledge and a unique perspective. I really admire you. Ling Yi smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, I'm not as exaggerated as you say. It's all just wishful thinking, pure nonsense. After all, everyone has their own unique insights and knowledge. I'm just imagining things. I hope they can become reality one day, and then perhaps humanity's chances of survival will be even greater. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Xian Yuan Mingchen's mouth agape for a long time, his heart filled with astonishment and admiration. Honestly, he had never imagined that ferocious zombies and mutant beasts could be so useful, yet Ling Yi had already thought of it, and had already begun to utilize their corpses. This made Xuani deeply feel Ling Yi's wisdom and vision, and he was filled with sincere respect for his ability and talent. I see. I completely admire your vision and wisdom. Xian Yuan Mingchen exclaimed repeatedly, your way of thinking is truly unique. I believe you will become a pillar of humanity. You will definitely have a place in the future. A pillar of support? I never thought that far ahead. All I want is to take my destiny into my own hands, not only to create a safe and secure place for myself, but also to protect those around me, so that you too can find your own direction and meaning. In my opinion, everyone has unlimited potential and possibilities. As long as we dare to pursue our dreams, bravely face challenges, and persevere in improving our abilities, we can surely create a world of our own. So, whether becoming a pillar of support or pursuing smaller personal goals, everything is based on strength. You must never slack off, but be brave enough to think and innovate. Make the unreasonable reasonable, the impossible possible. Only by traversing paths that others have not trodden can we stand taller and look down upon this devastated world. Ling Yi's tone was filled with determination and dominance. After hearing Ling Yi's words, everyone was captivated by his fresh perspective and nodded in agreement and recognition. Everyone felt a sudden enlightenment, a sudden revelation. They admired Ling Yi's way of thinking and approach. His novel perspective was truly inspiring and unique. Everyone, involuntarily, began to re-examine their own goals and aspirations. This inspired them to cast aside old notions and bravely explore and innovate. Ling Yi's final words, in particular, filled everyone with boundless anticipation for the future. They wholeheartedly agreed that by daring to tread untraveled paths, they could overcome difficulties, stand at a higher level, see the true nature of the world, and ultimately become truly powerful. Chapter 163. Xian Yuan Mingchen scratched his head and smiled. Your long speech, filled with so many profound truths, is too much for me to digest all at once. But I know that as long as I keep following your lead, the future is promising. The women nodded frequently, quite agreeing with Xian Yuan Mingchen's answer. Just then, a guard hurried over. Sir, we counted 35 of our personnel injured and 9 killed, while the convoy suffered over 300 casualties. Approaching 400, the guard reported to Xian Yuan Mingchen with a serious face. Such a heavy toll? Xian Yuan Mingchen stared, a look of disbelief. Sir, the casualties are indeed quite severe, the guard continued. We have made every effort to treat the injured, and will do our utmost to comfort the families. We have also launched an investigation, hoping to determine the cause and responsibility for this hornet attack. Xian Yuan Mingchen sighed deeply, his expression growing increasingly serious. He knew that as a leader, he must shoulder responsibility, taking full accountability for this accident. Immediately arrange for the injured to receive medical treatment, and ensure they receive the best possible care. Xian Yuan Mingchen issued a firm order. Also, establish a special investigation team to thoroughly investigate the cause of this incident. Why did the hornet swarm attack the convoy for no apparent reason? We must never let such a tragedy happen again. The guard, receiving the order, was about to leave when Ling Yi stopped him. He looked at him in confusion. Forget about establishing an investigation team. We don't have that much time, Ling Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, the guard turned his gaze to Xian Yuan Mingchen, as if asking, who should I listen to? Xian Yuan Mingchen suddenly slapped his head and hurriedly asked, by the way, you said this wasn't an accident. Do you know anything? Ling Yi waved his hand and said to the guard, just take care of the wounded. Don't worry about anything else. After receiving Xian Yuan Mingchen's nod, the guard saluted and quickly left to arrange the aftermath. What exactly happened? Who's behind this? There are so many casualties this time. I must find them, and give everyone an explanation. Xian Yuan Mingchen was extremely emotional. Ling Yi smiled faintly. Who else could it be? Didn't I warn you about the unstable factors in the convoy long ago? Li Tao? This is his fault, Xianyuan Mingchen said angrily, his face filled with anger and shock. Ling Yi observed Xianyuan Mingchen's expression, smiled faintly, and said, whether it's true or not, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Gather everyone who can, and I take you to see the truth. Xianyuan Mingchen nodded. He decided to follow Ling Yi to uncover the truth and give an account to the dead. He immediately ordered everyone to gather, and then followed Ling Yi in a mighty procession. The crowd was bewildered. They hadn't yet recovered from the hornet attack, and fear still lingered in their hearts. They followed Ling Yi in a daze, all the way to the vicinity of the hornet's nest. Xianyuan Mingchen looked at the bodies strewn along the path, his heart filled with anger and confusion. Such a large number of casualties had occurred here, and the total death toll had far exceeded 400. He simply couldn't understand why Li Tao and the others would provoke the hornets, resulting in so many casualties. Ling Yi waved his hand, signaling the team to stop. He walked over to Xianyuan Mingchen and whispered, "See that big tree? Look at those two figures." Xianyuan Mingchen looked in the direction Ling Yi pointed, and saw two figures crouched beneath the tree, rummaging through the rubble. Li Tao. Cheng Ji. Xianyuan Mingchen roared, his eyes filled with rage. These two, with the wounded everywhere, hadn't the slightest care, running here. Watching Xianyuan Mingchen approach furiously, Li Tao and Cheng Ji paled with fear. "You two bastards? What are you still thinking about at this hour? Don't you know the wounded are screaming in agony, and the bereaved families are in tears?" Xianyuan Mingchen's voice was filled with anger and disappointment. Li Tao and Cheng Ji exchanged bewildered glances. Li Tao whispered, "Brother Mingchen, we're just looking for some useful clues, hoping to understand why the hornet swarm attacked us for no apparent reason." Xianyuan Mingchen calmed down a bit after hearing Li Tao's explanation, but still said disgruntledly, "Your actions are too risky. Our priority right now is to properly care for the injured, not to search for so-called clues." Seeing Xianyuan Mingchen soften his tone, Cheng Ji quickly explained, "We're doing this for the good of the entire team. We also uncovered some suspicious points, suggesting this incident may not be a simple attack, but rather a conspiracy. We want to uncover the truth and bring justice to the victims." Xianyuan Mingchen listened to Cheng Ji's explanation and sneered. "Conspiracy? Tell me, what conspiracy?" "This." Li Tao was at a loss for words. "Mr. Li, you're really in high spirits. You even found a ruined beehive while searching for a conspiracy. Wow! This beehive is quite large. I wonder if there's any honey inside." As Ling Yi's voice rang out, a large crowd appeared before Li Tao and Cheng Ji. "Ling Yi! Why are you here?" Li Tao asked, his eyes wide. "My presence here is a complete accident. Look at that tree. My big cat spotted 2 mice. Do you understand?" Ling Yi smiled faintly. Everyone looked up at the tree. They saw a black cat the size of a leopard lazily lying on the trunk, squinting at Li Tao and the others. Xianyuan Mingchen suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Yi claimed the attack was man-made. It turned out the civet cat had been watching Li Tao and the others. Li Tao and Cheng Ji were startled the moment they saw the civet cat. They hadn't even noticed when the black cat appeared. Cheng Ji curled his lips and said, "What can a mutant cat prove?" Ling Yi grinned, "I regret to tell you something. My big cat can understand human speech, and I can understand it too. I don't need to explain what this means, do I?" Li Tao and Cheng Ji's pupils shrank. They looked up at the civet cat in disbelief, then looked at Ling Yi with fear. This was too terrifying. Xianyuan Mingchen could no longer contain his anger and hurriedly asked, "Ling Yi, what did the civet cat say to you? Tell us." Chapter 164. Ling Yi shook his head and said, "No, I can't tell you. No one would believe me even if I told you. Who would believe the words of a mutant cat?" Li Tao and Cheng Ji breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, their nervousness subsiding. Li Tao excitedly said, "Ling Yi, you know this excuse is ridiculous, right? We're all adults. Don't try to deceive us with such lame lies." The crowd fell silent after hearing Li Tao's words. Some looked puzzled, unsure whether to believe it or not. Others began to discuss the matter. Someone murmured, "A mutant cat can understand human language? And even communicate with us? That sounds too outrageous. Is he kidding?" Another, with a hint of joking, said, "Haha, a mutant cat is so intelligent. If it evolves further, will it be able to speak human language?" Another said seriously, "Whether what he says is true or not, we should listen to him first before making any judgments. After all, so many people have died, and everyone needs to know the truth." We can't let those people die in vain. The atmosphere in the crowd grew tense. Some began to doubt Ling Yi, while others remained on the sidelines. Everyone waited for Ling Yi to continue explaining his reasons, hoping to get to the bottom of the matter. Although I already know the truth, it would be difficult for me to convince everyone by telling it myself. So I decided to have someone else with inside information reveal what happened today. I believe everyone can distinguish right from wrong, and will definitely be able to tell the difference. Ling Yi maintained a calm expression. Li Tao and Cheng Ji exchanged a glance, showing no fear or guilt at all. They weren't worried about their subordinates betraying them. Ling Yi glanced at Li Tao and Cheng Ji with disdain, then turned to the crowd and shouted, "Today's incident was a tragedy. If it were an accident, it would be understandable. But as our president Li said, it's a complete conspiracy." Ling Yi stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping across each person with a determined look. His voice echoed throughout the venue, commanding everyone's attention. His words were filled with determination and confidence, inspiring a sense of trust. The chatter in the crowd gradually died down, and everyone quieted down, ready to listen to Ling Yi's next words. I know my words may sound a little unbelievable, but I guarantee that every word I say is true. This wasn't a simple accident, but a carefully planned conspiracy. We can't be fooled again. We can't be used as pawns. Today's bloody lesson is the perfect example. For those of you who know the whole story, now is the time to step forward and reveal the truth, to give an account to yourself and to those who have died. Ling Yi's words made the crowd reflect, recalling previous strange events and unusual phenomena. Gradually, they realized that perhaps some kind of conspiracy truly existed. Li Tao and Cheng Ji looked at the silent crowd, a hint of a smile playing on their lips. However, seeing Ling Yi's confident demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous and worried. Whoever can reveal the truth, I promise everyone in front of everyone, the reward will be absolutely generous. All these things will belong to him immediately. Anyone who dares to steal them privately will be killed. Ling Yi finished speaking, then waved his hand. 5 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of fresh fruit, and a variety of snacks appeared at his feet, piled like a small mountain. The sight of so much delicious food suddenly appearing at his feet made the crowd salivate. No one even considered how the food could appear out of thin air. Everyone in the crowd was captivated by the scene, their eyes lighting up. They gazed eagerly at the pile of food, as if drawn by a spell. In this apocalyptic world rife with danger and uncertainty, food has become one of humanity's most basic needs and one of their most desired desires. Faced with the harsh reality of the apocalypse, human survival has become incredibly difficult. With resources scarce and food supplies in short supply, every bite becomes precious. People constantly feel the torment of hunger, longing to fill their bellies and gain the energy and strength to face this harsh world. Food is more than just a tool to satisfy physiological needs. It represents hope and the power of survival. It is also a symbol of power. Having food means being the boss and being able to do whatever one wants. Therefore, every bite of food brings a sense of satisfaction, allowing people to temporarily forget the cruelty of the apocalypse. Food has unknowingly become the driving force for people to survive. In general, in the cruel apocalypse, the human desire for food reflects a strong desire for survival and a pursuit of hope for the future. The food at Ling Yi's feet, if eaten sparingly, is enough to last for several months. Furthermore, Ling Yi is pledged to protect those who reveal the truth, completely eliminating any worries. The crowd looked at each other, some unable to contain their thirst. Li Tao and Cheng Ji's faces paled instantly when they saw the food. They previously promised their men not to betray them, relying on the food, but they couldn't possibly provide so much all at once. Ling Yi looked at the somewhat agitated crowd, his eyes narrowed, and casually tossed out a pistol and several boxes of ammunition. Then he said calmly, "Some may think my words won't work, and worry that someone might secretly seize this food. Then I give you a gun for self-defense, not only for protection against people, but also for killing zombies." As Ling Yi finished his words, a middle-aged man suddenly burst out of the crowd, hand raised high, shouting, "I know. I know." Li Tao's pupils narrowed as he saw the middle-aged man emerge. It was his driver. He involuntarily took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At that moment, with a whoosh, the blood demon on Ling Yi's back unsheathed, eerily floating in the air, its tip pointed directly at Li Tao and Cheng Ji. "If you dare to move even a little bit, I kill you on the spot." Ling Yi's cold voice rang out. Li Tao and Cheng Ji swallowed, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, as they stared in horror at the blood-red long sword hovering before them. Ling Yi smiled faintly at the middle-aged man. "Excellent. You can speak now." Speak loudly so everyone present can hear clearly. Don't worry about retaliation. Tell me everything you know, and the food will be yours. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Tao furtively. Seeing the fierce glare in his eyes, he flinched, but with Ling Yi's intimidation, he straightened his stance. Chapter 165. Under Li Tao's murderous gaze, the middle-aged man shouted, "I'm Li Tao's driver. Everything I'm about to say is based on what I saw and heard with my own eyes. Today's bloodshed was orchestrated by Li Tao. He was the one who orchestrated the hornet swarm." After hearing the driver's accusation, the crowd fell into confusion and disbelief. They began to raise objections and questions, questioning the driver's words. A young man frowned and asked, "You're Li Tao's driver? What evidence do you have to prove all this is true?" Another young man chimed in, "That sounds outrageous. Are you making this up?" A woman shouted, "Why should we believe you? What motive do you have to accuse Mr. Li?" A man wearing glasses shook his head and muttered, "He orchestrated the hornet attack? How is that possible? Are you talking nonsense?" A middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I known Mr. Li for a long time. He couldn't do such a thing. He's a renowned philanthropist. Is there anyone else who can confirm your story? We can't just trust a stranger." "Yes, that sounds outrageous. We need more evidence to verify your claims. If what you say is true, then what's the point of all this? Just to kill people?" The crowd erupted in disbelief and questioning. They raised reasonable questions about the driver and demanded more evidence to support his claims. After all, Li Tao and Cheng Ji have been leading them during this period, so they are unwilling to easily believe the words of a stranger, but hope to get more information and evidence. Li Tao secretly congratulated himself. "Thank goodness, I usually act and behave like an approachable, kind person, otherwise I'd be in trouble today." The driver, seeing so many people questioning his words, couldn't help but feel a little nervous and stage frightened. "Don't panic, keep talking." Ling Yi patted the driver's shoulder soothingly. The driver glanced down at the pile of food, then gritted his teeth and continued, "Every word I say is true. If I tell a lie, I die a miserable death. The source of all this started the day before yesterday. Someone accidentally collected a piece of wild honey and gave it to Li Tao and Cheng Ji. The person who gave the honey was him, Xiao Lu, am I right?" The young man the driver pointed at, seeing everyone staring at him, could only nod silently. The driver smiled with satisfaction and continued, "It was because of this honey that Li Tao discovered that consuming it actually boosted his strength. He also tried it on me, and it did indeed increase his strength slightly. So he sent his men out to search for beehives. They happened to find a hornet's nest here, but they proved extremely difficult to deal with. So, Li Tao had them deliberately lure the swarm toward the convoy, delaying the retrieval of the hive." The driver finished his words in one breath, then looked at Ling Yi expectantly. Seeing the latter nod, he happily pocketed his pistol, and called a few close friends to help carry the food away. "What else do you two have to say?" Ling Yi's gaze was cold, his tone devoid of emotion. Xianyuan Mingchen couldn't contain his rage any longer. He rushed forward and kicked Li Tao, cursing, "Li Tao, you bastard. Do you know how many people you killed? Over 400. How could you have such a vicious plan?" Seeing the truth completely exposed, Li Tao no longer bothered to try to hide it. He let out a wry smile and said, "How shameful that I was defeated by a cat." Cheng Ji had already collapsed on the ground. With so many dead, even if he was an enhancer, what good was he? With Ling Yi around, he couldn't even make a ripple, and could only await the final decision. Lack of knowledge is truly terrifying. Their ignorant actions have cost over 400 lives. They truly deserve death. First, wasps and bees have fundamentally different diets. Wasps are omnivorous, carnivorous insects, typically feeding on larvae of moths and butterflies, as well as nectar and fruit from plants. Bees, on the other hand, are typical herbivores and feed entirely on flowers, including nectar and pollen. Therefore, wasps don't collect nectar like bees do. Second, wasps and bees have significant differences in their mouthparts. Wasps have chewing mouthparts, which can chew plant or animal tissue. Bees, on the other hand, have chewing mouthparts, which can chew and suck from plants. Wasps suck nectar from flowers, so they can't collect nectar like bees do. Without nectar, they wouldn't have the raw materials for honey. Third, wasps and bees have different stomach structures. Bees have a nectar sac between their esophagus and proventriculus. After collecting nectar, they temporarily store it in the sac and then, upon returning to the hive, regurgitate it for the house bees to brew. Wasps, on the other hand, lack a nectar sac like bees, so even if they can collect nectar, they can't bring it back to the hive. Fourth, wasps and bees have distinct habits. Wasps rarely store food, but they do bring food back to the hive after capturing it. Bees, on the other hand, have the habit of storing food. When nectar is plentiful, they collect nectar and make it into honey. When nectar is scarce, the bee colony feeds on stored honey. The conclusion is that honey is made by bees collecting nectar from plants. Wasps, on the other hand, lack the ability to collect or make nectar, so honey is impossible to find in their hives. The entomologist who had previously advised Xianyuan Mingchen spoke at length, comparing and explaining the differences between wasps and bees. What? There's no honey in a wasp's nest? No wonder, after searching for so long, we haven't even found a single hair. Li Tao felt a wave of despair wash over him. His eyes flushed red, and the knuckles of his clenched fists turned pale. He had originally hoped that finding the honey inside the wasp's nest would rapidly improve his strength. Even if he couldn't surpass Ling Yi, he would at least have enough influence within the team. But reality cruelly shattered his fantasy. His secret plan had been overheard by a cat, sacrificing hundreds of men to buy time, but the result was the news that there was no honey in the wasp's nest. He felt utterly despair. He had once been so confident in this goal, believing he could find the precious honey, but now he realized that all his efforts and time had been wasted. It had also revealed his ugly side to everyone. This feeling of despair left him exhausted, as if all hope had been shattered. Chapter 166. Li Tao couldn't help but doubt his own abilities and decision-making, feeling even more like a failure, unable to achieve his goals. But deep down, he felt that he wasn't defeated by reality. The culprit was Ling Yi, the one who ruthlessly destroyed his pride and self-confidence every time. At that moment, he felt that all his efforts and dedication had become meaningless. With Ling Yi around, all he faced was failure and despair. However, despite his deep despair, Li Tao still had a glimmer of perseverance and hope deep down. He didn't want to lose his life in such a muddled way. He was an enhancer, one of the first to appear. He firmly believed that as long as he survived, he would have a place for himself in the future. Perhaps, through continued hard work, he would find new directions and opportunities. Li Tao felt that as long as he regrouped, he would surely find his own legend, a land of flourishing grass and singing birds. Li Tao had never been more eager to continue living than he was now. He glanced at Ling Yi with resentment, knowing that pleading was futile. He could only hope for a breakthrough through Xianyuan Mingchen. At this moment, he abandoned all pride. He was no longer the almighty Boss Li, nor was he the leader of the survivors. He was just a pitiful creature, begging for mercy, desperate to continue living. Li Tao crawled to Xianyuan Mingchen's feet, hands clasped together, begging Xianyuan Mingchen to give him a chance. For his survival, all prestige and dignity were irrelevant. Commander Xianyuan, I was wrong, wrongfully guilty. I know I made many mistakes. From now on, I'm willing to serve you and do anything for you, as long as you can keep me alive. I know I have no right to ask for your forgiveness, much less for the forgiveness of those who died. But I ask you to give me a chance to start a new life. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Li Tao's voice was tinged with tears, his vision blurred by his tears and snot. He knew he had lost everything, and now only survival mattered. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It turned out that all this was Li Tao's conspiracy. In search of honey that could enhance their strength, he had killed hundreds of people. The situation quickly spiraled out of control, and the crowd began to talk. This Li Tao is a monster. He deliberately attracted a swarm of wasps and endangered our lives. He's not only a liar, but also a heartless scum. We can't let him get away with it. What he did is heinous. We must seek justice for the victims. This scum should be put to death. Bring him to justice. He doesn't deserve to be around us anymore. Who knows, he might harm someone again someday. We must unite and expel this hypocrite from the ranks. We can't let any more people fall victim to his schemes. Does he think he can escape punishment? We must avenge blood with blood. We must seek justice for the dead and make him pay the price he deserves. Li Tao, that beast, was so cruel to us. We can't sit idly by. He must be severely punished. His actions have violated the law. We must hold him accountable. This scum should be shot. The crowd's anger spread throughout the scene. They began clamoring for punishment that would protect their rights and seek justice for the victims. Everyone was united in their resolve, determined not to let Li Tao go unpunished but to make him pay the price. Xianyuan Mingchen wanted to say something, but seeing the agitated crowd, he swallowed his words. It was futile to say anything at this point. See? This is true manipulation of public opinion. And the prerequisite for public opinion guidance is solid evidence. Ling Yi said softly to Li Tao with a wicked smile. It's you. All this is because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. Li Tao gritted his teeth. You brought this upon yourself. Why are you constantly provoking me? Just follow my instructions, and I won't do anything to you. Ling Yi replied. You are the devil. You are the truly cruel and ruthless. You driven me to this point. Li Tao's eyes were filled with resentment. I never said I'm a good person, and I never initiate trouble. But I'm a person who will take revenge for what's done wrong, and my favorite way to do that is to fight fire with fire. How about that? Isn't that thrilling? Ling Yi said with a smile. After Ling Yi finished speaking, he ignored the raging Li Tao. He turned to the crowd and shouted, the truth has come to light. Now tell me how to deal with these two culprits. Over 400 lives were lost. They didn't die from nuclear bombs or zombies, but from the schemes of these two. Tell me, do they deserve to die? Should they be killed? The crowd fell silent. Ling Yi's words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. This was truly a shocking fact. Over 400 innocent lives had been lost as a result of the machinations of these two culprits. It was simply outrageous. Some people glared at Li Tao and Cheng Ji, their anger barely concealed. They believed the two men were guilty of heinous crimes, and should pay with their lives to bring justice to those innocent victims. Others, showed hesitation and conflict. They struggled with the idea that killing was wrong, yet they could not ignore the loss of over 400 innocent lives. They were caught in a moral dilemma, unsure how to make a decision. The scene was in chaos, with people arguing endlessly and emotions running high. Some called for the execution of the two culprits, while others advocated for their expulsion from the group. The crowd was awash with voices and emotions, and for a moment, it was difficult to reach a consensus. Ling Yi stood before the crowd and shouted, throughout history, debts must be repaid, and murder must be punished. This is the natural order of things. Now, over 400 innocent souls have been brutally murdered by these two selfish villains under unknown circumstances. Among them are your relatives, friends, and those you relied on for so long. Can you just watch them die with lingering regrets? The crowd felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, many familiar faces had perished in this incident, their bodies still cold. Kill! They must be killed. Not killing them will not quell the public's anger. A voice echoed through the crowd. Xianyuan Mingchen looked up and couldn't help but wonder, why is it Chu Sun? This is bad? As expected, Chu Sun's shout immediately set the scene ablaze, and most people began shouting for killing. Chapter 167. Li Tao and Cheng Ji's faces instantly paled. They knew there was no hope of recovery. They exchanged glances, each with only one thought in mind: escape. But before they could make a move, the blood-red long sword before them gracefully slashed through the air with a streak of red light. Then, two heads shot up into the air, accompanied by a fountain of blood. On behalf of the departed souls, I sentence you to death. Ling Yi's icy voice resounded as the two heads fell to the ground. The crowd instantly sank into utter fear and panic. They had witnessed Ling Yi's cold and ruthless actions. The flying heads and the gushing blood seemed to tear their hearts apart. Fear flickered in their eyes, terror spreading through their hearts. After all, no one had ever witnessed such a bloody scene. Some screamed, some retreated palely, and some even lost the strength to stand and collapsed to the ground. Fear, like an invisible claw, gripped everyone's heart tightly, making them unable to extricate themselves. A chaotic clamor erupted from the scene, the crowd trying to flee this terrifying place. But fear, like an invisible shackle, bound everyone to their spot, preventing them from moving their legs. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Xianyuan Mingchen gave Ling Yi a complicated look, then sighed and said, even if you wanted to kill them, there's no need to do it in front of everyone, and choose such bloody and brutal means. This will only instill infinite fear in all the survivors, and will not help you conquer them at all. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and turned to look at Xianyuan Mingchen, a sly glint in his eyes. He slowly said, conquer them? I don't need their obedience or worship at all. Fear is my ultimate goal. If they want worship, let them worship you. Xianyuan Mingchen frowned, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Ling Yi, don't you understand that fear only temporarily subdues people, but won't truly win their hearts? Your actions will only deepen the survivors' fear and hatred of you. Ling Yi sneered, hatred? So what? I don't care about their feelings or opinions. I only care about whether this team can safely reach their destination. If I hadn't been leading them forward, I would have led you to the base long ago. A hint of helplessness flashed in Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes. Ling Yi, I know you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Everything you've done along the way has been for the survival of everyone. But what I'm trying to say is that a true leader should guide people with wisdom and kindness, instead of coercing or intimidating others through fear and violence. Ling Yi shook his head and said coldly, goodwill? Wisdom? Those are just fantasies of the weak. In this apocalypse, only the strong can survive and dominate. To survive better, you must proactively tackle everything you feel you can't do, shouldn't do, or even fear to do. Only by discarding old notions and prioritizing survival as your ultimate goal can you navigate the apocalypse. Xianyuan Mingchen gave Ling Yi a deep look, his voice filled with determination. Ling Yi, you're wrong. True power and the hearts of the people aren't gained through fear and violence, but through understanding and respecting others, winning them from the inside out. Only in this way can you become a truly great leader. Ling Yi looked up at the sky, seemingly pondering his words. A moment later, he abruptly turned and left, leaving behind a few words that left Xianyuan Mingchen stunned. I understand your concerns, but time is the most precious commodity in the apocalypse. I can't afford to waste too much time teaching or winning people over step by step. So I must use the quickest, simplest, and even most brutal means to make those around me understand the harshness of reality. Although this isn't wise, I have no other choice. In this apocalyptic world, the complexity and dangers of the environment allow only the strong to survive. Only the strong can protect themselves and their loved ones. I must help them adapt to this harsh environment as quickly and easily as possible, otherwise, what awaits them is ruthless slaughter. I know. Doing this might make you or others feel uncomfortable, or even think I'm cruel and indifferent to life. But please believe me, everything I'm doing now is for everyone's survival and safety. For example, now that the 2 cancers have been eradicated, and the survivor's fear of me has been deeply ingrained, the journey ahead will be much smoother and easier to manage. As for calming and rallying the troops, it's up to you and Chu Sun. And I can peacefully lead the way, striving to reach our destination as soon as possible. Watching Ling Yi's figure, stretched by the setting sun, depart, Xianyuan Mingchen felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. He could sense Ling Yi's resolve, and finally understood that everything he did was for survival and the protection of everyone. While Ling Yi's methods were somewhat cruel, his words were absolutely true. This was the only way to survive the apocalypse. The world we now inhabit is no longer the warm and peaceful society ruled by law. In this environment rife with danger and uncertainty, only the strong are qualified to protect themselves and their loved ones. Xianyuan Mingchen realized that he could no longer dwell on the beautiful memories of the past, but must quickly adapt to this cruel apocalypse. Although he still felt some hesitation and uneasiness, he understood the importance of Ling Yi's emphasis on rapid adaptation and the intimidating power of strength. Xianyuan Mingchen sighed deeply and muttered to himself, it's time to let go of my old ways and habits. I bear the greatest responsibility for Li Tao's situation. Ling Yi repeatedly reminded me to eliminate the 2 men, but my soft-heartedness led to hundreds of casualties. I must quickly integrate into this apocalypse and strive to become a strong person. Only then can I give my sister and those around me a better chance of survival. Motivated, Xianyuan Mingchen's eyes shone with determination. He glanced at the still-fearing crowd and shouted, Chu Sun, gather everyone together and begin reorganization. Anyone who dares not cooperate will be expelled from the team and left to fend for themselves. At this moment, Xianyuan Mingchen no longer harbored illusions about a conciliatory policy, slowly reinforcing the morale of his troops. His tone was filled with coldness and determination, his expression a stark contrast to his usual coldness. Chapter 168. Hubby, you're so overbearing. How can you just kill without giving them any time to react? Look how scared these people are. Xia Mobing hugged Ling Yi's arm, spouting intimidating words, but her expression betrayed no trace of fear. Ling Yi glanced at the women, seeing they all looked calm. He nodded, patted Xia Mobing's arm gently, and smiled. There's no time to give them time to react. If it weren't for Xianyuan Mingchen, those 2 scoundrels would have been dead several times over. See? Do you see anything different about Xianyuan Mingchen? The women followed Ling Yi's direction and looked at Xianyuan Mingchen, who was directing the crowd. I feel like my brother has changed. I don't see the indecisive side anymore. He's a bit like you, decisive and resolute. Xianyuan Yushua tilted her head and analyzed. Mu Xia nodded. I feel that too. It seems this incident had a significant impact on him. Everyone grows and changes, perhaps through a single word or an event. Before the apocalypse, guidance could be gradual, but now, special measures must be used to quickly help someone adapt and accept the status quo. Just like you, seeing me kill people is now commonplace, aren't you? Only harsh environments can forge a resilient character. So some things must be cut short, swiftly and decisively. This resolves the problem quickly while minimizing the damage. Apocalypse. Killing becomes a habit. After hearing Ling Yi's words, the women were lost in thought. Alright. Stop overthinking. It's time to move on, Leng Yan. Mengshen. Ling Yi soothed, then called out. Captain, we're here. Leng Yan and Mengshen trotted over. Shueisha, follow me in front, clearing the way. Logistics. Finish cleaning up the battlefield and follow quickly. It's time to set off. Ling Yi ordered. The two men took their orders and left. Upon hearing this, the women turned back to prepare. In a short while, the survivors of the entire convoy were watching Ling Yi and his group from afar, but no one dared to approach. The Shueisha members lined up neatly. Ling Yi stood at the front, scanning each member with a determined gaze. His voice resounded throughout the space. Brothers, you shed so much sweat and blood during this period of continuous training. The results are obvious. Many have already reached the second stage. Their strength has increased. Today, we will set out again, facing unknown dangers and challenges. No matter how many zombies and mutants lie ahead, I have only one word: kill. Now, everyone, follow my lead. Let's set off. The Blood Demon members didn't let out any inspiring shouts, but their aura was rising steadily, and any discerning eye could see their high morale. Ling Yi smiled and nodded, then waved his hand to signal the departure. A dark figure streaked across the horizon, speeding towards the front of the team. It was the Spirit Cat, scouting the way ahead. The team marched forward in unison, Ling Yi leading the way, followed closely by the Blood Demon. Everyone's steps were firm, their eyes resolute, radiating a fighting spirit. The air around the convoy was filled with the remnants of wasp blood, but within the team, an aura of determination and courage permeated. There may be countless dangers and tests ahead, but the Blood Demons are not afraid. They believe in their captain, their teammates, and they firmly believe that under Ling Yi's leadership, no danger can stop them from moving forward. The survivors watched the group drift away, leaving them standing there in bewilderment. What are you all standing there for? Carry the wounded onto the vehicles, pack your belongings, and be ready to go. Xian Yuan Mingchen shouted to the crowd. With Ling Yi leading the team and the Blood Demons clearing the way, they advanced at an astonishingly fast pace. Encountering zombies and mutant beasts, the Blood Demons surrounded and attacked them, while Ling Yi, along the way, turned the abandoned vehicles into resources, not bothering to take action at all. The logistics department followed closely behind the Blood Demons. They no longer needed any instructions. Everyone was enthusiastically engaged, swiftly and systematically searching the battlefield for bodies, and searching for supplies listed on the exchange list. Every time they discovered a post-Blood Demon battle site, their eyes gleamed with greed, as if they had discovered treasure. During this time, the students in the logistics department had developed a clear understanding of the purpose of points and the items they could redeem. The students now understood that points were a symbol of strength and an opportunity to improve themselves. Especially those who had used the strengthening fluid had already felt the dramatic changes it brought, further fueling everyone's frenzy to chase points. The students in the logistics department had transformed from sheep into wolves. Lured by Ling Yi's generous resources, they had become fervent and ruthless. They were no longer the timid cowards of the past, their legs trembling at the sight of zombies. Now, the students had begun to show their true colors, yearning to rise above the rest of the world. To achieve status and identity, they had to constantly accumulate points and strengthen themselves, effectively surviving in this cruel apocalypse. Along the way, the students displayed boundless desire and ambition. No longer content with ordinary lives, they yearned for greater power. They firmly believed that by closely following Ling Yi and continuously acquiring sufficient points and supplies, they would gain control of even greater resources and power. They could then join the Blood Demon, receive unlimited training, and become even more powerful. Ling Yi was also impressed by the performance of the logistics department, as the loyalty of a small number of them had already reached the standard of a team member, and it was only a matter of time before they became diehards. He knew that such a loyal and motivated logistics team would provide solid support for the development and growth of the Blood Demon. The logistics department would become an indispensable force in the future, from cleaning up battlefields to replenishing fresh blood. He looked forward to the logistics team members demonstrating even greater excellence in future battles, fighting for the glory of the Blood Demon and for everyone's survival. Xian Yuan Mingchen and Chu Sun also had some time to relax. Since the elimination of Li Tao and Cheng Ji, the survivors of the entire convoy had been extremely safe. Especially after passing through several villages along the way and acquiring supplies, everyone received a fair share. They obeyed Xianyuan Mingchen and Chu Sun's orders without hesitation. If you say go, we go. If you say stop, we stop, without even a whim. The entire convoy operated efficiently, with everyone fulfilling their duties. The previous intrigues were gone, and no one dared to challenge Ling Yi's authority. Chapter 169. Led by Ling Yi, the blood demons advanced on foot, a magnificent sight. Each marched with measured, powerful steps, weapons in hand, metal-weighted vests on their shoulders, and expressions of determination on their faces. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, shimmering down upon them, the entire team resembling ancient warriors heading out on a campaign, an indescribable display of heroic grace. In addition to their steel vests, each wore a host of weight-bearing gear, such as arm and leg guards. Their steps, though heavy, were filled with strength and determination. As they advanced, the members supported and assisted one another. Some were overburdened by the weight, but others stepped forward to lend a hand. This spirit of unity and mutual assistance made the entire team more cohesive and powerful. Old Yen, look at the captain, adding more weight to his load. He's done this at least 10 times this journey. Now all he needs is a helmet. To cover his head, he'd be in a medieval full-body armor suit. Gu Hao chuckled, panting. Leng Yan squinted her eyes and looked ahead, only to see Ling Yi fastening a metal belt around his waist. His entire body, shimmering in the sunlight, his full metal armor shone with a dazzling glare, as blinding as the sun itself, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The captain's strength is constantly growing, while ours is so slow. It seems the pressure isn't enough. Leng Yan surveyed her weight-bearing gear and shook her head helplessly. Guess how much weight the captain is carrying right now? Gu Hao asked curiously. Guess what? Can you please stop trying to discourage me? 2 people, help me put another 20 kilograms leg wrap on my calf. Leng Yan said unhappily, ordering the others to help add weight. Guess what? We haven't seen a zombie all day, so we're bored. A little chat is nice, and it helped relieve the tedious march. Gu Hao continued to chat, seemingly unwilling to give up until he had a clear answer. Leng Yan kicked his calf, feeling the weight he had just added. With a casual remark, he stunned Gu Hao. All I know is that any part of the captain's body could be taken off and smashed into you. The blood demon members nearby couldn't help but chuckle at this. Gu Hao shrugged and sighed helplessly. Old Yin, you have no friends if you keep doing this. This joke isn't funny at all. You're all laughing. Hearing Gu Hao's words, the team members laughed even louder, their previous fatigue swept away, and they felt incredibly relaxed. Ling Yi's senses were so sharp that he could hear every word clearly. The corners of his mouth twitched into a smile. This was the right atmosphere. Perhaps, for them, this joke didn't tickle their funny bone at all, but it livened up the atmosphere and made them feel relaxed and at ease. The joke itself wasn't important. What mattered was the joy and harmony it fostered within the team. After all, the intense marches and random encounters had put the team through a lot of hardship and pressure. Being able to release that pressure through laughter was a form of catharsis and relaxation. Rest here for 10 minutes. Gu Hao, since you're so curious about the weight of my armor, come here and I tell you. Ling Yi instructed the team to rest for a moment, calling Gu Hao over. I'm coming! I'm coming! Gu Hao ran joyfully toward Ling Yi. Lie down on the ground. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and said to Gu Hao. What? Lie down on the ground for what? Gu Hao looked puzzled, but he didn't hesitate to lie down obediently. Excellent. To give you a more intuitive understanding of my weight, I think I just press down on you. That instantly make you feel how heavy it is. Ling Yi said calmly, a faint smile on his face. Swoosh. Gu Hao hurriedly crawled away, shouting, Captain, you can't play like that. My little body can't handle it. I'd be in trouble if I'm pressed down like that. Ha ha ha. The entire team was so shaken by Gu Hao's discomfiture that they were laughing so hard they couldn't stand up. Suddenly, Ling Yi's ears twitched, and he released his mental power to spread his perception. After a moment, he let out a huh. Seeing this, Leng Yan hurriedly instructed the team to prepare for battle, then asked, Captain, is there something going on? Nothing serious. There's a small village to the northeast, and there are faint signs of life there. Leng Yan, I go check it out first. You lead the team and follow. Tell the team behind us to reroute to the small village, which is a good opportunity to rest. After giving his orders, Ling Yi strode northeastward. The weight of several tons left deep footprints on the ground as he ran. In the small village, a ragged little boy tightly gripped an iron rod, his eyes fixed firmly on the dozens of zombies before him. His sister hid in a small hut behind him, her body trembling with fear, her eyes filled with terror. The zombies roared deeply and staggered toward the little boy. They hadn't seen life in ages, and now they were charging with frenzied frenzy. The little boy didn't flinch, bravely stepping forward to meet the zombie's deadly onslaught. He swung his iron bar with all his might, striking a zombie squarely on the head with a dull thud. He gritted his teeth, each blow a testament to his determination to protect his sister. He gave his all, a complete, utterly unwavering resolve. Zombies fell one after another, but more continued to pour in. The little boy felt his strength drain, but he held on to no thought of giving up. He knew that as long as he remained standing, his sister's chance of survival would remain. Sweat dripped from the little boy's forehead, and he panted heavily, but the determination in his eyes remained undimmed. He continually dodged the zombies' attacks, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Each strike was precise and relentless. He didn't want to see his sister succumb to a zombie's maw. Time ticked by, the little boy's strength nearly drained, his body drenched in blood from the zombie's claws. But he persisted, even though the blood blurred his eyes, even though the iron rod in his hand felt as heavy as a mountain. Finally, the little boy, with all his might, slew the last zombie. He gasped for breath, his body beginning to stagger, but his eyes were filled with triumphant joy. The little sister rushed out of the hut, unfazed by the zombie corpses strewn across the floor, as if accustomed to them. She hugged the little boy tightly, tears blurring her eyes. Her tear-stained eyes were filled with worry and sorrow, but she sobbed silently, making no sound. Chapter 170. The little boy lay reclining in his sister's arms, struggling to raise a hand and wipe away her tears. He forced a smile and offered a broken soothing voice, "Ninger. Don't cry. It's okay." The boy's voice was weak and trembling, yet filled with immense warmth and comfort, attempting to bring a sense of comfort and courage to his sister. The sister shook her head, sobbing silently, tears streaming uncontrollably, but she fought to control her emotions, knowing her brother wanted her to be strong and brave. The little boy's hand gently stroked his sister's cheek, his eyes revealing endless love and care, yet also a deep reluctance. He knew his body could no longer sustain it, and that he could turn into an ugly zombie at any moment. But he didn't want his sister to witness his pain and helplessness. "Ninger, you must believe that your brother will always protect you. No matter what happens, we will be together." The little boy's voice, though weak, was filled with determination and promise. The sister held the little boy's hand tightly, her eyes gleaming with determination, because her brother had never lied to her. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound of impacting the ground slowly approached the little boy. Ahem. Damn it! Why? Are there still zombies? Ninger, go. Go hide. A glimmer of despair crossed the little boy's eyes as he heard the muffled footsteps. He pushed his sister aside, grabbed the iron rod, and struggled to his feet, staring intently at the direction of the sound. His sister, obedient, hid in the hut again. Gradually, a figure appeared before the boy's eyes. It was a young man clad in silver-white metal armor, with red eyes. Footsteps echoed beneath his feet, and with every step, the ground seemed to shake. The boy gripped the iron rod tightly, his eyes revealing a resolute and determined look. Whether the young man was friend or foe remained uncertain, and he had to be ready to attack while his strength lasted. In the boy's eyes, the young man's red eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, and his figure was tall and majestic. Every step he took seemed to bring an immense sense of power and oppression. The boy stared at the young man intently, without a trace of fear. If the opponent showed even the slightest sign of hostility, he would not hesitate to bring the iron rod down on his head. The person who came was Ling Yi. He looked at the blood-soaked boy not far away, and at the zombie corpses strewn on the ground. The scene clearly showed the aftermath of a battle, but this strange sight left Ling Yi somewhat shocked and incredulous. "Did you kill all of them?" Ling Yi asked uncertainly, approaching the boy. "So what?" the little boy asked warily. "Heh. You're quite arrogant, little guy. Too bad you've been infected with the zombie virus and won't live long. Since you risked your life to protect your sister, I decided not to kill you, even if you become a zombie." Ling Yi grinned and turned to leave. "Please kill me," the little boy suddenly shouted. Ling Yi turned around, frowning. "Why? I don't want to become a zombie and hurt my sister again," the little boy muttered, his eyes red. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes and stepped forward again. Just then, the door to the hut opened, and a petite figure rushed in front of the little boy, arms outstretched, stopping Ling Yi. Looking at the doll-like little girl before him, Ling Yi smiled faintly. "Little sister, why are you stopping me?" "My sister is born mute. She's afraid you actually kill me." The little boy's words made Ling Yi tremble. He looked again at the girl with a determined expression. It was truly fate's irony that such a lovely little girl was born mute. Big brother, I can tell you're a good person. I hope you can take my sister with you after I die. Although she can't speak, she's very clever and can wash clothes and cook. I just ask you to give her something to eat. The little boy looked at Ling Yi eagerly. Ling Yi stared at the little boy curiously. How can you be so sure I'm a good person? Because there was a hint of regret and sympathy in your eyes just now. A bad person wouldn't have expressed that. I can sense that you truly sympathize with my sister. The little boy explained. Ling Yi was somewhat surprised by the boy's words. He hadn't expected the little boy to notice a fleeting glance. Ling Yi was amazed by the boy's keen insight. This teenager was not only brave, but also possessed sharp observation and judgment. You're such a clever little fellow. I do sympathize with the difficulties you're going through. But why should I help you? You say I'm a good person, but many people also think I'm a bad person. I won't gain anything from saving you, and on the contrary, I have to take care of your sister for you. This deal isn't worth it. Ling Yi shook his head, looking unwilling. Disappointment appeared in the little boy's eyes, and his fists clenched tightly. Because he used too much force, dark blood flowed from the wound, emitting a sickening odor. It's a pity I can't survive. Otherwise, I would give my life to you. What's the harm? I just hope my sister can live well. I promised my mother that I would protect Ninger even if I died. The little boy's voice was filled with sadness and loss. What happened to your mother? Ling Yi asked curiously. The little boy. The boy held his sister in his arms, and said calmly, We've been without a father since we were little. Our mother died when I was 5. You've been taking care of your sister since you were 5? Ling Yi's pupils trembled. This result was unexpected for him. He had assumed the boy's mother had died after the apocalypse. After the boy nodded in affirmation, Ling Yi looked back at the pitiful little girl huddled in his arms. After a long moment, Ling Yi's vision blurred. He raised his head, gazed at the sky, and sighed deeply. I see a reflection of myself as a child in you, but you're braver and stronger than I am. I'm alone, only concerned with my own food and clothing, while you're also taking care of your sister. I know the feeling of freezing cold and a rumbling hunger. Are you an orphan too, big brother? The little boy asked, looking up. Ling Yi looked down at the little boy, but didn't answer him. Instead, he asked sternly, If I could save you, what would you do for me? The little boy was stunned by this, then said dejectedly, I've been infected by the zombie virus. I won't live much longer. Chapter 171. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes, his voice rising considerably as he asked again, If I can save you, what can you do for me? The little boy, hearing the same question, suddenly raised his head and gazed at Ling Yi eagerly, his eyes filled with disbelief. A strong desire and determination surged within him. He sensed an unprecedented hope and opportunity in Ling Yi's eyes and voice. His gaze grew firm and fervent, as if a flame had been ignited, burning with a deep longing for life. The little boy gently pulled his sister out of his arms, staring firmly at Ling Yi, then knelt on his knees, his expression utterly solemn. If you can save me, I would be deeply grateful. I would do anything for you for the rest of my life, no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing my life. I watched the little boy's solemn and resolute expression, the determination and perseverance radiating from his eyes, until the system prompted me to become a team member. Ling Yi finally managed to smile. He casually injected a dose of zombie vaccine into the little boy and said, You're quite good, little one. I like you. Stay with me from now on. And remember this, protect those closest to you yourself. Never trust them to others. The little boy was startled to see the black blood streaks on his body fading at a visible speed. He was deeply shocked, realizing he had truly been saved. He had truly met a benefactor today. The little boy cowed out excitedly, his gratitude gushing out. Thank you, thank you. I work like a slave to repay your life-saving grace. The little girl also knew her brother had been saved. Although she couldn't speak, she imitated him, cowed out repeatedly. Ling Yi quickly helped them both to their feet and said, A man's knees are made of gold, don't kneel easily. Drink this potion, it will heal your wounds. The little boy curiously took the healing potion and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. As the potion entered his body, he was stunned again. He witnessed his wounds begin to heal, leaving not even a scar. The scene shocked and delighted the little boy. He couldn't believe his eyes. The miraculous effects of the healing potion filled him with admiration for Ling Yi's abilities. This miraculous healing process made the little boy deeply appreciate Ling Yi's omnipotence and mystery. His gratitude for Ling Yi's rescue deepened, and he was filled with hope and confidence for the future. The little boy realized that this opportunity for rebirth was rare and precious, and he resolved to cherish it, and spend the rest of his life repaying Ling Yi's kindness. Deep down, he knew Ling Yi was his savior, his guardian angel. As long as he stayed close to him, he and his sister would never again face the confusion and hardship of the future. The little girl saw her brother had recovered, showing no signs of injury at all, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. She timidly approached Ling Yi, mustered her courage, tugged on his hand, and began to sign with her hands. Ling Yi could only blink, bewildered, as he watched the two little hands dance before him. He had never learned sign language and couldn't understand it at all. The little boy, noticing Ling Yi's embarrassment, quickly explained, "My sister said, 'Thank you so much, big brother, for saving me. She repay you with laundry, cooking, and even giving you a massage.'" Ling Yi suddenly realized what was going on. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible little girl, he reached out and patted her head, saying, "Your name is Ninger, right? Big brother doesn't need you to do these things. Just live happily every day." The little girl raised her head and shook it vigorously, blinking her bright eyes. She began gesturing with her hands again. "No! I have to do these things. I will definitely repay you." The little boy translated. "Haha, you're such a stubborn little girl. Okay, whatever you want, whatever you want." Ling Yi laughed. After all, it wasn't the little girl's turn to do these things. "Little guy, you still don't know your name?" Ling Yi asked the little boy, patting the little girl's head. "Big brother, my name is Luo Chen, and my sister's Luo Ning," the little boy replied. "Luo Chen. Luo Ning. Great names. My name is Ling Yi. Just call me Captain from now on," Ling Yi said with a smile. "Yes, Captain," Luo Chen shouted. Ling Yi handed some fruit and snacks to the two siblings, saying, "You're all hungry, eat something." The moment they saw the food, their stomachs began to growl. After accepting the food, the two siblings looked at Ling Yi gratefully, tears of emotion welling in their eyes. Ling Yi was not only their savior, but also their big brother, someone they could rely on and trust. They were determined to cherish this friendship and repay Ling Yi's kindness to the best of their ability. Just as Ling Yi and Luo Chen were chatting, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard outside the village. Luo Chen hurriedly stuffed the food in his pocket, then grabbed the iron rod from the ground and positioned himself directly in front of Ling Yi, striking a fighting stance. Ling Yi smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous, they're one of us." "One of us?" Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then a wave of confusion. He had always assumed Ling Yi was alone, but he hadn't expected to find other companions. When Ling Yan's team appeared before Luo Chen, his eyes widened. These men wore metal vests and wielded various cold weapons. If it weren't for their camouflage uniforms, he would have mistaken them for ancient soldiers. But when he remembered that Ling Yi himself was also wearing metal armor, he felt relieved. Lun Yin glanced around, glancing at the zombie corpses on the ground, then glanced at Luo Chen and his sister. She turned to Ling Yi and asked, "Captain, do you want to clear the village? I sense there are no other zombies. Let everyone rest, and we continue our journey tomorrow," Ling Yi said. "How about this? This is my most elite team, Blood Demon. Do you want to join them?" Ling Yi asked Luo Chen, pointing at Lun Yan's departing figure. Luo Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, then turned firm. He said, "I don't want to join them. I just want to stay by your side." Ling Yi grinned and asked curiously, "Oh, why is that? Tell me your reasons. You know, not everyone can enter the Blood Demon. Since you refused this time, I won't give you a backdoor again." Luo Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, "They are your subordinates. While they are strong, they are not as strong as you. I believe that by learning from you, I will surpass them one day and become your #1 subordinate." Chapter 172. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows at Luo Chen's resolute response, a smile of appreciation playing across his face. He looked at Luo Chen intently, as if seeing a reflection of his own childhood. "Luo Chen, I truly admire your determination and perseverance. In this challenging and dangerous apocalypse, only those who dare to pursue power and forge ahead can achieve true success. Your unwavering resolve and dedication to your goals convince me that you have the potential to become my foremost subordinate." Ling Yi paused, his gaze deep into the distance, and continued, "However, powerful individuals don't emerge from thin air, they grow through unremitting effort and perseverance, gradually growing through adversity. Strong individuals must constantly surpass themselves, constantly push their limits, and follow a path unlike any other." His voice gradually grew passionate. "To become one of my subordinates, first, you must possess the courage to face any obstacle, even death itself. Never retreat. You must possess unwavering resolve and unwavering faith, believing you can overcome all difficulties and enemies. Ling Yi's gaze returned to Luo Chen, a gleam of deep seriousness in his eyes. Do you think you can do it? Faced with Ling Yi's question, Luo Chen took a deep breath and replied with a firm gaze, I believe I can do it. I will continue to study and improve, constantly challenging myself and constantly surpassing myself. I will also maintain a positive attitude, unafraid of difficulties and setbacks, closely following your steps and moving steadfastly towards my goal. Luo Chen looked at Ling Yi deeply and continued, I know achieving my dream won't be easy, but I believe that with unremitting efforts, I will succeed. I will always maintain high standards for myself and pursue my goals. I will prove with concrete actions that my determination and faith are more than just empty words. I will become a truly powerful warrior in the future and fight for you. Ha ha ha. Okay, well said. I love your unyielding spirit. I can provide you with an endless supply of cultivation resources, but you must remember your words, remember this pride. I look forward to your future achievements, to you becoming a capable person, to you becoming the most powerful person under my command. Ling Yi laughed heartily, extremely pleased with Luo Chen. I will definitely not let you down. Luo Chen clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. From such a dilapidated little village, Ling Yi and Luo Chen's brief conversation set off a turbulent wave in the future. Anyone who dared to challenge Ling Yi's authority would surely be hunted endlessly by Luo Chen, the king of hell. Honey, what's so exciting? I can hear your laughter from so far away? Xia Mobing and the other girls were walking towards them. When they saw Luo Chen and his sister, they all showed a hint of curiosity. Nothing much. These are Luo Chen and Luo Ning. They be staying with us from now on. Take them to the car to wash up, then pick a room, Ling Yi said with a smile. Xia Mobing didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the timid little girl and smiled sweetly. What a lovely little girl. She looks like a doll. Come, follow us. Seeing Xia Mobing reach out her hand, the two little ones unexpectedly stepped back, clearly avoiding the handshake. Luo Ning even gestured with her hands in front of her chest. The girls were confused, but they also understood the situation. They were all touched, but they didn't show it. They just looked at Ling Yi with confusion. Looking at the girls' expressions, Ling Yi sighed. They were all kind women. They knew the result, but they didn't want to confirm it, for fear of hurting Luo Ning's young heart. Luo Ning has a natural speech impediment. You should all pay more attention to her and treat her like a younger sister and brother. Luo Chen, explain what your sister said, Ling Yi said calmly. Luo Chen nodded, then looked up at the girls and said, Sisters, my sister meant that I haven't showered in ages. I'm dirty and smelly, and I'm afraid I offend you. The girl's noses soured at this. Xia Mobing stepped forward, scooped Luo Ning up in her arms, and gently stroked her little face. Her eyes welled up. Such a sweet, sensible little girl, yet she'd been unable to speak since childhood, a heartbreaking and tragic experience. Xia Mobing gently embraced Luo Ning, her eyes filled with love and affection. She said softly, Luo Ning, you're our sister? We sisters won't mind your dirt and odor. We dress you up like a princess. No matter what you've been through, we sisters will always be by your side, offering you warmth and love. Your happiness and joy are our greatest wish. The girls nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding. In this united and warm family, Luo Ning will always feel loved and cared for. Luo Ning's eyes were completely filled with tears. Apart from his brother's affection, he had never received any care from strangers since childhood, only endless disdain and contempt. Luo Chen fought back his tears, his eyes growing even more resolute. He had found another reason to become stronger. In the days ahead, he would protect the safety of these sisters and help Ling Yi protect them, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Ling Yi's gaze remained fixed on Luo Chen, and he remained conscious even after his figure disappeared around the corner. Mu Xia didn't leave with him. She noticed something strange about Ling Yi and couldn't help but ask, You seem to care a lot about Luo Chen? Ling Yi smiled and said, This little guy looks a lot like me when I was little. His future achievements are limitless. Mu Xia was a little surprised, but she didn't ask why. What interested her was Ling Yi's first words. Can you tell me about your childhood? We sisters are very curious about your past. Ling Yi looked up at the sky, his thoughts flooding in at that moment. He sighed and seemed to mutter to himself, The past? The past? It's been so long. So many memories have faded. How about this? Let me tell you a story. Mu Xia was stunned. She didn't want a story. She wanted to know about Ling Yi's past. But she didn't interrupt, listening intently. I remember it was a cold winter day. The streets were filled with an icy chill, and snowflakes were dancing in the sky. A thin figure was huddled alone in the shadows of a street corner. He was a homeless child, his clothes were tattered, and his messy hair covered his haggard face. Ling Yi's words were indescribably calm. Chapter 173. Mu Xia gently grasped Ling Yi's hand. Although she had only heard a fragment, she already understood that the homeless child was Ling Yi. Ling Yi patted Mu Xia's hand, smiled faintly, and continued. The homeless child's hands trembled as he tugged at his clothes, trying to ward off the chill wind, but his tattered clothing offered no warmth at all. The homeless child's eyes had lost their luster, revealing endless exhaustion and despair. His stomach was empty, he hadn't eaten in days, and hunger had weakened his body. All he could do was scoop up the pristine white snow and devour it in huge mouthfuls. Looking at the lights of thousands of homes, the homeless child longed for a home, a warm bed, delicious meals, and new clothes to keep him warm. But now, all he felt was endless displacement and helplessness. Pedestrians hurried past on the street, no one noticing his presence. No one cared about his existence. The homeless child silently avoided the gazes of passers-by, fearing being driven away or ridiculed. Though he longed for a helping hand, a touch of warmth and care, the harsh reality of life forced him to hide like a shadow. After finally waiting for nightfall, the child found a corner, sheltered from the cold wind and heavy snow. Shivering with cold, he closed his eyes, trying to escape this cruel reality. He wanted to fall into a deep sleep, the kind that would last forever, hoping that this would free him from this tragic fate. But his heart was filled with longing for the future, unwilling to let go of this world so easily. He could only grit his teeth and persevering through his predicament. Mu Xia had already broken down in tears. She lay in Ling Yi's arms. The cold touch of the armor made her feel as if she were a homeless child trying to resist the cold. She sobbed. What happened next? Did the homeless child find a place to go? Ling Yi gently stroked Mu Xia's face, wiping away the tears that glistened on his face. He spoke softly. The homeless child wandered from city to city, enduring expulsion, beatings, insults, and ridicule. He experienced the fickleness of the world. Years later, he was taken back to an orphanage by an elderly man, where he finally found a place to stay. Unfortunately, the elderly man died of illness soon after, and he was once again expelled. Luckily, before his death, the elderly man privately transferred custody of the homeless child to his name. Those above him couldn't go too far, so with the support of special welfare programs, the homeless child has survived to this day. Mu Xia hugged Ling Yi tightly, her tears flowing unwaveringly. She and her sisters had imagined countless scenarios and speculated on countless possibilities, but they had never imagined Ling Yi's childhood would be so tragic and hopeless. Mu Xia's heart ached beyond words, for she and her sisters had never imagined that Ling Yi's childhood of misery and despair would be so profound, so unforgettable. In that moment, Mu Xia felt Ling Yi's deep pain and helplessness. She couldn't imagine a child so young having endured such cruelty, and what kind of courage and perseverance could sustain him through it all. Her tears expressed both sympathy and guilt for Ling Yi. She felt deep regret for not recognizing and helping Ling Yi heal his deep pain sooner. Mu Xia and her sisters had envisioned a bright future for Ling Yi, but they hadn't anticipated his past being so cruel. Heartbroken, Mu Xia secretly resolved to work with her sisters to create a warm and happy environment for Ling Yi, allowing him to rediscover the joy and carefreeness of his lost childhood. She believed that with the sisters' combined efforts, and with their love and care, Ling Yi's future would be filled with hope and beauty, leaving him with no regrets. Silly girl, your tears have soaked my armor. If this continues, it rust. Ling Yi chuckled, caressing Mu Xia's cheek. How could you possibly be kidding me? You're taking me for a kid. Your armor is made of even more incredible steel. How could it rust? Mu Xia burst into laughter, her expression apologetic. After a while, Mu Xia finally spoke. Ling Yi, I'm sorry for bringing back memories. Before she could finish her words, Ling Yi interrupted her. What's there to apologize for? Deeply buried memories aren't necessarily painful. For me, the past is simply a process, a driving force that keeps me strong and moving forward. Only the weak dwell on the past. The strong, on the other hand, see the past as a form of training and cultivation. Mu Xia had a vague understanding of Ling Yi's unusual way of thinking, but she didn't question him. She simply insisted on following his lead. So, do you feel sympathy for Luo Chen, or do you feel empathy? Mu Xia stopped dwelling on the grand principles, and returned to the original question. Luo Chen. As long as he continues to grow, his future achievements will be extraordinary. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes, and said calmly. I'm incredibly surprised by your high expectations for Luo Chen. After all, he's just a child now, and it's difficult to predict his future development and achievements. But the confidence and determination revealed in your words actually make me believe that he possesses enormous potential. Musia's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone has their own unique growth trajectory. Although Luochen is just a child now, his unlimited potential and room for growth cannot be ignored. You know what? Some children display extraordinary talent and gifts at a young age. I firmly believe Luochen is one of them. The confidence and determination in his eyes make me believe he will achieve extraordinary things in the future. Ling Yi said this, pointing to the zombie corpses around him. He continued, see these corpses? Can you believe this is the result of a child relying on a metal rod? Musia stared at the zombie corpses around her in amazement, her eyes wide and her mouth open, completely unable to believe what she was seeing. Her heartbeat was accelerating, and her face was filled with fear and shock. Her hands unconsciously covered her mouth, as if trying to hide her surprise. Her eyes shone with disbelief, as if she was considered all the possibilities. How is this possible? A child could defeat so many zombies? Musia stammered, her voice filled with shock and disbelief. Questions and speculations raced through her mind, trying to make sense of this incredible scene. She began to wonder if she was hallucinating, or if she had misheard Ling Yi's words. However, the facts before her were undeniable. Luochen, facing such a terrifying threat alone, had managed to handle it calmly and eliminate the zombies. It was simply incredible. Musia realized that Luochen was no ordinary child. He possessed extraordinary courage and strength. Perhaps, as Ling Yi had said, his future would be extraordinary. Chapter 174. Hee. You're shocked too, right? I was also shocked when I first discovered them. While others were still terrified of zombies and the apocalypse, a frail child bravely faced the zombie horde and, with his meager strength, annihilated them all. What impressed me even more was that, although he himself was covered in wounds and dying, his sister remained unharmed. Luochen's courage and fighting prowess were truly incredible. Even more precious was that he never gave up, protecting the people most important to him. This kind of selflessness and bravery is something not even adults possess. Ling Yi unabashedly praised Luochen. This child's future is truly exciting. With such character and perseverance, Luochen's future is bound to be filled with endless possibilities. Musia was also filled with admiration. Alas, the future still depends on these young people. I hope they will soon crush this damn apocalypse and restore peace to the world, Ling Yi said, looking up to the sky. Musia couldn't help but burst out laughing. You act like you're so old. You're only in your 20s. I was just trying to liven things up. How come we're not on the same page at all? Ling Yi shook his head, looking helpless. Okay, old man, we should go home. The kids are waiting for dinner, Musia said, mimicking the old lady's tone. By the way, when will you give me a baby? Ling Yi suddenly changed the subject. Ah! What baby? Musia was always caught off guard by Ling Yi's jumpy conversation. It took her a moment to register what Ling Yi meant by baby. Her pretty face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at Ling Yi before turning and running off. A voice carried on the wind, I'm ignoring you. Go find another sister if you want to. Ling Yi watched Musia fleeing in panic, a faint smile playing on his lips. He murmured, memories are the most beautiful times, but also the most painful. How could I not care about the past? I just don't want to dwell on it. After all, without the past, you wouldn't be here now. With such beauty in this life, what more could I ask for? By the time Ling Yi shed his armor and returned to the RV, the entire cabin was filled with a warm atmosphere. The Luochen siblings had already washed and changed into clothes, though they were a little worn. After all, when they gathered supplies, they hadn't considered the possibility of children. Ming Shigang had gathered all the supplies from the small village. The women had gone to great lengths to welcome the two new members, using the kitchen, which hadn't been used in a while, and cooking a sumptuous dinner. Everyone was gathered around the dining table, with the Luochen siblings sitting in the middle. Compared to Luo Ning's curiosity and liveliness, Luochen acted like a grown-up, sitting there solemnly and silently. Luochen, Luo Ning, don't be shy. There aren't so many rules here. This will be your home from now on, and we're all family, Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Luochen's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, yes, Captain. Ling Yi shook his head. Everyone has their own personality traits, and he didn't want to smooth out Luochen's edges. In the end times, some personality traits are a good thing. The table was laden with a variety of delicious food, emitting an enticing aroma. As Ling Yi called for dinner, the girls extended their warm hands, gently picking up pieces of delicious food for the two siblings and carefully placing them in their bowls. They all spoke cheerfully and heartwarmingly, often making Luo Ning burst into laughter. Xia Mobing gently stirred their food with a spoon, ensuring every bite was delicious. Mu Xia carefully poured them glasses of refreshing juice, each one filled with love. Luo Chen and his sister silently enjoyed the women's affection, enjoying their meal with relish and laughter. Xia Mobing and the other women not only took care of their food, but also warmed their hearts with their loving care. The entire meal was filled with warmth and happiness. The women's love and care made the siblings feel at home. Deep in their hearts, they were filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. Luo Chen looked at Ling Yi with eyes filled with gratitude. All this was given by the big brother before him. He could never repay him in this life. Only by risking his life to help the captain could he find peace of mind. TSK. Ling Yi, you always talk big. I remember you said you let me know when there was something delicious, but why are you hiding away and eating alone again? Xianyuan Mingxia arrived uninvited, grumbling as he squeezed into the table. You're definitely a snob. After a long march, we finally managed to get a nice dinner, and you just show up. Ling Yi said grumpily. Xianyuan Mingxian took the bowl and chopsticks from Xianyuan Yuxue, muttering, How can you be so pushy? I've been eating like crap lately, so what's wrong with me eating with you? Brother, there are kids around, watch your words. Xianyuan Yuxue warned him grumpily. Kids? Xianyuan Mingxian was startled by the words, then glanced around, spotting the Luo Chen siblings, and exclaimed with a smile, Aha! I didn't notice. Hello, kids. Ling Yi glanced at Xianyuan Mingxian, shook his head helplessly, and introduced them. Luo Chen, Luaning, this funny guy is Xianyuan Mingxian. From now on, just call him Uncle Xianyuan. Hello, Uncle Xianyuan. Luo Chen called out quickly, while Luo Ning stood up, smiled faintly at Xianyuan Mingxian, and bowed. Ling Yi. I won't argue with you since there are other children around. Luo Chen and Luaning, right. You're really good. It's a pity that Uncle didn't know you were here, and didn't prepare any gifts. Xianyuan Mingxian glared at Ling Yi, then rummaged through his clothes. Here, Luo Chen, this is your service pistol. I give you other gifts later. Xianyuan Mingxian removed the pistol from his waist, and handed it to Luo Chen. Brother. Luo Chen is still a child. How could you let him touch a gun? Xianyuan Yuxue said indignantly. Before Xianyuan Mingxian could reply, Luo Chen took the gun and began to skillfully manipulate it, startling everyone. You can use a gun? Xianyuan Yuxue asked in surprise. Yes, I learned when I was 6. Thank you, Uncle Xianyuan, I love this gift. Luo Chen tucked the gun into his arms with satisfaction. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Seeing this, the others didn't bother to ask further questions. I'm glad you like it. Luo Ning, this is for you. Xianyuan Mingxian pulled out a sheathed dagger. Xianyuan Yuxue speechlessly covered her face with one hand, completely defeated by her brother. The other girls also covered their mouths and giggled. Chapter 175. Luo Ning happily accepted the dagger and excitedly began to wield it. Xianyuan Yuxue, seeing her brother's look of surprise, and fearing he might say something he shouldn't, quickly leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Luo Chen's voice trembled slightly. He glanced at his sister lovingly and explained, My sister said she really likes this gift. She can use this dagger and fight alongside me in the future. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Luo Ning to have such thoughts. The bond between these two siblings was truly admirable. After Xianyuan Mingxian's gift-giving session, everyone continued to enjoy their sumptuous dinner. When everyone had almost finished eating, Ling Yi stood up without a word and walked towards the roof. Just as everyone was puzzled, Ling Yi paused at the stairs and spoke softly, Luo Chen, come with me. I have something to tell you. Yes, Captain. Luo Chen quickly put down his chopsticks and trotted towards Ling Yi. Xianyuan Mingxian stood up and prepared to follow, but was stopped by Mu Xia. Puzzled, he asked, Xia, why are you stopping me? I need to talk to Ling Yi. Mu Xia slowly shook her head, now's not the time. Let's wait until they're done talking. Why? Is there something else they need to hide from us? They're just chatting casually. What's wrong with me following them? Xianyuan Mingxian's face was filled with confusion. His expectations and demands for Luo Chen are higher than anyone else here. Mu Xia didn't elaborate, but even with that simple statement, everyone's expression changed, and their hearts were stirred to a turmoil that lasted a long time. On the roof, Ling Yi rested his hands on the railing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, quietly gazing at the night sky. Luo Chen, however, stood properly, upright behind Ling Yi, silent. After his cigarette burned out, Ling Yi asked quietly. Do you know why I called you here alone? I know. Luo Chen replied flatly. Everyone has their own secrets. If you want to, you can tell them. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I won't force you, Ling Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen took a deep breath and spoke. Ninger and I come from an ancient martial arts family. The Luo family. 6 years ago, while a member of our family was out training, we accidentally made enemies with the Fong family in the capital. This incurred their grudge, and on trumped-up charges, they led their men to attack our base, resulting in the bloodbath of 375 members of the Luo family overnight. If the clan leader hadn't risked his life to escort my sister and me out, we would have died too. But the hateful clan leader was captured alive. At this moment, Luo Chen's rage burned like a blazing flame, his eyes flashing crimson. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if threatening to unleash all the power of his rage. Luo Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles white with exertion, as if all his rage was concentrated in them. His teeth were clenched tightly, as if he wanted to crush all the resentment. Ling Yi stepped forward, patted his trembling shoulders, and said coldly, if the Fong family still exists, I help you destroy them. No, I want to destroy the Fong family myself, and let them taste the horror of an entire clan being annihilated. Luo Chen's eyes revealed a cold and determined look. He was determined to avenge the Luo family's blood debt, and not let the murderer go unpunished. If you need help, just let me know. I always stand behind you, Ling Yi promised confidently. Luo Chen suddenly dropped to his knees, and kowtowed 3 times to Ling Yi. What have you done? Have you forgotten what I said? A man's knees are made of gold. Stand up, Ling Yi shouted, frowning. A man's knees are made of gold. He kneels before heaven, earth, and his parents. Once a teacher, always a father. Luo Chen wishes to be your disciple. I hope you will grant my wish, Luo Chen said firmly, his tone resolute. Only after hearing Luo Chen's sincere request did Ling Yi's frown relax, and the anger on his face faded. He looked deeply at Luo Chen, his eyes revealing a hint of relief and recognition. Luo Chen, think it over before you make a decision. Even if you don't accept me as your disciple, I will teach you everything I should teach you, and give you everything I should give you, Ling Yi said solemnly. Master, please accept your disciple's greetings. Luo Chen kowtowed again. Ling Yi bent down, extended his hand, and gently helped Luo Chen to his feet, his eyes gleaming with admiration. From today on, you are my apprentice. I will teach you how to become stronger, and guide your rapid growth. But you must remember that becoming stronger requires effort and persistence. Only by constantly striving for progress, and unlocking your potential can you achieve your goals. As my apprentice, I will be even stricter and more brutal with you. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe you as someone worse than death. You must be mentally prepared. Ling Yi's attitude was firm and serious. Having decided to take him in, he would take responsibility seriously, and would never show any leniency or favoritism. His philosophy was simple. You either become a dragon or a worm. Everything depends on your own luck. Master, please rest assured. I will study with all my might, and live up to your expectations. No matter how difficult the path to becoming stronger may be, I will persevere, and will never bring shame upon you, Luo Chen promised resolutely. I'm waiting for all this to become a reality. Now go and rest, get some rest, and meet me here at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to train with me, Ling Yi instructed. Yes, master, Luo Chen replied respectfully, then turned and left. Ling Yi relit a cigarette, looked up at the hazy moonlight, and muttered, ancient martial arts families? To think such things really existed? I always thought they were fiction. It's true that the perspective you take is different, and the things you encounter are different. Why did you suddenly mention ancient martial arts families? Mu Xia saw that Luo Chen had gone back to his room to rest, but Ling Yi hadn't returned. She came up to check and happened to overhear Ling Yi's words. Ling Yi smiled faintly. Nothing, just curiosity. Has everyone dispersed? How dare you say that? With the way you looked just now, suddenly and unexplainably calling Luo Chen away, everyone thought you were going to do something to him, and naturally, everyone left on bad terms. Mu Xia said unhappily. I was just curious about the life story of Luo Chen and his sister, and I was afraid he wouldn't tell everyone, so I called him out alone, Ling Yi said helplessly. You? That serious look just now made us all uneasy. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? You made me so hungry I couldn't even eat. Mu Xia's face was filled with displeasure. Being hungry is easy to deal with. I can just feed you. Ling Yi whispered into Mu Xia's ear, then lifted her up, and carried her to his bedroom. Chapter 176. After their passionate lovemaking, Mu Xia lay contentedly on Ling Yi's chest, appearing extremely tired and languid. You mentioned earlier that you inquire about Luo Qin's background. Did you find out? Mu Xia was still filled with curiosity. Ling Yi briefly explained Luo Qin's past, but Mu Xia suddenly sat up and exclaimed in surprise, Luo Qin's family was harmed by the Fang family in Beijing? This is unbelievable. How could the Fang family do such a thing? You know the Fang family? Ling Yi asked, surprised by Mu Xia's reaction. Well, don't forget my grandfather was a commander, and he had connections with these great families. The Fang family is one of the 4 great families in Beijing. They have a good reputation among the people, and have always been known for their philanthropy. Mu Xia's face was filled with confusion, but she continued to explain. What we see isn't necessarily true. Saying one thing to your face and another behind your back, isn't that common in society? Everything we know is just what others deliberately let us see. Ling Yi sighed, helpless. Perhaps, behind many things, there are indeed hidden dark secrets that we never imagine. Fortunately, I was smart enough to run away from home, otherwise I would have fallen into a den of thieves. Mu Xia patted her plump chest, a look of fear on her face. You came to a city because you ran away from home? You really have that typical young lady temper, constantly playing the runaway game. Ling Yi shook his head and complained. How could I have such a young lady temper? Look how well behaved I was during the time I was with you. If I hadn't run away from home, you wouldn't have met me. You're just making sarcastic remarks. Mu Xia pouted and retorted unhappily. That's because I trained you well, Ling Yi said disapprovingly. Mu Xia's mouth twitched. She had never expected Ling Yi to say such a thing. After a moment, her eyes rolled, and she asked with a smile, Do you want to know why I ran away from home? Ling Yi looked at Mu Xia's malicious expression and smiled faintly. You said you almost ran into a den of thieves. It was just a runaway marriage. What's so hard to guess? So easy to guess. It's not fun at all. Mu Xia, like a deflated ball, slumped against Ling Yi again. It really was a runaway marriage. Sigh. I really don't know what to say to you. People from wealthy families have so many stories. No wonder TV dramas use wealthy families as the backdrop. Ling Yi sighed. What's wrong with being a wealthy family? What's wrong with being the eldest daughter? It's all thanks to you, a bastard. You're taking advantage of me, and you're still acting like a spoiled brat. I'm still engaged. If it weren't for the apocalypse, my parents would have forced me to go to the capital in no time. Mu Xia said quietly. What? You're still engaged? So you're the Fang family's illegitimate daughter-in-law, and you have a fiancé? Ling Yi asked curiously. Why are you scared? Knowing I'm the Fang family's illegitimate daughter-in-law, do you regret accepting me? Are you afraid my fiancé will come after you? Mu Xia said with a sly grin. Ling Yi's lips curled up, and he pulled Mu Xia into his arms, then chuckled, I'm not scared of shit. I'm just curious about who the unlucky kid from the Fang family is. He can't even keep his fiancé, how pitiful. Just thinking about it makes me excited. No, I can't help it. What can't you hold back? Mu Xia asked, puzzled. You are the fiancé of the unfortunate child of the Fang family, and now you're my woman. Tell me, isn't it thrilling? I feel a special sense of accomplishment. Do it again. Ling Yi kissed her delicate lips before she could react. After Ling Yi sat up, contented, he glanced tenderly at Mu Xia, who had fallen into a deep sleep with a smile. He thought to himself, such a beauty, even if she is indeed your Fang family's daughter-in-law. So what? If I meet her, I get her even through a sea of blood and corpses. Fang family? I hope you haven't perished in the apocalypse. Luo Qin's hatred for genocide is still waiting to be repaid with blood. Checking the time, it was almost 3 in the morning. Ling Yi shook his head and sighed, a land of gentleness, a tomb for heroes. The ancients were right. I haven't even had much to do, and already another night has passed. Ling Yi quickly washed up, and when he reached the roof of the car, he immediately spotted Luo Qin's thin figure, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Master. Luo Qin stood up respectfully and called out. Not bad, you're here quite early. Come with me, Ling Yi said, then leaped off into the distance, Luo Qin following closely behind. The two of them left the small village and stopped in an open space. A moment later, Luo Qin appeared behind him. Drink this strengthening potion first. It can increase your base strength by up to 100 kilograms. Ling Yi casually tossed a potion over. Luo Qin took the potion, his eyes gleaming. Without question or hesitation, he drank it in one gulp. A moment later, his brow furrowed, and he sat down cross-legged. Ling Yi simply watched, not warning him that the process of taking the strengthening potion would be painful. A casual glance at Luo Qin's stats left Ling Yi stunned. Name, Luo Qin. Occupation, warrior. Strength plus, 920. Defense plus, 300. Speed plus, 540. Spirit plus, 650. Darkness, 2150, not awakened. System, come out and explain what's going on. Ling Yi finally summoned the system. The data was too much for him to accept. You still know I exist? It's been so long, and you haven't let me out for some fresh air, and you haven't even used a single stat point yet. You? The system began to complain as soon as it appeared, but before it could finish its words, Ling Yi cut it off. Any more nonsense, and I cut off contact. You're the host, you're the boss. If there's anything I can help you with, I'd be happy to help you. The system's expression instantly changed, and it began to flatter Ling Yi. Look at this little guy. His base stats are so high, even without any enhancements or awakenings. Compared to him, I was nothing but trash. Ling Yi asked. The system then focused its attention on Luo Qin. Where did you pick this kid up? These stats are pretty good. Raise him well, and he'd definitely be a great help to you. I called you out here not to listen to your nonsense, but to understand his condition, Ling Yi said impatiently. Let's take a look. These stats aren't surprising. Didn't you notice his profession is marked as a warrior? This means he must have been practicing martial arts since he was very young, which is why he has such basic stats, the system explained. Chapter 177. Martial Arts. Does this plane really have martial arts? Ling Yi asked in surprise. That's nothing surprising. Human civilization has persisted for countless ages since Panga created the universe. However, with the continuous development and progress of civilization, humanity's demand for resources has also increased, affecting the balance of the entire plane and endangering the controllers themselves. So the controllers alter the plane's energy and seal it to counteract humanity's destructive development. However, residual energy inevitably remains within the void. With the mastery of the corresponding cultivation methods, it can still be effective, though the effectiveness will be greatly reduced. The system spoke eloquently. Ling Yi was stunned. According to the system's explanation, humans were completely captive to the controllers. When there was no threat, you could do whatever you wanted. But when there was a threat, they would flip their hands and be reverted to their original form. Ling Yi shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to dwell on these questions anymore. With his current strength, there was no need to worry. The only thing he needed to do was stay alive. That's off topic. I just want to know if this kid's warrior status will affect his awakening. I'm not worried about the enhancements at all, they only increase basic stats. But regarding awakening, this is the first time I've seen a notification for someone who hasn't awakened yet. Everyone else has nothing. Ling Yi asked about the real issue. This situation is actually quite rare. Just like his dark energy, which has already broken through the second stage, yet he hasn't awakened. There's only one possibility for this. He didn't awaken immediately when the apocalypse arrived. The accumulation of dark energy was likely due to external factors in later life, or perhaps it was due to the lingering tragic experiences deep within him that led to its continued growth. After listening to the system's explanation, Ling Yi nodded, finally understanding the cause. It seemed the demise of the Luo family had undoubtedly been a devastating blow to Luo Qin. After resolving his doubts, Ling Yi immediately severed contact with the system, ignoring its shouting. Looking at Luo Qin, who sat on the ground, silent, his body trembling slightly, Ling Yi sighed deeply, his heart filled with sorrow for Luo Qin's plight. This disciple's childhood had been far more miserable than his own. He could sense the despair and pain Luo Qin felt. He had always endured a deep blood feud alone, with no family or friends to support him except for a younger sister who needed his care. The demise of the Luo family had stripped him of all support and sense of belonging. Now that you become my disciple, you're no longer a lone wolf. No matter what happens, I'd be standing behind you, Ling Yi said to himself. Time passed quickly. Luo Qin made no sound during the strengthening process, gritting his teeth and persevering the entire time. Looking at Luo Qin slowly opening his eyes, Ling Yi smiled faintly. Very good. You surpassed the standard of the first level of the strengthener. Come, continue awakening the dark energy within you. Luo Qin curiously took the black bead, his eyes filled with confusion. Master, how do I use this? Ling Yi condensed a dark energy ball in his hand. Seeing Luo Qin's astonishment, he said, after the apocalypse, the world's energy has changed. Humanity has also changed. Now it is basically divided into strengtheners, and those who have awakened superpowers. Being an enhancer is about improving your basic attributes, similar to the martial arts you practice, focusing on increasing your combat effectiveness. As long as you persist in pushing your limits, you can achieve this. Theoretically, everyone has the opportunity to become an enhancer. Becoming a superpower awakener, however, is not always possible. It requires the elemental energy within one's body to resonate with the elements of nature for a certain chance of awakening. Your dark energy has already surpassed the standard for a second-level awakener, but you lack the right opportunity, resulting in a persistent, unawakened state. This dark elemental bead is the trigger for your awakening. Once consumed, you will become a superpower enhancer, and your combat power will be dramatically increased. Luo Chen excitedly gazed at the dark bead in his hand, happily saying, "Thank you, master." He then swallowed it directly. Ling Yi looked up at the sky and felt a chilling aura approaching. The entire space was filled with dark energy. Moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a chill and unsettling light on the desolate, abandoned site. A chilling wind began to howl, bringing a chill and a sense of unease. A thick veil of darkness enveloped the site, as if concealing endless secrets and unknown powers. Suddenly, a dark beam of light erupted from Luo Chen's body, illuminating everything around him. The light emanated an eerie and terrifying aura, making one's scalp tingle. As the light spread, the darkness in the site gradually dissipated, replaced by a deep and mysterious fluctuation of dark energy. Amidst the dark light, Luo Chen's figure slowly emerged. His face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of incredible dark power. He extended his palm, and dark energy gathered at his fingertips, emitting bursts of cold aura. As his hands moved, the surrounding objects began to tremble, as if drawn by an invisible gravitational pull. The grass, trees, and gravel in the field began to tremble and tumble, sending clouds of dust flying in a chaotic scene. Dark energy, visible to the naked eye, swirled around Luo Chen's body like a snake, emitting a heart-pounding energy wave. The awakening of dark energy brought a powerful impact, leaving one feeling an indescribable power and fear. However, the scene was not all terror and darkness. Behind the awakening of dark abilities lay the deepest emotions and longings of a person. This awakening was a release of deep-seated pain and anxiety. Luo Chen was like a ghost in the darkness, his pupils a pitch black, his body blending perfectly with the darkness. If it weren't for Ling Yi's powerful perception, he would have been unable to detect him. The dark energy within Luo Chen's body continuously surged out, devouring the surrounding dark elements, his dark power steadily increasing. After a moment, Ling Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, unleashing a powerful and surging seventh-order aura, instantly dispersing the dark energy in the area. Luo Chen noticed the disappearance of the dark energy, and his dark pupils suddenly turned towards Ling Yi, revealing a greedy and bloodthirsty glint. Chapter 178. Ling Yi's brow furrowed, and he uttered a humph. Luo Chen felt his heart tremble, his throat rolling as a mouthful of blood spurted out. The dark energy within him instantly dissipated, returning to his body. Luo Chen's body slowly collapsed to the ground, his strength gone. His dark pupils gradually returned to normal. Ling Yi watched Luo Chen coughing up blood, his heart filled with fear and guilt. He squatted down and fed Luo Chen a potion of stamina, energy, and healing. Ling Yi gently patted Luo Chen's shoulder, his voice apologetic. "It's master's fault for getting you hurt." Luo Chen struggled to open his eyes, looking at Ling Yi with confusion and bewilderment. "Master, what happened to me just now? Why is my heart filled with a desire to kill?" His voice was tinged with fear and bewilderment. Ling Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then slowly began to explain, "Luo Chen, you were too impatient just now, absorbing an overload of dark energy and becoming attacked by it. This energy can distort the mind and create a desire for bloodshed. In the language of you warriors, it's called being possessed." Luo Chen's eyes widened, and he felt a surge of fear. When he was very young, he witnessed a member of his tribe brutally murder his wife and children due to possessiveness, completely disregarding his relatives. Ultimately, the tribe leader had him killed, as he might have harmed even more of the tribe. Ling Yi continued, "Don't worry, this isn't a genuine desire to kill. It's simply the dark energy at work, trying to control your body and actions." Ling Yi's voice was filled with comfort, fearing that this would leave a shadow in Luo Chen's heart, which would be greatly detrimental to his future cultivation. After listening to Ling Yi's explanation, Luo Chen's fear gradually dissipated, replaced by trust and gratitude for his master. "Thank you, master. If you hadn't stopped me in time, I might have done something against my conscience, something I regret for the rest of my life," Luo Chen said sincerely. Ling Yi smiled and shook his head. Don't thank me. As your master, if I could let something happen to you while I'm by your side, wouldn't that make me seem useless? Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be your strongest support. His voice was filled with determination and dominance, as if as long as he was there, no problem could be unsolvable. Luo Chen felt Ling Yi's warmth and care, knowing he was no longer alone. He had a master who truly cared for him, and would always be by his side. Master, I will strive to control my power and prevent the dark energy from invading my mind again, Luo Chen said solemnly. Ling Yi nodded, encouraging and admonishing, I believe you can do it. You are a strong and courageous person, and you will surely overcome the darkness within you, and become a truly powerful person. But remember, while you can be determined to pursue perfect strength, you must not increase your strength recklessly. A balance of work and rest, and gradual progress are the right path. The most important thing is to be clear about your goal. My goal is to make the Fong family pay for their blood debt. Luo Chen said bitterly. Is your goal so superficial? Even with their immense power, the Fong family is no match for a pebble on the side of the road. Ling Yi said disdainfully. Luo Chen looked up at Ling Yi, muttering to himself what Ling Yi had said. After a long pause, his eyes gleamed, and he said solemnly, Master, I understand. My goal is to follow closely in your footsteps and strive to become your foremost subordinate. Then, I will protect my sister and rebuild the Luo family in the future, so that she no longer has to wander and has a warm home of her own. You are a teachable child. Always remember what I said today. In the apocalypse, we pursue power not simply for our own selfish gain. When you can comfortably survive, you must find a way to create a safe haven for those important to you, Ling Yi said with a smile. Luo Chen suddenly asked, then what is Master's goal in pursuing ultimate power? Luo Chen's question prompted Ling Yi to ponder. He frowned slightly, then, after a moment's contemplation, slowly spoke, before, my answer would have been simple, to live well and ensure the lives of those close to me could be filled with joy and happiness. But now, as I learn more about the truth, I understand the immense and brutal threats and challenges I face. Naturally, my perspective has changed. Pursuing ultimate power means confronting all the evil forces behind it, thereby building a world of my own. Luo Chen's mouth dropped open after hearing Ling Yi's words. He hadn't expected his master's heart to be so noble, his ambition so immense, to want to build his own world. Luo Chen secretly admired him. Master's goal is to protect the survival and future of all mankind. Master knows that only with sufficient power can we withstand all threats and safeguard humanity's hope and dignity in this perilous and dark apocalyptic world. His pursuit of ultimate power isn't for personal gain, but rather to become a guardian and fight for humanity's future. Master, through his own hard work and pursuit, building upon his immense strength, hopes to provide a safe and stable environment for everyone, allowing them to live peaceful lives. Thus, Master's pursuit of ultimate power is to protect humanity's survival and dignity, to create a safe home where everyone can find hope and strength in the apocalypse. Master, I will always remember your words, fight for those dear to me, and for the future of humanity. I will diligently improve my strength and become the sword that will sweep away the obstacles in Master's path. In this life, I will follow Master's lead. Luo Chen passionately expressed his loyalty. Ling Yi was stunned by Luo Chen's sudden words. He thought to himself, when did I ever say I wanted to fight for the future of humanity? I'm not that noble. He had no idea that Luo Chen had extrapolated his ambiguous words, elevating his image countless times. He could practically be compared to a national hero or savior. Looking at Luo Chen's eyes, twinkling with admiration, Ling Yi felt his lips twitch. However, he didn't say anything, only narrowing his eyes and revealing a barely perceptible smile. Since Luo Chen had already portrayed him as a national hero or savior, he might as well make the best of it. At least he could give this child a lofty ideal. Chapter 179. After a while, Ling Yi took a deep breath and continued seriously, Luo Chen, you're right. To fight for the future of humanity, we must have a strong foundation of strength. We must not remain in imagination and fantasy. Instead, we must continuously strive and train to continuously improve our strength and achieve our ultimate dream. He fixed Luo Chen with a firm gaze, his tone revealing a resolute determination. Only by standing at the top can we realize our ambitions. Whether facing future challenges or protecting humanity's safety, we must possess sufficient strength and wisdom. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. He realized that becoming a truly powerful warrior was no easy task, and fighting alongside his master was even more difficult. But he did not retreat. Instead, he saw this ultimate goal as an opportunity, a chance to grow and surpass himself. Luo Chen clenched his fists, his attitude becoming serious and resolute. He said solemnly, Master, I will definitely work hard. No matter how many difficulties and hardships lie ahead, I will bravely forge ahead, constantly striving for progress and breakthroughs. Only in this way can I become Master's most capable assistant. Listening to Luo Chen's resolute words, Ling Yi's face twitched. He grumbled to himself, damn it. Have I overacted? I almost believed it myself. National hero? Savior? Get lost. Haha, I'm getting a bit off topic. Luo Chen, let's not talk about this anymore. Whatever weapon you prefer, I get you one to help you transition. Ling Yi didn't want to continue boasting, fearing he'd vomit. Luo Chen finally calmed down and said, the Luo family inherited the art of double-edged short blades, so we've been using double-edged short weapons since childhood. Double-edged short blades? Ling Yi muttered, then began searching the system space and his ring, but couldn't find any weapons that met his requirements. They were all ordinary daggers, certainly commonplace in Ling Yi's eyes, but in the hands of others, they would be top-tier equipment. Finally, Ling Yi entered the forging interface and asked the system for help. System, come out. I want to forge an attribute weapon. What? Forge an attribute weapon. The system appeared instantly, its tone filled with surprise, meaning attribute points were about to be credited. Any special requirements? For example, style, length, attribute effects, etc., the system asked cheerfully. This question stunned Ling Yi, who then asked, Luo Chen, do you have any weapon requirements? Style, size, etc.? Luo Chen blinked, his face brimming with curiosity. Could it possibly be forged on the spot? But he still spoke his mind one by one. Well, can it be forged as he says? As for the materials, you can choose them yourself. Use the best. Ling Yi instructed the system. Absolutely no problem, my host. I help you design it now. There's only one type of steel, nothing to pick. Zombie spine can be mixed in for extra hardness. Queen bee sting, that's good, with paralysis and toxin effects. Add a dark elemental bead, it perfectly complements this kid's dark abilities and increases affinity. The system began to mutter to itself, tossing the selected materials one by one onto the forging table. After a long pause, the system happily announced, all right. Everything's designed. The host only needs to provide the attribute points, and we can begin crafting. We guarantee a 3-second shipment. How many attribute points? Ling Yi asked. Not many, just 2,000. The system's voice dropped noticeably. Ling Yi was stunned by the system's response. He couldn't help but curse, 2,000 attribute points? Why don't you just go grab it? Once this weapon is released, all the attribute points I worked so hard to accumulate will be reduced to less than 500. His voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction, clearly irritated by the system's deceptive behavior. Ling Yi felt as if all his hard-earned attribute points had been snatched away in an instant, and he felt filled with endless regret and resentment. He sighed dramatically, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Oh system, I can't help but wonder if you're deliberately exorbitantly asking for a price. 2,000 attribute points is enough to level up 2 levels. That's simply an astronomical figure. Taking so many attribute points for just a simple word from you is a bit excessive. Without waiting for the system to argue, Ling Yi deliberately emphasized his tone, a hint of frustration in his voice. Guess I have to reconsider. I might as well not forge it at all. I just use other weapons instead. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I find the equipment I want. I haven't seen the effects of this weapon yet. Is it worth so many attribute points? If I don't like it after forging it, I lose a lot of money. Ling Yi's words were tinged with teasing and resignation. He wasn't truly angry, but rather hoped to use a retreat to gain an advantage in the system. He wouldn't give the system a penny if he could give it even one less attribute point. When the system heard Ling Yi say he wouldn't forge them, it was furious and quickly explained, you know my authority is limited. I done my best to keep the price as low as possible. This pair of daggers is absolutely worth the money. First, this weapon is meticulously designed, possessing extraordinary power and unique abilities. It can unleash powerful dark energy, a true superpower in combat, allowing it to easily handle any situation. Second, the daggers possess the ability to self-evolve. With accumulated battles, they will continuously improve their capabilities, gradually displaying even greater power and special skills. This means you can grow with the weapon, constantly pushing your limits, without having to switch weapons, just like your blood demon. Furthermore, this pair of daggers possesses a special effect that can interact with the little guy's body. The dark energy on the zombies fuses together, making their attacks even more powerful and swift, while also offering excellent concealment. So, with so many special features, it only costs 2,000 attribute points. What a stealth deal, right? Just think about it. With a pair of powerful weapons that last a lifetime, this little guy's strength will increase exponentially. Earning back your attribute points is just as easy as earning 4,000 for a regular zombie. Isn't that a piece of cake? Believe me, anything the system produces is top-notch. Once you possess this pair of weapons, this little guy will become invincible on the battlefield, easily handling any enemy or challenge. While it may seem like a high initial cost, the unique features of this weapon are definitely worth it. The rewards in the end are also plentiful. You won't regret choosing it. Chapter 180. Listening to the system's boastful boasting, Ling Yi was completely speechless. Its thirst for attribute points was incurable. Its every move now resembled that of a profiteer, eager to consume every last one of Ling Yi's attribute points. But after careful consideration, Ling Yi concluded that if the unique features of this pair of short blades were truly, as the system described, then this would be a truly worthwhile deal. Based on the description, they were indeed a pair of extremely powerful and unique weapons, so it was understandable that they would require a significant number of attribute points to craft. Although it would cost a bit, if Luo Chen possessed this pair of weapons, and could be of some use in battle, then overall, it was still a good deal. Thinking of this, Ling Yi sighed and feigned annoyance, saying, I trust you this time, so let's forge it this way. If I find it doesn't match your instructions, don't expect me to spend another attribute point next time. Rest assured, I won't let you down. I start the forging function now. The system responded with joy. Seeing Ling Yi standing motionless, Luo Chen could only wait patiently, not pressing him. Luo Chen, here are these short blades for you. See if you like them? Ling Yi suddenly held a pair of dark short blades in his hands. Luo Chen's eyes lit up as he took the weapons. The style of these short blades was exactly as he had just described. He excitedly pulled the blades from their sheaths. They were exactly as he had imagined, even more exquisite in some details than he had imagined. Master, you are truly amazing. You can forge weapons from thin air. Luo Chen explained in admiration from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yi simply smiled. Go and see if you're comfortable with it. This weapon's power is truly not to be underestimated. However, you must remember that the weapon is only one part of the battle. Your own strength and skill are more important. Luo Chen nodded, then ran to the side and began practicing. He felt the weapon tightly connected to his palm, its dark energy seamlessly blending with it, as if it had become a part of his body. As Luo Chen began practicing, his movements were fluid and powerful, each one imbued with force and precision. It was clear to anyone who saw him that he had a solid foundation. Look! This little guy loves it. Now look at the power. Now you know I wasn't kidding. The system said with a smug look. Ling Yi slapped his head. He had forgotten to disconnect from the system. The system, sensing this, knew something was amiss, and quickly shouted, Don't rush me back. You must be wanting to train this little guy now. I have a way, a very good one. Ling Yi paused, narrowing his eyes as he spoke, to make a long story short. Have you forgotten about the dungeon function? It's been so long, and you haven't even looked at it. A small investment for a big payout, a huge profit, and you're completely unconcerned. The system's face was filled with resentment. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, as if he'd truly forgotten about this function. Thanks for the reminder. I try it out later, Ling Yi said calmly. No thanks. No thanks. Remember to use more attribute points. Hey! Don't be like that. You're destroying your bridges after crossing them. Ling Yi severed the connection with the system, driving it mad. Dungeon function? I really need to try it out. Luo Chen, come here. Ling Yi shouted. Master, what are your instructions? Luo Chen came running over excitedly upon hearing this. Master, I'm planning to send you somewhere for some training and familiarize you with the weapon's capabilities. Interested? Ling Yi asked with a smile. Disciple will follow Master's instructions. Luo Chen said respectfully. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction and activated the dungeon function. The dungeon function has been activated. Please specify a username and pay 100 attribute points. Only system members can use it. A stiff, mechanical voice echoed, making Ling Yi scratch his ears. It was too jarring. It wasn't the system itself. They're so half-baked. I was shocked. Ling Yi shook his head and complained. Ling Yi filled in Luo Chen's name, then deducted 100 attribute points, and waited for the dungeon function to activate. User, Luo Chen. Identity confirmed. The dungeon will begin soon. As the mechanical voice finished, Ling Yi saw Luo Chen, standing before him, suddenly vanish without a trace. Someone who didn't know would think it was teleportation. Ling Yi's mouth twitched, bewildered by the operation. The dungeon has been successfully activated. After the mission is completed, the user will be teleported back to the location where it was activated. Does the host need to continue to activate the dungeon? The mechanical voice inquired. Since he had nothing else to do, Ling Yi wanted to see what the secrets of this dungeon function were. So he filled in his name and paid 100 attribute points. Ling Yi felt as if his body was enveloped by a strange energy, and then he appeared in an unfamiliar space. Welcome to Challenge the Dungeon. There are 3 mission modes to choose from. 1. Random Mission Mode. 2. Random Battle Mode. 3. Infinite Survival Mode. Please specify a mode for the mission. Please provide a detailed introduction to the 3 modes. Ling Yi asked. Sorry, please experience each mode on your own. No explanation or tips will be provided for the dungeon function. The mechanical voice replied emotionlessly. Ling Yi blinked, speechless. After waiting for a long while, with no further action from the mechanical voice, Ling Yi muttered to himself, it seems like just a program, an old antique, a defective product. I choose random mission mode. Ling Yi chose the first one directly. After all, he could figure out the differences by trying them out slowly. Host, would you like to increase the reward level? 100 attribute points per attempt, with a maximum of 3 additional attempts. This is a host-only feature. Other users do not have this privilege. The mechanical voice asked. Ling Yi, The mechanical voice continued, Host, would you like to increase the reward level? Didn't you say you wouldn't provide any introductions? You're so persistent in demanding attribute points. I can't help but suspect you and the system are colluding to defraud me of my attribute points. 3 chances at most? I only have 309 attribute points. Even if you have 4, it's useless. You're setting me a trap, but I won't fall for it. What can you do to me? Ling Yi roared angrily. Mechanical voice, Start the dungeon. Stop dilly-dallying. Ling Yi urged the mechanical voice when it didn't respond. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement, which made Ling Yi irritated. What's going on? Not giving attribute points? Are they going on strike? Since this is the host's first time using the dungeon function, after 3 additional rewards, you have a 100% chance of obtaining the ultimate exclusive skill. You only have 1 chance. Do you want to give up? The mechanical voice asked, still calmly. Ling Yi, Chapter 181. Ling Yi was completely depressed. He felt the urge to exit the dungeon immediately. This thing was clearly designed to drain all his attribute points. I add 3 times, okay? Hurry and open the dungeon for me. Ling Yi roared like a gambler. 300 attribute points have been deducted. 3 additional rewards have been added. I wish the host successful completion of the dungeon mission and the ultimate grand prize. Friendly reminder, if the mission fails, there will be no reward, and the attribute points will not be refunded. The mechanical voice said neatly. You already cheated me. What's the point of my warning? Ling Yi's roar hadn't ended when his figure flashed and appeared in another dimension. Dungeon mission name. Finding the Vanishing Shadow. The challenger's strength has been detected as being at the early 6th level. Enemies in this dungeon will be no stronger than the 7th level. I wish the challenger victory. Ling Yi was stunned after hearing the mission description, thinking to himself, early 6th level. Isn't this the data I sealed? Sure enough, the system can't detect my added attributes. Is this a bug? Whatever. It's foolish not to take advantage of an opportunity. Isn't it wonderful to be able to easily clear the dungeon? Trying to cheat me out of my attribute points? I make you lose everything. Ling Yi's thoughts returned, and he began to survey the space he was in. He grumbled, no clues at all. Where do I even begin? What unfolded before him was a mysterious and magnificent environment. There was no sense of falsehood. The solid stone pavement beneath his feet, the gentle breeze in the air, everything was exactly as it was in real life. At this moment, Ling Yi was in a vast cavern. The ceiling was inlaid with an unknown purple glowing stone, emitting a soft light that illuminated the entire cavern. Everything within the cave seemed ancient and mysterious, and the air was filled with a lingering scent of decay. Ling Yi could clearly sense strands of evil thread encircling his body. If he hadn't used his light-based abilities to create a protective layer, these visible threads would have already penetrated his body. The cave floor was paved with smooth stone, each stone engraved with strange runes and patterns. When Ling Yi stepped onto these stones, he could feel a mysterious force coursing through the space, as if it were alive. To one side of the cave, a wide river flowed slowly, its waters a deep, dark green, emitting an eerie green glow. The riverbanks were dotted with all sorts of exotic plants and bizarrely shaped flowers, blooming in vibrant colors, tempting one to pick them. The entire stone passage was over 100 meters long, and at its end was a massive stone gate, engraved with mysterious runes, with a three-dimensional skull statue in its center. Ling Yi paused, gazing at the stone door, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He knew that only by passing through this door could he continue on and pursue the clues to his mission. Just as Ling Yi reached the middle of the passage, the dark green river began to bubble ceaselessly, as if something were swimming. Suddenly, with a splash, a pitch-black monster leaped from the river. Its massive body, its skin gleaming like steel, its mouth bared sharp teeth. A deep growl emanated from its mouth. Its two enormous eyes, filled with bloodthirst, fixed their gaze on Ling Yi. Mid-stage, sixth stage. Ling Yi cried out, instantly bracing himself for battle. The blood-slaying long sword behind him soared into the air, hovering above his head, its tip pointed directly at the monster's head. The monster growled, pawing the ground with its front claws. It suddenly lunged at Ling Yi, its bloody mouth gaping as if ready to devour him whole. Ling Yi quickly retreated, easily dodging the attack. With a flick of his left hand, the blood evil flew straight for one of the monster's large eyes, but was easily swatted away by the creature's claws. Ling Yi seized the opportunity to unleash a series of wind blades, enveloping the monster's entire body. However, the aquatic monster was incredibly powerful, its defenses astonishing. It allowed the wind blades to rain down like raindrops, focusing solely on attacking Ling Yi. The blood evil circled the monster, searching for opportunities to strike, but its hard skin deflected its attacks, and its supernatural powers were easily neutralized by the monster. Damn it! You're so thick-skinned, forcing me to attack you two fools! Ling Yi cursed, leaping forward, and the blood evil landed squarely in his grasp. A red light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes, and his mental power locked onto one of the monster's eyes. Blade slash. Ling Yi's figure flashed, slashing out like a bolt of lightning, a dazzling red light streaking through the air. Then, the monster let out a deafening roar, and bright red blood streamed from its eyes, clearly blinded. However, it didn't collapse, instead charging madly, attempting to crush Ling Yi to a pulp. Great opportunity. Ling Yi swung his blood evil blade with all his might. A spiral of red light, like a giant drill, flew towards the monster's roaring mouth. Puff! With a loud thud, the blood evil flew out of the back of the monster's head, leaving a bloody hole the size of a bowl. Watching the monster collapse, Ling Yi wiped away the non-existent sweat and muttered, "It seems my attack method is still too monotonous. Taking care of ordinary zombies is a piece of cake, but facing higher-level ones, I'm a bit stretched." Ling Yi gazed at the collapsed monster, and suddenly exclaimed softly. He discovered the system had recovered some of the monster's resources. That's not bad. Besides the final reward, there's also some unexpected gains. Ling Yi walked around the monster's corpse, and continued to the stone gate. Nothing else happened. It seemed the first stage was that monster. If my actual level wasn't already above level 7, dealing with this monster would be quite a hassle. With the dungeon setup, I have to be really careful to get the final reward. I might end up in a ditch. Ling Yi thought silently, as he gazed at the giant skull. Just as Ling Yi was stunned, the skull on the stone gate suddenly began to move with a click. Click! Sound, startling him so much that he quickly took a few steps back. You damn human! How dare you trespass into the Shadow King's quiet place? You will remain here forever, a loyal servant of the Shadow King. The skull uttered a piercing sound. Ling Yi curled his lips, raised his hand, and swung his knife, splitting the skull in half. He then kicked the stone door open, cursing, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm just here to clear a dungeon, not a local. Why are you showing off to me?" As soon as Ling Yi stepped through the stone door, the scene before him changed dramatically. Chapter 182. Ling Yi entered a gloomy and eerie cemetery, permeated by a thick aura of death. As Ling Yi continued forward, the ground around him began to tremble, as if something were breaking out from beneath the earth. Suddenly, a group of skeletons emerged from the ground. Their bodies had decayed, leaving only skeletons, yet they emanated an endless dark power. The skeletons' eye sockets were hollow and deep, emitting a cold light, as if announcing the coming of death. This version switches a bit too fast, directly using skeletons. It really feels like a game. Let's all attack them together. I'm in a hurry. Ling Yi muttered to himself. The skeletons wore tattered armor, and wielded rusty weapons. Their hollow eye sockets revealed a cold and dead silence. As more and more skeletons emerged from the ground, they began to charge towards Ling Yi from all directions, roaring and clacking. The scene was extremely eerie. Ling Yi's eyes flashed red, and he sneered, "Humph. A bunch of third-level scum. No matter how many more come, they just die again." The first wave of skeletons had already approached Ling Yi, brandishing their weapons and emitting piercing roars. With a flick of his finger, Ling Yi unsheathed the bloody evil blade. In a flash of light, the ugly skeletons fell one after another. But more skeletons surrounded him. They showed no concern for their own deaths, charging fearlessly and relentlessly. The bloody evil blade slithered among the skeletons, like a spirited snake, each strike carrying boundless force, shattering the skeletons into bone dust that drifted all around on the wind. Ling Yi, drawing on his various supernatural powers, unleashed blazing fireballs with a flick of his hand, burning the skeletons to ash. He also unleashed lightning, water dragons, and wind blades, capable of instantly crushing a large group of skeletons. However, the skeletons were numerous, constantly pouring in, seemingly endless and unstoppable. Though they posed no threat to Ling Yi, the constant, intense release of supernatural powers was still unbearable. Blades slash. With a single strike, countless red threads swept in all directions. Then, a series of crackling sounds echoed across the field, and the skeletons were reduced to piles of bone fragments, scattering across the ground. At that moment, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive skeleton before Ling Yi. Tall and mighty, it wielded a massive, chipped axe, emanating a powerful dark energy. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, and he muttered, "Another level 6. But he remained undaunted, standing with his sword in hand, quietly awaiting the attack. The massive undead skeleton stalked, roaring at Ling Yi. It strode forward, swinging its massive axe and slashing fiercely at him. Bang! Ling Yi, holding his sword with both hands, struggled to block the blow. The sword and axe clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The immense impact only caused Ling Yi to stumble backward, while the massive undead skeleton was flung several meters away. Ling Yi chuckled, "The nearly 4 tons of weight I carry isn't for nothing. Now, let me show you my strength." Ling Yi held his sword with both hands, concentrating all his strength on the blood evil, and then swiftly charged at the massive skeleton. As they were about to meet, he stomped his feet on the ground, leaving a deep pit, and his body soared into the sky. He raised the bloody long sword high above his head, and chopped it down, with all his strength, at the head of the huge skeleton undead. Watching the other party swinging his great axe to block, Ling Yi's lips curled slightly, and he muttered to himself, "How can a mindless undead like you ever compare to human wisdom and cunning?" Ling Yi flung his bloody longsword forward, then stomped his feet heavily onto the thick axe blade. A single boom was heard, and dust billowed, enveloping the entire area. As the dust cleared, the massive skeleton undead's body had noticeably shrunk. Its legs were deeply buried in the ground, and it could only swing its great sword in vain, roaring incessantly at Ling Yi, who was not far away. "Compete with me in strength, and I crush you." Ling Yi smiled faintly, then swung his right hand. With lightning speed, the bloody longsword flashed through the air, a dazzling red light, delivering the final blow. A blood-red blade pierced the darkness, slicing through the neck of the massive undead skeleton, leaving only the headless skeleton fixed to the ground. The skull rolled to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The battle ended, and the catacombs returned to tranquility. Ling Yi stood before the undead skeleton, gently stroking the blade of the blood demon. His eyes filled with joy, and he muttered, "I killed 2 level 6 enemies. Is this an advancement? What a strange feeling." Ling Yi observed the blood demon in his hand. The enchanting blood-red color deepened, and the blade grew sharper. "The realm of sword energy," Ling Yi muttered, closing his eyes, and carefully absorbing the knowledge of the realm of sword energy in his mind. He could feel an energy that belonged to no element flowing through his body, slowly converging towards his dantian and swirling slowly. Ling Yi slowly began to comprehend the profound meaning of the sword energy, sensing the power and murderous intent within. As time passed, he gradually absorbed the perception of the sword energy realm. A fierce aura emanated from him, and his eyes flashed with a sharp red light. The blood-evil sword in his hand also began to transform. Blood-red lines surged across the blade, and the blade shone with an enchanting light, as if it could cut through anything in the world. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes, their gaze gleaming with surprise. He sensed the essence of the sword energy realm, and with the help of the system, he had fully mastered it. Ling Yi wielded the blood-evil sword in his hand, and the sword energy swirled like a tornado, stirring up gusts of wind. He moved with lightning speed, darting through the cemetery. Each swing of the sword unleashed a stream of blood-red sword energy, slicing the dilapidated tombstones into shreds. Ling Yi took a deep breath and silently praised, as expected of the realm of sword energy, it's truly extraordinary in power and exceptionally domineering. I can now more keenly sense the flow and changes of sword energy, capturing minute details and variations, and gaining a deeper understanding of the principles governing its operation. The joy surging within Ling Yi filled him with immense excitement. He was filled with anticipation and longing for the future. He looked forward to what surprises Blood Evil's next advancement would bring him. Ling Yi knew full well that Blood Evil's advancement would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the essence and profound meaning of the sword, thereby allowing him to wield even greater power. Chapter 183. Come on, my old friend, let's see who the Shadow King is, Ling Yi said with a smile, gently caressing Shui Sha. Looking up at the end of the cemetery, there stood a dilapidated ancient castle. The gate was covered in rubble, the hollow entrance, like a demon's bloody maw, so deep it filled one with a sense of dread. Moss and vines grew on the crumbling stone walls, as if to tell the story of a former glory lost. Ling Yi walked into the castle, stepping on the broken bones. A chilling aura filled the air. The dim blue torches illuminated the dilapidated hall. The ground was littered with rubble and dust. The exquisite murals on the surrounding walls had been corroded and blurred, leaving only a few chaotic lines and grayish colors. A faint smile played on Ling Yi's lips, as if he were on a tour. As he journeyed deeper into the castle, the dust-covered, cobweb-covered rooms grew darker and more desolate. Time and weather had eroded the walls beyond recognition, leaving only remnants of drooping plaster, a poignant reminder of the relentless passage of time. The rooms were littered with worn furniture and utensils, and one could almost hear the cries and sobs of those who once lived here, a chilling feeling. Everything spoke of a once luxurious place, but now, only desolation and silence remained. When Ling Yi reached the castle's rooftop, he saw no mountains or forests, only the cemetery where he had once been. The castle towers were tilted, as if poised to collapse at any moment. If all this were reality, this dark, dilapidated castle must have once been a place brimming with life and energy, but now it's a deserted, dilapidated ruin. Its former glory has become a thing of the past, leaving only lingering traces and memories. Ling Yi seemed to have forgotten he was in a dungeon, and began to lament the scene he saw. A person's life is like this castle. No matter how glorious it may have been in the past, it will eventually become dust in history. We often miss someone because of their past existence or deeds. And we forget someone precisely because of our past hatred and resentment towards them. Time is the cruelest existence in this world. It turns glory into history. It turns the future into a luxury. It makes fate fluctuate. We always feel that time is insufficient, but after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the passing of seasons, we realize that fate's arrangements are nonsense. Everything seems. There's an invisible hand controlling everything. A person's life ultimately begins with a journey to destruction, an endless cycle of rebirth and rebirth. The glorious past will eventually become dust in history. Ling Yi seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps speaking to someone else. However, apart from him, there was no one else here. The scene was extremely eerie. You seem to have been crushed by the wheels of time, your temper completely gone. But I still struggle for my own destiny. Because I have always firmly believed, my fate is in my own hands. Ling Yi said calmly, a smile curling his lips. However, the surroundings remained silent, and no one responded to Ling Yi's words. After a long pause, Ling Yi slapped his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Damn it. I almost forgot I was in a dungeon, chatting with a non-existent, imaginary character. Hey! Stop hiding. Come out and fight. I'm in a hurry." Silence remained, with only Ling Yi's voice echoing through the empty castle. "Damn it! How long do you want to hide in my shadow? I'm going to force you out, right?" Ling Yi said, looking down at his own shadow. "How did you know I was in your shadow?" Just as Ling Yi finished his words, a dark figure, like a ghost, floated up from Ling Yi's shadow. "The mission is to find the missing shadow. I searched the entire castle, and can't find anyone. What do you think I guess? All right. Enough of the nonsense. Use whatever tricks you have. Bring out those hidden ghosts for a fight. I'm waiting for the reward so I can leave this damn place," Ling Yi said calmly. "A hellish place?" "Yes. It's a hellish place now. Its former glory is gone, leaving only a cemetery housing the undead, and the old castle, housing ghosts and me. You are powerful and intelligent. These ghosts are the people who once lived in the castle, my family and my people. They have been killed over and over again, by countless people over countless years. Forget today, even I might not be your match. Why make them feel the pain of death again, even though they're already accustomed to it? the shadow said quietly. Ling Yi was stunned by this, then asked in surprise, "Do you have your own thoughts?" "Not just a set of data. To everyone else who arrives here, I'm just a piece of data, a fictional character for them to practice with. But you're different. From the moment you stepped into the castle, I sensed you were different from everyone who came before you." The dark figure drifted slowly to Ling Yi's side, facing the nearby cemetery. Although Ling Yi couldn't see his face, he could sense his intentions. "Curious about what's different about me?" Ling Yi smiled faintly. "What makes you different is the richer and more complex emotions revealed in your eyes. Unlike those who have come to the castle before, whose gazes are filled with only greed, I will quickly be besieged by ghosts. Even if they manage to survive, I will not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. From the moment you entered the castle, I could sense the desire for power in your eyes, but even more pronounced was sadness and emotion. This display of emotion intrigued me, because you came not just for the pursuit of power, but also with deep inner pain and confusion. Especially what you said after discovering me. It wasn't just a conversation, but a reflection of your true feelings. You refuse to be bound, to be controlled by fate. Deep down, you desire complete freedom, forever unfettered by shackles. Your words resonate strangely with me. The reflections on life, and the hopes for the future you reveal are exactly what I once longed for. We are of the same kind, both yearning to break free from constraints and pursue freedom and our own power." The shadow's voice was a little ethereal. "The skull called you Shadow King before. It seems that you were once a glorious existence. I just don't know why you failed and became the final boss in this copy." Ling Yi asked curiously. Chapter 184. The Shadow King pointed inside the castle, then floated forward. "Go in, sit down, and talk. My past is so long ago, I can't remember much of it, even my own name. I need to think carefully." Ling Yi shrugged and followed the Shadow King back into the castle's main hall. He found a comfortable spot and sat down, ready to listen to the Shadow King's story. The Shadow King floated quietly in the air, facing the throne in the center of the hall. Ling Yi didn't interrupt him. Just those few words, from someone who couldn't even remember his own name, filled him with a sense of awe and awe. Ling Yi waited quietly, while the Shadow King remained lost in his memories. A mysterious atmosphere permeated the castle, as if every corner held countless stories and secrets, waiting for the Shadow King to unveil them. After a while, the Shadow King finally spoke. He began to recount his past glory and honor, and the years that had passed. His voice was deep and magnetic, each word carrying a magical power that completely absorbed Ling Yi into his story. The Shadow King had once lived in this castle, experiencing countless adventures and challenges, and met many incredible people. No one could have imagined that this now dilapidated castle had once been a symbol of a whole other world. The Shadow King's story filled Ling Yi with both shock and admiration. He had once experienced glory and honor, but ultimately, he had become a dust cloud in history. Just like himself now, he was constantly advancing on the path of power, and one day he would reach the pinnacle. But how long would the glory and splendor of that time last? "I'm sorry to bring back such cruel memories." Ling Yi could deeply sense the loneliness and longing deep within the Shadow King. "No, I should thank you. Your presence has given me hope, and your words are comforting. On the path to power, everyone will experience ups and downs and challenges, but with perseverance and courage, you will surely reach the summit and enjoy your own glory and splendor. Imagine standing atop the peak, overlooking the entire world. You will feel an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and pride. All your efforts and struggles will be remembered, and your name will become a legend. However, glory and splendor are not eternal. Just like me now, even the most glorious history will eventually be lost to time. If you hadn't awakened my remaining desire, my yearning for freedom, I might still be sinking in this dimension," the Shadow King said with deep emotion. "By the way, you haven't told me why I'm trapped in this dungeon?" Ling Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. The Shadow King only talked about his history, but never explained how he became the boss. "Humph. This is all the work of the controller of the mechanical star. When I was in life-threatening danger, he sent people to help, promising to save my plane. But he tricked me here and imprisoned me, turning it into a training ground." The Shadow King's tone was filled with resentment. Ling Yi was startled by the Shadow King's words. The mastermind behind all this was actually the boss behind the system. "So you were once a plane controller?" Ling Yi asked. "Yes, I control a plane dominated by undead creatures, but now all that's left is this cemetery and castle," the Shadow King said sadly. "According to you, can we understand that low-level plane controllers are simply toyed with by higher-level ones?" Ling Yi asked a question that had always remained unanswered. "Your question is profound, which is why I say you're clever. If I had that same way of thinking, I wouldn't have fallen so far. To be precise, low-level plane controllers are, to a certain extent, toyed with by higher-level ones. In the plane hierarchy, higher-level plane controllers possess greater power and more maddening ambitions. They can manipulate and influence the development and operation of lower-level planes. Just like in a game of chess, high-level players can easily manipulate lower-level players, anticipating and exploiting their opponent's actions to achieve their ultimate goals. So, in the plane hierarchy, high-level plane controllers are more powerful than higher-level ones. Controllers can exploit the resources and power of lower planes. Once they consumed everything they need, your existence becomes meaningless. They search for the next newcomer with the opportunity to become a plane controller. The fact that you arrived here means your plane is facing a life-or-death struggle. And you, the newcomer the mechanical heart controller is preparing to support, are waiting for you to become a plane controller. Then, they manipulate you into providing them with resources until your plane is completely depleted. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Yi's forehead. As he suspected, the conspiracy behind this was truly profound. If he only greedily pursued power, constantly using the system's assistance to upgrade it, his control over himself would grow stronger, until he completely controlled himself. Ling Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fortunately, he noticed something was wrong and took precautions in time, otherwise he would have ended up like Shadow King. Suddenly, Ling Yi frowned and asked doubtfully, "According to you, becoming a plane controller is a real pitfall. After all, there are 9 levels above. A mere level 1 is only meant to be exploited. Then what's the point of the ultimate power we seek?" "You're wrong. This doesn't mean that low-level plane controllers are completely without autonomy and value. Each plane has its own unique characteristics. Even low-level planes have their own independent ecosystems and development paths. Low-level plane controllers can continuously improve their strength and status through their own efforts and wisdom, thereby ascending to higher levels and escaping the fate of being manipulated. So, don't feel discouraged or helpless because of the pressure from high-level plane controllers. Instead, view this situation as a challenge and opportunity, motivating you to strive for greater strength and seek opportunities for continuous breakthroughs. Only through continuous growth and progress can you gain greater autonomy and influence within the plane hierarchy, the Shadow King counseled and encouraged. Alas! Looking at your current appearance and in listening to what you said, I always feel a chill in my heart. If it were really that easy to upgrade, you wouldn't be trapped in this dungeon and serve as a sparring partner." Ling Yi sighed, feeling that Shadow King's words were not reliable at all. Chapter 185. If I could see the Shadow King's expression, it would surely be quite remarkable. The entire castle suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, the Shadow King continued, "My failure is inevitable, but your future journey has not yet begun. You have plenty of opportunities to escape your fate of being controlled. Think of those high-level controllers who reigned supreme. How did they reach that level? Didn't they start from the first level and gradually climb to higher levels? You must learn to survive in the cracks, but remember, don't trust any high-level controller. Otherwise, you will be enslaved or destroyed." Ling Yi nodded in agreement. He always viewed things and people with skepticism, never trusting anyone easily. For example, he listened to the Shadow King's words with a skeptical attitude. Who knows if this was a trap set by the system or the controller of the mechanical heart? What Ling Yi wanted now was to learn more about the unknown, to pave the way for the distant future, so he wouldn't be completely clueless when the time comes. "So what methods do you think are needed to quickly upgrade your plane world? Or are there any shortcuts?" Ling Yi asked. "Yes, in 2 words, invasion. Learn the tactics of high-level controllers, constantly plunder the resources of other planes, and enslave those who control them for your own use. Only by being ruthless and reckless can one protect one's own plane and quickly advance. Remember, no matter what the situation, where there are interests, there will be conflicts. If you don't invade others, you will be invaded by them." The Shadow King's words were filled with murderous intent. Ling Yi's pupils narrowed, and then he chuckled, "Shadow King, your idea is truly unique and cruel. Invading other planes and enslaving their controllers is indeed a very bold strategy. After all, only by being ruthless can one protect one's own plane and rapidly advance, a point I completely understand. However, I would also like to remind you that, as you said, interests will lead to conflicts. If you choose to invade others, it is very likely to provoke resistance and retaliation from other planes. After all, peaceful coexistence is also a very important principle. Perhaps, while protecting our own plane, we can also achieve a win-win situation through cooperation and communication? You are still too kind. If you continue like this, You will only be enslaved and never be able to rise again. However, everyone has different ideas and methods. What I have explained is only my opinion. If you insist on a peaceful strategy, I fully understand. After all, every plane has its own choices and development paths. Whatever path you choose, I wish you can achieve your goal and become a powerful and influential controller. Shadow King said after a moment's silence. Alright. Thank you so much for sharing so much unknown knowledge. I wasted so much time, and it's time for me to leave. Shadow King, go ahead. I'm still thinking about the reward. Ling Yi stood up, dusting off his heavy armor. There's no need for us to fight anymore. I have a favor to ask. Shadow King's voice trembled. Tell me, what can I do for you? Ling Yi asked in surprise. I hope you can get me out of here. Shadow King said. Take you out of this dungeon? Are you kidding? Do I have that ability? Ling Yi asked doubtfully. Yes, I can merge with your shadow, and you can get me out of this hellhole. The Shadow King seemed excited, as if he had already seen the outside world. Oh! So how do we do that? If I can really take you out, I'm happy to help. Ling Yi asked, blinking. It's simple. As long as you relax, I can pass through your body and slowly merge with your shadow, becoming one. That way, we can leave this place undetected, the Shadow King explained excitedly. So it's that simple. I'm really curious. Why did so many people come in before, but no one was willing to help you? Ling Yi said with a subtle smile. Those people are too weak, and their hearts aren't as kind as yours. Can we start now? I can't wait to get out and see the world. The Shadow King urged. As you wish. Ling Yi's words had barely left his mouth when, with a swish, the bloody blade pierced the Shadow King's chest. The unsuspecting Shadow King was struck through the heart, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. You. Why? Ling Yi's lips twitched slightly, and he spoke slowly. I never trusted you from the beginning. While most of what you said was true, there were some things that made me suspicious. It wasn't until you asked me to take you away that I was convinced you were lying. Gently withdrawing the bloody blade, Ling Yi looked at the slowly collapsing Shadow King and shook his head. You knew I was able to enter this dungeon because you were being manipulated by the controller of the mechanical heart. You weren't the least bit concerned about whether I was already enslaved, and you just kept promising me big things. You're still trying to merge with my shadow? I see you're trying to merge with my body. Your ultimate goal isn't to enslave me, so I can become your vehicle for escape. The Shadow King's body slowly dissipated into nothingness, and a drop of crystal clear, pitch-black liquid appeared on the ground. Ling Yi noticed this strange sight, curiously crouched down, and gently touched it with his finger. Unexpectedly, the liquid fused directly with his finger and vanished instantly. Damn it! Curiosity kills the cat. Could I really be possessed by the Shadow King? Ling Yi twitched his fingers in fear, almost wanting to cut them off. But after a moment, Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, and he froze in shock. Memories of the Shadow King kept flashing through his mind. They were essentially the same as before, all depicting him ruling the plane of existence. Even the incident of being tricked into this dungeon was real. A real existence. What excited Ling Yi the most was that he had obtained the Shadow King's most powerful skill, Shadow Clone. As long as he was strong enough, he could create an infinite number of shadows. Each Shadow Clone possessed 10% of the original's power. By simply allocating a trace of the original's mental energy, it could move and fight on its own. Imagine, Ling Yi could dispatch multiple Shadow Clones simultaneously to carry out various missions and battles. Whether exploring unknown territories or confronting enemies, he could easily lay siege and defeat them. The only thing that bothered Ling Yi was that the Shadow Clones were too weak, only 10% of the original's power. Without Ling Yi's original strength, they could only perform menial tasks and, in combat, serve as cannon fodder. Chapter 186. It's better than nothing. As long as I'm strong enough, sooner or later, these Shadow Clones will be of great use. Ling Yi consoled himself. Just as Ling Yi was checking himself for potential dangers, he suddenly noticed a change in his attribute panel. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked, but the sight of it startled him. Host, Ling Yi. Occupation, Esper Enhancer, Level 6 sealed. Attribute points, 1599. Strength plus, 6000, plus 2690, Defense plus, 6000, plus 2570, Speed plus, 6000, plus 2812, Spirit plus, 6000, plus 2980, Gold, 4589. Wood, 2500. Water, 2500. Fire, 2500. Earth, 3000. Wind, 2500. Ice, 2,500. Thunder, 2,500. Light, 2,500. Dark, 2,500. Holy crap. What's going on? My attributes have increased by over 1,000. Base stats plus the bonuses are almost reaching level 9. Ling Yi's expression shifted constantly. This situation was truly bizarre. He couldn't help but attribute it to the dark liquid left behind by the Shadow King. Could this be the benefit of killing a plane controller? Not only can one gain their memories and skills, but one's own strength can also be increased. No wonder the Shadow King said that invasion is the best way to quickly increase one's strength. Ling Yi's eyes were filled with a thirst for power. It seemed that if he could truly reach that level, he wouldn't need to be merciful to hostile forces. But on second thought, Ling Yi felt somewhat relieved. Luck played a large part in his ability to slay Shadow King, the plane controller. If it weren't for the replica's suppression of his strength, Shadow King would have killed Ling Yi in a matter of seconds. Furthermore, Shadow King's resentment about leaving this place was so strong that he didn't even use his shadow clone to deal with it. Instead, he engaged Ling Yi directly with his main body, which enabled Ling Yi to achieve such a remarkable feat of single-handedly stabbing a plane controller to death. Just as Ling Yi was immersed in joy, chaos erupted outside the replica. The mechanical voice of the replica function continuously communicated with the system, calling the system, replica plane number 1 has collapsed. What? Replica plane number 1 has collapsed? How is this possible? What exactly happened? The system demanded hurriedly. The controller of replica plane number 1 is suspected to have died. The space is collapsing. The mechanical voice replied. What? Controller number 1 is dead. How is that possible? He's been using shadows to fight challengers the whole time, so how could he die out of nowhere? Could someone possess such powerful abilities to kill the controller's true form in a dungeon? The system exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, the system cried out, oh my goodness. Could this be Ling Yi's doing? This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. I never seen a host whose power rises so quickly, even triggering the Mechanical King's seal. Tell me, is it him? Yes, it's the host in dungeon plane number 1. The mechanical voice replied crisply. Then you still have time to nag at me. Transport him out now. If the plane collapses, he'd be torn to pieces too. If the host dies, we self-destruct as well. You idiot, in such a critical moment, you still have time to call me? Can't you take emergency measures? The system knew Ling Yi was in copy number 1 and was furious. He was playing with his life. The copy function then responded and began communicating with copy number 1, preparing to teleport Ling Yi back. Oh my god. I'm really scared, system. If the plane collapses, it collapses. I just have the Mechanical King rebuild it later, at a low-level controller, and it'd be a complete training plane again. The system muttered. But while Ling Yi was still checking his other conditions, he suddenly felt the ground begin to shake. Debris rained down from the castle. Terrified, Ling Yi screamed and hurried out, not wanting to be buried alive. When Ling Yi ran out of the castle, the scene before him stunned him. A terrifying yet magnificent scene unfolded before his eyes. The once stable space began to crumble, countless cracks spreading across the void, releasing violent energy fluctuations. The gray sky turned as black as ink, as if swallowed by an endless black hole. The entire space was shrouded in an aura of destruction. A massive vortex of energy formed a black hole in the sky, emitting a terrifying roar, like a call from hell. A powerful suction force emerged from the vortex, drawing everything in its vicinity, continuously devouring it, forming a boundless, vast black hole. The once dilapidated castle was instantly reduced to ruins. Within this space, the shattered buildings and debris, driven by gravity, flew towards the black hole, seemingly consuming everything. Fear and despair filled the air, making Ling Yi feel breathless. He cursed, "This is the end of the world. It's just a dungeon. Why all the fuss?" Just as Ling Yi realized his feet were beginning to lift off the ground, a bright white light enveloped his body, instantly pulling him out of the collapsing space. Ling Yi opened his eyes, gasping for air. Seeing the surroundings, he sighed in relief and plopped down on the ground. Finally back. "Are you trying to kill me?" Ling Yi cursed. "I'm glad you're okay. I was just startled." The system's voice rang out. "Damn it, how dare you say that? You ripped me off with 400 attribute points and sent me to this damn dungeon. And you say death won't actually happen, but I can tell you, if I get sucked into that black hole, I'd be absolutely utterly dead." Ling Yi's rage soared after hearing the system's voice. If the system had a physical form, he would have beaten it so badly that even the Mechanical King wouldn't recognize it. This was an accident. A plane collapse has never happened before, unless the controller of that plane is completely dead. Can you tell me what happened to you in there? The system explained awkwardly. After hearing this, Ling Yi couldn't help but ponder. So, a plane collapses when the controller is completely dead. I must be careful next time, or I find myself in it without knowing it. While thinking about other things, he roared, "How should I know what happened? Didn't you create this dungeon? Why did it collapse? I haven't even asked you why, and you have the nerve to question me." Chapter 187. The system heard Ling Yi's roar, gave an awkward laugh, and then responded, "Hey host, don't be angry. I know you have many questions and complaints. Please listen to my explanation." When Ling Yi didn't respond, the system continued, "You are correct. This replica was indeed created by our great king, but the plane collapse was not our intention. Moreover, the death of the controller of a replica plane is the first time this has happened. You must understand that maintaining the stability of a plane is a complex and fragile process. When the controller of a plane dies completely, the plane's rules and order will be severely impacted, leading to spatial collapse. In each plane, the controller plays a vital role in maintaining its stability. Their presence and power maintain the plane's balance. It can be said that the plane is the controller. But when the controller dies, the plane loses this protective barrier and can no longer sustain itself, causing the entire space to shatter and collapse. You mean, the replica is actually a compressed mini-plane, each with a controller maintaining its operation? Ling Yi felt his heartbeat quicken. Indeed, only a great king could possess such a skill, the system said proudly. Then why did the plane I was in suddenly collapse? Was it because the controller died? Ling Yi demanded. The system was silent for a moment, then replied, "We have no access to any information about the various planes within the replica. They were all designed and constructed personally by the great king. We only have access to open channels, not exploration or management rights. After all, the rules of each plane are different. If we participate, we're likely to be attacked by the plane's controller." Ling Yi's eyes lit up. This was good news. As long as the system didn't know what he had done in the dungeon, his plan would have great potential. Then who can tell me why the plane's controller just died out of nowhere, nearly killing me with him? Ling Yi blurted out in a questioning tone. Well, if you don't tell me what happened inside, I can't be sure what the cause is. The system's tone was filled with resignation. Nothing strange happened. I just followed the dungeon mission, fought my way through, and finally fought the big boss. I beat him down, and he cried out for his parents, then he shouted that he wanted to die with me, and then he self-destructed. A moment later, the plane collapsed. Could that boss be the controller? Ling Yi lied relentlessly, making up stories without blinking. After hearing this, the system's tone was filled with disbelief. What? You beat controller number 1 and made him cry for his parents? How is that even possible? Controllers from various planes fight as clones, feeling no pain at all, and they shouldn't appear in their true form. Strangely enough, he chose to self-destruct. It's so bizarre. Even if he did, he shouldn't have died completely. In his own plane, controller number 1 is immortal, and his life source would allow him to be reborn. How could he die out of nowhere? It's so bizarre. Ling Yi once again received useful intelligence. As long as the source of life persists, a plane master in their own plane is immortal and can be reborn endlessly. Could that drop of pitch-black liquid be the Shadow King's source of life? Fortunately, my curiosity piqued my curiosity, and I took a stab at it. Otherwise, I would have missed such a great opportunity. Shadow King, you deserve to die. Trapped in the dungeon by the Mechanical King, your strength was suppressed, reduced to only rank 7. You never imagined, until your death, that my true strength surpassed yours. Your easy death at my hands is not at all unjust. Ling Yi once again responded to the system with a double-talking tone. How he died? Who knows? Maybe he stayed in the dungeon too long, went mad, and was provoked by my actions, unable to think straight, and then self-destructed. The system remained silent. It had no answer to Ling Yi's words. What plane master would go mad? Nonsense. Suddenly, the system exclaimed in surprise, how could your supernatural attributes have increased so much? They basically leveled up. This is incredible. Ling Yi thought to himself, oh no! I was only focusing on the basic attribute additions, which the system couldn't detect. I overlooked the fact that my supernatural attributes weren't sealed, and the actual data surge has aroused the system's suspicion. Ling Yi chuckled, but his mind was rapidly calculating. Then he suddenly laughed. You know what? This dungeon feature is really a great place to improve your strength. I'm killing undead skeletons and ghosts in there, The amount is simply endless. Attribute points are increasing so fast. Look, I use so many, and I still have over 1,000 left. Although the system was delighted with Ling Yi's increased strength, it felt something was amiss. It suddenly inquired, Dungeon Manager, what was the host's final challenge rating? SSS, the highest rating. The mechanical voice replied. It's the highest rating, no wonder. The system finally reassured. Seeing the system no longer question the reason for his sudden surge in strength, Ling Yi quickly changed the subject. By the way, what's my reward? You haven't given it to me yet. Since it's the highest rating, it must be a very generous reward. Host, please wait. I help you collect your rewards. The highest rating reward is a unique skill. With 3 additional rewards, the unique skill will automatically be upgraded to the highest level. Please check. The mechanical voice said. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the unique skill, Infinite Clone. What? Clone. Infinite Clone. Ling Yi's mouth widened, his face twitching. He had never imagined that the reward for a mission would be clones. Well, are you surprised? Are you surprised? I can tell from your expression that your face is contorted with excitement. I'm excited, you daddy. I'm depressed. I just got the Shadow King's Shadow Clone, which is essentially unlimited. Now I'm being given a completely similar skill. What the hell is that? It's a waste of time. Ling Yi grumbled inwardly. But he forced a smile and said, I'm so excited, I want to cry. How can such an amazing skill exist? From now on, no matter what kind of enemy I face, as long as I activate the Infinite Clone, hundreds of clones will rush forward. It will be a visual feast. This skill will definitely make me shine in battle. The enemy will tremble at my power, and all I have to do is sit back and enjoy the battle. Chapter 188. Ling Yi's praise delighted the system, but it was also somewhat speechless. So it explained, while what you say makes sense, I still need to remind you that you can't just summon as many clones as you want. Summoning clones isn't arbitrary. After all, we're not playing a game, but in the real world. Summoning clones also requires certain conditions and restrictions. Each clone consumes your energy. So even though you have the skill to summon unlimited clones, it doesn't mean you can recruit them indefinitely. Of course, as your strength increases, the number of clones you can summon will also increase. So theoretically, you can summon an unlimited number of clones. Ling Yi was furious after hearing this, and said weakly, after all this talk, you just tell me this is a useless skill. Then how many can I summon with my current strength? Unlimited. As long as you have enough energy. The system replied. Ling Yi rolled his eyes, completely speechless. Don't be so depressed. Although your current strength is limited, even summoning 1 or 2 will be a huge help. Besides, your skill is already at the highest level. The strength of the summoned clone is 70% of the original body. Based on your current strength, it's at least at level 4. The system consoled him. What? 70% of the original body's strength? Ling Yi was shocked after hearing this. This was great news. His current strength, combined with the additional attributes, was already very close to level 9. Converting to that, the clone's strength was at least level 6 or above. Thinking of this, Ling Yi's depression vanished. This was truly good news, a truly great thing. Now you know it's not a loss, huh? The system chuckled. SOSO, huh? I almost died for this skill. Right? For such a life-threatening accident, don't you have any plans to compensate me? Ling Yi asked with a faint smile and a raised brow. The system doesn't compensate me for this privilege. What? It doesn't. Are you trying to be so deceptive? How about letting me complete another mission for free? Ling Yi asked tentatively. Truly, Ling Yi really wanted to spend attribute points to enter another dungeon, but he was afraid the system would become suspicious, so he resorted to a rogue approach. He wanted to see if he could identify the controllers of the other dungeons. If so, this dungeon function would be his secret weapon for rapidly improving his strength. Sorry, the dungeon function only allows 1 entry per month. The system said flatly. Ling Yi felt a little disappointed. It seemed he'd have to wait until next month to find out. He waved his hand and said, All right. I've been really scared this time. I need to go out and calm down. Ling Yi's body immediately returned to reality, and he immediately disconnected from the system. He then looked around. There was no sign of Luo Chun. It seemed he hadn't emerged from the dungeon yet. Suddenly, Ling Yi threw his head back and burst into laughter, completely undignified. He somersaulted several times in excitement, simply because he was so happy. This time, he had only used a mere 400 attribute points on the dungeon, yet he had received unexpected and enormous benefits. It was like pie in the sky. Just as Ling Yi was getting carried away, spinning around, the space around him suddenly distorted, and Luo Chen's figure slowly emerged. Luo Chen, his face filled with surprise, saw Ling Yi jumping up and down like a lively monkey, and couldn't help but call out in confusion, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Ling Yi then stopped and said awkwardly, Nothing, just stretching my arms and legs. How's it going? Did you get any rewards? Hearing Ling Yi's question, Luo Chen excitedly said, "Master, the place you sent me to is truly magical. I can't believe my eyes, everything inside feels just like the real thing. During the training there, I not only mastered combat techniques quickly, but I also felt my strength improve dramatically. Finally, I completed the mission and even received a skill reward." Ling Yi couldn't help but laugh. Not only did Luo Chen find it incredible, but even he was practically beside himself with joy. He slowly said, "The most magical thing about the trial location you're visiting is that it provides a brand new environment, allowing you to challenge a variety of enemies, allowing us to grow and improve our strength more rapidly. Tell me, what skill did you acquire that makes you so happy?" "I acquired a skill called Hide. In this state, anyone whose strength is not higher than level 3 cannot detect me." Luo Chen excitedly spoke, immediately activating the stealth skill. In this state, Ling Yi saw Luo Chen's figure blur, as if blending into the surroundings. His steps were light and agile, each one moving silently through the air. Wherever he went, he blended seamlessly into the surrounding scenery, making his presence difficult to detect. Like a ghost, he was elusive and difficult to guard against. The word assassin popped up in Ling Yi's mind. His lips curled up as he muttered softly, "I prefer short weapons. I'm born with dark abilities, and now I have the added skill of stealth. It would be a waste if I weren't an assassin." After Luo Chen finished his performance, he asked with delight, "Master, how is this skill?" Ling Yi smiled slightly and nodded, "It's a very good skill. In stealth mode, you're like a cheetah lurking in the shadows. You can choose the perfect moment to suddenly appear next to your enemy and deliver a fatal blow. Practice this skill well. The higher the skill level, the better the effect. It will help you effectively defeat powerful enemies in the future." "Yes, I will definitely practice hard, Master. Please rest assured," Luo Chen said firmly. Ling Yi was very pleased with Luo Chen's attitude, neither impatient nor anxious. He pulled out a pile of weight-bearing protective gear from his space and said, "Master, I crafted a batch of protective gear for you in various weights. You can choose and wear it according to your body's limits. This will effectively unleash your potential in daily life and enhance your strength." Luo Chen looked at the brand new protective gear scattered on the floor, his mouth wide open. Curiously, he asked, "Master, you said these are weight-bearing protective gear. Could it be that what you're wearing is also weight-bearing gear? It's not just protective armor?" Ling Yi smiled and said, "I crafted these gear primarily for weight-bearing training. But don't underestimate their defensive power. The quality is absolutely top-notch." After listening to Ling Yi's explanation, Luo Chen happily squatted on the ground and began selecting the pieces that suited him. He said, "I will definitely wear them everywhere and strive to improve my strength." Chapter 189. Ling Yi nodded inwardly at this, but he still warned, "Perseverance and determination are good things, but you must act within your capabilities and never become complacent. When you encounter a battle, take off what's necessary, and never let the weight become a burden." "Disciple understands," Luo Chen replied as he selected his gear. After Luo Chen finished dressing, Ling Yi gathered the extra gear and gestured for them to return on foot. But Luo Chen suddenly became hesitant, as if he had something to say. Ling Yi noticed this and asked, "Don't act like a little woman in front of your master. Just say what you have to say." Luo Chen took a deep breath and said, "Master, I'd like to ask you to help my sister improve her strength." I thought it was something else." "Don't worry, with your mistresses around, your sister will have plenty of resources. As for awakening, we consider it after she becomes a power-up. And you need to obtain the elemental beads for awakening yourself," Ling Yi said with a smile. "Master's wife? Are all those older sisters Master's wife?" Luo Chen stared at his master in astonishment. Noticing Luo Chen's expression, Ling Yi's face twitched, then he answered affirmatively, "Yes, they're all your master's wife." Luo Chen swallowed and blinked a few times, then stopped dwelling on the question and continued, "Master, how do I obtain the awakening bead?" Seeing that the little girl stopped prying into his personal life, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Being a teacher is truly difficult. It's actually very simple. All you have to do is hunt down 1,000 zombies, take the crystal cores from their heads, and exchange them with me, Ling Yi said with a faint smile. "Is it that simple?" Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Ling Yi grinned. It's that simple. If anyone else were here, they would surely burst out laughing. Hunting 1,000 zombies is simply a fantasy for ordinary people. But in this conversation between the two, one large and one small, it seemed as simple as eating and drinking water. Master, how do we obtain crystal cores? Luochen asked again. When you return, visit the logistics department and the blood demon base more often and learn some basic knowledge. Ling Yi instructed, then headed back towards the village. Luochen nodded in agreement and, with a labored stride, followed Ling Yi step by step, determinedly. When Ling Yi and Luochen returned to the village, everyone had already risen and eaten breakfast. After giving the team instructions to continue their journey, and instructing them not to disturb him unless necessary, Ling Yi unloaded his baggage and headed straight to his room. Although the women were somewhat puzzled by Ling Yi's actions, they didn't delve into his intentions and went about their own business. After returning to his room and showering, Ling Yi sat on his bed and began researching his shadow clones and infinite clones. He had originally planned to tinker with them when he left the dungeon, but Luochen's arrival put an end to his impatience. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ling Yi first experimented with his shadow clone. He saw his own shadow tremble, and then a dark figure slowly emerged, hovering in the air like the Shadow King. Ling Yi examined the shadow clone carefully. There was nothing particularly unusual about it. Its form was identical to Ling Yi's, except for its lack of facial features. The only connection to Ling Yi was a trace of mental energy within his mind. With a single command, the shadow clone would spring into action, possessing a considerable degree of freedom. After some manipulation, Ling Yi waved his hand, and the shadow clone merged directly into his own shadow, vanishing. I thought this skill was incredibly powerful, but it turns out to be useless. With only 10% power, I can only do mundane chores. Although it consumes very little mental energy, and I can summon a large number of shadow clones, with this little combat power, am I really going to be used as cannon fodder? Oh! I hope the infinite clone skill doesn't disappoint me. Ling Yi sighed, raising his hand to activate the infinite clone skill. It costs so much? It's directly draining half my energy. Ling Yi was shocked as he felt the sudden loss of half his energy. Looking up, he saw a figure standing in front of the bed, a naked clone. Ling Yi wiped his eyes, and quickly jumped out of bed. He curiously circled the clone, circling it again and again, touching it here and there, filled with curiosity and amazement. Oh my god, it's exactly like me. Even the touch and temperature of its skin are exactly the same as the real thing. It's incredible. Ling Yi marveled. After a while, he channeled a bit of his mental energy and tried to control the clones. Not bad, not bad. This one's much more realistic than the shadow clones, but it's too rigid. I have to give commands one by one, without any autonomy. How can I control your next move while I'm fighting? Ling Yi exclaimed in admiration, then began to complain. And the energy consumption is too high. Every moment I exist, I use a little more energy. Especially during strenuous exercise, the consumption is significantly accelerated. It hasn't been long, and the energy has already dropped by one level. Who came up with the name? And the idea of infinite clones? It's all bullshit. The energy consumption of just one clone is already straining me to the limit. Two would drain me dry. Ling Yi took out a set of clothes and handed it to his clone, then gave it step-by-step instructions to put it on. The clone began to dress methodically, following Ling Yi's instructions completely. This made Ling Yi's heart itch even more. How great would it be if his clone could exist forever, with its own actions? It would be a powerful thug. Ling Yi muttered, how can this be achieved? There's no way, there must be a way. It's called a clone, but with just a trace of mental energy, it can be completely controlled. It's actually somewhat similar to artificial intelligence. Simply inputting a command code will initiate its activities. Wait, artificial intelligence? Yeah, even pre-apocalyptic technology was already researching autonomous learning in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence relies on data and algorithms. By inputting large amounts of data, AI can extract patterns, analyze and apply them. Learning. In other words, if I endow my clone with similar abilities, it will no longer be dependent on my energy. Instead, it can independently learn or cultivate to maintain its functioning. To put it another way, it would be creating another self, one with its own independent thinking. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, a determined glint in his eyes. You grasp the key point, thinking. By giving the clone independent thinking, it can be completely separated from my original self. This would create another clone with its own thinking, yet completely obeying my original self. If this idea can be realized, then I can create unlimited, autonomous clones, achieving a truly infinite number of clones. Chapter 190. While Ling Yi stayed in his room, constantly pondering various solutions, the entire team had begun to advance in an orderly manner. Everything useful in the village had been plundered. It was guaranteed that if the next group arrived, not a single hair would be found. Under Xian Yuan Mingchen's leadership, and with Chu Sun's assistance, the survivors had made significant improvements. While they still couldn't truly enforce discipline, they were no longer as slow as before. The entire team worked closely together and supported each other, striving to reach the military base as quickly as possible, to settle down and stop wandering. At the front of the team was still the Blood Demon team, led by Leng Yan. However, today was different. The person walking in the lead was no longer Ling Yi or Leng Yan, but a thin figure. Luo Chen. He wore heavy weight-bearing protective gear, but his steps were remarkably firm. Although beads of sweat covered his forehead, he gritted his teeth and persevered resolutely, always at the front of the team. Old Yan, have you noticed? This guy seems to be giving us a run for our money. Let's hurry up and tease him. Gu Hao approached Leng Yan and urged. If you want to tease him, go ahead. I'm not as free as you. And don't blame me for not reminding you. When we set out this morning, I accidentally overheard this guy calling the captain's wife Master's wife. Do you understand what that means? Leng Yan said in a muffled voice. What? What did you say? He called the captain's wife Master's wife. Did the captain accept him as his apprentice? That's big news. No, I have to go check it out. Gu Hao was shocked by Leng Yan's words. Ling Yi had actually accepted a disciple. Hey! Little boy, what's your name? Gu Hao took 2 steps at a time and walked directly alongside Luo Chen. Luo Chen. The answer was straightforward, without any hesitation. I heard you became the captain's apprentice. Is that true? Yes. What does the captain like about you? Look at your skinny arms and legs. Should you take some weight off your back? You might get hurt? Don't worry. You're quite arrogant, little one. I'm a level 2 lightning enhancer. Watch out, I shock you. Gu Hao stretched out a hand and deliberately condensed lightning between his fingers. Crack. The sound continued. Luo Chen frowned and said coldly, go back to the team. Don't think you can bully the weak just because you're powerful. How can you be so weak? Why are you so angry? In the Blood Demon, I only obey the captain's orders. In the captain's absence, Old Yan has the final say. It's not your turn, a young boy, to give orders. Gu Hao laughed in anger. Master once asked me to join the Blood Demon, but I refused. Do you know why? Luo Chen suddenly stopped. Leng Yan saw the 2 men ahead stop, waved his hand, and ordered, rest where you are. Gu Hao looked at Luo Chen curiously and asked, why? Because I will surpass the Blood Demon and become the number 1 under Master. Luo Chen said proudly, raising his eyebrows. Ha ha ha. A young boy like you wants to become the captain's number 1? This is the biggest joke I ever heard. Gu Hao laughed so hard that he almost burst into tears. The Blood Demon members also burst into laughter, laughing quite a bit at Luo Chen's boastful tone. Leng Yan, on the other hand, frowned deeply. He felt Luo Chen was too arrogant. Although he was the captain's apprentice, and perhaps it was just childish talk, such disdain for Blood Demon still irritated him. He had promised to make Blood Demon the sharpest sword in Ling Yi's wield. He also felt that Luo Chen's ambition was a good thing, but boasting so arrogantly at such a young age was not a good sign. Luo Chen, since you are the captain's apprentice, you should learn from him. Having lofty ideals is a good thing, but if you aim too high, you will eventually reap the consequences. Leng Yan stepped forward and admonished. I never consider myself too ambitious. Look at everyone standing here. No one can match me right now. Luo Chen looked up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Leng Yan's eyes narrowed, her tone tinged with coldness. You're so arrogant at such a young age. What a mess you be when you grow up. To prevent your arrogance from causing trouble for the captain in the future, I teach you a lesson today on his behalf. Strength isn't something you can just talk about. Let's see for ourselves. Luo Chen reached out and began to remove his weighted protective gear. Leng Yan's eyes trembled, infuriated by Luo Chen's arrogance. He secretly resolved to teach Luo Chen an unforgettable lesson today, lest he cause trouble for Ling Yi later. Just as Ling Yan was about to step forward, Gu Hao stopped him with a hand. Old Yan, I'm going to play with him. See how I can wake this kid up and stop him from constantly boasting. Leng Yan glanced at Luo Chen, who was ready to fight, then at Gu Hao, who was rubbing his hands, and said softly, be careful with your actions. Don't overdo it. No need to show mercy, He's no match for me, Luo Chen said calmly. Leng Yan's eyes were completely dazzled. The boy before him was truly too arrogant, even a bit defiant. Old Yan, look at how boastful he is. Boy, I may not have much other things in Blood Demon, but I do have plenty of healing potions. I won't stop until I beat you to a pulp today. Gu Hao's voice also began to grow colder. Luo Chen's attitude had infuriated him. Gu Hao casually swung out a lightning whip, but Luo Chen easily dodged it. Although his figure was small, he was incredibly agile, like a ghost on the wind. Luo Chen wielded a pair of sharp short blades, his eyes revealing endless fighting spirit. Suddenly, Gu Hao retracted his lightning whip, and a bolt of lightning streaked through the air, striking Luo Chen's head. Luo Chen reacted instantly, charging forward, his speed even faster than lightning. His figure was like lightning, as he rushed towards Gu Hao. Although Gu Hao was somewhat surprised by Luo Chen's speed, he reacted immediately. Electricity surged through his body, crackling continuously. He drew the dagger from his waist, ready for close combat. However, Luo Chen's figure vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes, leaving not even a trace. Before Gu Hao could react, Luo Chen suddenly appeared before him again. The dagger swung with a sharp whistling sound. Gu Hao's body stiffened instantly, and the aura of death washed over him, filling him with a wave of fear. In a split second, Gu Hao suddenly activated his lightning energy, enveloping him in a violent blast of lightning, leaving Luo Chen with nowhere to strike. Watching Luo Chen vanish once more, everyone was stunned. Chapter 191. Leng Yan's eyes scanned the arena where the two men were fighting, but she couldn't find Luo Chen. Beads of sweat formed on Gu Hao's forehead. Within his range of perception, there wasn't a trace of Luo Chen at all, as if he didn't exist. This was all so bizarre. Damn it! How did he seem to have truly vanished? Gu Hao cursed inwardly. The scene suddenly fell utterly silent. Everyone concentrated, holding their breath, their eyes searching for Luo Chen's presence. Only Gu Hao remained, breathing heavily and uncomfortably. Time ticked by. Just when everyone was wondering if Luo Chen had already left, deliberately playing a trick on them, suddenly, a dark flash of light pierced the air. Luo Chen's figure, like a ghost, swirled through the air before appearing before Gu Hao, his voice icy. If you were the enemy, you'd be dead by now. Gu Hao's pupils shrank sharply. Maintaining the lightning envelopment for such a long time took a heavy toll on his energy. He considered withdrawing his defenses, and finding other ways to counter the attack. However, in that instant, Luo Chen's short blade was already pressing against his chest. Gu Hao looked down, and saw the short blade on his chest, unsheathed. He gave a helpless wry smile. I lost. And accepted the defeat calmly. Gu Hao felt a surge of helplessness and loss. He had been defeated so easily by Luo Chen. Like an assassin stalking the darkness, he had delivered a fatal blow at the crucial moment, his grasp of the opportunity too sharp. Leng Yan was also deeply shocked. He hadn't expected Gu Hao to be defeated, and to be defeated so easily. He reflected on the situation just now. If it had been him, he would probably have suffered an even more devastating defeat. Gu Hao's lightning-powered defenses prevented Luo Chen from striking. Only when his energy was nearly depleted did he strike, effectively killing him. If it were him, he would likely have been met with a barrage of attacks from the start. The most terrifying thing was that he had no idea where his attacks would come from. He couldn't even spot Luo Chen, leaving him a complete sitting duck. Your defeat wasn't due to your strength, but your contempt. Even a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. And you looked down on me because I was just a child, Luo Chen said calmly. Did I underestimate your strength? Gu Hao muttered, frowning. At this moment, Leng Yan stepped forward and asked, the battle just now was indeed exciting, but I disagree with the idea of underestimating strength. Gu Hao took the fight seriously the moment he entered the arena, showing no disdain. Luo Chen smiled softly. Sometimes, strength can't be judged by appearances. Is a level 2 thunder element very strong? Gu Hao sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Although he had been defeated, he couldn't tolerate his opponent's sarcasm. Leng Yan narrowed her eyes and admonished, although you are the captain's apprentice, you shouldn't be so dismissive of the Blood Demon members. You should learn more from the captain's way of dealing with people. With a personality like yours, you sooner or later cause trouble for the captain. I should be the one to say this. With your self-righteous personalities, you always think you're powerful, but you don't realize there are always people better than you. Master doesn't have time to correct your mistakes, but I can't let you cause trouble for me in the future. Luo Chen remained undeterred, his tone becoming even more aggressive. You arrogant brat. Leng Yan's eyes widened, completely enraged. What? Was I wrong? Are you pissed off? I'm telling you, I'm a third-level dark element. With your current strength, I can kill you in one move, Luo Chen said coldly, showing no mercy to Ling Yan. Third-level dark element. The Blood Demon members were initially a little angry, but after hearing Luo Chen's rank announcement, they were all shocked. He was so young, yet his strength surpassed everyone present. Lung Yan's pupil shrank, and she hurriedly asked, "Have you awakened your superpowers a long time ago?" "No, Master helped me awaken them yesterday," Luo Chen said, as he put on his weighted protective gear and continued on his way, leaving the Blood Demon member standing there in stunned silence. Gu Hao stared at Luo Chen's frail figure, crouching dejectedly on the ground, muttering, "Old Yin, I was defeated by a child. What a shame! You held your own against him for so long. Didn't you hear him say, 'One move is all it takes to kill me'? I never been looked down upon like this in my entire life. Alas, this little fellow is incredibly talented and intelligent. No wonder the captain accepted him as his apprentice. Today, it wasn't just us who suffered the defeat, it was the entire Blood Demon who suffered a crushing defeat. They were defeated by a child. A lesson learned. Xuesha, listen up. From now on, put aside your arrogance. In battle, regardless of the strength of the enemy, give it your all and fight tooth and nail to avoid a setback. Also, have someone go to logistics and bring some heavy loads. Everyone, push as hard as you can. As long as you can breathe, grit your teeth and hold on. If you don't torture yourself and improve your strength, you won't even have the chance to be the captain's sharpest sword, let alone stay by his side." Lung Yan sighed with both emotion and indignation. Everyone in the Blood Demon group was silent, their heads hanging low. It was clear today's blow was immense. The team's two strongest men were practically crushed by a young brat. As team members, they seemed even more worthless. Lung Yan saw that everyone seemed indifferent. He took a deep breath, then turned to face them all, his gaze firm as he spoke. "Why, just this little setback, this little insult, has rendered you all speechless? You must know that he's the captain's apprentice, one of us. While everything he did today was infuriating, it was a stark reminder that as the captain's most elite troops, we have nothing to be proud of at our current strength. All we faced along the way have been ordinary zombies, leading us to mistakenly believe we're formidable, unaware that even more formidable foes await us." Luo Chen had a point. "You're right. If we had encountered an enemy today, not just me, but everyone in the Blood Demon sect would have perished instantly. No one could survive his eerie, invisible attacks. What is the purpose of our increased strength? To repay the captain for saving our lives, and to ensure the survival of all of us in the Blood Demon sect. So we must unite as one, work together, and train even more fiercely. If we don't want to be tortured by the enemy, then we must torture ourselves harshly. Our past honor has been trampled upon, but the honor of the Blood Demon sect must not be destroyed in our hands." After hearing Lung Yan's words, a fire ignited within the Blood Demon sect. They no longer remained silent, but nodded in agreement. As soldiers, they could endure no hardship or injury. Even if it meant death, the honor of the Blood Demon sect must not be destroyed. Chapter 192. The journey over the next few days was not peaceful. As the team approached an urban area, the number of zombies along the way showed a noticeable increase. But with the Blood Demons leading the way, their speed didn't slow down, on the contrary, it was much faster than usual. The reason for this was that after being beaten by Luo Chen, the Blood Demons were now fully focused, frantically pushing their potential. "Old Yin, have you noticed anything wrong with that kid?" Gu Hao asked, panting heavily. Lung Yin glanced up at Luo Chen at the front of the team, then took a deep breath and said, "Are you bored again, and want to be beaten by him again? If you have the time, you might as well add another burden to your load. No, look carefully. Every time that guy kills a zombie, he goes to retrieve the crystal core. Isn't that the logistics department's job? Why is he trying to steal it?" Gu Hao reminded him. After hearing this, Lung Yan looked at Luo Chen again seriously. It was just as Gu Hao had said. But strangely, he only took the crystal cores from his own kills. He didn't even bother digging up the zombies killed by the Blood Demon. "Something's odd," Lung Yan muttered, frowning. "Yeah, this kid's really weird. I wonder if this is a test from the captain, asking him to collect a certain number of crystal cores." "Hee hee." Gu Hao chuckled lewdly. Lung Yan, observing this, asked calmly, "What's your plan? You're the captain's apprentice, after all. Don't overdo it. It'd be embarrassing if you can't handle it." No, we just need to," Gu Hao muttered, his eyes gleaming. "Okay, let's do it. You go and make the arrangements." Lung Yan listened and nodded in agreement with Gu Hao's idea. Although he spoke with dignity in front of his teammates, he felt deeply unhappy inside. After all, he was the leader of the blood demons, yet a young brat looked down upon him, saying he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Thus, the team's speed increased dramatically for the rest of the journey. The secret rivalry between the blood demons and Luo-chan had begun. Every time Luo-chan was about to attack a zombie, a bolt of lightning would strike the zombie's head, or a crossbow arrow would pierce it. In short, whenever he was about to attack a zombie, it would be killed on the spot. At first, Luo-chan thought it was just a fluke. There were plenty of zombies anyway, so he could just switch to another. But as time went on, he sensed something was amiss. The entire blood demon team was in a frenzy of excitement. No matter how many zombies they encountered, before Luo-chan could even make a move, a group of frantic blood demons, sharp weapons in hand, eyes gleaming with fury, rushed forward with howling cries. They charged at the zombies, like a pack of wolves, their roars deafening enough to drown out the zombies' movements. Ordinary zombies, mindless and devoid of fear cells, were unfazed by the violent force, and continued their advance. The blood demons, wielding sharp weapons, slashed at the zombies mercilessly. Their movements were lightning fast, each strike imbued with unwavering murderous intent. Zombies fell one after another, victims of the blood demons' display of slaughter. The blood demons, however, stood triumphantly atop the corpses, admiring their own battlefield. Luo-chan was staggering under the assault of the blood demon members, leaving him no chance to attack. Something in his mind seemed to dawn on him. Looking at the corpses on the ground, stabbed countless times, and then at the blood demon members rampaging like wolves, the entire road had been dyed a pitch black, reeking of zombie blood. Luo-chan took a deep breath, his mouth twitching as he thought to himself, these guys must be doing this on purpose. Humph! Let's see who has the stronger tactics. But soon, Luo-chan was speechless. He had finally managed to run at full speed, but he had barely managed to kill a zombie before he could even extract its crystal core. The other zombies around him were being ripped into pieces by the blood demon members. He could only squat helplessly, and silently begin to extract the crystal cores. But in that instant, the entire blood demon group had rushed forward, resuming their zombie extermination campaign with astonishing speed. Luo-chan gritted his teeth and began to chase. At this rate, he never gathered enough crystal cores for his sister's awakening. Old Yen, how about this? See that kid's lost look. I felt like crying. Gu Hao laughed as he ran furiously. This is a good idea. Not only does it give that kid a setback, but it also motivates the brothers. Lung Yen watched the blood demon members howling along, his heart beaming with joy. That kid's almost catching up. Brothers, charge. Take out the small group of zombies ahead. Gu Hao turned around and saw Luo-chan running towards him, shouting loudly. At this, the entire team instantly sped up again, their heavy footsteps sending up clouds of dust that lingered for a long time on the dirt ground. Although Luo-chan's supernatural power had reached the 3rd level, his enhancements were only a little over 1 level. Compared to the blood demon member's physical fitness, which was more than 2 levels, he was left behind. Ahem. Damn it! These guys must be doing this on purpose. I won't let them outshine me. Luo-chan coughed as the dust choked him, but he felt unconvinced and walked much faster. What the hell are these blood demon guys doing? They could have solved something with one strike, but why did they make it so bloody today? Their heads are chopped into rotten watermelons. Mengchen complained, looking at the zombie corpses scattered on the ground. Di-Uni said, also, when the logistics team was collecting supplies, they discovered something strange. The zombies that were killed with one strike had their cores removed, but these ones that were dismembered still have them. Huh? What's going on? Mengchen was also confused after hearing this report. Send someone to investigate the situation. Mengchen ordered. The people I just sent out just got back. Guess what happened? Di-Uni kept it a secret. Mengchen, curious, turned around and asked quickly, hurry up and tell me, why are you dilly-dallying? The people we sent said they couldn't catch up. Di-Uni said helplessly, throwing up his hands. What? They couldn't catch up? These guys were wearing heavy loads, and your people couldn't catch up? Mengchen's curiosity grew even stronger. The people who came back reported that all the blood demons were like chickens pumped with energy, running like crazy, without stopping, not even for a moment. He finally caught up with the child behind him, but the child said nothing and just kept on going. Di-Uni said helplessly. What the hell are these guys doing? They covered 3 days' distance in 1 day. We're tired of following them. Where are they now? Mengchen frowned, unable to understand what had happened. Chapter 193. We're close to the city's edge, and we expect to enter before dark. We're already over 10 kilometers away, Diyuni replied. These lunatics, they already run 10 kilometers? Hurry, have someone notify Xianyuan Mingchen and the others. We must hurry up and try to find a place to stay in the city tonight, Mingchen ordered. Xianyuan Mingchen, however, was also bewildered after receiving the notification. He had clearly felt the convoy's speed increasing today, more than 3 times faster than usual. He hadn't expected to be told to speed up even further and stay in the city tonight. Just as the entire team began to speed up, some people became restless. Lingyi hasn't been out for 3 days. Is he okay? Xianyuan Yushua asked anxiously. Don't worry, how could my brother-in-law be okay? He must be improving his strength, or perhaps researching something. Xiao Maoyang replied, chewing on an apple, not a trace of worry on his face. Should we go call him? I'm always feeling uneasy when he doesn't show up. Mu Xia muttered, frowning. Lingyi told no one to disturb him before he went in. He must have something important to do. If we interrupt him, it'd be troublesome. Lu Zi said. Don't worry, everyone. I've been eavesdropping at his door these past few days, and I can hear him mumbling to himself from time to time. It's probably nothing serious. I guess he's pondering something profound, Xiao Mobing said with a smile. The women finally felt relieved. As long as Lingyi was okay, everything else would be easy. So what had Lingyi been up to after disappearing for 3 days? He was still researching his clones. And he already made some breakthroughs. Yes, that's right. Perfect. I didn't expect that combining the shadow clone and the infinite clones would be the best option. It has both autonomy and strength. Moreover, 10% of the shadow clone's strength, added to the infinite clone, actually reaches 80% of the original strength. If I can succeed with this conversion, I can directly create a clone above the 7th level. That would be awesome. But even though the foundation is laid, energy consumption is still a big problem. I can't always rely on energy potions to keep the clones running. Just when I had some clues, another problem arose, the same one I had considered at the beginning, how to make the clones independent. Thinking over it for a while, Lingyi suddenly thought of the word plane controller. Could I find a breakthrough here? A plane controller is the actual operator of a plane, 1 controller per world. But worlds vary in size. Just like the planes in the dungeon are pitifully small, yet they can trap a controller, making them the ruler of that world. And every controller possesses the essence of life. As long as that essence is indestructible, they can be reborn endlessly. If I were to separate my own essence of life and inject it into my clone, what would the result be? The more Lingyi thought about it, the brighter his eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to test this idea. But soon, he became frustrated. Although he knew the essence of life existed, where exactly was it? Lingyi resisted the urge to ask the system. Some things could be hidden, but they absolutely couldn't be known. Lying lazily on his bed, Lingyi muttered, the essence of life, what form does the essence of life take? The origin of life should be a crucial concept imbued with hope and meaning. It represents the essence and meaning of human existence and the origin of all life. So how did life originate? According to the system, this plane was created by Pangu. The mythological account of Pangu's creation of the heavens and earth goes like this. Heaven and earth were chaotic, like a chicken egg, and Pangu was born from them. 18,000 years later, heaven and earth opened up, the yang, pure, becoming heaven, and the yin, turbid, becoming earth. Pangu was there, undergoing 9 transformations a day, becoming divine in heaven and holy on earth. The sky rose 10 feet higher, the earth thickened 10 feet, and Pangu grew 10 feet taller each day, continuing this pattern for 18,000 years. The sky was extremely high, the earth extremely deep, and Pangu extremely long. Later, the 3 sovereigns appeared. Numbers begin at 1, stand at 3, become 5, flourish at 7, and finally rest at 9. Therefore, the distance between heaven and earth is 90,000 miles. Lingyi recited the classical Chinese text about Pangu's creation of the world over and over again. Suddenly, Lingyi kept muttering, chicken. Chicken? Chicken. Could the answer be here? Though the origin of life has always been a never-ending topic of research for scientists throughout history, and even before the apocalypse, there have been countless theories and experiments. There are theories like creationism, spontaneous generation, chemical origins, cosmic life, and so on. However, combined with the myth of Pangu's creation of the world, could a chicken be understood as a cell? And this cell is the source of Pangu's life. After his rebirth, Pangu rebuilt this plane of existence. The more Lingyi speculated, the more plausible it seemed. He sat up abruptly, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed, that's absolutely right. The origin of life is the cell. Wait, I remember seeing an introduction to cells before. The book states that the human body has approximately 100 trillion cells. Cells are the basic building blocks of the human body, responsible for maintaining various bodily functions and metabolic processes. The human body is composed of various cell types, including nerve cells, muscle cells, epithelial cells, connective tissue cells, and so on. Each cell has its own unique structure and function, working together to maintain the normal functioning of the body. So, it can be said that the human body has 100 trillion cells, and each one is an essential component of human health and normal functioning. Ling Yi slapped his forehead dejectedly. Could my speculation be wrong? Searching for the source of life among 100 trillion cells is simply wishful thinking. Yeah. I remember that when I devoured the Shadow King's life essence, all the energy was concentrated in my head, and the Shadow King's memories could be read. Does this mean that the source of life resides in the brain? Yes, this time it's definitely true. The most important cells in the human body are nerve cells. Nerve cells are the primary cell type that makes up the nervous system. They are responsible for transmitting and processing information, controlling various bodily functions and reactions. Ling Yi suddenly felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. He felt that he had definitely found the key. The answer he had been seeking would soon yield results and be verified by himself. If the existence of the origin of life were truly discovered, the significance would be immense. Not only would this allow Ling Yi to begin researching how to separate his clone from his original body, but it would also allow him to begin a deeper understanding of the origin of life, laying a solid foundation for his future as a plane controller. Chapter 194. Ling Yi calmed his excitement, took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to recall the moment he absorbed the Shadow King's life essence. The moment he closed his eyes, Ling Yi's thoughts began to rapidly rewind, returning to that heart-stirring moment. At that moment, after he touched the drop of liquid, he felt a powerful energy surge from the Shadow King's life essence. It was an incomparable energy that shocked and excited him immensely. At that moment, his body was enveloped by a powerful force, as if the entire world existed for him. He could clearly feel his body being reshaped, completely renewed from the inside out. In that moment, he had a feeling that he was no longer an ordinary mortal, that he had possessed powers and abilities beyond his own. He could control time and space, alter the form and properties of objects at will. He could even fly, transform, manipulate energy, and even communicate with all things in the universe with ease. Ling Yi shook his head and opened his eyes. He understood. When consuming the Shadow King's life essence, those were his memories and perceptions. But the immersive feeling was like possessing unparalleled power and authority. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. That's right, the Shadow King's life essence has indeed entered my mind. It seems that if I want to get the final result, I still need to carefully examine the nerve cells in my brain. I believe I will definitely gain something, Ling Yi said with a faint smile. Ling Yi quietly closed his eyes and began to carefully examine the nerve cells in his brain. As his thinking and perception abilities continued to strengthen, every nerve cell seemed to be under his control. However, each cell seemed identical, impossible to discern the differences. Ling Yi frowned and began to ponder deeply, trying to understand how his own nerve cells functioned. He began to recall Shadow King's past experiences and the remaining knowledge he had, attempting to understand the structure and function of nerve cells. He continuously expanded his thinking and perception, attempting to discover the laws and characteristics of nerve cell operation. Over time, Ling Yi's thinking became clearer and more agile. Through analyzing and studying nerve cells, his mental power rapidly increased, enabling him to understand and analyze problems more quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Yi's perception, following the constant activity of each nerve cell, finally led him to the core. Damn! How could I have gotten so stuck on this? I forgot the most mysterious area in the brain, the central control zone. All nerve cells ultimately transit here. Ling Yi cursed himself for being so stupid. As Ling Yi's perception slowly approached the core area, he noticed something amiss. Normally, his brain shouldn't reject his perception. However, a strange force impeded his perception. Ling Yi discovered that the outer ring of the core area seemed shrouded in a mist, seemingly protecting yet also imprisoning, leaving him curious and bewildered. Observing the movement of the mist carefully, he discovered some unusual signals and changes within it. The signals within the mist seemed to be constantly shifting and fluctuating, as if conveying some kind of information. He began to try to decipher the signals, but soon fell into confusion and bewilderment. The signals refused to leave his brain, lingering around, giving him the feeling of being trapped. Ling Yi pondered, is this fog some kind of protective mechanism, some kind of restriction? But it doesn't seem to be. My senses clearly reject it, suggesting it's not one with me. What kind of entity could it be? He once again began searching for clues, trying to uncover the truth behind the fog. The signals grew increasingly complex and incomprehensible, but it was undeniable that they were constantly trying to break through the core of his brain, seeking to communicate with something. Ling Yi felt his thoughts gradually being bound by the fog, leaving him feeling extremely confused and helpless. He couldn't help but question his judgment. What kind of entity is this? If it shouldn't exist, then what does its appearance mean now? The Shadow King's memories didn't seem to contain any information on this subject. The core of his brain was visibly emitting a strange glow. There was no fog at all. Ling Yi pondered. Shit! 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 I get it! How could I have forgotten about it? Could this fog be the system? Yes, it is, otherwise why would I feel such a sense of repulsion? It turns out the system has been hiding here all along. Everything is clear now. The signals I'm sensing are the ones it's constantly sending. It must be contacting its home planet, the so-called King of Machines. As for why the signal can't be transmitted, I think I have a clue. It's because my strength is growing too rapidly, far beyond the system's control. Therefore, its signal is directly blocked by the core area of my brain. The claim that they sealed my power for my own good was a sham. Furthermore, I suspect that the day the seal is lifted won't be the system's upgrade, but the day it truly binds my life force. Then, I likely share the Shadow King's fate, becoming the master of a dungeon. If it weren't for my research on clones, I have no idea how I ended up being tricked. I always thought that as long as I didn't break the 6th level seal, the system wouldn't be able to do anything to me. But the experienced mechanical king is only using the seal as a constraint, preventing me from crossing the line. Then, my attribute points won't be used to improve my strength, but only to assist with combat or enhance the strength of those around me. And these attribute points consumed silently fuel the system, allowing it to grow stronger and stronger without my noticing, thus narrowing the gap in strength with me. Ultimately, my life force is sealed in one fell swoop, turning me into a complete puppet. Ling Yi's thoughts continued to flow, and as his speculations grew, he couldn't help but gasp. If he hadn't discovered this secret, then someday in the future. What a brilliant move. So shrewd and calculating. No wonder he's become the master of the 9th plane. Ling Yi stared at the mist, his eyes flickering. It was all thanks to his previous strength upgrades. This caused the system to struggle, forcing it to gradually narrow the gap by sealing his own strength. Unknowingly, he had completely trapped his life force. Since I discovered you, I'm sorry. System, wait for me to slowly drain your reserves for attribute points. Humph. I won't give you a single cent until I skinned you. Ling Yi muttered to himself, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 195. Sensing the fog, Ling Yi's heart was filled with rage. This was the shackles of life, locking away the source of his very being. How could he dispel the fog, or rather, counter the system, cause Ling Yi to frown again? It was like an unstable bomb, impossible to predict when it would explode. My head hurts. What should I do? I have no idea. Ling Yi's senses circled the fog again and again. How strange. If the system can obscure my life source, why can't it detect my presence? As Ling Yi continued to experiment, he noticed some strange phenomena. Even when his senses directly impacted the system, it showed no reaction. It felt as if the system was too busy to pay attention to these external factors. How bizarre. The existence of the system is already incomprehensible. What else is it doing besides constantly emitting signals? Ling Yi was puzzled, after learning that the system had no way of understanding his perceptions. Ling Yi abandoned his cautious exploration, and began to use his senses to frantically attack the fog, attempting to break through the barrier. Hard work pays off. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Yi unexpectedly discovered a gap. A trace of energy emanating from it gave him a thrill. It was his origin power. This discovery filled Ling Yi with ecstasy. He quickly locked onto the gap, following the swirling fog, trying to find an opportunity to break through the block area. Slowly, Ling Yi began to understand that this gap was the battlefield of a silent battle between origin power and the system, one constantly patching the gap, while the other continuously attacked, attempting to expand it. As the gap was breached by the power of the origin, Ling Yi's perception shot through like lightning. Instantly, Ling Yi felt as if he had entered a blood-red world, filled with an aura of violence and slaughter. Ling Yi's senses were overwhelmed by an intense surge of violence. As if he were amidst a sea of blood and corpses, everything around him dyed a vibrant crimson. Ling Yi looked around and found himself in a desolate ruin. Countless unknown debris and weapons lay scattered around, as if the site had just witnessed a devastating battle. Ling Yi's perception seemed to merge with this space, allowing him to sense the endless sorrow and fear that permeated the surroundings. Suddenly, a blood-red light shone down from the sky, its vibrant crimson color blinding one's eyes. Mixed with this light was a mysterious force that felt both familiar and unfamiliar to Ling Yi, as if it were his own aura, yet also not. Ling Yi was drawn to this force, feeling as if his consciousness was being drawn into a vast vortex. Within the vortex, Ling Yi saw a vast world, a world filled with boundless energy and a familiarity. In this blood-red world, Ling Yi felt an unprecedented power. Endless energy and vitality permeated his surroundings. He knew this was the power of his own source power. This was the vitality of his source power. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared before Ling Yi, appearing completely out of nowhere. The abruptness startled Ling Yi. When he saw the blood-red figure's face clearly, he was shocked again. The figure looked exactly like him. But the feeling he had was different from that of a clone. He could only feel the clone as a part of his body. But the blood-red figure before him gave him an indescribable feeling. It could be described in one sentence: I am you, you are me, a completely one being. Ling Yi slowly walked towards the blood-red figure, and the figure also slowly walked towards Ling Yi, until the two of them were completely one. After a long moment, Ling Yi slowly opened his blood-red eyes. Blood-red light instantly streaked across the sky, striking the gap in the mist in the sky, blasting a large hole through it. Ling Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. He chuckled like a demon. Bloody romance? This is my world. Such a familiar smell. You bastards, you destroyed my plane, and yet, you still dream of controlling me? You all deserve death. Alert! 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 The system is under attack from the origin force. The database is corrupted and repairing. How could this happen? The origin force's energy suddenly erupted. This is bizarre. Repair it quickly. We must not let it escape control. Damn Ling Yi. If you had used more attribute points, my energy wouldn't be so weak. I've been entangled with this origin force for so long, yet I still can't completely contain it. The system was jumping with anxiety. How tragic that I've fallen to this point, bound by a tiny data robot. This plane is truly a mess. Even the Dark Lord's forces are involved. It seems I have to remain in seclusion for a while, and not reveal myself. The power of this plane's laws remains entangled, and even if I leave, I'd be suppressed. After Ling Yi finished speaking, his enchanting gaze turned upwards, and he slowly spoke. My strength won't be enough to deal with you bastards for now. But it's more than enough to deal with these lackeys. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi's figure flashed, soaring into the sky, and through a crack in the sky, he flew out of this space. Floating above the brain core, Ling Yi's hands continuously formed seals, wielding one incomprehensible talisman after another, sealing the entire brain core. Then, the blood-colored figure separated from Ling Yi's consciousness again. I originally wanted to destroy the system outright, but I have to admit that some things on the mechanical star are indeed very useful. To assist in improving my strength, I have sealed it within the brain core. From now on, feel free to use the system. It will no longer be able to communicate with the main star, and even upgrades will be useless. It can only be used by me. The blood-colored figure finished speaking, and then his body transformed into a blood mist, enveloping the entire brain core area. Haha. The future is getting more and more interesting. I will reclaim everything you lost, and make you pay 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Ling Yi said with a faint smile. At the far edge of the universe, in a plane composed of machinery, there are mechanical devices of all shapes and functions. Scattered across the entire plane, they create a strange spectacle. A gigantic mechanical head suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. How did the plundering system on that blue plane suddenly disappear? Such useless things can even die on a first-level plane. What a waste of my time. As soon as the words fell, a small, invisible mechanical sphere soared into the sky and flew towards a single direction in the universe. Chapter 196. Database repair complete, restart complete. With this voice, the system breathed a sigh of relief and began to check the situation outside. Seeing that the previous gap had been sealed again, it surveyed the area surrounding its brain and found nothing unusual. It then murmured, what the hell just happened? Ling Yi's source power could unleash such power. It's incredible. Luckily, it was only a brief burst, and nothing unexpected happened, otherwise, all this time would have been wasted. The system, still congratulating itself on not having made a mistake, was unaware that it had become a prisoner. Ling Yi, regaining consciousness, sat stunned on the bed, but his blood-red eyes gleamed with a strange light. I never imagined my previous life was such a powerful being. A high-level civilization? I remember this grudge. Ling Yi waved his hand casually, and a drop of pitch-black liquid, tinged with traces of blood red, emerged. Unbelievably, the Shadow King's life source instantly sank into the forehead of the clone standing in front of the bed. The clone's eyes flashed red, then it knelt on one knee and shouted, "Greetings, Master." Ling Yi was about to speak when the system announced a new team member. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. Stupid system, they even registered all my clones as team members. But this is a good thing. Killing enemies with clones also earns stat points, which is a good thing. Get up. From now on, your name is Ing. Put on this armor and this sword, and stay by my side. Ling Yi casually threw out a set of black armor, and a blood-red long sword imitating the blood demon. "As you command, my master," Ing replied. Ling Yi looked at his clone, clad in full black armor. It exuded a mysterious and majestic aura. Unrestricted by the use of attribute points, he used the forging function to custom-make this set of armor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad. It makes me want to change my own suit. Ling Yi laughed. Ying's body was shrouded in black armor, like a vast black barrier. Gems gleamed faintly inky black light, imbuing it with a noble and mysterious aura. A black visor covered his head, obscuring his entire face, leaving only a pair of red eyes visible. Sharp lines traced the edges of the helmet, giving it an air of strength and majesty. His limbs were also clad in black armor, each joint meticulously designed and polished to ensure uncompromising flexibility. He wore black gloves connected to his arm armor, and black metal boots. Overall, Shadow, clad in full black armor, was like a knight in the dark, a formidable presence. Okay, now that the clone issue is resolved, it's time to get out and move around. Improving my strength is paramount. If it weren't for the fusion with the source power, I'd still be struggling to separate the clones. Now I found a perfect solution, with the ability to devour and fuse with their masters. The more masters I kill, the more clones I have. The dungeon function, I'm really excited. King of Machines, you never imagined, your own scheme would actually benefit me. I should really thank the system in my head. Otherwise, it would take forever to regain my true consciousness. Ling Yi smiled faintly, then looked up at the sky outside the window, sighing, my enemies are spread throughout the starry sky. On my road to revenge, I will transform this very sky into a vibrant blood red. Unbeknownst to Ling Yi, Leng Yan, Gu Hao, Luo Chen, and the others were engaged in a fierce battle. Secretly competing, they had already rushed into the city, but they didn't stop to rest or wait for the arrival of the following forces. The members of the Blood Demon group were already bloodthirsty, charging wherever zombies were found, drinking stamina potions when they tired. They were determined not to stop until every zombie was wiped out. However, no one had anticipated that a fourth-level mutant zombie was hiding on the outskirts of the city, commanding tens of thousands of zombies, including some third and second-level mutants. The Blood Demon group was now surrounded, and holding onto a building, their lives in imminent danger. The members had lost count of how many zombies they had killed, nor how much longer they could hold out. Facing an endless swarm of zombies, they could only grit their teeth and fight on. Howsy, use that wide area lightning skill. Just unleash it one after another. How long are you going to keep striking? Leng Yan shouted at Gu Hao, brandishing her broadsword. Old Yan, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm powerless. Who knew we encountered such a zombie horde? I already used up all my energy potions, and now I have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Gu Hao replied with a mournful look. Damn! We encountered such unfortunate circumstances. I'm truly impressed. Brothers, hold on. The captain will definitely come to rescue us. Leng Yan shouted in encouragement. If you got the energy to yell, you might as well just kill a few more zombies. A childish voice echoed in Leng Yan's ears. Leng Yan turned to see a pair of short blades wielding Luo Chen's hands, swiftly slaying zombies one after another. Alas! We implicated you. If necessary, we carve a bloody path for you and cover your retreat. Leng Yan said with a hint of guilt. Do you think I need your protection while I'm leaving? Remember, you're called Blood Demon, the blades in Master's hand. You're thinking of ending your life here before you even revealed your full potential? How can you be worthy of Master's expectations and training? Luo Chen roared, his eyes glaring. Leng Yan and Gu Hao shuddered at his words. Indeed, with Luo Chen's uncanny skills, leaving would be a piece of cake. And the reason he stayed to fight was to keep Blood Demon alive. The two couldn't help but feel a tinge of guilt. Because they were competing with Luo Chen, they neglected to investigate the enemy situation, leading to their being trapped here. But Luo Chen didn't blame them, he stayed and fought alongside them. The two grown men exchanged a glance, each utterly ashamed. If I'm lucky enough to survive today, I accept you as my little brother, Leng Yin said firmly. Me too, Gu Hao echoed. You don't have to do this. This is all for Master. Let's find a way to resolve this crisis first, Luo Chen said calmly as he fought. Leng Yin and Gu Hao exchanged another glance. Although Luo Chen didn't answer them, they both secretly resolved that Luo Chen would be Blood Demon's brother from now on. Ah! Suddenly, a series of screams rang out, drawing Leng Yin and the others' attention back to the battlefield. A gigantic mutant zombie, over 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared at the doorway. The screams had been caused by it. It used a tree trunk, as thick as a telephone pole, as a weapon, repeatedly smashing into the Blood Demon members on the defensive line, causing a number of casualties. Chapter 197. Leng Yin and Gu Hao's eyes blazed red at the sight of their team members' casualties. They reacted immediately, swiftly moving to the defensive line to prepare for the giant zombie's attack. Leng Yin roared in anger, swinging his broadsword with all his might, attempting to cut the giant zombie in two. However, the sharp blade only nicked the victim, causing no damage. Gu Hao mobilized the lightning element within his body, forming a lightning spear, which he swiftly attacked the giant zombie's chest. However, it penetrated a few centimeters before stopping. Explode! Gu Hao shouted, and the lightning spear exploded, instantly leaving a dark, charred, bloody hole in the giant zombie's chest. However, the giant zombie's defenses were too formidable. It merely staggered slightly, unconcerned with the wound, and continued to raise its trunk and smash towards Leng Yin and Gu Hao, as if it was determined to crush everyone in front of it into a meat pie. Leng Yin and Gu Hao felt incredibly strained against the massive zombie's frenzied attacks. Though its movements were slow, its defense and strength were formidable. Luo Chen, observing the battle, knew this situation was untenable. He shouted, Leng Yin, Gu Hao, both of you, come together, and do your best to slow it down. I find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Leng Yin and Gu Hao nodded simultaneously, wielding their weapons in unison, their movements becoming more ferocious. Each attack was filled with unwavering killing intent, as they attacked the massive zombie with all their might. Leng Yin, despite his injuries, used his broadsword to split the tree trunk in half, just as the zombie stared at it in confusion. Luo Chen used his stealth skill, quickly approaching before leaping high. He thrust his 2 short blades directly into the giant zombie's eyes, and slashed upwards, slicing 2 long gashes across its skull. The short blade's paralysis effect took effect, and the giant zombie, screaming in pain, became even more sluggish. Now! Luo Chen growled, leaping high again. From above, he thrust his 2 short blades fiercely into the back of the giant zombie's head, extracting a yellow crystal core. Watching the giant zombie collapse to the ground, Leng Yin and Gu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. They were also stunned by Luo Chen's immense fighting prowess. With just 2 moves, he had dispatched the mutant zombie. Without the giant zombie's restraint, the blood demons felt their bodies relax. They could easily handle ordinary zombies. It's not over yet. I sense even more powerful mutant zombies behind us, and several of them are as powerful as the one just now. Luo Chen frowned as he harvested the zombies. Leng Yin was shocked. Are you sure? Not sure, but definitely. Perhaps there are more than I sensed. Luo Chen replied with a heavy face. Leng Yin and Gu Hao's scalps tingled. This was a dead end. They glanced at each other, each seeing a look of determination in their eyes. Then Leng Yin turned to Luo Chen and said, Luo Chen, we can't solve this situation on our own. We can only ask the captain for help. You're the only one here who can avoid the zombie's perception. Quickly leave the battlefield and find the captain. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said indignantly, You want to get rid of me? Don't dream. I won't be a coward. Gu Hao, beside him, also advised Luo Chen, now is not the time to act rashly. The blood demon was founded by the captain. Old Yin and I can die on the spot, but the blood demon must leave its legacy. If we perish here, even if we become zombies, we will never forgive our mistakes. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but no words came out. After hearing Gu Hao's words, he felt deeply moved. Don't hesitate any longer. Break out quickly. We shrink our defenses and retreat toward the building, doing our best to hold back the zombies, while you and the captain arrive to rescue us. Leng Yin shouted. Luo Chen's body trembled, his pupils trembling. He glanced deeply at Leng Yin and Gu Hao, then glanced around at the blood demon members around him. Then, Luo Chen took a deep breath and choked, saying, You all have to hold on. He was only halfway through when something stuck in his throat, and the rest of the sentence faltered. He felt his body tremble slightly, but quickly regained his composure, turned, entered stealth mode, and sprinted out of the building. Watching Luo Chen disappear before his eyes, Gu Hao sighed and said, "Old Yin, do you think we can wait until the captain arrives?" "I don't know, but I'm relieved now that Luo Chen is gone. He's more talented and stronger than us, and he'd be of great help to the captain in the future." Leng Yan's broadsword never stopped slashing. "Yes. After all, he's the captain's new apprentice. He can't die here. Alas. It's all my fault that the brothers are trapped here," Gu Hao said with immense guilt. "Stop the bullshit and kill the zombies. I take primary responsibility for this incident. We're all brothers, blood demons. As the leader, I'd be the first to go. Kill them all. If you survive today, I buy you a drink." Leng Yan roared. "Kill!" Gu Hao grinned and shouted. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The blood demons screamed hysterically, slashing at the zombies with their weapons. "You all need to stay alive. When Master arrives and we're saved, I drink with you." Luo Chen clenched his fists and muttered to himself. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he listened to Leng Yan and the others' conversation before desperately running out. In fact, when Leng Yan and Gu Hao told him to go get help, Luo Chen had guessed their plan. He paused for a moment, merely to test his suspicions. "I must speed up. The blood demons are determined to die. I can't let this tragedy happen. As long as Master arrives, everything will be fine. They all survive." Luo Chen muttered, his figure transforming into a series of afterimages, dashing towards the outskirts of the city. He had no time to care for the dense swarm of zombies surrounding him. Time was of the essence. The sooner he arrived, the more chance the blood demons had of survival. Ling Yi stretched lazily, then led Shadow out of the room. He checked the carriage, and saw no one else. It seems these women haven't been slacking off lately. They've been training diligently. That's a good sign. Ling Yi stumbled onto the roof of the train, watching the team ahead rapidly advance. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. When had these people become so active? They were running so hard, and there wasn't a threat behind them. Chapter 198. Suddenly, Ling Yi frowned, muttering to himself, "What's going on? Attribute points are increasing so quickly. Could there be a battle ahead, and the blood demons are mopping up? But this rate of increase is unbelievable. Go check out what's going on ahead. If there's a fight and they can handle it, just watch. If there's danger, take action," Ling Yi said with a twist of his head. "Yes, sir," agreed, and his body shot off like lightning, darting toward the front of the team. "Hey! Was that the black shadow just now, Ling Yi?" Musia looked up as she walked, just in time to see Ying passing by. "Where is he? Where is he? Why can't I see him?" Xiao Mobing called out hurriedly. "That's the man in black armor up ahead." "No way, isn't Ling Yi always wearing that heavy silver, weighted armor? Look closely, his back looks a lot like it. I just happened to catch a glimpse, and saw a pair of red eyes. It must be him. Damn it! He waited all these days before coming out, and didn't even say hello to us." The women mistakenly assumed the shadow was Ling Yi, speculating and complaining. "What's up? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and what are you all complaining about?" Ling Yi suddenly appeared behind the women. "Ah! Husband, you're finally out. I missed you so much." Xiao Mobing threw herself into Ling Yi's arms with a look of delight. The other women also gathered around him, their faces beaming with joy, their eyes blazing at Ling Yi. I've been researching a skill, and I just got the results today. I came out to find you guys the moment I got out." Since Ling Yi merged with the power of the origin, his memories of his past life had gradually returned, so he casually called out his catchphrase from his past life. The women were all stunned, the words "I am the real one" constantly recurring in their minds. "Brother-in-law, why do I feel like you're not in seclusion, but hiding away reading novels? You're even calling yourself the real one. Are you too engrossed?" Xiao Maoyong chuckled beside them. "Ling Yi, what exactly has been going on these past few days? You feel a little different to me than a few days ago?" Musia, observing him intently, suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Ling Yi's face, as if they wanted to see through him completely. Ling Yi awkwardly touched his nose and asked curiously, "Sia, what do you think is different about me?" Musia frowned, as if pondering, muttering, "How can I put it? I can't describe this strange feeling with words. I can only say that this feeling I have for you, or perhaps it's my sixth sense, is telling me you're no longer the Ling Yi of the past. It's as if you completely liberated yourself physically and mentally. It's fair to say that this is the real you. The others were stunned by Mu Xia's words. They found them strange. Wasn't Ling Yi standing right here? What was wrong before, and what is wrong now? What a mess of speculation. Ling Yi looked at Mu Xia in surprise. He hadn't expected this woman's sixth sense to be so sharp, to be able to detect even the changes in him. It's nothing really. I just figured things out and realized my ultimate goal. But don't worry, no matter what I become, you always be my women. Ling Yi said with a faint smile. My husband is the best. Xia Mobing was delighted and kissed Ling Yi on the cheek. The other women also looked at Ling Yi with joy. As long as he had them in his heart and didn't abandon or give up on them, they were satisfied. Ling Yi sighed inwardly, you innocent women. All I can do is keep you happy and safe from harm. My future is destined to be one of bloodshed and endless slaughter. My enemies are everywhere, powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. I may need to escape and become an idler, but as my strength grows, trouble will come to you even if you don't seek it out. Either become powerful enough to dominate all planes, or crawl on the high plains. The controller's feet trembled. However, after experiencing my past life, I deeply understood a truth. Only by becoming the strongest, regardless of any means necessary, can I ensure my own safety and the peace of the plane. Placing peace or begging for mercy will only result in destruction. The scene of being surrounded and attacked by you in my previous life is still vivid in my mind. In this life, just wait for me to flatten every plane and fight to the death. Master. Blood demon. Is in imminent danger. Luo Chen's voice came intermittently. He was already running out of breath. He ran at full speed all the way, his heart almost beating out of his chest, his blood boiling. Time was running out, and Blood Demon was in imminent danger. He couldn't afford to pause for even a moment. Hearing Luo Chen's words, everyone was stunned. Hadn't Blood Demon always been leading the way, and at such a fast speed, how could he suddenly be in imminent danger? Ling Yi frowned. Sure enough, something unexpected had happened. No wonder his attribute points were soaring. It turned out to be Blood Demon's constant fighting. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened? Ling Yi asked, handing over a bottle of stamina potion. Luo Chen took the potion, guzzled it twice, and then hurriedly replied, Master, Xue Sha is surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, including many high-level mutants. Leng Yan and Gu Hao asked me to call for help, but I can sense they're ready to fight to the death. Please come with me to rescue them. Otherwise, it will be too late. The women looked at Ling Yi nervously, but found him showing no sign of panic, as if Xue Sha's life or death was insignificant. Ling Yi. Mu Xia started to persuade him, but he raised his hand to stop her. I already said people to rescue him, don't worry. Ling Yi said calmly. I already said people to rescue him. Everyone was stunned at this. If he had heard correctly, Luo Chen was talking about tens of thousands of zombies, many of which were high-level mutants. In the entire team, apart from Ling Yi himself, he might be able to rescue Xue Sha. No one else had the ability to do so. Could it be him? Mu Xia suddenly shouted. Xia Mobing, standing nearby, was startled by the sudden shouting. He patted his chest and complained, Xia, could you please stop getting so jumpy? You're giving me a heart attack. Lu Zi pressed, do you know who Ling Yi is talking about? Mu Xia didn't immediately respond to their questions. Instead, she looked at Ling Yi and asked uncertainly, is it the guy in the black armor from earlier? Ling Yi smiled slightly and nodded, I didn't expect you to notice. Yes, it's him. Honey, human lives are at stake. Are you sure he can handle tens of thousands of zombies? And where did you find this guy? Is he reliable? Xia Mobing asked hurriedly. Chapter 199. Brother-in-law, my sister's concerns are valid. Let's not waste time here and hurry to rescue Xue Sha. Xia Maoyang echoed his sister's words, persuading her. Ling Yi, Bing Bing, and the others' concerns make sense. Let's hurry and get going. Xue Sha is considered your personal guard, and you invested a lot of time and resources in training him. If something unexpected happens, the loss will be enormous, and all our efforts will be wasted. Mu Xia's face was also filled with anxiety. Ling Yi glanced at Mu Xia and the others with relief, knowing that the women's concerns were out of concern for the team and their own concerns for him. Ling Yi gently patted Mu Xia's shoulder and soothed her, your concerns are all valid, and I understand why everyone is worried. But when have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, I know the truth. After a pause, he spoke firmly, I personally train the blood demons. I have absolute confidence in their fighting ability and loyalty. I invested a tremendous amount of time and resources in training them. If they can't even hold out until rescue, then having this team or not means very little to me. The anxiety in everyone's hearts had just eased slightly after hearing Ling Yi's first words, but they were shocked by his next words. How could Ling Yi suddenly become so cold and ruthless? Ling Yi observed the expressions of the crowd, knowing that his words had shocked them. He was stunned for a long moment when he first said these words, unable to react. The restoration of his memories had also allowed his past life's thoughts to influence his every word and action, and he suddenly revealed his true thoughts, a disdain for life. To prevent the girls from overthinking, he took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then smiled. All right. Don't worry, the people I'm sending will definitely rescue Shueisha. Rest assured. You're all usually so carefree, so why can't you handle it today? Huh? I was so scared, husband. What you said just now was so cold-blooded. Xia Mobing exhaled and said softly. Yes, brother-in-law, I was so scared just now. Your tone of voice was like a completely different person, so cold. Xia Mayan clenched his fists, looking nervous. Ling Yi, I don't know what's happened to you these past few days. But just know that no matter what difficulties we face, we sisters will firmly follow your footsteps. I, Mu Xia, will marry no one but you. Mu Xia's tone was filled with determination, and she expressed her thoughts without any hesitation. The other women also spoke up, expressing their feelings, leaving Luo Chen, standing nearby, stunned and secretly praising his master's prowess. Mu Xia's resolute tone and sincere confession warmed Ling Yi's heart. Ling Yi smiled and replied, You are all the most important people in my life. I will always be by your side. No matter what difficulties arise, we will face them together. Mu Xia's heart warmed at Ling Yi's response. Knowing Ling Yi's determination and trust was her most precious treasure, she had fallen deeply in love with him. No matter what the future held, no matter how it ended, as long as he was by her side, she was content. Luo Chen stood by, completely bewildered, his mind filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? After a long moment, he shook his head vigorously and asked weakly, Master, madams, let's focus on Shueisha first. What do you think? Luo Chen muttered to himself, Are master and madams all so insane? Shueisha is in imminent danger, yet they're still so calmly displaying affection. Looking at Luo Chen, who looked helpless and depressed, Ling Yi reached out and touched Luo Chen's head, saying, It seems you've been spending time with Shueisha these past few days, and your relationship is pretty good. You're actually so concerned about their safety. I'm not concerned. They're just a bunch of bastards. They actually stole. You're killing zombies, so I can't get the crystal core. Luo Chen complained inwardly, but aloud, every member of the blood demon is a brave man, loyal to master. I don't want to see them die and deprive master of such a great helper. Ling Yi, after hearing Luo Chen's words, laughed heartily and said, You little brat, you're so smart. Since you're so worried, let's all go and see how the battle is going, so you don't all get so nervous. The women breathed a sigh of relief at this, fearing Ling Yi would become cold-blooded and indifferent to life, even the blood demons. Leng Yan and Gu Hao, however, led the blood demons in a fierce offensive and defensive battle against the zombie horde. Without Ling Yi, Leng Yan was the leader of the army. He had already removed all the excess weight, leaving only the weighted vest on. At least it would provide effective protection against the zombies' attacks and prevent them from injuring vital parts. His eyes revealed a steely determination, and his heart was filled with resentment. Shueisha has spent so many of the captain's resources, but he has not yet appeared in front of the world, let alone had any famous battles. Even if we truly cannot save the situation today, we must leave behind a batch of seeds. We cannot let the blood demon name disappear. Gu Hao unleashed lightning with one hand, his machete in the other, each swing brimming with murderous intent. His eyes betrayed a thirst for survival and a hatred for the zombies. Come on! You disgusting monsters! Today, we can finally have a good slaughter. Gu Hao roared frantically. Brothers, the captain saved our lives and gave us a helping hand. He also granted us great power. But we haven't had time to repay him yet. So fight with all your might today. If you die, you be a hero again in 18 years. If you live, that will be the battle that will make us, the blood demons, famous. Follow me. Leng Yan roared, his machete swinging relentlessly, chopping off the zombie heads one after another. The blood demons' eyes were red as they began to fight recklessly, howling and charging forward. The fierce battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Leng Yan and Gu Hao, leading the blood demon members, launched a fierce attack. The area encircled by the zombie horde was constantly expanding. This wasn't because the zombies were frightened, but rather because the blood demon's killing speed was so rapid that the zombies behind them couldn't even break through. The blood demon members brandished a variety of sharp cold weapons and let out deafening shouts. Their desperate, last-ditch efforts were reminiscent of a desperate battle. For a moment, they pushed the zombie horde back repeatedly, unable to hold their ground. However, in this fierce battle, Leng Yan and Gu Hao also paid a heavy price. Although they wore weighted vests, they had removed their limb protective gear to reduce the burden, making them vulnerable to the zombie attacks. Chapter 200. The blood demon members' limbs had been torn to shreds, the blood gushing profusely, leaving them in excruciating pain. Many of their wounds had begun to become infected, the crimson blood turning pitch black, oozing through their veins and seeping into their bodies, forming streaks of black blood, a truly terrifying sight. But despite this, everyone's faces held a resolute and fearless expression. They gritted their teeth, focused solely on swinging their weapons, fighting relentlessly. Fuck your grandma's zombies. I take you with me even if I die. A blood demon member's neck was bitten by a zombie, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Blood spurted from the wound, splattering everywhere. However, the injured blood demon member took no action, simply decapitating the zombie that had bitten him. Just as his vision began to blur, a bottle of healing potion was poured into his mouth. Then a voice came, "Pull him back and fight again after he's recovered." Old Yin, why do I feel the energy in my body getting more and more violent, as if it's about to explode? Gu Hao said as they fought. You feel it too? Damn it! I feel like I'm being roasted by fire, burning intensely. Leng Yan spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, which was actually steaming. Suddenly, Leng Yan's pupils constricted, his facial expression twisted, and he gasped for air. Seeing this, Gu Hao quickly killed the zombie attacking Leng Yan and asked anxiously, Old Yin, are you okay? Are you about to transform into a zombie? Use the zombie vaccine quickly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Leng Yan's breathing was like the rumbling of a broken bellows. Puffs of thick smoke emanated from his mouth, as if something was burning inside him. Suddenly, Leng Yan's eyes widened in anger, and he roared, "Burn me to death!" A vortex of flames erupted from Leng Yan's body, spreading outward with overwhelming force. This is the awakening of a fire ability. You should have warned me. My hair almost burned off. Gu Hao swatted the flames from his head, and backed away from Leng Yan. The other members of the Blood Demon clan also attacked in unison, fearing they would be burned by this unprovoked fire. Leng Yan was like a man of fire, his body ablaze with blazing flames. Two huge fireballs swirled in his hands, like two burning little suns. He stood before the zombies, blasting flames at them. The flames illuminated the battlefield, instantly heating the surrounding air and creating a fiery aura. The zombies, drawn to the flames, rushed towards Leng Yan, only to be reduced to ash. Leng Yan's flaming attacks were incredibly precise, each one locking onto the zombies with pinpoint accuracy. Flames flickered in his hands, and he launched fireballs at the zombies, like they were free, transforming the battlefield into a sea of flames. The intertwining of fire and heat filled the entire battlefield with flames and heat waves. The zombies were engulfed and burned one by one, giving all the members of the Blood Demon a chance to catch their breath. They began taking healing and stamina potions to replenish their depleted strength. Some members infected with the zombie virus also began injecting the zombie vaccine. Ouch! A loud roar echoed, and a fat, mutated zombie appeared on the battlefield. Its body was covered in pustules, and seemed to be wriggling constantly, making the sight of it nauseating and extremely disgusting. Leng Yan drank a stamina potion, then picked up the broadsword from the ground and said to Gu Hao, "Haozi, let's go take it down together." However, when Leng Yan looked at Gu Hao, she was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "Ha ha. Good boy, you made another breakthrough." Gu Hao was now brimming with lightning, appearing much thicker and more robust than usual, his power clearly increased. He grinned, "Leave this ugly, disgusting creature to me. I guarantee it be scorched to a crisp." Gu Hao's hand flashed with lightning. With a wave of his hand, he cleared the area of zombies in front of him and charged towards the mutant zombie. The fat mutant zombie's eyes gleamed with a fierce gleam. As it roared, a foul-smelling liquid splattered out. Any objects or zombies touched by the liquid squeaked continuously, as if corroded, melting into holes. However, Gu Hao, empowered by his lightning powers, moved with lightning speed. The venom couldn't stop him even a little. Each lightning strike left the mutant zombie helpless, its body covered in burn marks. The force of the lightning struck the mutant's head, sending currents coursing through its body, sending waves of intense pain. However, Gu Hao didn't stop his attacks. He continued to vary his tactics, employing various attack techniques, launching round after round of assaults against the mutant. The mutant let out a series of shrill roars, its body twisting and deforming. It madly attacked the surrounding zombies, attempting to rip Gu Hao into pieces. Undeterred, Gu Hao continued to use his lightning powers, attacking the mutant. The frequent attacks left the mutant's body charred black, and the pustules were blasted everywhere, creating a scene both disgusting and terrifying. Finally, the mutant zombie was completely knocked to the ground by Gu Hao, a lightning spear launched in its head. It let out a shrill roar of unwillingness before disintegrating into a pool of pitch-black pus and blood. Level 3 strength is truly remarkable. I was able to take down a mutant zombie like this all by myself. This is so satisfying. Gu Hao muttered ecstatically. Howsy, well done. Brothers, kill them all. The captain's theory is absolutely correct. Only by pushing yourself to the brink of life and death can a breakthrough in strength be easily achieved. Leng Yin shouted loudly, drowning out the din of the battlefield. The blood demon members were filled with envy as they watched Leng Yin and Gu Hao, one after the other, break through and advance. Their confidence surged, believing their own breakthroughs were just around the corner. Eyes ablaze, they brandished a variety of cold weapons and charged once again at the zombie horde. With Leng Yin and Gu Hao suppressing them, the mutant zombies below level 4 were unable to harm the blood demon members. The zombie swarm obstructed the mutant zombies' movements, severely hampering their speed and strength. They were effectively exhausted on the spot by Leng Yin and Gu Hao's ranged supernatural powers. Without the constraints of the higher-level mutant zombies, the blood demon members felt a sense of relief, and their weapons wielded with greater ease. Time ticked by, and the blood demon unexpectedly shifted from a defensive position to an offensive one, employing a counterattack. Chapter 201. As Ling Yi and the other women approached the battlefield, they saw the elemental energy in the sky was incredibly vibrant. Various supernatural powers shone forth, illuminating the entire sky with a dazzling array of colors. Wow! So beautiful! It feels like we're in a fairy tale. Xiao Maoyang held Luo Ning's hand, gazing at the sky with excitement. The other women also gazed upward, captivated by this bizarre sight, each revealing a look of curiosity. Mu Xia opened her mouth slightly and murmured, "Yes, this is truly amazing. I never seen anything so spectacular. The elemental energy in the sky is so vibrant that it's visible to the naked eye. How much energy is contained within it?" The women gathered around Ling Yi, demanding to know the reason for this phenomenon. They knew that if Ling Yi couldn't explain it, it would remain a mystery. Ling Yi explained with a smile, "Actually, the reason the elemental energy in the sky is causing such unusual phenomena is because someone in that area is awakening their powers." "How is that possible? We all awakened before. Only your awakening was a bit more dramatic, but the rest of the time, it was pretty quiet." Xia Mobing was puzzled. The women nodded silently. Could it be that the person awakening was a gifted genius, causing the unusual phenomenon in the sky? Ling Yi looked at everyone's puzzled faces and smiled slightly, saying, "One person awakening wouldn't cause such a big commotion, but if it were a group, such a commotion wouldn't be surprising at all. Could it be? Master? That's where the blood demons are surrounded. Could it be that blood demons are awakening en masse?" Luo Chen expressed his suspicions. That's right. One must be in mortal danger to survive, and trapped in a doomed situation to stay alive. This time, Shueisha has found a blessing in disguise. Having teetered on the brink of death, he must have squeezed out all the energy he's accumulated from recent training, and his strength should have improved dramatically. Ling Yi nodded and explained. It's truly incredible to be fortunate enough to witness such a spectacular spectacle. If Shueisha truly has this opportunity, it would be a tremendous blessing. Xiao Mobing said excitedly. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly flashed and knelt on one knee before Ling Yi. "Master, the threat has been resolved. Did you take action?" Ling Yi asked, frowning. "I just killed a 4th-level mutant zombie. I left the others alone," Ing replied calmly. Ling Yi then nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. Get up." The women looked at the figure standing respectfully behind Ling Yi with expressions of surprise. "Hubby, who is he? Why does he feel like another you?" From the figure to the eyes, as if they were cast from the same mold? Xiao Mobing asked, blinking. Mu Xia nodded in agreement. "When he left the convoy alone earlier, I caught a glimpse, and thought it was you who had left. Is there any connection between you two?" Ling Yi smiled slightly and explained, "His name is Ing. He's a clone of me. He looks like me, so that's normal." "A clone?" Everyone was stunned, staring at Ing with curiosity, eager to remove his mask and see his true form. "Brother-in-law, can I see his face?" Xiao Maoyang asked curiously. No. Ling Yi shook his head slightly. Why? Xiao Maoyang asked, somewhat disappointed. After seeing his face, I'm afraid you have nightmares, and be constantly suspicious. Ling Yi said, patting Xiao Maoyang's head. Inwardly, he thought, if you saw a face exactly like mine, I wonder what your expressions would be. What's more, I have more and more clones, all with the same face. How will you feel? I doubt you'll be able to find my true self if I don't say anything. So, it's better to maintain some mystery, so you don't constantly wonder if my true self is fake. If every time I sleep, he asks me, are you real? When did we have sex for the first time? How can I live like this? Seeing that Ling Yi didn't want to publicly reveal Ying's clones, the women stopped dwelling on the issue. As long as it was in everyone's best interest, it was fine. Let's go and see what the blood demons have accomplished and whether their strength has truly increased. Ling Yi took the lead, heading towards the battlefield. Everyone hurried to follow, no further questions asked. As they drew closer, they could vaguely see the blood demons and hear their resounding shouts echoing through the city streets. The young blood demons, wearing weighted vests, fought fearlessly on the streets, their eyes revealing determination and courage. Faced with zombies many times their number, they simply annihilated them completely, without a trace of fear. Their eyes gleamed like bloodthirsty wolves. The team's combat experience had prepared them for any eventuality, and years of military service had forged a perfect rapport. The Blood Evil members coordinated with each other, alternating between providing cover as they carried out their respective missions. Enhanced members used close combat to close in on the zombies, while teammates in the rear provided cover and support using their newly awakened abilities. From time to time, members of the team would urgently tend to injured teammates, preventing them from contracting the zombie virus during combat. Each role played a crucial role, and their unity, coupled with their understanding of common zombies, helped them defeat wave after wave of attacks. The smoke of battle finally cleared, and the Blood Evil members gathered on the deserted streets, cheering and celebrating their victory. The streets were littered with zombie corpses, a testament to their victory. With triumphant gestures and eager eyes, the team gazed at the setting sun in the distance. Although the battle was over, they knew the danger continued, and their journey would continue. Only by constantly growing stronger and advancing could they find their ultimate place of survival. The joy of surviving did not let the Blood Evil members relax their vigilance. On the contrary, they knew that more challenges lay ahead. Though they witnessed the collapse of civilization and seen the ugliness of human nature, they still believe hope still exists amidst the ruins. They firmly believe that, under the leadership of their captain, they will carry the memories of the past and the dreams of the future, forging ahead in search of an unknown shore of survival. At this moment, their battle against the zombies isn't simply a fight for survival. It's a spur to ignite the flame of hope in this apocalypse. In this seemingly endless battle, they will endure life or death trials, constantly strengthening themselves to protect their loved ones, friends, and loved ones. While they don't know for sure if they still be alive, some hope is always a blessing. Thus, every victory now becomes a renewed motivation, forcing the blood demons to press forward with even greater resolve toward the future and pure land that truly belongs to them. Chapter 202. The blood demons finally defeated the massive zombie horde. Exhausted, they gathered together, panting heavily. The joy of victory filled the air. They clapped shoulders, hugged each other in encouragement, and celebrated their survival. At this moment of triumph, a group of figures appeared before them. You all performed very well, worthy of all the hard training, Ling Yi said with a smile. This battle is enough to make the blood demons proud. Facing tens of thousands of zombies, you worked together, fought together, and ultimately achieved victory. This proves that my original intention for establishing this team has been achieved. Brothers, you have not let me down. Captain, you're finally here. I was worried I'd never see you again. Gu Hao responded excitedly. Captain, I failed to live up to your trust. Our careless march this time led to us being surrounded by the zombies. Although most of our brothers survived, but more than a dozen of them were still killed. Leng Yan spoke with a look of shame, finally at a loss for words, and could only squat on the ground helplessly. Ling Yi put away his smile, stepped forward, patted Leng Yan's shoulder, and said, Don't be sad. The brothers who died wouldn't want to see you blaming yourself like this. This time, we have indeed paid a price. But you also gave your all, and there are no regrets. Moreover, the zombie swarm at the scene has been completely eliminated, and we can comfort our brothers in heaven and continue our journey with peace of mind. Now, the important thing is to ensure the treatment and care of the wounded. We must not underestimate the living, and whether they have been infected with the zombie virus, not even for a minor injury. Don't be afraid of wasting zombie vaccines. My greatest wish is for my brothers to survive. Also, most of you have awakened your special powers, so you must develop a better strategy and tactics. You can even draw on the experience of this battle to find more effective attack combinations. This will make the Blood Demon even stronger in the future, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Finally, you must maintain your confidence and courage. Although you were able to turn defeat into victory this time, luck won't always favor you. I don't want a similar situation to happen again. The most taboo in marching and fighting is blind confidence, and not checking the enemy's situation. Lung Yan's eyes flashed with determination when he heard Ling Yi's words. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Captain, I will remember this lesson and fight even harder for you. The Blood Demon will not give up easily. We will follow you and achieve ultimate victory, but I hope the captain agrees to one condition. I'm not capable enough to lead the Blood Demon, so I want to find a more capable leader for my brothers." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. They hadn't expected Lung Yan to make such a request. Gu Hao looked at Lung Yan in confusion and whispered, "Old Yan." Before he could finish his words, Lung Yan raised her hand to interrupt him. Ling Yi was momentarily surprised, then asked, "Do you have any recommendations?" Lung Yan nodded gently, raised her hand, pointed at the figure behind Ling Yi, and said slowly, "I hope he will lead us." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "This is probably your first meeting, right?" "Yes, but the effortlessness with which he single-handedly slashed down a fourth-order mutant zombie is etched in my mind. I originally thought it was the captain, because he looked so much like you, his eyes, his build, even his weapons. I actually knew he was one of us, and so formidable. So, I hope he lead the brothers and continue to conquer the lands for the captain." Lung Yan's expression was resolute. Gu Hao and the other members of the Blood Demon clan were silent. They had always believed they had won this battle on their own, but they hadn't expected the man in black armor to secretly help them defeat their most formidable opponent. Ling Yi turned his head slightly and asked, "Ing, what do you think?" "Blood Demon. Such a distant yet familiar name. I'd be happy to replant the Blood Demon flag throughout the entire star region." Ying's voice echoed faintly. "There's a certain meaning in the universe. I can forget everything, but I still can't forget the Blood Demon. That speaks volumes. So train them well, and use this as a foundation to restore the Blood Demon clan's glory," Ling Yi said with a faint smile. After hearing the two's conversation, everyone present was initially baffled, unsure what the name Blood Demon meant. Then, upon hearing their voices, a chill ran down their spines, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the scene. Ling Yi and Ying's voices were remarkably identical. Ling Yi glanced around at the Blood Demon members and shouted, "Blood Demon, listen. From today on, Ing, standing behind me, will be your new leader, with Lung Yan and Gu Hao serving as deputies. Together, we will forge an even more powerful Blood Demon, a formidable force capable of challenging the entire world." Ling Yi and Ing, however, secretly thought, "We must challenge the entire star region and bring those self-proclaimed masters to their knees once again beneath the bloody shadow." The Blood Demon members all expressed their obedience, their eyes gleaming with determination and excitement, as if they saw hope for the future. Lung Yan and Gu Hao also gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes revealing an unwavering resolve. With such an ambitious commander, how could they possibly halt their march? They could only strive to keep pace, and leave a glorious chapter in the history of the apocalypse. Ling Yi continued, "We must use the power at our disposal to conquer this apocalypse, and every hostile force that dares to oppose us. We must crush all zombies and mutant beasts beneath our feet, making them stepping stones to the summit. We must make Blood Demon the most powerful team in the world, inflicting fear and despair upon every enemy. We must reshuffle the apocalypse, and redefine order in the name of Blood Demon. Now, tell me loudly, do you have the resolve and courage to join me in conquering the world and forge our own future?" After hearing Ling Yi's words, the Blood Demon members felt their blood boiling, and they spontaneously shouted in unison, "Blood Demon swear to follow the captain to the death." Ling Yi's lips curled, and as he faced the entire Blood Demon team, his eyes revealed a domineering yet cold aura. "He seems to have changed," Mu Xie said softly, a little bewildered, looking at Ling Yi's back. "I noticed it too. He's no longer the shy boy. He's becoming more and more like a qualified leader." Xia Mobing echoed, "This is a real man, my ideal king." Lu Zi smiled faintly. "Well, my brother-in-law is getting more and more handsome. I love him so much." Xia Maoyong chuckled. The other women also stared at Ling Yi's back with starry eyes, their hearts filled with pride. "This is my man." Chapter 203. The pile of tens of thousands of zombie corpses piled up like a mountain, shocking the arriving team. When they learned that all this was done by the blood demon, everyone couldn't believe their eyes, finding it absurd. Just over 200 people had killed tens of thousands of zombies. If it weren't for the piles of corpses, who would believe it? Wow! This is terrifying. How could there be so many zombies? Oh my god! Could this really be the work of Ling Yi's blood demon team? It's incredible. They were able to wipe out so many zombies. Even movies wouldn't dare film it that way. I suddenly want to be one of them. Anyone know how to join their team? I trade a piece of bread for information. If I had that kind of skill, I have plenty of girls. With your behavior, stop it. Do you think you're Ling Yi's boss? That's right. That's right. Get out of here. The entire survivor team erupted in praise and envy, wishing they could be one of the blood demons. Mengshen, however, approached Ling Yi with a gloomy face. He glanced at the blood demon members, who had long since taken shelter and rested, then pointed at the zombie corpses strewn across the street. Captain, with so many bodies, it would probably take quite a while for the students in the logistics department to handle it all. Furthermore, over time, the bodies would rot, and there's a chance of viral infection. What do you think we should do? Mengshen asked bitterly. Ling Yi frowned, took a look around, then turned to Mengshen and said, "We do need more manpower to handle these bodies. The logistics department alone is really stretched. So, go find Xianyuan Mengshen and ask him to find a way to mobilize the survivors to help collect resources from the zombies, and clean up and incinerate the bodies." Mengshen nodded, agreeing with Ling Yi's idea. He continued, "Xianyuan Mengshen is easy, but the survivors might be harder to convince. After all, dissecting and cleaning corpses is a bit disgusting, and I don't think they'd be willing to help." Ling Yi thought for a moment, then said, "That's easy. We can use food as compensation. I'm sure they won't mind. We have plenty of food." Mengshen's eyes lit up, and he slapped his head and said, "Why can't I get it? I keep thinking about the point system here, those magical things that aren't available to outsiders. I forget that I can use food to hire the survivors for labor. Captain, I arrange it now." Ling Yi nodded. He knew that in this apocalyptic era, food was one of the most important resources. Using food as compensation was hard currency, more valuable than real gold. It's important now, and it will be even more important in the future. Okay, you go and arrange it. Let them know we provide enough food. I'm sure they'd be willing to help," Ling Yi said. Mengshen nodded and turned to leave. Ling Yi began to think about his next plan. His goal was clear: revenge against the Master of the Sky. Although he was currently insignificant, with his past life's experience, a breakthrough in strength was no longer a dream. His current concern was how to capitalize on the opportunities presented by the advanced civilization and this plane, thereby cultivating loyal followers and laying the foundation for future power. Ling Yi took a deep breath. He knew it wouldn't be easy. But he also knew that relying solely on his own continuous effort and struggle would ultimately lead to his own demise. Even if he could return to his peak, he would sooner or later suffer the same fate at the hands of the predatory high-level controllers in this predatory world. So, he needed to utilize this plane, this apocalypse, to cultivate loyal followers comparable to the blood demons of his previous life. Only by laying a solid foundation and cultivating a powerful army, an ironclad force far surpassing the blood demons of his previous life, could he confront the vast coalition of controllers. Ling Yi shook his head and sighed to himself. This is a long and arduous process. But I will not live in vain until I have trampled all of you scum under my feet. A firm resolve ignited within Ling Yi. No matter how difficult and challenging the future held, he believed he could overcome all difficulties. With his wisdom and courage, he will lead his men on the path of revenge, ultimately crushing the masters beneath his feet, fulfilling his dream of vengeance, and creating an eternal being that towers above all planes. Just as Ling Yi turned around, he saw the women still standing there, staring at him blankly. He couldn't help but laugh. "What are you all staring at me for? As if I grown flowers." The women laughed at Ling Yi's words. Xiao Mobing said, "We just think you become a different person. Your actions are more decisive and swift, which is surprising." Xiao Moyang followed suit. "Yes, we're all amazed by your brother-in-law's charm and dominance. After a few days of seclusion, you matured a lot, like a real man," Musia said with a faint smile. Ling Yi's mouth twitched slightly at the women's comments. He set a stern face, glanced at the women, and then spoke slowly. "After not seeing you for a few days, have you all been feeling naughty again? You all started teasing me. Have you forgotten the Ling family rules? It seems we need to re-establish the marital authority." The women burst into laughter at Ling Yi's words. Xia Mobing chuckled and said, Ling family rules? I seem to remember something like that. Xia Maoyang, looking apprehensive, followed suit, brother-in-law, don't take it too seriously. We were just joking. I don't want to be in your clutches again. Mu Xia gently patted Ling Yi's shoulder and said with a smile, okay, you're really angry. We just think you become more powerful, so we're giving you a compliment. It's a good thing. Ling Yi looked at the girls' smiling faces, feeling a little amused. He smiled slightly and said, well, since you're all like this, well, then I won't bother with it. However, we still need to have a good chat tonight. We've been bored after not training them for a few days. The women blushed at Ling Yi's words. Xia Mobing coughed and said, okay, we get it. We definitely listen to your advice tonight. Xia Maoyang followed suit, yes, brother-in-law. We listen to whatever you say. Mu Xia coughed softly and said, we talk tonight. We still have a lot of things to deal with. I'd be leaving now. The women fled the scene one after another. Watching them go, Ling Yi couldn't help but sigh. These women are bolder than anyone else when they're daring, and shyer when they're shy. But they're all quite adorable. It's quite nice to have them around during the apocalypse. Ling Yi thought to himself, acknowledging Luo Chen, who stood awkwardly nearby, before turning and leaving the scene. Chapter 204. Luo Chen followed Ling Yi obediently, his eyes fixed on the figure he admired and revered. He held Ling Yi in deep respect. Ling Yi walked ahead and, sensing Luo Chen's gaze, smiled slightly. He turned to look at Luo Chen and said, what's wrong, Luo Chen? Is there something wrong? Luo Chen snapped back to reality at Ling Yi's question. He quickly shook his head and said, no, nothing. I just think Master is truly formidable. Not only is he formidable himself, but even his subordinate, the Blood Demon, is incredibly powerful. Ling Yi smiled faintly at Luo Chen's words and said, now you know that the Blood Demon is not to be underestimated. Remember, there are always people better than you. Never underestimate others. Don't underestimate anyone. If I were to give you a second chance, would you join the Blood Demon? Luo Chen couldn't help but feel guilty when he heard Ling Yi's words. He nodded quickly and said, I was too arrogant before, always thinking that my martial arts background gave me a lot of arrogance. I've been spending the past few days with the two deputy commanders, and I've been feeling pretty good. I hope Master will allow me to train with the Blood Demon. Only through competition can I quickly improve my strength. Ling Yi felt a little relieved at Luo Chen's expectant expression. Pride is fine, but not arrogance alone. He waved his hand and said, go. When you pass the shadow test, come back and find me. With that, Ling Yi, hands behind his back, looked very old-fashioned as he slowly left Luo Chen's sight. Luo Chen bowed excitedly and shouted, thank you, Master. I won't let you down. Luo Chen, beaming with joy, arrived at the Blood Demon's temporary base. From afar, he spotted Lung Yin and Gu Hao directing their training. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. The Blood Demons had just weathered a major battle, leaving everyone battered and bruised. Even with a powerful healing potion, physical and mental exhaustion was inevitable. But they didn't rest, instead resuming their training. No wonder they've been able to bounce back. With such intense training and perseverance, I believe even tens of thousands more zombies would have perished at their hands. Luo Chen sighed inwardly. Seeing Luo Chen approach, a faint smile graced Lung Yan's stern face. Gu Hao, on the other hand, beamed with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with joy. Luo Chen, thanks to you for notifying the captain promptly, allowing Shadow Commander to eliminate that 4th-level mutant zombie. Otherwise, the Blood Demon brothers would have suffered even greater casualties. Lung Yan's voice held a hint of gratitude, but more than that, it revealed recognition of Luo Chen. Gu Hao affectionately took Luo Chen's hand and excitedly patted his shoulder. Brother Luo Chen, I'm sorry for what happened to you. If it weren't for our quarrel, we wouldn't have gotten into this situation. To express old Yin and I's apologies, we collected some crystal cores. It's not a lot, just a few hundred. Take them. Luo Chen felt the warmth of the two men and was deeply moved. He pushed aside the bag of crystal cores Gu Hao offered him and waved his hand, saying, Brother Hao, you're too polite. I didn't really help at all. Besides, I can't accept these crystal cores. Master requested that I obtain them myself. I appreciate your kindness. Just then Ying approached. His gaze swept coldly around before settling on Luo Chen. He said icily, Luo Chen, Master has informed me that you will remain with me for a period of training. But I must remind you that the Blood Demons are a demanding team. We hold extremely high standards for strength and loyalty. Even though you are master's apprentice, I will not offer you any backdoors. You must always be prepared to accept all kinds of tests and training. If you fail to meet my standards, you will be kicked out. Do you understand? Luo Chen sensed Ying's coldness and severity, but not a trace of tension or anger remained in his heart. He nodded and said firmly, I understand. I will strive to improve my strength and be ready to meet any challenge. I will never let Master and the commander down. Ying said nothing more, merely a faint glance at Luo Chen before turning and leaving. Luo Chen sensed Ying's severity, but he felt no resentment. He knew he still had a long way to go, but he would never back down. Leng Yin and Gu Hao looked at Luo Chen's thin figure, both smiling with anticipation. They knew that Luo Chen's joining would bring new vitality to the blood demons, and also signal Ling Yi's recognition of him. Mengshen, leading the students from the logistics department, had already begun clearing the streets of zombie corpses. The students proceeded methodically, collecting useful supplies and clearing the bodies. Chu Sun, along with thousands of survivors, also joined in the work of moving bodies and clearing the streets. The contrast between the two groups on the street was stark. The students were already accustomed to this kind of cleanup work, chatting and laughing, not at all nervous. The survivors, on the other hand, either wore gloves or had their mouths and noses wrapped in cloth, looking visibly disgusted. But for the sake of food, they all fought the urge to vomit. They carried the bodies, which had been processed by the students, onto the empty streets, piling them into piles. Mengshen and the students from the logistics department didn't let the presence of the survivors slow their dissections. They meticulously cleaned each body, ensuring none were left behind. After all, these were points. Time passed, and the pile of bodies on the street grew taller and taller. As barrels of gasoline were poured down, a fire shot up into the sky, completely igniting the mountain of corpses. Night fell, and the mountain of corpses burned in the darkness. The raging flames raged, illuminating the entire street in a crimson glow. The flames cast a grim and terrifying light on the faces of the survivors. The bodies were consumed by the flames, making a chilling crackling sound. The intense heat blurred their outlines, leaving only twisted air and dancing flames. The air was filled with a pungent, burning stench, making one want to vomit. The flames reflected on the surrounding buildings, casting distorted and terrifying shadows. The survivors silently watched the burning mountain of corpses, their hearts filled with the fear of death and the desire to survive. The survivors silently left the scene and returned to their temporary homes. They all knew that they could either join a strong team or become a strong person. Only in this way could they protect their lives and find hope for the future. Unbeknownst to everyone, in different parts of the city, several forces were gazing at the towering flames. There were still survivors in this city. Chapter 205. Atop a building over 10 stories high, dozens of people gazed at the flames, their eyes filled with confusion. A blond young man said to a burly middle-aged man beside him, "Boss, there seems to be a fire over there. Judging by the intensity, it's quite large. Could there be other survivors?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly, "Idiot. Don't you know what's out there? We lost quite a few men there. Do you think anyone can take down that powerful zombie? There are tens of thousands more around it. I'm guessing some reckless person is just going to die without knowing the situation." The blond young man's face flickered with fear at the middle-aged man's words. He tried to whisper, "But the fire over there is getting bigger and bigger. If there are truly other survivors, shouldn't we go and help them? Maybe we can even win them over?" The middle-aged man glanced coldly at the blond-haired young man, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Help? Do you think we're kind-hearted? In this apocalypse, only the strong can survive. Other survivors have offered themselves up. We take them in if we can, and get rid of them if we can't. For us, the more useless people there are, the more food we waste. The elderly, weak, and sick are merely superfluous." The blond-haired young man felt a wave of unease and disappointment, but he also knew the middle-aged man was speaking the truth. In this cruel apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails. He nodded silently, saying nothing more, his gaze fixed on the flames. The burning area seemed to tell a story of bloody and cruel life. A surge of determination surged within the blond young man. He resolved to become stronger, no longer the target of scorn and trampling. He secretly resolved to become stronger, a powerful figure with a voice. Only then could he protect himself and those around him, no longer at the mercy of fate or the arbitrary bullying of others. The blond young man silently clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with a determination he had never before possessed. On another high-rise building, a group of attractive women gathered, also observing the flames. A young woman asked, "Sister Qing, what's going on over there?" Our Fang Tua And his men making any moves? A woman with waist-length hair slowly straightened and stepped away from the telescope. Then, with a frown, she said, "They're not Fong Tuo's men. They look like survivors from outside. They're burning corpses. How bizarre. Could that powerful zombie have been eliminated? It's hard to believe unless you see it with your own eyes." The young woman's eyes flickered with surprise at Sister Qing's words. She muttered quietly, "Outside survivors? They were able to eliminate that powerful zombie? This is incredible." Another woman said, "If these outsiders are truly so powerful, shouldn't we engage them? After all, we can't stay in this city forever." Sister Qing's expression was solemn. She said softly, "Perhaps they possess some special power that allowed them to do this. However, we should refrain from interfering in their affairs. After all, we know nothing about their strength or motives." The girl nodded, her expression slightly concerned. "But if they truly have a way to eliminate the zombies, that would be good news for us, right?" Sister Qing sighed, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "Perhaps, but we must not forget that this world has become extremely dangerous. Without state control and without legal constraints, it's no wonder. The struggle between the powerful is constantly unfolding. As new humans, a bit stronger than ordinary people, our most important thing is to protect ourselves and those around us." The girl nodded silently. She understood Sister Qing's point and understood these principles, but everyone holds out for hope, and she's no exception. In this apocalypse, only the strong can survive, but the strong are everywhere. Although the women present have all undergone some degree of mutation, they still lack the strength to contend with the truly powerful. Take Fong Tu on the other side, for example. The city has been divided into two factions. If it weren't for Sister Qing, whose strength rivaled Fong Tuo's, women like them would have long since become playthings for the other side. Let's go! We see what happens tomorrow to see if they've taken any action. I also tried to make contact with them to see if they're friend or foe. Sister Qing held onto the fence, her eyes fixed on the flames, silently praying, "I hope my worry is unfounded. You're just passing through, or perhaps coming with good intentions." She lifted her slender legs, stepped into her high heels, and silently turned and walked down the building. She didn't know if tomorrow would be a bloody storm, or filled with joy. The young girl gazed at the flames again, sighed deeply, and followed Sister Qing closely. The other women also quietly dispersed, their hearts full of worries. When Lingyi returned to the RV, he found the women all sitting in the living room, waiting for him in unison. This amused him. Hee. "Why are you all sitting so straight? Are you afraid I eat you?" After saying that, he stepped forward, picked up Luo Ning, stroked her cheek, and said, "Ninger is great. She's become an enhancer." Luo Ning danced with joy, but Lingyi had no idea what he meant. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out, "Xiao He, come here." Xiao He responded, swaying and swaying towards him. Seeing it for the first time, Luo Ning was stunned and stared at the round robot floating in the air with curiosity. "Xiao He, can you translate the sign language?" Lingyi asked. "Leave it to me, no problem. I just saw this little girl saying how grateful she is to all the beautiful ladies for taking care of her and helping her improve her strength. She doesn't know how to thank you enough," Xiao He explained, circling Luo Ning. Lingyi smiled faintly. "Ninger, everyone here is your family. No need to thank me. Follow your sisters and strengthen yourself. Strive to be able to protect yourself." I will not only protect myself and my brother, but also my beautiful sisters and brother Lingyi," Xiao He translated. "You're such a good girl. It's a shame we don't know sign language. Now, with Xiao He as our translator, we can communicate with you instantly. When you're free, ask Xiao He to keep you company. Although he's a robot, his thoughts are just like ours. I think you could become good friends." Lingyi smiled. At this, Luo Ning's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she happily kissed Lingyi on the cheek, causing the other girls to burst into laughter. Chapter 206. Lingyi felt a little embarrassed by Luo Ning's kiss, but he smiled, patted Luo Ning's head, and said, "All right, little one, stop messing around. We still have a lot to do." A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Ning's eyes at Lingyi's words. She had wanted to play with Lingyi a little longer, but it seemed Lingyi had more important things to do. Xiao He observed all this quietly from the side, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Although he was just a robot, he could help humans solve many problems, making their lives more convenient and better. Xiao He took the initiative to fly to Luo Ning's side, and gently said to her, "Hello, I'm Xiao He. Although I'm a robot, I can accompany you, help you solve many problems, play with you, and chat with you. We can be good friends." Luo Ning's eyes sparkled again at Xiao Hei's words. She looked at Xiao Hei curiously, smiled, and nodded. Xiao Hei saw Luo Ning nod and flew happily. It flew onto Luo Ning's shoulder, gently stroked her hair with its robotic hands, and said, "Let's get started now. I can teach you a lot of interesting things, making you smarter and more knowledgeable." Luo Ning's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to look at Ling Yi. "Go ahead, go play with Xiao Hei in the room. My sisters and I have something to discuss." Ling Yi gently placed Luo Ning on the ground. Watching Luo Ning chase Xiao Hei into the room, Ling Yi smiled slightly, then turned to look at the women. Watching Ling Yi's gaze sweep over them, all the women felt a mixture of joy and worry, unsure of what would happen next. Xia Mobing finally couldn't stand the oppressive situation any longer. She looked at Ling Yi and said coquettishly, "Husband, what do you want? You're staring at us like that. It's really scary." That's right, brother-in-law. Just name the person you want to sleep with. It's so annoying to be so hesitant. Xia Maoyang said with a pout. If one isn't enough, name two. If two isn't enough, name three. Mu Xia said expressionlessly. Ling Yi's mouth twitched constantly, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. The women exchanged glances at Ling Yi's awkward expression, then burst into laughter. Xia Mobing chuckled and said, "It seems our man is stumped. He doesn't know how to respond." Mu Xia also laughed. "Yeah, he's usually so smart and witty. Why are you so silent now? Brother-in-law, are you really eager to enforce the family rules? How about I go first?" Xia Maoyang teased. The other women joined in the laughter, their hearts filled with joy as they watched Ling Yi's moody expression. Ling Yi, amused by the women's teasing, shook his head helplessly, and said with a smile, all right, stop it. I just feel that you're all very important, treasures in my heart, so I'm at a loss for words." The women felt a warm glow in their hearts after hearing Ling Yi's words. Xia Mobing stepped forward, took Ling Yi's arm, and said gently, "Hubby, we all know you care about us. We sisters get along well, and don't get jealous. Brother-in-law, feel free to make your choice." "I'm sleepy, don't waste time," Xia Maoyang said, her head hanging exaggeratedly. Ling Yi smiled and shook his head. He knew the women were joking, but he could also feel their concern and love for him. Ling Yi looked at the women tenderly, his heart filled with happiness and emotion. Family and love had once been meaningless to him. Now, with such a group of beautiful, intelligent, and kind women by his side, he felt so happy and fulfilled. A smile played on Ling Yi's lips, and he chuckled, "They are all women I love. Since I can't let any of them go, and I don't want to leave you out, then get up and come inside. Let's sleep together." The women were all stunned by Ling Yi's words. They had never expected Ling Yi to ask to sleep together. This was so unlike him. The shy boy had truly changed. They exchanged glances, each filled with questions. After a moment, Xia Mobing's eyes rolled, and she stood up, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Hubby, since you asked, we sisters would be remiss if we don't meet your demands. Don't accuse us of bullying you later. Sex with 10 women in one night. It's insane just to think about it. I wonder if you can handle it." After saying this, Xia Mobing turned to the other women, blinking non-stop with a playful look. The women immediately understood what she meant. Xia Mobing's point was that Ling Yi was being mysterious, so they should all go tease him. "Sister, you're right. I'm going to take a shower first." Xia Maoyang chuckled, took Xia Mobing's hand, and walked towards Ling Yi's room. "I'm waiting to see you display your prowess and unstoppable strength." Mu Xia raised her proud head and strode into the house. "Captain, you're the best. I'm rooting for you. But don't leave early." Lu Zi winked at Ling Yi as she passed him. The other women also covered their mouths with their hands, giggling, and quickly made their way inside. Ling Yi was left alone in the living room, standing there in a daze. After a moment, he chuckled softly, "These girls are getting smarter and smarter." Watching the women enter their rooms one by one, Ling Yi felt both anticipation and a touch of nervousness. He was teasing them, but they were also teasing him. If we could really sleep together, it would be a wonderful story. Ling Yi thought, but then quickly shook his head. He had business to attend to. Now was no time for playful banter. Ling Yi understood that this was the women's way of expressing their love for him, a silent exchange of intimacy and understanding. He silently resolved to work harder, not only for his own future, but also to better protect and care for them. "I will always be your strong support, giving you a sense of security and happiness. In the future, I will take you to appreciate the wonders of this vast universe," Ling Yi thought to himself. As Ling Yi entered his room, his heart was filled with anticipation and longing for the future, imagining traveling with his beloved across the vibrant and colorful universes. Although the future was still far away, there would be various difficulties, and even powerful enemies from the past. But he believed that he could overcome everything. One failure meant nothing. As long as he was still alive, the blood debt he had incurred must be repaid with blood. Chapter 207. Seeing Ling Yi push the door open, the women were surprised and alarmed. They thought Ling Yi would, as usual, find an excuse to shy away. But he actually walked in so confidently, a wicked smile plastered across his face, without a trace of shyness or stage fright. Ling Yi took in the women's expressions and chuckled to himself. You tried to tease me, but now you're all dumbfounded. He locked the door behind him, glaring at the women with a fierce, wolfish look, a scoundrel's expression on his face. The women looked at Ling Yi, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Although everyone present had experienced intimate and wonderful interactions with Ling Yi, sitting together like this was new to them. They couldn't help but feel a little nervous and uneasy. After all, doing something embarrassing with others watching was awkward. They wondered what Ling Yi was thinking, and they all muttered to themselves, "Why has this guy suddenly become so strange? Ling Yi, what's wrong with you?" Xianyuan Yushua asked softly, a hint of worry on her face. Ling Yi, noticing her worried expression, immediately dropped his sassy demeanor and offered a gentle smile. "It's okay, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you are. If we really were to sleep together, I'd be so scared you suck me dry." Ling Yi chuckled. The women breathed a sigh of relief at Ling Yi's words. However, the sudden change in his mood still left them a little uneasy. "Brother-in-law, you're such a scoundrel." Xiao Moyang pouted, discontented. Ling Yi smiled at Xiao Moyang's words, walked over to sit beside her, and gently pulled her into his arms. "Yes, I am a bad guy, but I'm only good to you," Ling Yi said gently. Xiao Moyang laughed at Ling Yi's actions. She felt Ling Yi's gentleness and care, and her resentment gradually dissipated. The other women laughed too, their eyes filled with trust, dependence, and love as they looked at Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, you're such a love-hate person," Musia said helplessly, shaking her head. Ling Yi smiled at his words, a flicker of affection in his eyes. "Let's get down to business. Actually, I called you all here because I have something good to announce. I can send you to a special dimension for a trial. You have one chance every month," Ling Yi said with a faint smile. The women all looked surprised and curious at Ling Yi's words. Going to a special dimension for a trial was so magical, it made them all excited. "Honey, does this trial have any special meaning?" Xiao Mobing asked excitedly. "What's the mission for the trial?" Musia also asked. "Brother-in-law, is it fun in there?" Xiao Moyang asked, nestled in Ling Yi's arms. Watching the women chattering back and forth, Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he quickly interrupted, "The missions are all random. Just survive in this plane until the trial is over." The women were a little disappointed when they heard this. This mission seemed too simple, no different from killing zombies in real life. Don't think it's as easy as fighting ordinary zombies. The planes are randomly generated, and you each enter different places and face different enemies. It's filled with dangers and opportunities, and the pain is 100% real, so you need to be careful, Ling Yi added with a somewhat serious expression. The women's expressions grew serious after hearing Ling Yi's explanation. It seemed this trial was no simple task. "Honey, is there a risk of death?" Xiao Mobing asked worriedly. The women all looked at Ling Yi, their minds aroused by the same question. "Yes, there is death, and you can feel the pain of death. But don't worry, it's not true death. If you fail the mission, you'll be teleported out, and your main body won't show any abnormalities," Ling Yi explained. The women's faces paled at the first words, but after hearing the rest, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Honey, since you've taken the initiative to invite us to this trial, there must be a reason. We all trust your choice, so I'm willing to accept this trial," Xiao Mobing said firmly. "As long as I can become stronger, even if there's a real risk of death, I'm willing to participate." Musia's eyes were filled with confidence. I'm willing too. Ling Yi heard the women's confident responses, a satisfied smile on his face, his heart filled with joy. He knew this trial would be a test of their strength and courage, and an opportunity for them to grow. If she didn't even have the courage to face a false death, then Ling Yi would only be able to keep her as a vase. He would never take her with him to conquer the star region in the future, as that would only hasten her demise. "Okay, since you're all willing, let's get ready to go." Ling Yi smiled and communicated with the system. "Come out to collect attribute points." I'm coming. Host, if you have any requests, just let me know. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The system's voice was filled with joy. Ling Yi didn't bother to waste time and simply ordered, "Place all 10 of them in the dungeon plane." "All right." Immediately. "You're so generous this time, spending 1,000 directly." "I'm so excited." The system was delighted. "Stop talking nonsense. I have only one request. I guarantee they're all safe and sound. Not a single hair can be lost. If the plane collapse happens again like last time, I destroy you," Ling Yi said with narrowed eyes. "It won't happen again. It was all an accident, I promise," the system said confidently. Ling Yi watched the 10 women disappear into the room, momentarily unsure what to do. Lighting a cigarette, he walked out of the room and headed for the car roof. A dark figure circled in the air for a few times before slowly landing at Ling Yi's feet and nuzzling his thigh affectionately. "Cat, I've been so busy lately that I neglected you. Now you're at the 4th level, it seems these women haven't treated you badly," Ling Yi said, stroking the cat's head. "Meow." The cat meowed softly. Okay, I get it. They treat you well, and always give you delicious food. Here, I accumulated some dark elemental beads lately. Here are a dozen or so for you to snack on." Ling Yi smiled and handed the cat dark elemental beads. This delighted the cat immensely. Its paws kept trawling at the dark elemental beads in front of it, its joy evident in its actions. Ling Yi watched the cat happily enjoying the dark elemental beads, feeling a sense of relief. Honestly, he felt a little sorry for it. The cat had been silently carrying out its scouting duties throughout the entire trip. When Ling Yi was away, it would perch on the car roof, guarding the women. Chapter 208. Over a dozen dark element beads were devoured by the spirit cat like fried beans. Ling Yi sensed its strength steadily rising, instantly breaking through the bottleneck of level 5 and only stopping at the mid-level 5 stage. Ling Yi smiled faintly, sighed, and said, "Alas! If anyone knew how easy it was for mutant beasts to break through and advance, they go crazy." It must be said that mutant beasts are incredibly formidable. They can absorb such violent elemental energy instantly. If it were a human, they would have exploded into ashes long ago. After digesting the energy, the spirit cat approached Ling Yi affectionately, its face full of ingratiating interest, and began to communicate with him. "You said you just went for a stroll and discovered 2 human forces. And there's a dangerous aura in the city center?" Ling Yi frowned, muttering the information the spirit cat had brought him. "Come on, take me to the center. I want to see what kind of presence it is," Ling Yi said, straddling the spirit cat. Upon hearing Ling Yi's command, the spirit cat immediately flew towards the city center. While in midair, Ling Yi observed his surroundings. He noticed that the closer he got to the city center, the denser the zombies became. They were far more numerous than he had encountered before, and the number of mutated zombies was also unusually high, demonstrating their considerable strength. This place seems unusually complex. How could so many mutated zombies gather here? Is there some hidden secret? Ling Yi pondered. Soon, the spirit cat led Ling Yi to the city center. On the top floor of a tall building, Ling Yi spotted a figure, standing there, overlooking the entire city. Ling Yi stared intently at the figure, sensing a dark aura swirling around him. The sudden news from the spirit cat beneath him startled Ling Yi. Previously, when the spirit cat had heard the secret of the premature nuclear explosion in City S, it had sensed over a dozen auras, identical to the black-robed figure. Could they be the same group? What are they planning? Ling Yi muttered to himself. He directed the spirit cat to fly toward the tall building. As they approached, the figure turned and locked eyes with Ling Yi. Ling Yi smiled faintly, patted the spirit cat's head, signaling it to return, then leaped to the rooftop. Who are you? The black-robed figure's voice came hoarsely, tinged with a hint of indifference and wariness. Ling Yi examined the black-robed figure. Their attire was similar to the Shadow King's, their faces completely obscured, their features impossible to discern. I'm a rat catcher, here to investigate the situation in this area. Who are you? You're neither human nor ghost, so why have you gathered so many zombies here? Ling Yi curled his lips, and said in a cold voice. The black-robed man didn't respond to Ling Yi's words, but simply stared at him silently. However, Ling Yi sensed that the black-robed man's aura was growing stronger, as if gathering strength. You people always like to wave the banner of justice, but you do things that violate justice. You're nothing but a bunch of self-righteous hypocrites, the black-robed man finally spoke, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Ling Yi sneered and mimicked his tone, saying, You cowardly rats always like to protest, but you don't know what you're protesting. You're nothing but a bunch of self-righteous rebels. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and his aura grew even stronger. You're so arrogant, brat. Then let me send you to see God. Ling Yi frowned slightly at this, sensing that the black-robed man's aura had reached its limit, ready to burst forth at any moment. Ling Yi shook his neck and took a deep breath. The elemental energy within him began to surge rapidly, causing the air around him to become turbulent. Who do you think you are? You're only at the 6th level, and you think you're sending me to see God? Ling Yi's voice shone with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. The black-robed man was visibly stunned at this. He hadn't expected Ling Yi to see through his strength. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he roared even more furiously, "Boy, you're so arrogant. I make you regret coming here." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man's aura erupted, forming a black energy wave that struck Ling Yi. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and 4 bright rays of light began to emanate from his body. The light and darkness collided in the air, creating a sharp, resounding sound. At this moment, Ling Yi unleashed his 4 supernatural powers: fire, water, earth, and wind. Flames ignited in his hands, water dragons surged around him, earth dragons crept at his feet, and wind blades swirled above his head. Ling Yi fused the 4 elements together, forming a powerful energy barrier that blocked the dark energy wave. The black-robed man looked at Ling Yi in astonishment, having never expected such formidable strength and the mastery of so many supernatural powers. He knew he couldn't stay any longer, or he would surely perish. So, he decisively and swiftly retreated, preparing to escape. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly, saying disdainfully, "A rat is a rat after all. It's afraid of the light, and will only run away." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly caught up to the black-robed man. A wind blade condensed in his hand and slashed towards his back. The black-robed man, sensing something unusual behind him, showed no signs of complacency. He flashed, transforming into a black shadow, dodging Ling Yi's attack and continuing his escape. A fierce chase ensued between the two on the rooftop. Their figures intersected, elemental energies colliding, erupting in dazzling light and immense energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the black-robed man leaped downstairs. This action startled Ling Yi, who muttered, "Suicide if you can't defeat them?" When Ling Yi reached the edge of the roof and looked down, he couldn't help but curse, "Wow, you can actually control a flying mutant beast. It seems you're truly responsible for the events here." The black-robed figure, perched on the back of the flying mutant beast, turned to look at Ling Yi and pointed downwards. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Ling Yi could sense his smugness. "You think I can't do anything to you just because you have these zombies protecting you?" Ling Yi sneered, and the blood-curdling long sword on his back soared into the sky, circling once before landing in front of him. Ling Yi lightly leaped and stepped lightly onto the sword. He was now free of weights, and his movements were as light as a swallow. While he couldn't yet control the sword's flight at will, he could certainly control it to glide downwards. "Go!" Ling Yi growled, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The blood demon flew down diagonally, carrying Ling Yi with him towards the black-robed figure. Seeing this, the black-robed figure panicked. He quickly commanded the flying mutant beast to charge towards the horde of corpses below, continuously spewing incomprehensible language, as if summoning something. Chapter 209. Under the command of the black-robed figure, the flying mutant beast rapidly approached the zombie horde. When it neared the top of the horde, he leaped down and blended in. Ling Yi's eyes were fixed on the black-robed figure. Seeing him hide among the zombies, he couldn't help but curl his lips. With such courage and trickery, I wonder where this 6th-level strength comes from. He seized the opportunity, leaped down, grasped the blood evil in his hand, and his body transformed into a stream of light, instantly dashing into the horde of zombies. Ling Yi's gaze locked on the black-robed figure, his figure moving like lightning. Every time he swung the blood evil, several blade energies burst out, stirring up streams of dark blood and slicing the zombies in half. His movements were so swift that it was almost impossible to follow the trajectory of his attacks. Zombies fell to the ground one after another, and the stinking blood splattered everywhere. Ling Yi's body nimbly dodged the zombies' attacks, each strike deadly without the slightest hesitation. The black-robed man saw this, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and he grew even more wary of the young man nearby. He had originally assumed he was just an ordinary psychic, but he hadn't expected Ling Yi to be so formidable. Not only did he possess multiple psychic abilities, but his physical enhancements were terrifying. "You, brat, are so powerful. Survival is a real problem. You must be kept here today." The black-robed man roared at Ling Yi. Ling Yi sneered, and with a flash of blood-red blade, he cleaved a charging zombie in two. Then, he beckoned the black-robed man with a finger. "You arrogant brat, you're truly overconfident." The black-robed man roared, and a black sword flashed in his hand, gleaming with a cold light. Ling Yi didn't reply, merely staring defiantly at the black-robed figure. With one hand, he unleashed his supernatural powers while with the other, he brandished his long sword, continuously mowing down the surrounding zombies. Their gazes met in the air, sparks flying. The black-robed figure, taking advantage of the moment Ling Yi hadn't yet sheathed his sword, suddenly leaped up, his long sword transforming into a streak of black light as he lunged at Ling Yi. Ling Yi dodged the black-robed figure's attack with a flicker of his body, simultaneously slashing towards him with his blood-curdling long sword. Their weapons instantly clashed, creating a sharp metallic clang and sending sparks flying like fireworks. Ling Yi's attacks were swift and precise, each strike aimed for vital points. The black-robed figure, relying on his uncanny agility, continually dodged, occasionally counterattacking. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense. The surrounding zombies frequently blocked Ling Yi's attacks, causing him to rage. Ling Yi continued to slay the zombies around him, while engaging in a fierce battle with the black-robed man, showing no signs of panic or retreat. In contrast, the black-robed man grew increasingly frightened as the fight progressed. He had long noticed that his black sword was riddled with cracks, while the man's blade remained intact. He also clearly sensed that the man wasn't using his full strength, clearly demonstrating his superior strength. If it weren't for the zombies holding him back, he would have been slain long ago. Ling Yi sensed the black-robed man's uneasiness and sneered, "You rat afraid of the light? Are you afraid? If you tell me the conspiracy behind the forces behind you, I might consider letting you live a little longer." Ling Yi intensified his attack, his aura rising steadily. The black-robed man felt this powerful pressure, his expression becoming extremely solemn. He knew he was at a disadvantage, but he wasn't willing to give in easily. Furthermore, his backup plan was about to arrive. "You brat, you're not qualified to know my true strength. My reinforcements are arriving soon. Let's see how long you can hold on." The black-robed man sneered. He suddenly leaped, his body swift as lightning, dodging Ling Yi's attack, then swiftly counterattacked. The black sword in his hand stabbed towards Ling Yi's chest like lightning, but was easily blocked by the blood demon. "Reinforcements? So that ugly reptile was your last resort. What a shame, a 7th-level cultivator still wasn't my match," Ling Yi said calmly. The black-robed man was stunned at the words, his heart filled with fear. He had underestimated Ling Yi's strength. He had actually accurately estimated the level of his own trump card. Is he level 7? Or 8? How could a human break through so quickly? I paid a huge price to reach level 6. The black-robed man muttered in shock. Ling Yi's eyes suddenly focused, and he leaped high, raising his bloody sword above his head. He fiercely slashed at the ground below. A massive arc of blade energy slashed across the ground, sending sand and rocks flying, smoke and dust billowing, and the ground collapsed. Suddenly, painful roars echoed from the dark cave. A massive black shadow madly burst out of the ground. In an instant, debris flew, crushing a large number of zombies. When the shadow fully emerged, Ling Yi grinned. What a huge bug! A dark shadow hovered at the entrance of the collapsed cave. It turned out to be a giant zombie python. It was over 10 meters long, as thick as an old sycamore tree, and exuded a chilling aura. The python's body had been infected by the zombie virus, causing its skin to begin to rot, exposing the flesh and bones beneath. Even more terrifyingly, its eyes had become 2 holes sunken into its sockets, emitting a chilling deathly stare. The triangular shape of its head, combined with its semi-rotten state, gave it a truly eerie appearance. A sickening odor emanated from its body, making it extremely uncomfortable and almost nauseating. The surrounding zombies began to retreat in all directions after the zombie python appeared, clearly terrified of it. "You little brat, just wait for my carefully nurtured pet to devour you alive." Ha ha ha. The black-robed figure laughed uncontrollably upon seeing the giant python appear. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and uttered 2 words faintly. "Fool!" His body instantly transformed into a shadow, so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of him, rushing towards the black-robed man. "Black Dragon, stop him!" The black-robed man shouted, his pupils shrinking. The zombie python's body moved, its rotting maw opening and spewing a foul-smelling venom at Ling Yi. With a strange flash of his body, Ling Yi easily dodged the zombie python's venom. When he reappeared, he was already behind the black-robed man. The bloody long sword in his hand slashed down like lightning. The black-robed man sensed the breath of death and jerked sideways, trying to avoid the fatal blow. But he was a step too late. The bloody longsword slashed through the black-robed man's legs, spraying blood. The man in black robe let out a shrill scream and collapsed to the ground. He watched his 2 legs slowly tilt and fall beside him. Chapter 210. Ling Yi gently swung his blood-killing longsword, his lips curled slightly. First, cripple your legs, to prevent you, a rat, from escaping again. Once I dealt with that stink bug, I treat you properly. The black-robed man gritted his teeth in agony. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but the pain from his wounds, and the agonizing blood flow, made it impossible for him to speak. Ling Yi ignored the black-robed man and turned toward the zombie python. It had to be said that the zombie python was truly enormous. Its scales shimmered with a black light, like pieces of pitch-black armor. Ling Yi stared at the zombie python, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He took a deep breath, and the elemental energy in his body began to circulate rapidly. Flames ignited in his palms, forming a blazing fireball. Water elements condensed into ice cones, earth elements transformed into a solid shield, wind elements formed into blades of wind, and the blood-curdling long sword swirled around its body. Ling Yi attacked the zombie python without hesitation. A fireball instantly shot out, slamming into the zombie python's scales and igniting a raging fire. The zombie python let out a deafening roar, twisting its body violently, trying to break free from the flames. But Ling Yi gave it no chance to breathe. The ice cones roared and pierced its eye sockets. The earth shield swirled, blocking the attack of its huge mouth, while the wind blades waited for an opportunity to slice through its rotting flesh. The zombie python was stunned by the dazzling attack and could only twist its body violently, trying to escape Ling Yi's attack. But Ling Yi remained steady as a rock, continuing to use various supernatural powers to contain it and attack again and again. Ling Yi's attacks intensified. The zombie python's body was battered and bruised, but it remained standing, its massive form rampaging through the streets. Buildings collapsed, dust billowed, and the wreckage of burning cars twisted and turned on the street. Burning oil splattered, igniting trees along the roadside. The entire street lay in ruins, and the zombie python's roar was deafening. "Sister Qing, there's such a commotion downtown. It sounds like a major battle," a young woman asked. Sister Qing rubbed her temples and said solemnly, "It's too far away to see clearly. There's definitely a major battle, but I don't know the specific cause. Could it be the new arrivals causing the commotion? After all, they don't know the terrifying nature of downtown," a woman speculated. "That shouldn't be the case. They were staying in the outskirts. You know, to enter the city center, they have to pass through a massive zombie encirclement. Who do you think has the power to sneak into the center unnoticed and engage the terrifying creatures there?" Sister Qing speculated. "What a restless night. It's hard to even get a good night's sleep," the girl beside him complained. In another high-rise building, Fang Tuo stared at the city center with a serious expression, muttering, "Who the hell dares to provoke the monsters in the city center? Don't they have enough time to spare? Don't provoke them, or it's all over." Ling Yi appeared quite relaxed, unleashing his supernatural powers while observing the zombie python's reactions. Sensing the zombie python's aura gradually weakening, he knew now was the time to deliver a fatal blow. He concentrated his mind, forming a blazing fireball in his hand, and hurled it fiercely at the zombie python's head. The fireball whistled past, instantly striking the zombie python's head with a resounding explosion. This didn't injure it seriously, but Ling Yi's next move completely snatched away its life. The bloody longsword pierced the zombie python's head from top to bottom, leaving only the hilt sticking out like a tumor on its head. The zombie python let out a shrill roar, its entire body trembling violently, then slowly fell to the ground, motionless. Ling Yi recalled the bloody longsword and looked around, finding the entire street ravaged beyond recognition by the battle, littered with shattered buildings and zombie debris. He turned to look at the black-robed figure not far away. He had already fainted, and many zombies were lingering around, seemingly guarding him. Ling Yi smiled faintly, then swung his sword back with a swift slash. The zombies surrounding the black-robed figure instantly fell to the ground, their heads tumbling to the ground. With lightning speed, he snatched up the black-robed figure and rushed towards a nearby tall building. After completely shaking off the horde of zombies, Ling Yi led the black-robed figure into a tall building. However, after Ling Yi threw the black-robed figure to the ground, he couldn't help but curse, "What the hell? They brought back a corpse? Was it from excessive bleeding?" Ling Yi could tell that the black-robed figure's life force was already at its most fragile. Ling Yi frowned, staring at the black-robed figure on the ground, his heart filled with confusion. He had intended to interrogate the black-robed figure, to learn the true nature of the mysterious force behind it, but he hadn't expected it to be reduced to a corpse. "I want to see what this creature, hiding beneath the black robe all day, looks like. Is it a hideous being?" Ling Yi asked curiously. With a swipe of his bloody sword, he directly removed the black-robed figure's hood. The face he saw stunned him. It was a half-human, half-zombie creature, its face twisted and hideous, its skin as pale as paper, devoid of any trace of blood. Its eyes were hollow and terrifying, revealing an endless aura of pain and despair. Ling Yi couldn't help but gasp. The black-robed figure's appearance was filled with the aura of death, chilling to the bone. How was this thing created? Half-human, half-zombie, and its strength far surpasses the speed of human cultivation. If there's a massive organization behind this thing, it's terrifying. It's an absolute deadly threat, and hidden danger to humanity. This half-human, half-zombie monster is not only formidable in its own right, but can also control zombies in battle. It's truly terrifying. When this monster appeared in City S, it seemed to have a clear idea of the timing of the nuclear explosion. And when I spread the news, I was actually able to influence the nuclear explosion to occur earlier. Wait, a nuclear explosion. Remember Xian Yuan Mingchen said this was an order from the Central Army? So, can I understand that these monsters and the Central Army are on the same side? As for who's in charge and who's in charge, it's impossible to figure out right now. Furthermore, the system also mentioned that an evil, high-level civilization is invading this plane, their goal being to obtain the crystal cores of high-level zombies for energy. Ling Yi stroked his chin and began to speculate on all the possibilities, trying to uncover the underlying reason and avoid any confusion.